That Pan Jinlian's hand slipped, and she accidentally hit Ximen Qing passing below. Ximen Qing, holding a pole, was just about to lose his temper, but when he saw Pan Jinlian's enchanting and graceful figure, he froze. He thought, why did this pole fall straight down? Why did it only fall toward the ground instead of sideways or even flying up into the sky? Why is everything in the world attracted to the earth? He hurriedly left the street, and later, he discovered universal gravitation. That Cao was boiling wine with a plate of green plums beside him. He lifted his wine cup, about to say something, but as he watched the boiling liquor, he suddenly froze. He thought, why does the boiling wine push up the lid? If I use an enormous pot to boil a vast amount of wine, would it create even greater force? He put down his wine cup and devoted himself to experiments. Later, he invented the cow steam engine. That Li Yuanba fiercely threw his hammer toward the sky, about to curse the heavens, but as he watched the hammer soar upward, he suddenly froze. He thought, when I throw my hammer up, it falls back after a while. If I throw it with more force, it takes longer to fall. But what if I use an unimaginably great force? Would the hammer never fall back? He turned and left. Later, he calculated the first cosmic velocity. That King Zhou of Shang held Daji in his arms, indulging in pleasure within his wine pool and meat forest when he suddenly froze. He thought, why does the wine overflow when I step into the pool? Does the amount of overflowing wine have any relation to me? He pushed Daji away, and later, he discovered. Discovered what? Keep going, Hughes. Yeah, hurry up, everyone's waiting to hear. A group of people had formed a circle, all eagerly watching the young boy in the center. Some stood with their arms crossed, while others sat directly on the ground, judging by their dirty clothes. It was uncertain whether they were cleaner than the ground itself. A few dirty wheelbarrows were discarded nearby, coal carts used for transporting fuel to the factory. The steel machines inside devoured coal, exhaling steam and black smoke. On bad days, they would also consume workers' fingers, limbs, or even their lives. The boy, called Hughes, grinned, revealing a set of white teeth that stood out against the soot and grime on his face. Every day at noon, during the break from work, he would tell strange and interesting stories here. Gradually, more and more workers gathered to listen. At first, they treated them as mere fantasies, but over time, some became curious about the complex terms within the stories. So what exactly is universal gravitation? Hughes, you've mentioned it several times before. Damn, just hearing these words gives me a headache. A burly man stepped forward, looking down at Hughes. Hughes raised an eyebrow. This man's name was Kyle, and Hughes had some impression of him. After all, in this era where industry was just beginning to sprout, most factory workers were originally farmers who had lost their land, trading their lives for wages. Their average lifespan barely reached 30. Listening to Hughes' stories had become their only entertainment, and a man as massive as a bear, Kyle, was hard to ignore. Good question. Universal gravitation is. Hughes' eyes lit up just as he was about to explain, but a shout from behind interrupted him. Hughes, come here. Master Carlyle is waiting for you. A supervisor poked his head out from the side door of the factory, looking toward them. The gathered workers turned their heads. Master Carlyle was the owner of this factory. Why would he be looking for Hughes, a lowly worker? All sorts of gazes fell upon Hughes. Go on, Hughes. Make sure you come back and finish the story. Yeah. And explain that force thing. Several dirty hands patted Hughes on the back, and he responded with a smile. I'll be back soon. The best part is coming next. Hughes stepped toward the second floor of the factory, where the offices were. The overweight supervisor stood at the doorway with a blank expression, nodding slightly before closing the iron door behind him. The workers' gazes were cut off. Hughes stood inside, pausing for 2 seconds to adjust to the dim interior. The supervisor had already taken the lead, walking ahead. Sir, may I ask why I've been summoned? You'll find out soon enough. The supervisor replied indifferently without looking back. Hughes frowned, already forming a few guesses in his mind. His daily storytelling had naturally attracted some attention. That was unavoidable, and Hughes had even intentionally fueled it. After all, he had no intention of remaining a worker forever, allowing his future and dreams to be crushed by cold machines. Organizing workers into gatherings would surely place him under the scrutiny of certain powerful figures, but that was far from a good thing. No factory owner would ever want their workers to unite, and Hughes had done more than just tell stories. In his past life, he had been an engineer, and to his trained eyes, the factory's machines were primitive and inefficient. So he had quietly suggested improvements, using subtle methods to send them to Master Carlyle. As expected, factory owners of this era were far from conservatives. At least for now, they had yet to learn arrogance. The improved machines Hughes proposed were quickly adopted throughout the entire factory. Through relentless effort, he had finally managed to pry open a crack in his fate. Hughes knew that industrialization would inevitably sweep across the world like a tidal wave, and now he had a chance to change his destiny. The supervisor stopped at a door, opened it, and motioned for Hughes to enter. Hughes took a deep breath and stepped inside. The door shut behind him once more. Inside the room, Master Carlyle wore an elegant suit, an outfit never seen in the factory before. His face carried a flattering smile as he looked toward the other side of the room. Following his gaze, Hughes saw a man dressed in the robes of the church. Steel plates covered his face, gears and intricate joints forming his limbs. Like a mechanical being, yet beneath the metal, traces of human hands and feet could still be seen. What was this? The church had such bizarre individuals. Was that an exoskeleton? Such refined craftsmanship. Hughes was startled. Father, this is Hughes. He single-handedly improved the steam engine's drive bearings. No one else was involved. Carlyle spoke with a sycophantic smile. Father, Hughes finally noticed the church's sacred emblem on the strange man's robes. In the priest's hands was a bearing, one that had been removed from a steam engine. His fingers transformed into screwdrivers and pry bars, skillfully dismantling the bearing's outer shell. A hoarse voice came from beneath his hood. You designed this. Hughes' mind raced. Judging by the priest's skilled disassembly, he clearly understood the modifications Hughes had made. If he could prove his expertise, he might earn this man's recognition. And judging by the factory owner's servile attitude, this priest's status was likely very high, a golden opportunity. If Hughes played this right, he might gain access to the Empire's upper echelons. His expression turned serious as he nodded. Yes, father, I improved this bearing. Its efficiency is at least 30 higher, and its lifespan is also. His words were abruptly cut off. A steel arm pierced through his chest. Hughes stared in disbelief. The priest before him held the sacred emblem of the church, slowly withdrawing his blood-stained hand. Just moments ago, those fingers had been dismantling machinery. Servant of the evil god, you have defiled the sacred machines. The hoarse voice echoed in the room. The priest seemed to say more, but Hughes could no longer hear him. His vision darkened. Hughes died. Blood Harbor, a merchant had a stroke of bad luck. Tade was struck on the head by a falling pole while passing through an alley. In a luxurious mansion, a duke stared blankly at the pot of mulled wine, completely forgetting about the guests he had left waiting. On a battlefield in the western part of the empire, a certain general, overcome with rage, hurled his weapon straight into the sky. In the gem bay of Storm Ocean, the pirate king inexplicably spent the entire day playing with water in his bath. The weather was clear today. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Yet beyond this peaceful world, within a grand and majestic palace, a heavy and exquisitely crafted long table stood at its center. On either side of the table were high-backed chairs with several shadowy figures seated motionlessly, their heads lowered as if they were asleep. At the very head of the table sat a massive throne, encrusted with gold and gemstones. Upon it, an ancient figure slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, dull and unfocused, drifted to one side of the long table. There in the flickering candlelight sat a shadowy figure, his face illuminated. Curly brown short hair, clothes stained with mud and a gaping wound in his chest, a gruesome sight. It was Hughes who had just died. The figure on the throne remained in a daze for a moment before his face suddenly twitched, and his entire demeanor came to life, as if something had gradually entered his body. The next second, a voice filled with shock rang out. Dead, I died again. I was just randomly killed like that. Damn it, why did he kill me so suddenly? This doesn't make sense. I clearly demonstrated such exceptional mechanical talent. At the very least, he should have interrogated me for knowledge before making a move, right? Wasn't he even the least bit curious? The figure on the throne cursed under his breath and raised his head to look at Hughes, who sat motionless like a puppet. The lifeless boy gazed back at him, his eyes empty. I remember that strange priest calling me a lackey of an evil god. Yeah, this is probably a common tactic of the church, labeling someone as a heretic before making a move. Wait, the church. Could it be that they're suppressing technological progress and eliminating those who could advance mechanical innovation? That doesn't make sense, though. That priest himself had many mechanical prosthetics. He should understand the importance of mechanical technology. Something isn't right, he frowned. That suddenly appearing priest was full of mysteries. Ever since he had transmigrated to this world, this was the first time he had encountered someone so peculiar. What a shame, another body lost. I'll have to initiate another descent. He looked away, and Hughes, the lifeless puppet, lowered his head again, staring blankly at the table. There were already 4 others like him seated at the long table, different in appearance and attire, yet identical in one thing: they were all Hughes. Hughes was a transmigrator. In his past life, he had lived on Earth. One time, after staying up late working overtime, he suddenly blacked out, only to awaken in this grand, enigmatic palace seated upon the throne. The palace was lavishly decorated, filled with rare treasures, but unfortunately, Hughes could not touch any of them. For some reason, he was completely bound to the throne, unable to move even a single step away. Fortunately, Hughes upon the throne seemed to have no need for food, water, or any bodily functions, but he wasn't entirely powerless. When he directed his gaze toward the shadowy figures seated in the chairs, they would lift their heads and meet his eyes, allowing him to choose descent. Descent was like transmigrating into a new body, starting a new life. Hughes scanned the chairs one by one. Some held burly middle-aged men, others old men with white hair, priests in white robes, and even young men who had just begun to open their hearts. Each body was different, and every new vessel was chosen at random. Hughes had no idea what purpose these descents served, only experimented because he had no other choice. But this time, he had a different thought. That church priest just now was incredibly strange. He made his move in an instant, piercing straight through my chest. I couldn't even see his movements. Can mechanical enhancements really grant such speed and power? Back on Earth, Hughes knew a thing or two about mechanical prosthetics, and such capabilities were simply impossible. Moreover, that priest's mechanical modifications had been crude at sight of those oversized gears was still fresh in Hughes' memory. A priest, the church, this is getting interesting. The church possesses supernatural power. If I can make contact with it, perhaps I can break free from this throne. No, maybe it's not just the church. A hint of frustration appeared on Hughes' face. What a waste. I finally got a body in the imperial capital, but who knows how long it'll take to find another one that can access a factory. This world was just beginning to enter the early stages of industrialization. Only a few scattered factories had emerged in its most developed regions. Most places had only just barely escaped the darkness of the Middle Ages. In some of Hughes' previous descents, serfdom was still in practice. From this perspective, factory workers, despite their meager average lifespan of 30 years, were already considered fortunate. So what should I do next? He stared at the lifeless bodies seated along the long table, feeling lost. He had been in this world for some time now. At first, he was eager to explore, but now he only wanted to go home. The problem was the bodies he received were entirely random, meaning that 99 of the time, he ended up as a suffering commoner. And no matter the era, the fate of the lower class was always the same: silent endurance. Hughes had vast scientific and technological knowledge from the modern world, yet every attempt to utilize it ended with a lifeless corpse. This world left no room for the weak. Hughes was utterly disappointed. Supernatural forces were now his final hope. I need to make contact with the supernatural. If possible, I need to find a way home. Hughes' eyes grew resolute. At the very least, I have to escape from this throne. I can't stay trapped here forever. This world had no phones, no internet, missed Earth. Time to begin the next descent. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision and turned to an empty high-backed chair. The surrounding mist swirled, faint friction noises emanating from within. Then a hand reached out from the fog, pressing against the table. As the mist quickly receded, a slender and handsome young man appeared in the chair. He smiled elegantly and met Hughes' gaze. Hughes' eyes lit up. Thighs was his new body. Judging by the clothes, he's probably a noble. Finally, some good luck. Soap, glass, gunpowder, building factories. Let the tide of steel sweep across this fantasy world. I can't wait. Prepare to witness the brilliance of science and truth. In the next instant, Hughes' vision darkened. A new body, a new descent, a fresh beginning. Hughes was gone, and silence once again fell upon the throne room. After an unknown length of time, the discarded body, lifeless Hughes with a gaping wound in his chest, suddenly shuddered, his puppet-like, vacant eyes trembling ever so slightly. When Hughes opened his eyes, he found himself lying in bed. The bedspread was smooth and delicate, with a thin layer of velvet filling inside, warm but not overly heavy. Not far away, there was a balcony. The window on one side did not have expensive glass panes, but it was still fitted with finely crafted wooden lattices. Hughes turned over, got out of bed, and walked over to push open the window. Bright sunlight poured in from outside, and the warm, humid sea breeze lifted the curtains. A few seagulls swept past the window, circling the mountaintop on the southern side of the island before diving sharply into the azure shallows, snatching up a small fish and stirring up a spray of white foam. In the manor below, an elderly man was directing the servants as they scrubbed the ground. Hearing the sound of the window opening, he turned to look at the balcony on the second floor. Seeing Hughes, he froze for a moment, then placed his left hand on his chest and bent slightly in greeting. "Good morning, Master Hughes." Hughes smiled and nodded, his gaze lingering briefly on the servants in the carriage before shifting to the distant fishing boats on the sea. Then he turned and walked back into the bedroom. He needed to sort out his current situation. Based on the memories of this body, it seemed his background this time was quite good. He was the frontier count of the Empire and the Lord of Castle Island. Castle meant fire and light in the storm, and it lived up to its name. Located in the storm ocean, the island even had a small volcano. Hughes shook his head. None of that mattered. What mattered was he was a count, a titled noble with both land and power. Though the position of frontier count was somewhat special, he could still wield absolute authority over his domain. No frontier counts had even greater freedom. Even the Empire's laws might not necessarily bind him within his territory. All of this stemmed from the institution of the frontier count. Hughes' eyes gleamed as he organized the memories in his mind. Originally, he had been a duke's illegitimate son kind, who, even after eliminating a dozen siblings, still wouldn't qualify for inheritance. Then, just as the Empress enacted the frontier county system, he abandoned his family name, swore allegiance to the Empress, and was granted both this title and the land that came with it, which meant thy small island before him. What? You say this island isn't large enough for a count's domain. How could that be? In the Empress' decree, a vast swath of ocean was marked under his rule. Forget a Count's Fifai's territory was even larger than that of most marquises. The Empress had even promised that any land a frontier count expanded into would belong solely to him. Recalling the sea charts in his mind, Hughes couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. His territory was indeed vast, but almost all of it lay beyond the Empire's borders. For example, the Martha Archipelago within his domain was a haven for pirates. Further west, the storm ocean was filled with never-ending tempests. Even the occasional stray gusts could cause trouble for the small island beneath his feet. And as for what lay in the deeper parts of the sea, not even the charts had records of that. Legends spoke of sunken palaces buried beneath the waves, overflowing with treasures. Boundless new continents where rivers ran with honey and milk, but all of that was far too distant, too illusory. For now, Hughes had only this small island, an old butler brought from his family, and a handful of servants. That was all the power he possessed, and he was facing imminent threat spirates close at hand, unpredictable sea weather, and enemies across the ocean. Yes, there were enemies across the sea. The Empire had never lacked enemies. The Empress had ruled for 11 years, and every step she took was upon a path paved with blood and thorns. And now, Hughes, newly appointed as a frontier count, was caught right in the middle of those formidable foes. It felt like being thrown into water, needing to turn into a fish before drowning. Hughes sighed. It was likely only verbal. The warehouse was stacked with decrees of enfeoffment. Countless frontier counts were appointed daily, and just as many titles became vacant. The Empire did not lack ambitious individuals. The Empress had never been sting at titles, land, wealth. If you wanted it, you just had to reach out and take it. Corpses paved the road ahead, woven into the laurels of victory. Now Hughes had set foot upon this path as well. Why does it feel like becoming a noble has only made things more dangerous? Hughes muttered to himself. A servant knocked on the door. Hughes sifted through his memories, then dressed with the servant's assistance and stepped out of his room. Not long ago, the butler had been downstairs. Now he was already waiting nearby, leading Hughes forward while describing breakfast. This morning we have fish pudding, pea and bacon soup, stuffed omelet pancakes, and red wine from the bony cellar. Hughes glanced at the table, half covered with food, then at the 6 or 7 different sets of silverware laid beside them. He fell silent. According to his predecessor's memory, breakfast was supposed to last an hour to an hour and a half, with a 10-minute break for the butler's reports. Then it would seamlessly transition into a morning tea session. He was expected to spend the morning sunshine enjoying tea on the terrace, reading books, and only around noon would he go for a horseback patrol of the territory. Such conduct was considered the pinnacle of nobility and the paragon of virtue. After all, he did not entertain himself by whipping and abusing commoners, nor did he designate random land as a hunting ground, forcing peasants to drive wild animals toward his arrows. All he did was collect 80% of his subjects' harvest as tax. Hughes sighed. From now on, don't prepare so many dishes. Get my horse ready, I want to tour the territory. After a brief pause, Hughes turned to the butler beside him. Also, set up a house on an open space within the estate. The surrounding area must be clear, with no flammable materials. I want to use it as a laboratory. The butler, Connor, looked a bit surprised. Building a house was one thing. Lords often had eccentric ideas, but changing the rules regarding meals, that was strange. Hughes, as an illegitimate son, had always been particularly mindful of noble etiquette, afraid of being accused of lacking aristocratic refinement. What had changed today, and going out for a stroll this early in the morning? Had he seen something from the balcony? This place wasn't far from the docks. Perhaps he had noticed the commotion over there. The old butler's expression shifted as if he suddenly understood. He had heard the rumors from earlier that morning. It was said the fishermen had pulled up something extraordinary. It made sense for the lord to be curious. Nodding steadily, Connor left the room to instruct the servants to prepare the horses. Meanwhile, Hughes sifted through his memories once more. His eyes lit up as he walked toward a side room, pulling down the necklace around his neck and inserting it into the lock on the door. With a click, the door opened. Using the sunlight streaming in from the entrance, Hughes looked inside. This was his treasure-the greatest asset he had on this island. Documents, jewelry, and all sorts of strange artifacts filled the shelves, but Hughes' gaze skipped past them, landing instead on a box in the corner. He reached out, lifted the cherrywood lid, and inside, resting on velvet, was a white flintlock pistol inlaid with ivory and emerald. It was barely the size of a palm, crafted with the precision of an art piece. Grinning, Hughes picked up the gun and slipped it into his coat pocket. Inside the wooden box, delicate pouches held small portions of black powder, likely the gunpowder of this era. Hughes took one pouch and poured it into the gun barrel, then stuffed the lead bullet into the muzzle, using a wooden rod to compact it. Afterward, he took some white wax from the box to seal the barrel, preventing the bullet from falling out. This gun seemed to have a history, but Hughes had no interest in investigating it. Right now, he just wanted to take a look at his domain. Transmigrating into a lord, though only of a small island, was not entirely a bad thing. The Empress was far away, and the sky was vast. He did not have to restrain himself too much here. Oh right, he still needed to ask about the church. Hughes was quite wary of the church now, especially after the mechanical-clad priest had left such a deep impression on him. After gathering his weapons, he walked to the door. The maid had packed his meal into a food box, but the butler had not yet brought his horse. Hughes gazed past beyond the estate's outer wall and landed on the hurried figures of the townspeople moving along the road outside. They seemed to be in a rush, as if something had happened outside. Many of them wore expressions of mixed fear and curiosity, all heading in the same direction. Like a monster, yes, its whole body. Disgusting. Hurry, let's go see. Fragments of their conversation were carried to his ears by the wind. Hughes frowned. What did they mean? Had they discovered a monster? Did he hear that right? Were these people talking about a monster? Could it be a supernatural creature? After so many descent events, he had never encountered the supernatural world, and now it had just landed right in front of him. Excitement and fear surged simultaneously, slowly blending into anticipation. Whether good or bad, he had to go see for himself. He would have plenty of chances to start over, but this was his first opportunity to interact with the supernatural. Moreover, he instinctively pressed his waist. The cold, hard metal of the pistol provided him with a slight sense of security. Which was stronger, monsters or bullets? He was curious to find out. Noticing the two maids beside him exchanging glances, Hughes turned and asked, "You two must know something." What happened? The two froze, quickly lowering their heads. After a hesitant glance at each other, one of them carefully spoke. "Master, I heard that a monster was fished up from the sea. It's at the port. They say it's terrifying. Its body is like..." A loud cough interrupted the two maids. The old butler arrived, leading a horse, and shot them a glare before stepping up to Hughes. "There is no monster, only a strange fish. These people are just ignorant and easily frightened. Deep-sea fishing often brings up odd creatures. When I was younger and sailed with the fleet, such things were common in the lightless sea." Hughes looked at the butler with interest. "So you've seen this strange fish already?" "Not yet, but based on their descriptions, it should be a species I am familiar with. Then let's go take a look." Hughes sized up the horse before him, searched his memories, then stepped onto the footstool set down by a maid and mounted the horse. The horse's back was steadier than he had expected, and the saddle had a soft inner lining. Taking the whip from the butler's hand, he awkwardly tugged at the reins. The brown horse flicked its tail obediently and trotted forward lightly. The butler gave Hughes a deep look, issued a few instructions to the maids, and then mounted his own horse, leaving the estate alongside him. The island had no well-maintained roads. Near the estate there were a few stone-paved paths, but soon the ground turned muddy. Fortunately, riding a horse was not too affected, though their pace still slowed. Hughes hooked the whip into a clasp on the saddle, letting the horse walk on its own. He turned slightly and asked the butler, "Connor, how are we doing recently?" The butler hesitated before answering, "Not too well, Master Hughes. Our funds are running low. Ever since you took over the territory, contact with the Duke has become increasingly sparse." Hughes naturally knew who he meant. The Duke, Duke Cohen, was his biological father. Though Hughes was a bastard, Duke Cohen had treated him fairly well. Since birth, Hughes had been raised in an estate outside the city. The servants and the butler, Watson, had accompanied him for years. Duke Cohen even provided a private tutor for him and helped secure him the title of Frontier Count. Of course, this was nothing compared to the Duke's legitimate heirs, but for a bastard, it was already more than generous. It seemed he could not rely on his father for now. Hughes coughed lightly. "Connor, I thought about it a lot last night. We have many problems. Our old way of living might need to change." Honestly, he could not get used to living as young Master Hughes did. It seemed like a leisurely existence, but in reality, everything from afternoon tea etiquette to dining manners was rigidly dictated. Even recalling it felt suffocating. With so many rules, if he followed them all, he would surely expose himself eventually. The butler's expression flickered as if deep in thought. "You are the Count now, Master. Everything is up to you." After a pause, he spoke in a lower voice. "Master, the Eastern Sea merchants want to meet with us. Your secretary used to handle such matters." Hughes searched his memories and twitched slightly. Sea merchants? What sea merchants? The Storm Ocean only had pirates. By meet and talk, they really meant pirates coming to collect money, so that was why the pirates had been so quiet lately. When, the day after tomorrow at noon, got it, I'll meet them. He had to find a way to deal with the pirates. If he kept paying them, his territory would be ruined. As for how to deal with them, he had not decided yet. First, he needed to assess his territory's development. If nothing else, he could stall for time. With him here, industrializing the island was only a matter of time. The island was not large. Even from the estate, one could smell the sea breeze. Soon, Hughes heard the waves crashing. "Master, the port is just ahead." Hughes pulled on the reins, making the horse pause as he looked forward. "Soldiers, maintain order. Bring the fisherman who caught the strange fish over here. Everyone else, make way. Your lord is here." Connor gave a simple order, and the sheriff of the port scolded and dispersed the crowd. The soldiers stood as straight as they could, trying to make their old armor appear somewhat presentable. The people noisily moved aside. This was a remote place, and Hugh's predecessor had rarely left the manor. The villagers' feelings of resentment and fear were more directed at the tax officers, while Hugh's, their nominal lord, mostly sparked their curiosity. Meeting these mixed gazes of curiosity and fear, Hughes dismounted and walked forward. At the center of the crowd, something large and black lay on the ground. From a distance, he couldn't see clearly what it was. Hughes only felt that it was still wriggling, and an uncomfortable sensation slowly crept into his heart. It was slippery, sticky, like trying to grab a struggling eel on a cutting board. Hughes walked closer along the path made by the parting crowd, scrutinizing the object before him. It was a mass of rotting flesh, constantly twisting and writhing. A foul stench, like flies burrowing into his nostrils, loudly proclaimed its existence every second. Its limp limbs were covered in swollen, pale, exposed flesh, resembling blisters scalded by boiling water or festering wounds oozing with pus. It looked like an overinflated balloon, ready to burst at any moment and spill its internal fluids. And this balloon was as big as a horse. Now Hughes understood why the fisherman called it a monster. He also felt that nothing but monster could describe this pile of rotten flesh. Rather than calling it a strange fish, he preferred to name it a bloated monster. Suppressing his nausea, Hughes turned to look at the butler, only to find that he still maintained his usual composed demeanor. Sensing Hughes' gaze, the butler stepped forward and whispered, "Master, this is one of those strange fishes occasionally seen in the deep seas far from the mainland. They float on the surface of the water, but usually don't live long before their flesh bursts open and rapidly decays." Hughes frowned and deliberately spoke vaguely. "There shouldn't be any. No, it's completely safe. This kind of strange fish isn't dangerous at all. Other than being disgusting, it poses no threat. It doesn't even have any aggression. Sailors often wonder how such a creature even survives in this world. How does it survive in this world?" That question was meaningless. Since the creature posed no harm, there was no need to concern himself with it. That said, this was Hughes' first time seeing one, and he was intrigued as he studied the monster. Indeed, it struggled to move, and even as a sea creature, it didn't seem built for swimming. Those bloated, twisted limbs looked utterly useless. How had it evolved into such a form? Talking about evolution after transmigrating seemed laughable. Perhaps evolution didn't even exist in this world. Maybe all creatures were directly created by the gods. Perhaps this monster was a product of magic. But as someone from Earth, as an engineer, Hughes couldn't help but subconsciously analyze how this creature might survive. Even Godzilla in fiction had legs to walk and teeth to tear apart its enemies. Was this monster before him truly just a meaningless, grotesque abomination? Hughes frowned, suppressing his nausea as he observed the lump of rotting flesh. Slowly, a strange sense of familiarity surfaced in his mind. Familiarity, strange. Why did this extremely ugly and disgusting creature seem somewhat familiar? Why did it feel like he had seen something similar in his past life? Bloated limbs, disgusting appearance. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Hughes' mind, and chaotic, vague thoughts combined into a clear answer. "This is a deep-sea fish," Hughes said aloud. "A deep-sea fish." The murmuring crowd fell silent, and even the monster's agonized writhing seemed to pause. Yes, they originally live in the extreme depths of the ocean, where immense water pressure exists. Their bodies require equally immense internal pressure to balance it. But once they reach the surface or shallow waters, that internal pressure turns them into these monsters. Look at those swollen limbs and bulging flesh. This is the result of a sudden change in pressure. In the deep sea, they are just ordinary fish. Well, large ordinary fish. They only become so ugly and terrifying when brought into an unfamiliar environment. In his previous life, Hughes had seen pictures of similar deep-sea fish, specifically a creature called the blobfish, once voted the world's ugliest animal. It looked both grotesque and revolting, but only on land. In the deep sea, the blobfish appeared completely normal. Without the bloated, sagging appearance, it was just another dark-colored fish, perfectly suited for its environment. The more Hughes spoke, the clearer his thoughts became. What had started as a spark of inspiration had now formed a complete idea. Excited, he turned to the fishermen around him and said, "If we were to enter the deep sea, we would also become terrifying and hideous. There, even wood is compressed by the water pressure until it becomes as hard as steel. This creature before you appears monstrous only because it has left its natural environment. That is why such strange fish are usually only found in the deep sea." The surrounding villagers gasped in amazement and began discussing the revelation. They were simple fishermen who had spent their entire lives at sea. To them, Hughes was as lofty as a king, so they accepted his words with reverence, believing that this was indeed just an ordinary fish, though how much of the explanation about water pressure they actually understood was uncertain. The butler beside Hughes, however, stood frozen in place. For the first time, his usually unshaken face showed signs of shock and contemplation. He had truly seen some deep-sea fish before. Their grotesque and bizarre appearances had long been feared by sailors, who viewed them as divine punishment. The concept of water pressure was something he had vaguely sensed as well. When diving, the deeper he went, the more he felt his body being squeezed. That was probably what was meant by water pressure. But could water pressure really be that powerful? Could it really make wood as hard as steel? The only place he had ever heard of such miracles was in the teachings of the church. If water could do such things, then perhaps humans could find a way to use water too. A struggle and confusion appeared on Butler Connor's face, as if certain shackles in his mind were beginning to loosen. Hughes smiled. He was not afraid of opposition or doubt. Skepticism was never the enemy of truth, it was part of it. I read about this in the Royal Library. I have read many books and know many things. This knowledge is invaluable, but I will freely share it with you. In my territory, knowledge will never be locked away. The surrounding fishermen cheered, and the soldiers and sheriff placed their hands on their chests in salute. They didn't truly understand the significance of this knowledge, nor what such sharing meant. They merely instinctively praised their lord's generosity. Hughes smiled as he basked in their enthusiasm. He had much more he wanted to say. He planned to establish schools on this island, build factories, and let the tide of iron and fire sweep across this world. But that was all in the future. For now, he was just an ordinary lord, one that any nearby power could crush like an insect. Not to mention, in his previous life, he had been killed by the church. Thinking of that mechanical-clad figure, Hughes' smile darkened slightly. In an unnoticed corner, the strange fish suddenly twitched. Hughes suddenly heard a voice softly ask beside his ear, "Is this true?" The voice was sharp and weak. "Of course it's true," Hughes instinctively responded, then turned toward the direction of the voice, only to be completely stunned. In front of him was that ugly, disgusting monster. It actually spoke to him. Hughes' entire body stiffened, and he subconsciously reached for his holster, but he stopped just before grabbing his gun. His firearm could only fire once, and besides, this was not yet the time to use it. It was broad daylight, and he was surrounded by his citizens and soldiers. The monster before him was as weak as a piece of rotting flesh and didn't seem capable of posing a threat to him. There was no need for an overreaction. Calm down, take a deep breath. While trying to steady himself, he turned to look at the people around him, and to his surprise, no one seemed to have noticed anything. Did they not hear it? No, that shouldn't be possible. With so many people here, was he the only one who heard it? That didn't seem likely. At that moment, the voice spoke again. The water, the pressure, and reaching the deep sea, is all of that true? Hughes stared at the lump of strange fish sprawled on the ground. He was now certain it was indeed the one speaking to him, and the voice was something only he could hear. No one else noticed it at all. Extraordinary. This was definitely some kind of extraordinary power, a power beyond the church. Hughes felt his throat go dry. He had a loaded pistol in his arms, and with just a shout, his soldiers would come to his aid. Meanwhile, the monster before him was merely struggling to survive. This might be a good opportunity to come into contact with the extraordinary. Fixing his gaze on the flesh pile on the ground, Hughes attempted to reply in his mind, "Are you the one talking to me?" "Yes." The voice responded quickly, with a sense of urgency. "So is it true?" Hughes paused for a moment, carefully choosing his words before replying in his mind, "I don't know your exact situation, but these are my judgments based on what I know. I can only guarantee that I have not deceived you." The strange fish remained silent for a long time. When it finally spoke again, Hughes vaguely sensed that its voice was trembling. "I see, so this is the truth." What was it talking about? Why did it sound so sorrowful and full of resentment? Before Hughes could figure out how to probe further, the voice of the strange fish came again. "I have a request. I want to bring this knowledge back to my people so that my kin will no longer suffer from this cursed water pressure. But as you can see, I don't have much time left. So would you be willing to enter a symbiotic contract with me?" The strange fish's voice became intermittent, visibly growing weaker and more frail. Hughes frowned. This sounded too much like a scam, a creature that should belong to the deep sea, yet it didn't know what was happening to itself. It was clearly capable of communication, yet it only spoke to him now. And this so-called symbiotic contract, it sounded more like some kind of parasitism. It would gain life force, but what would he lose in return? Thinking carefully, the timing of its request was also highly suspicious. It didn't die earlier nor later, but just happened to act like it was dying right after speaking to him. This was a classic trick a con artist's ploy to create urgency, forcing a rushed, irrational decision. With that in mind, the correct course of action became clear. "All right, how do we perform this ritual? Touch me and then." Hughes extended his hand without hesitation. Joking aside, even if this was a scam, it was a chance to grasp real extraordinary power. Lord Hughes was just a shell. He had already burned through several bodies before, yet he had never even come close to touching the extraordinary. Forget scams, he would even jump into a pit of fire if it meant a chance at power. Besides, no matter what kind of contract it was, the worst outcome would simply be immediate death. He could just switch to another body. Hughes could fully afford this risk. As for whether the contract would have deeper consequences, preventing even his death from being an escape. Hughes chuckled. He didn't believe any contract had the power to drag his soul out of the Golden Throne. Although he didn't know exactly what the Golden Throne was, it had to be something that transcended death itself. There was no way its rank was low, so he had no hesitation whatsoever. No matter what the contract entailed, he could accept it. At worst, he would return to the Golden Throne in an instant. Still on instinct, he moved his left hand to the inside of his coat, where a hidden pocket contained his flintlock pistol. Carefully, he cocked the hammer, ensuring he could fire with just a slight movement of his finger. Contrary to his expectations, the flesh of the strange fish wasn't sticky or disgusting. It was cold, with a very peculiar texture. At that moment, the monster's voice echoed in his mind. The monster's voice suddenly rose in shock. Hughes froze. What happened? He immediately felt the cold, slimy sensation on his hand turn scorching hot. At that moment, it was as if his senses had merged with the creature's. He could directly perceive its emotions. Hughes' face turned pale, while the monster's wounds healed, its cracked skin regaining some vitality. A wave of dizziness hit him. Also, this ritual is draining my life force to heal it. Am I about to die? Under his coat, Hughes' hand gripped his pistol. It was just a thin layer of fabric. If he pulled the trigger, the bullet would tear through the monster's feeble flesh. At this range, he wouldn't miss. Should he shoot? Perhaps due to the ritual's effects, he could vaguely sense the creature's thoughts. From the emotions emanating from its bloated, decayed body, there didn't seem to be any malice. Hughes sighed inwardly and released the hammer, then withdrew his hand. The pistol returned to the pocket of his coat. Since he had already gambled, he might as well go all in. At worst, he would just die. Hughes watched as the people around him rushed forward. His vision started to blur. Just before losing consciousness, Hughes struggled to lift his gaze toward the monster on the ground. If he was going to die because of this thing, he might as well remember what it looked like. The monster's condition had clearly improved. Though still bloated and pale, it appeared much more energetic, and on its grotesque face was an expression of pure shock. Shock? What was it so shocked about? It was the one who proposed the ritual. Did something go wrong? Could it be that it never intended to kill him? Was this all just an accident? Am I really that unlucky? Hughes smiled bitterly at the thought. Then his vision went completely dark. Opening his eyes again and sensing the darkness before him, Hughes let out a sigh. Looks like I'm back again. This seems to be the fastest time. Not unexpected, but at least there's a clue. There are indeed extraordinary creatures in the deep sea. Another descent, huh? Hughes vaguely felt that something was wrong. Instinctively, he turned over, inhaling the moist scent of the sea carried by the night breeze. His muddled mind gradually cleared, and after a few seconds, he suddenly sat up in bed. No. This is that island. I'm not dead. He groped at his body. No missing parts, no wounds. He had been changed into a set of loose pajamas. The room was completely dark, and there was no light coming from the balcony. Was it nighttime? Carefully examining the room, he confirmed that this was his bedroom. At the foot of the bed, a maid was leaning against a chair, her head tilted to the side, already fast asleep. Not far away, on a small high table, sat a meticulously polished metal calendar, stopped at the 3rd day of the month of blossoms. The 3rd day. His memory had paused on the 1st day of the month of blossoms, the day before his descent. He had encountered the bloated monster at the docks on the 2nd day, which meant I was unconscious for an entire day. After thinking for a moment, Hughes shook his head. The calendar is always turned to the next day by the cleaning maids in the morning. Since it's the middle of the night now, I must have been unconscious for 2 days and 1 night. At least I didn't delay anything. The pirates aren't coming for negotiations until tomorrow. Hughes lightly got out of bed, walked to the desk, picked up a cup, and poured himself some water. The cool, sweet liquid flowed down his parched throat, and Hughes felt like he had come back to life. At that moment, a detail caught his attention. Since when was my eyesight this good? The curtains in the room were drawn, and the thick velvet fabric almost completely blocked out the light, not to mention it was deep into the night, and there was no lamp lit in the room. Beside the maid's chair, there was indeed an oil lamp, but to prevent fire hazards, the flame had been turned down to the size of a soybean, flickering faintly. That was the only source of light. Hughes looked down at the cup in his hand. It was made of silver, mixed with some copper, and a tiny amount of tin. The intricate patterns on its surface featured iris flowers, the emblem of the Cohen family. Copper and tin. He could tell at a glance that the silver cup contained copper and tin. Hughes swallowed hard and took a few deep breaths, suppressing the excitement in his heart. So that so-called symbiotic ritual wasn't just about taking, it had also given him something in return. He could now see in the dark and even perceive the composition of materials. This was amazing. The ability to sense material composition, what could be more suitable for industrial advancement? With just a touch, he could determine whether refined metal ingots contained impurities. For chemical synthesis, he could directly sense the compounds. If he had this ability back on Earth, he could push material science forward by 3 whole levels. He focused on the strange sensation in his mind, something beyond normal perception. Remembering the fleeting vision before he lost consciousness, Hughes closed his eyes and tried to tap into this new sense to perceive the world. Have you ever tried to sense the world without using your eyes? Humans are highly adaptable creatures, especially in certain aspects. The images formed on the retina of the eye are actually upside down, but the brain still adapts. That's just how it works. Someone once wondered, what if one day this image was no longer inverted? He designed a special pair of glasses. They had no other function except to flip the wearer's vision upside down. At first, everyone who wore these glasses stumbled around, unable to distinguish up from down, completely incapable of functioning. At this point, one might conclude that human physiology has limits, that natural evolution imposes restrictions. But the experiment didn't stop there. The subjects were made to wear the glasses continuously, eating, living, doing everything with them on, without ever taking them off. It didn't take long. After about 10 days, all the test subjects had fully adapted to the flipped world and could live normally. The entire world might appear reversed to your eyes. You might find it absurd, terrifying, incomprehensible. But your body tells you it's nothing, just adapt. Human potential always exceeds expectations. That was exactly how Hughes felt now. It was as if he were submerged in warm water, countless streams of information washing over him, and he was shocked to discover that he could actually analyze this information. At some point, his body had undergone many changes, so this was the symbiotic ritual. It truly was symbiosis, not just sharing life force, but even sensory abilities. Hughes suddenly had a realization. Could the time he spent unconscious have been his body adapting to these new senses? Casually exploring his newfound perception, Hughes noticed that it seemed to be related to water. He could easily detect nearby bodies of water, and the larger the body, the clearer his perception. Thinking back to how this ability came from the strange fish, it made perfect sense. Hughes attempted to sense the nearest body of water. The easiest one to perceive should be the ocean. Without any effort, he sensed the sea. Beyond the balcony, a few hundred meters away, was the ocean. No, even closer. Beneath the manor, beyond the soil and bricks, warm ocean currents were flowing. Hughes raised an eyebrow and focused his attention. As he carefully examined the flow, an image of the entire underground water system unfolded in his mind like a painting. Not just directly beneath the manor, could vaguely sense the slow-moving currents beneath the entire island. And as he extended his perception further, a familiar presence entered his awareness. It was the bloated monster. Hughes was startled. He had assumed the bloated monster was either killed by the soldiers, had escaped far away, or had found some way to become a guest of the manor. He never expected it to still be here, hiding in the underground water system beneath the manor. Why was it still here? Was it waiting for him? Speaking of which, beneath this manor, Hughes furrowed his brows, trying to recall. He had not been here long since becoming the frontier count. Who was the previous owner of this estate again? Seemed to be a merchant. Of course, merchant was just an official title. The Empire did not recognize the so-called Pirate King and his dark sail fleet, so this place only had unlawful traders. The Storm Ocean, the only jewel on the Empire's eastern frontier, was constantly watched by the Empress's gaze. Unfortunately, the Navy was still young, and the Empire's territory ended where the sea began. Thinking of this, Hughes curled his lips. The fact that a bastard son like him was directly granted a countdom spoke volumes about the Empress's eagerness for this region. Hughes quietly walked to the bedroom door, carefully opening it. As he felt the direction of the sea tides, he ran his fingers along the wall. In the silent night, Hughes could hear his own heartbeat pounding. He wanted to see that bloated monster. This was his first encounter with the extraordinary. Swallowing hard, he stepped through the doorway and out of his bedroom. That strange perception kept pointing him in a general direction, but it seemed to be just a direction. Hughes only knew that the strange fish was below him, but as for how to reach it, he had no clue. He tried to explore the abilities he had gained. Besides being able to sense the water, he also seemed to have a rough ability to distinguish the composition of materials, but only for the parts he touched. Walking inside the house, he wore soft-soled slippers, making his steps light and quiet. When he passed the corridor's corner, he carefully peeked out to check, ensuring no one was around before moving forward. Hughes counted and found that only the lights at the corridor corners and the stairs were on. Without many directions to go on, he focused on checking suspicious areas. However, with the sensory enhancement brought by the symbiotic ritual, he soon noticed something unusual in the study. There is a large amount of metal inside this wall. It should be some kind of mechanical structure. Looking at the wall before him, Hughes raised an eyebrow. He actually found something. This manor truly hid some unknown secrets. Glancing around the pitch-dark room, he, unaffected by the darkness, began investigating other metal structures in the room. If the mechanism behind this wall was mechanical, it had to be connected to a transmission system extending elsewhere. That made things much easier. Hughes began to sense the walls of the entire house inch by inch. Soon he discovered that metal was connected to the fireplace inside the wall. On closer inspection, there was indeed a charred section deep in the fireplace. It looked like stone, but inside it was pressed against a spring and gears. This depth, Hughes looked around, then took a long-handled axe from the display shelf above the fireplace. The axe had a sharp spike at its tip, which he used to reach deep into the fireplace mechanism. It was just the right length. Hughes pressed the axe tip against the stone and applied light force. With a deep clanking of gears engaging, the chimney portion of the fireplace flipped backward, revealing a gap just big enough for a person to pass through. Hughes curled his fingers, licked them with his tongue, and then extended them into the hole. The air is circulating, there's another exit below. A look of delight appeared on Hughes' face. Not rushing inside, he turned to the study's door, observed for a while, and confirmed that the sound of the opening passage had not alarmed anyone. Only then did he return to the fireplace. He did not bring a lantern for illumination. His night vision was entirely sufficient. Tightening his sleeves and the hem of his clothes, he took a deep breath and stepped into the opening. Entering the secret passage, Hughes did not rush forward, but instead ran his hands along the walls. Sure enough, not far in, he found two metal pull rings, one high and one low. He tried pulling the higher one, and the wall behind him slowly closed. The passage was covered in moss, emitting a faint bioluminescent glow in the darkness. Hughes kicked the stone steps underfoot. They were slightly slippery. He took a breath, finding the air full of the scent of seawater. It was obvious where this passage led. Hughes walked downward while observing his surroundings. This place did not seem to be entirely man-made. After just a few steps, he entered a cave-like space, where a small stream flowed downward along the path. Hughes approached the stream, scooped up some water, and sipped it. Fresh water. With a water source here, if he stored some food, he could survive a long time. Hughes reached into the water and once again activated his extraordinary senses. The previously vague perception of water was now incredibly clear. He felt as if he had transformed into a fish, following the stream all the way down. Just ahead lay the ocean. And that familiar presence, as if sensing his actions, excitedly swirled in the sea before slowly stepping onto the shore and approaching him. Hughes instinctively reached for his gun but grabbed nothing. Only then did he remember that he had not brought any weapons with him. Forget it. If it wanted to harm me, it would have done so back at the dock. I might as well meet it directly. Retracting his senses, Hughes followed the stream downward. The trickling of water echoed around him, and in the distance, the faint crashing of waves against the shore gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It wasn't long before that familiar yet grotesque figure appeared before Hughes. Unlike the near-death state he had seen at the dock, the creature now looked entirely different. It was still a swollen mass of flesh, but there was no longer any sign of weakness or decay. Several limbs extended from the flesh, supporting it on the ground, crawling in an extremely bizarre and awkward manner. And on that fleshy mass, amid the swollen tissue, faint scales could be seen. The creature before him resembled a bloated corpse more than a living being, yet it was visibly full of life. It was utterly strange. Hughes' eye twitched. Even in his previous life, a creature like this would only appear in horror films. Logically speaking, seeing such a shockingly grotesque figure should have at least startled him, if not driven him mad. Yet, strangely, he only felt a sense of familiarity. He could perceive its hideousness, knew that its appearance was repulsive, but the feeling was oddly unreal. It was complicated to explain, but it was like encountering a grotesque monster in a video game from his past life. When separated by a screen, no matter how bizarre the design, it remained just that. So looking at the creature before him, Hughes found it surprisingly bearable. Was this the effect of the symbiotic contract? Yet the bloated creature itself seemed extremely uncomfortable. As if ashamed of its hideous appearance, it tried to shrink in on itself, attempting to hide its swollen limbs. It was somewhat comical sight. Did it have a sense of beauty and ugliness similar to humans? Seeing the clumsy actions of the bloated creature, Hughes' tension eased significantly. "Forgive me, my master, for allowing you to witness my ugly form." A muffled voice came from the creature, acknowledging its futile attempt to conceal itself. Was it ugly? Indeed it was, but Hughes knew it wasn't supposed to look like this. At least in the deep sea it should appear more natural. However, Hughes had no time to argue about this because, "What did you just call me?" "My master," the bloated creature responded, as if understanding his thoughts, and continued, "You are the redemption of the cursed. You have led us away from our tragic fate, so you are like a god to us." Hughes' face twitched. What was this creature talking about? Why was it suddenly calling him a god? "Please allow me to explain," the bloated creature said sincerely. "You better explain it properly," Hughes thought. If it had been anyone else, they would have run away in fear from such a reckless declaration. Crossing his arms, Hughes stared at the creature. "In my tribe's cursed, once there has always been such a legend. We were not always like this. It was because we failed to protect our god, lost our homeland, and were cursed by our god in his dying moments that we became so ugly and disgusting. But the world has not completely abandoned us. A new god will appear on the land, leading us to a new promised land, breaking the curse and rebuilding our home." The bloated monster clumsily bent down, prostrating itself on the ground. "I believe you are the redemption foretold in the prophecy." Hughes widened his eyes, speaking in disbelief. "Wait, you're saying Yaoir people, there are many of you. You've always been like this. Have you never tried venturing into the deep sea? The bloated monster nodded. Yes, due to various reasons, our tribe has always been trapped in the shallow sea. If you are willing, you can come with me into the sea, and I will inform my people of the truth behind the curse. I'm not sure if water pressure is truly the cause of our curse, but this is a hope. Everything happening now matches the prophecy exactly. I firmly believe that you are our long-awaited salvation. Besides, my people have nothing left to lose. Indeed, it was merely a matter of trying to go into the deep sea. Even if it turned out to be incorrect, there was no loss. If he were in their position, he would certainly give it a try. Hughes glanced at the distant ocean. I may not be able to witness it. As you can see, I'm not a god, nor can I breathe underwater weight. A bold speculation suddenly surfaced in his mind. The symbiotic contract had granted him new senses and abilities. Could it possibly include underwater breathing? Breathing underwater, swimming freely in the vast ocean. Hugh's heart pounded wildly. He stared at the bloated monster in front of him, his fingers trembling slightly. I can sense the water, and I can feel your presence. Could it be? Yes, my lord, the symbiotic contract of my tribe grants the other party the ability to survive in water. Whether in the deep sea or on land, nothing will hinder your movement anymore. Blood surged from his heart, excitement boiling to his head. Hugh's eyes were full of surprise. He was just an ordinary person whose knowledge of the sea was limited to aquariums. Now he could personally go down and see it. This kind of extraordinary ability, had he really obtained it. He had to go. Even if he died, it would be worth the experience. Hughes turned to look at the sea surface within the cave. The symbiotic contract sent waves of familiarity, as if this was not an unknown territory, but rather something warm and welcoming like home. He took several deep breaths to steady his excited emotions. Where are your people? In the sea. My people are not far from here. I had planned to depart after signing the contract with you, but I didn't expect you to. It hesitated for a moment before continuing. Your species is somewhat fragile. I was worried that if I left, the contract would continue draining your life force, putting you in danger, so I stayed here to wait for you. Hughes looked at the bloated monster's massive body, then lowered his head to examine his own relatively slender physique, even by human standards. His eye twitched slightly, no way around it. This body was that of a noble who lacked exercise. He had even fainted immediately after signing the contract, probably scaring the monster. It was quite loyal, not abandoning him and leaving, instead choosing to wait. It probably really saw him as a god. My lord, there are indeed some dangers in the sea, but avoiding them is not difficult. Besides, we are fulfilling an ancient prophecy, so everything will go smoothly. Hughes squinted his eyes, rubbing his chin in thought. Setting aside the monster's blind fanaticism towards the prophecy, Hughes felt that he could go. Just visiting these creatures' kin in the sea shouldn't pose much risk. From what he had seen, their worldview was somewhat similar to humans, making communication possible. If they could become allies, they might become a valuable force for his future domain. And most importantly, he really wanted to see the ocean firsthand. Although he constantly reminded himself to be cautious, the temptation was just too great. At worst, he could simply descend again. Lead the way. The bloated monster stepped toward the sea first. There may be some obstacles, but do not worry, I will protect you. We will not lose our god again. The two soon entered the water. Hughes curiously looked around. The sea was much warmer than he had imagined. Though he was only wearing simple sleepwear, which made the cold night air on land uncomfortable, the moment he entered the ocean, it felt like he had fallen into a warm embrace. The water visibility was decent, but at night the sea was shrouded in darkness. Occasionally, bioluminescent creatures flickered at the surface, attracting schools of fish. Hughes held his breath at first. After a moment's thought, he exhaled completely and took a deep gulp of seawater. They were still near the shore. If he choked, he could always climb back up. But the feeling of suffocation never came. Instead, it felt as natural and comfortable as taking a deep breath on a crisp morning. He tried expelling the water from his mouth and realized he wasn't simply inhaling and exhaling water as a substitute for breathing. He could actually breathe underwater just like he did on land. The seawater did not enter his nasal cavity, yet he was still breathing. Sensation was indescribably strange, but he found that as long as he didn't focus on it, his body instinctively took over. Shaking his head, Hughes realized he had lost sight of the strange fish. After a moment of thought, he concentrated on his senses. Quickly, the familiar feeling spread, and he detected a presence nearby that felt close and familiar. He instinctively wanted to move forward. Before he could even consider how to navigate underwater, his body naturally began moving. It was neither walking nor traditional swimming. He simply drifted toward the strange fish, and by comparing his speed to the nearby fish, he realized he was moving quite fast. The bloated monster's voice echoed in his mind. You can communicate with me directly through your consciousness. This is a power granted by the symbiotic contract. We call it the Mind Link. Mind Link. Hughes was surprised. He tried it out and found that the ability was even more useful than he had imagined. He only needed to think, and his message would be conveyed, making it far more efficient than speaking. Isn't this better than a phone? However, the bloated monster explained that this form of communication had a very limited range, requiring direct line of sight to work. Any significant obstruction would weaken it significantly. Also, it cannot be blocked. In an open space, communication can be maintained over long distances, but if something obstructs the path, the effect diminishes greatly. Line of sight range, straight line transmission, rapid decline when obstructed. Hugh's heart stirred. These characteristics felt oddly familiar. Strictly speaking, this was very similar to radio communication. In an open and unobstructed environment, radio communication could cover an extremely long range. Shortwave radio stations on Earth could even utilize atmospheric reflection to establish connections across half the planet. But underwater, Hughes looked at the pitch-black seawater around him. Underwater radio communication was extremely difficult. Only very long wavelengths with extremely low frequencies could be used, and there were many other limitations. For example, submarines used very low-frequency VLF communication, which required surfacing to reception depth and could not travel too fast during transmission. Moreover, submarines' transmitters and antennas were enormous, significantly reducing crew space. Yet neither he nor the bloated monster had such equipment, and they could communicate effortlessly while diving. Hughes turned to look at the bloated monster. If this kind of mental communication was akin to radio waves from his past life, then the symbiotic contract should be similar to tuning into a specific frequency where only the two of them existed, enabling one-on-one communication. But what if a machine could locate this frequency and intercept or transmit signals? Hughes took a sharp breath. The principle behind such a machine was not overly complex, and in just a short moment he had already thought of numerous potential applications. This trip had truly been worthwhile, Hughes thought to himself. The bloated monster continued leading him deeper into the ocean. The further they went, the less light there was, especially since it was nighttime. The water was not as clear as it was near the surface, and visibility was decreasing. Seeing a few meters ahead was already quite fortunate. At this moment, the senses granted by the symbiotic contract began to take effect. This mystical perception replaced vision, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with absolute clarity. Could this be some kind of biological sonar or radar? Dolphins relied on echolocation, emitting 2 overlapping sound beams on high and 1 low for highly accurate positioning. That was exactly how Hughes felt now. He could perceive his entire surroundings as if he were at the center of a sphere. He could even detect objects behind minor obstacles, such as a patch of seaweed in front of him, through which he could clearly see a lobster hidden behind it. Excited, Hughes spun around in the water. This sensation was too miraculous, an experience he had never imagined before. Closing his eyes made the entire world even clearer and brighter. Hughes had used similar technology before. Car-mounted radar could rapidly scan the environment and generate a 3D map, but it had never provided such an intuitive, seamless experience. The bloated monster and the symbiotic contract had brought him far too many surprises. These sensory abilities, whether viewed from a physical or magical perspective, had immense application potential. Even on the technologically advanced Earth, they would have triggered a worldwide revolution. And now, it was time for this world to experience the shock of Castle Island. Hughes couldn't help but curl his lips into a grin. Following the strange fish, he swam for a long time until it gradually slowed down. Hughes also sensed something was off, the scent of blood. He had never known what blood smelled like in the ocean before, but now he understood it was as if a splash of paint had been poured onto the ground, a stark and unmistakable presence. In the distance, many sharks swam about, yet for some reason they did not dare to approach. "What's going on?" Hughes asked the bloated monster through their mental link. "Something is wrong. The fishmen seem to be fighting." Fishmen, Hughes was startled. Several images flashed through his mind, but soon he saw the fishmen for himself. They were humanoid creatures with fish heads, wielding various weapons as they swam toward him from afar. Despite being called fishmen, they bore no human characteristics at all. They looked more like large fish that had grown limbs. Their heads were disproportionately large, filled with rows of sharp teeth, while their hands and feet appeared thin and frail. In the water, they swam by undulating their bodies, with their webbed limbs merely serving to maintain balance and adjust direction. The bloated monster pulled Hughes into a nearby coral cluster to hide. These fishmen did not seem to have keen senses, as they paid no attention to them and continued swimming in the same direction. "They appear to be fighting my kin." Hughes raised an eyebrow. So these two races were enemies. Recalling how the bloated monster had previously mentioned that its kind was trapped in the shallow sea, he wondered if it had something to do with the fishmen. Hughes voiced his speculation through the mind link. The bloated monster nodded. "Your guess is correct. My kin have long been enslaved by the fishmen." Hughes glanced at the bloated monster's massive body, then at the fishmen swimming in the distance. Purely in terms of size, several fishmen combined still wouldn't match this creature. "The fishmen outnumber my kin by a great margin. Most of our strength is spent resisting water pressure. To gain the opportunity for a symbiotic contract, we have no choice but to endure enslavement. It paused before continuing. I don't know what the fishmen have done, but my kin are fighting them now. Originally, I planned to sneak in, reveal the truth about water pressure, and persuade my kin to seek a new home in the deep sea. Hughes could sense the monster's inner conflict. It didn't want to drag him into danger, but it was also deeply concerned for its people. Let's go check on your kin. We'll be careful. After a brief hesitation, Hughes decided to follow. If he ignored this situation, the bloated monsters, despite their extraordinary abilities, might be wiped out. They were already weaker than the fishmen, which was why they had been enslaved. Moreover, this place wasn't far from Castle Island. Leaving such a threat unchecked could be risky in the future. If the bloated monsters perished, he would have to deal with the fishmen himself. Strangely, as the Lord of Castle Island, he had known nothing about these underwater fishmen. Regardless of being Duke Cohen's illegitimate son or a vassal of Her Majesty the Empress, this was unusual. No matter how much he tried to recall, he had no relevant information in his memory. Did the Empire also know nothing about these fishmen despite their proximity? Had the fishmen simply remained hidden for generations, avoiding all contact with the outside world? Or was there another reason? Hughes narrowed his eyes. Master, Ash will protect you with his life, the bloated monster said gratefully. Ash, is that your name? Yes, it means, oh my kin. Ash's voice grew urgent as it pointed forward. Hughes looked up and immediately frowned. The water ahead was murky with blood and scattered limbs, attracting schools of sharks that circled at a distance. Numerous twisted, bloated creatures, Ash's kin, the so-called cursed ones, were locked in battle with the fishmen. This was their war. Although the bloated monsters possessed formidable combat strength, their power seemed to come at a cost. Despite not sustaining any visible injuries, they would collapse after fighting for a period of time. Thus, even though they forced the fishmen to retreat step by step, their own numbers were also rapidly dwindling. However, they still held the upper hand. Before long, the fishmen could no longer withstand the assault and wailed as they fled in all directions. One fishman happened to collide with Hughes, who was hiding nearby. It let out a howl and hurled its steel trident at him. It was too fast. Hughes felt he couldn't dodge in time. He attempted to twist his body to avoid a fatal wound, but at that moment an angry shout erupted behind him. Ash lunged forward, caught the trident, and in one swift motion, drove it into the fishman's chest. The fishman let out a shrill scream as dark green blood gushed from its chest. Struggling, it fell toward the seabed. Impressive, Hughes couldn't help but exclaim. In the distance, the bloated monsters took notice and began to gather around. Ash, you're still alive. The Fishman's clan warriors will arrive soon. We must leave immediately. Go where? There's no place left for us in the storm ocean. We're doomed. Then what can we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait to be exterminated by the fishmen? Why not take a few more of them down with us? Silence. Ash raised the blood-stained trident, its crimson stains drifting in the seawater. Raising his voice, he declared, I have found a way to break the curse. We need to enter the abyssal trench. He pointed toward the seabed not far away. There, a massive fissure stretched across nearly the entire ocean floor, like a twisted scar threatening to split the sea in two. Was that the abyssal trench? It appeared to be some sort of deep-sea rift. The bloated monsters fell silent for a moment before erupting into an uproar. Break the curse. What did you just say? Break the curse. Can the curse really be lifted? Is the prophecy coming true? The abyssal trench. I've heard that it's the grave of all life. Every creature that enters goes mad, and no one has ever come back alive. We hiss, but the prophecy says the god comes from the land. This human. Hughes had not been deliberately hiding, and the bloated monsters had long since noticed him. However, since they did not perceive him as a threat, they had ignored his presence until now. Various gazes fell upon Hughes, mostly filled with suspicion. Indeed, if he put himself in their position, he wouldn't easily believe that an outsider could be the so-called god. But why was Ash so certain? Thinking back, it seemed that ever since they formed the symbiotic contract, he had recognized him as such. Ash slammed the trident into the seabed. Once the surroundings quieted, he spoke loudly, Tribesmen, there is no time to explain. The enemy is nearly upon us, we must unite. I know you have many doubts, but we have no other path left. Believe me, believe in the prophecy, believe in the god. If we reach the abyssal trench, we can break the curse. If we choose to fight, we fight to the last moment. Live on our knees or die on our feet. Ash looked around, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Besides, the path ahead is not entirely hopeless. The pressure of the abyssal trench may be fatal to other races, but for us it is an opportunity for transformation. 1,000 years. We have been enslaved for 1,000 years. Now with our blood and flesh, let us carve a path for our descendants. Ash raised the trident high. The raging emotions in their eyes churned like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Tribesmen, make your choice here and now. Ash said nothing more. He simply closed his eyes. One by one, the bloated monsters around him did the same. A ritual before battle. Moments later, they reopened their eyes. Though their expressions varied, they all turned their gazes toward the abyssal trench. Hughes was stunned. Had they already reached a consensus? They had been arguing in chaos just a moment ago, yet all it took was closing their eyes for them to unite. Something must have happened in that instant, something that allowed them to reach a decision so quickly. No matter what differences they had before, they could now cooperate. It must be some kind of extraordinary power. Unfortunately, now was not the time to delve deeper into it. This ability was efficient and swift. If not for the pressure of the ocean depths and their limited numbers, this race could have been exceptional warriors. Suddenly, Hughes looked up into the distance. The other bloated monsters also raised their heads. One thing was certain: they needed to act now. The once hesitant bloated monsters were suddenly cheering. Following their gaze, Hughes saw a ship sailing toward them from afar, a ship navigating the ocean depths. It was riddled with decayed holes, had no sails, yet bore a dark flag emblazoned with a curved blade piercing through a skull. No one was steering it, yet the helm turned on its own as if guided by unseen sailors. A ghost ship, the term suddenly surfaced in Hughes' mind. A deep sense of unease crept over him. This was the ocean floor. Was there a ship here? The fishermen were celebrating, clearly indicating the ship had come to assist them. And that ghost ship, for some reason, it felt strangely familiar. "Master, please come with us into the abyssal trench." The bloated monsters wasted no time. After a brief discussion, they gathered and charged toward the depths of the trench. As they descended, the eerie wooden ship came to a halt. The next moment, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. Hughes, diving deeper with the group, turned to look back. Countless multicolored streaks shot through the water like fireworks, racing toward them. For an instant, the explosion's brilliance illuminated the abyssal trench. But standing at its edge, Hughes had no time to appreciate the spectacle. An indescribable terror gripped his heart as if an icy hand had seized it. His instincts screamed in warning. If he was hit by those things, he would die. The bloated monsters exchanged glances. Without hesitation, they split into two groups, one continuing downward, the other rushing toward the incoming projectiles. Ash surged forward, grabbing Hughes' hand and pulling him deeper into the trench. Ash did not answer. Bitter seawater brushed past Hughes as he continued pulling him downward. Hughes did not resist. He merely turned his head and silently watched those who had chosen to face the attack. Their bodies were bloated and hideous, their eyes small and buried in folds of flesh. Yet within those eyes burned a raging fire, the fire of vengeance, mixed with the ghost ship's cannon fire, as if declaring their fury to all life in the ocean depths. Hughes widened his eyes, trying to engrave this moment into his memory. Just before impact, the bloated monsters' bodies suddenly swelled to several times their original size. Blinding white light erupted from within them. For a brief instant, the world seemed to fall silent. Everything moved in slow motion. Hughes stared fixedly as the massive sphere of light expanded in his pupils. Then an earth-shattering explosion engulfed everything. Boom. The immense blast compressed the seawater into rippling shockwaves before violently expanding outward. At that moment, it was as if a sun had risen from the depths of the sea. Its radiance even penetrated the layers of ocean, illuminating the night sky above. The ghost ship attempted to turn, but it was quickly swallowed by the fiery explosion. The distant fishermen, faces twisted in horror, fled desperately, but it was too late. Like insects struggling on a beach, they were buried by the surging tidal waves. Boom! Most of the shockwave blasted outward from the abyssal trench. Only a small portion surged into the depths, rapidly chasing after Hughes and the others. Hughes felt as if he had been struck by a giant hammer, his vision darkening. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body itching, feared he was done for. The human body was simply too fragile. But just as he vaguely sensed death approaching, a warm current suddenly flowed through the symbiotic contract, rapidly repairing his internal organs. The symbiotic contract is absolutely equal. Earlier, when I was severely injured, it drew upon your life force to heal me. Now, this is my repayment to you. Ash's voice came from the side. It seemed significantly weaker just now. The contract must have drained its life force to heal Hughes. As long as the contract doesn't drain either party completely in an instant, it will gradually distribute the injuries between both sides. So the reason he had passed out before was simply because he was too weak. Otherwise, this symbiotic contract would actually be more beneficial to him after all. Ash's vitality was far superior to his own. Hughes steadied himself before raising his head to look around. Fragments of Ash's tribemen's corpses rained down from above. They had sacrificed their lives to cause a massive explosion, perishing together with the ghost ship. The fishmen indeed feared the abyssal trench. After releasing the ghost ship, they did not continue their attack. The cursed ones silently gathered together. They looked toward Ash, waiting for an explanation. Ash nodded at Hughes before beginning to explain the principles of water pressure. As it spoke, the eyes of these cursed ones gradually widened. Water pressure. Our curse is actually water pressure. Incredible, impossible, but now that I think about it, none of our people have ever attempted to enter the abyssal trench. Who would come here? Entering the abyssal trench would drive one insane. A thought suddenly stirred in Hugh's mind. He had heard them mention more than once that entering the abyssal trench would cause madness. He could understand that it was dangerous no matter how powerful a being was. Death was always a possibility, but what did they mean by going mad? Could the waters here contain certain chemicals that induce mental illness? One of the cursed ones stepped forward, bowing slightly toward Hughes. You are indeed a most learned sage. Regardless of whether your speculation is correct, you have earned our respect and friendship. Then it turned to Ash. Ash, we are willing to believe you. When we linked minds just now, we saw your sincerity and determination. We trust your judgment, but we also need you to tell us we are you so certain that he is a god. The cursed ones grew somewhat restless. Hughes noticed many hopeful gazes cast his way. This race had suffered under curses and enslavement for too long. They both yearned for salvation and found it hard to believe it could be real. Deep down, they truly wanted Hughes to be a god. Unfortunately, they were bound to be disappointed. Hughes smiled bitterly. He was nothing more than an ordinary man, relying on a bit of cleverness and luck. If he could help these poor creatures, that was already fortunate. How could he possibly be a god? Moreover, Hughes frowned. He felt an instinctive aversion to the term god. As a transmigrator, he hoped to see mortals take control of their own fates rather than be ruled by some divine being. Ash stepped forward. Having shared much of its life force with Hughes through the symbiotic contract, it now appeared visibly weakened, but its gaze remained resolute. I have formed a symbiotic contract with him, as you all know. Ash looked around, but there is one crucial detail. The contract was signed instantly. The sea fell into silence. Instantly, what do you mean? A young clansman asked curiously, exactly what it sounds like. I proposed the contract, and it was immediately signed without discussion, without communication. At the moment of signing, through my contract perception, I realized that he was unaware of the specifics of the symbiotic contract. Contract perception does not lie. In that instant, I glimpsed into his heart. He truly did not know about the symbiotic contract. They froze, taking a moment to process Ash's words before turning to Hughes with shocked expressions. Only the cursed ones understood the true significance of this. They exchanged glances, and when they looked at Hughes again, their eyes were filled with reverence. Ash scanned the surroundings, realizing that no one would doubt Hughes' identity anymore. An instant contract. This is a contract from God. A god. He truly is a god. Were the legends real? There really exists a contract that forms instantly. Hughes was stunned. Why had these cursed ones suddenly changed their attitude? Wait a moment, I still don't understand. Does the fact that I accepted instantly mean that I am a god? He asked in confusion. Silence fell around him. Ash turned to him. Master, the contract is absolutely equal. For it to take effect, before I even explained, it can only mean one thing: you accepted everything about the contract. This has never happened before. To accept a contract unconditionally means to be utterly unafraid of any risks it might entail. Hughes opened his mouth but couldn't refute it. He truly had no fear of the contract's risks. At worst, he would die. He had already died once before, but he couldn't exactly tell these cursed ones that he could reincarnate at will. That would make him sound even more like a god. A small voice spoke up. I still don't understand. If he were just a madman completely unafraid of death, wouldn't he also be able to sign the contract instantly? The tribesmen turned their gazes toward the speaker. Monica, you are still young and have little experience with the symbiotic contract, a nearby clansman said gently, patting her back. The contract is the embodiment of reason. Those who have fallen into madness cannot form it. As for fearlessness of death, no matter how courageous a person is, there will always be a trace of hesitation in their subconscious. Even the slightest hesitation cannot escape the contract's absolute equality. Besides, at the moment of signing, both parties glimpse into each other's hearts, and most importantly, our prophecy clearly states that the newly emerged god will sign the contract instantly, just as in the past. Ash nodded. Yes, everything aligns perfectly. Not a single detail is off. An instantly formed contract. This was something the cursed ones had only ever heard of in ancient legends. The tales spoke of how, when the gods signed contracts with their people before they lost their homeland, the contracts would form instantly. According to legend, this was how their first ancestor, the first symbiotic contract, came into being. To the cursed ones, only a god could make a symbiotic contract form instantly. A god knew everything. A god cared not for the cost. But later, their race lost their homeland, lost their god, lost their normal bodhisattva, had lost too much. They had sunk into endless suffering for countless ages. And now, Ash turned to look at Hughes, feeling his blood boil within him. This man was the cursed one's new god, the one who had revealed the truth of their curse to him. He lowered his gaze to the abyssal trench, the deep sea perhaps that was the promised land of the cursed ones. Hope, salvation, divinity. This man was everything to the cursed ones. They could not lose their god again. A resolute and fearless will surged in Ash's heart. From the moment the symbiotic contract took effect, Ash had known its destiny. It would protect its god, no matter the cost. Hughes' throat moved, but he couldn't find any words to refute. It was indeed too much of a coincidence. Just as Ash had said, everything matched up, and why should he refute it? He wasn't actively deceiving anyone. Perhaps the prophecy was real and he truly was the god of this tribe. His territory was still under threat from pirates. With these foreign beings who revered him as a god, pirates might no longer be much of a problem. Hughes wavered slightly. Before he could think further, Ash's voice rang out beside him again. Let's continue diving, complete our transformation, fulfill our mission, and not let our fallen kin's sacrifices be in vain. The cursed ones nodded and dived deeper together. Some turned their heads to sneak glances at Hughes, their eyes filled with fanaticism and anticipation. This made Hughes feel as if he were sitting on needles. My hand. A sudden exclamation rang out. The tribe members turned to see one of them raising a limb bone that might truly be called a hand now. Though still swollen, faint muscle lines were beginning to emerge. It was indeed an arm. The tribe member stared at their arm in a daze, carefully touching it as if it were the most precious thing in the world. The others gazed obsessively at the limb, which was no longer bloated. They looked as if they had seen a rare treasure, approaching cautiously yet not daring to touch it. It's true, the prophecy is real. God is with us. Let's keep diving. This wretched curse will soon leave us behind. Ash paused for a moment. Nothais isn't a curse. It's the change in water pressure. It's the trial given to us by our God. After speaking, Ash swiftly dived downward, and the other bloated creatures accelerated their descent. Hughes had no choice but to follow. As they plunged deeper at a frenzied pace, Hughes could no longer see the entrance to the abyss. Fortunately, the symbiotic contract allowed him to see even without light. As their speed increased, the warm seawater rushed past their bodies, leaving behind white bubbles trailing like silk ribbons. The cursed ones cheered as they charged deeper into the abyss. Hughes instinctively shielded his face with his hand. When he lowered it, the water flow had begun to slow, and the cursed ones around him had come to a stop. He looked at the surrounding creatures, his eyes widening. Their swollen and hideous skins slowly receded, revealing smooth bodies akin to sculptures. The twisted limbs, distorted by swelling, gradually returned to their original form. Before Hughes' astonished eyes, they soon revealed their true appearances. Their upper bodies resembled human females, yet they had 3 pairs of arms. Their lower bodies, however, were long serpentine tails. When hunched over in their bloated forms, they had been about the same size as humans, but now, standing upright, they were taller than Hughes. Mermaids. Hughes' mouth gaped open. He had originally assumed these bloated creatures would revert to some kind of walrus-like beings, but never had he expected them to be mermaids. No, not the mermaids from the legends of his previous life. Hughes calmed himself. Though they were similarly beautiful, they had no fishtails, and their number of arms did not match. What is a mermaid? A foreign face approached him. Hughes instinctively stepped back before realizing the familiar sensation coming from the symbiotic contract. Staring at the beautiful face before him, Hughes murmured in disbelief, "You're Ash." She flicked her snake tail and looked at Hughes with some confusion. For the first time, Hughes seriously examined this bloated monster with whom he had signed a contract. Her tail was long and adorned with delicate light gray scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Her 6 arms were slender and powerful, and her face was resolute. Her long hair and eyebrows were silver white, drifting gently in the water like dazzling jewels under sunlight. There was a strange beauty to her. If not for the fact that she was much taller than him, she could indeed be called a beauty. Well, half the beauty. Hughes had no time to judge the appearance of his symbiote. He turned his gaze to the surroundings. Though their facial features and scale colors varied, they all shared a similar appearance. Hughes steadied himself and looked at Ash, who was still waiting for an answer. Slowly he spoke. "Mermaids are mythical, beautiful beings, somewhat like you. When I first saw your true forms, I instinctively thought of them, but upon closer look, there are still differences." Hughes glanced at their snake tails, feeling that they resembled the Nagas from his past life's legends more than mermaids. Curious, he asked, "What is your tribe's name? We can't keep calling you the Cursed, can we?" In truth, he had always called them bloated monsters in his mind. Hughes thought to himself as his gaze swept over Ash's slender form. There was nothing bloated about her at all. "Sirens," she said slowly, her tone carrying a sense of mourning and remembrance. "We are the sirens of the 7 seas." Suddenly, she raised her voice. The surrounding sirens turned to look. Ash straightened her posture and spoke boldly, "Tribe members, the prophecy of old has been fulfilled. A new God has led us through our transformation and freed us from our curse. We are no longer pitiful cursed, but sirens who roam freely beneath the 7 seas." The sirens slowly gathered around. The long years of enslavement had nearly made them forget the taste of freedom. Shedding their curse was nothing short of rebirth. Ash's tone grew more fervent. "Once we lost our God, our home, everything. When we had nothing left, a new God descended upon us, guiding us to break the curse and journey toward the promised land. My kin, let us offer our loyalty to our new God." The siren's eyes shone brightly as they gazed fanatically at Hughes. Ash swayed her snake tail and slowly swam toward him. Hughes lifted his head to look up at Ash. For the first time, he realized how towering his contract partner truly was. Ash lowered her gaze. Then, crossing all three pairs of arms over her chest, she slid her tail backward. Her tall frame leaned forward, kneeling before Hughes. "My lord, you have saved us. The sirens offer you our loyalty. Please speak your name, and we shall spread it across the seven seas." Her thick silver-white hair danced in the water, and for a moment, Hughes felt as if he were standing in a river of shimmering silver. He turned his head to look around. The sirens had all bowed down. The fanatical and devout atmosphere was like a fervent battle hymn, making his heart pound and his throat dry. Hughes knew that as long as he spoke his name, or even simply remained ambiguous, he would become the god of these sirens, free to command them as he pleased. He didn't need to do anything. Even if he left his intentions vague, the sirens themselves would fill in the gaps. He had done nothing wrong. Besides, his arrival perfectly aligned with the prophecy. Was he truly not a god? Perhaps the Golden Throne was his divine kingdom, and these bodies were merely vessels for his descent into the mortal world. There were no drawbacks. Look at these sirens. They were eagerly awaiting the emergence of a new god. He was helping them. His heart pounded wildly. His will wavered. His reason flickered like a candle in the wind. Hughes clenched his teeth. His breathing grew heavier, and his eyes turned slightly red. Clearly, there was an enormous benefit before him, but why did he feel a sense of disgust in his heart? Yes, disgust. He was disgusted by this feeling, just like when he was at the dock and saw that ugly, bloated monster. Even though he knew this world possessed extraordinary power, he still tried to use his knowledge to seek out the truth before him. Some things are deeply engraved in the soul. He knew very little about this world, yet he still tried to piece together its true form with the clues in his hands. Doubt and reflection. Human civilization was born from them, and modern science is the bountiful fruit they bear. Even if the world had changed and his knowledge had become worthless, he had never abandoned doubt and reflection. What about gods? Gods only demand obedience, but science encourages questioning. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person. He did not believe in gods, only in himself. He fed himself with his own hands and pursued his dreams with his own feet. In this life, his origins were unclear. Perhaps gods truly existed in this world. Should he then bow his head in reverence or allow the sirens before him to exalt him onto a divine throne? Would he simply follow the path of those before him, pretending to be divine? Was that all he was capable of? Hughes closed his eyes and clenched his fists. So what if gods existed? So what if they did not? Humanity in his previous life was so arrogant that they measured the world with their own feet and constructed a star map with science and belief that left no place for gods. Hughes, you have witnessed the brilliance of mortals, and now you would surrender to desire, gods, curses, prophecies. What he saw was a group of slaves who bravely stood up and shattered their own shackles, and now he was supposed to seize the crown. Hughes abruptly opened his eyes. The chaotic and disorderly thoughts scattered in an instant. His will, tempered by temptation, became as firm as steel. There was no more hesitation in his gaze. "Rise, sirens, you should not worship me," Hughes shouted loudly. The sirens lifted their heads, their eyes filled with confusion as they looked at the small-statured human before them. He turned to his side. "Ash, tell me, was the water pressure I mentioned at the dock correct or not?" Ash was slightly startled. Of course it was correct. "We have now returned to our original forms. Back then I said this was knowledge from books. Do you remember?" Ash nodded. "Yes, you did say that. Then tell me, what freed you from the curse? Was it me, or was it knowledge?" Ash was momentarily stunned, then her eyes widened. Hughes took a step forward and looked around. "Sirens, tell Muho carved a bloody path through the fishman's siege. Who withstood the ghost ship's cannon fire? Was it me?" The sirens froze. They vaguely realized what Hughes was trying to do, and that terrifying possibilitino, even just thinking about it, made them tremble all over. Some sirens looked down at their own hands, bewildered. Some held their heads in agony, their eyes filled with confusion. Hughes knew the answer was already in their hearts, they just did not dare to face it. Now he needed to push them further. A siren hesitated before standing up to answer. We fought for you, for God. No, you fought for freedom." Hughes declared loudly without hesitation. "What I saw were fearless warriors. I saw sacrifices made without a second thought. I saw noble fury surging in your eyes. I saw you shatter the chains of fate with your own hands. You are no longer slaves. This is not a gift from the gods. This is a victory earned with your own courage and blood." The seabed was as silent as a snowy morning. The sirens' faces were filled with shock and even fear. What Hughes had said was something they had never dared to consider before. His words were heretical, blasphemous even. Yet, it was their God himself who had spoken to them. The God saves the sirens, and the sirens protect the godthais was the song passed down since ancient times, an unshakable belief rooted in every siren's soul. For thousands of years, they had sung this song while defending their homeland. They had sung it while enduring the curse. They believed they would continue singing it to welcome the next god for eternity. Now someone was telling them that the ones they should be singing for were themselves. The sirens fell into disarray. Their worldview cracked ever so slightly before being utterly shattered by the humans standing before them. "We are no longer slaves," a siren murmured softly. More sirens lifted their heads. They tried to think before. All they had to do was obey. Obey the gods, obey the slave masters, obey the prophecies, obey fate. But now, the god they worshipped was telling them to think for themselves. Slowly, an unthinkable answer surfaced in their minds, and what terrified them even more was that this answer came from their own thoughts. The atmosphere was deathly silent. The sirens lowered their heads, unwilling to acknowledge the terrifying truth that had emerged in their minds. Hughes waited patiently. He knew that something was about to be born. Finally, a siren straightened up, her face filled with horror as she looked at Hughes. So, you are not. She covered her mouth abruptly and shook her head frantically, as if trying to swallow her own words. Yes, I am not a god. The sirens heard these words and looked up at Hughes in shock. Time seemed to freeze. I am not a god. I was not a god in the past, and I will not become a god in the future, Hughes said slowly but firmly. I am just a mortal. The sirens fell into silence once more. What had they just heard? A god had denied his own divinity. Even though they had already started to suspect it, hearing Hughes personally confirm it still dealt a great shock to them. Yet, strangely enough, when they first considered the idea, they were terrified. When the idea seemed likely, they trembled. But when it became the truth, they instead felt a sense of relief. Some sirens still could not accept reality. They ranted and shouted, but others lowered their heads in silence, lost in thought. The scene was chaotic. However, a few sirens stared at Hughes with burning eyes. Their gazes were no longer filled with blind fanaticism, but something else. Hughes sighed inwardly. He was no saint, nor did he have an obsession with moral purity. He, too, was greedy and short-sighted at times. Yet, for some reason, when he saw those sincere eyes, he found himself unable to say anything else. He had transmigrated to another world. He no longer feared death. Would he still only dare to hide behind lies? Hughes closed his eyes. He said no more. He knew that the sirens would struggle to accept this truth, as the very concept had never existed for them before. If anyone else had said these words, the sirens would have scoffed. But it had to be him, the one they had exalted onto a divine throne, who stepped down and returned the glory to them. Probably not. Hughes chuckled self-deprecatingly and closed his eyes gently. Tears slid from Monica's swollen and ugly eyes, drifting into the sea. When the Cursed Ones became emotionally agitated, tears would flow from their eyes, which was different from any other race in the sea. Ash, are you leaving too? Ash smiled and brushed against her eye corners with her twisted arm. Don't cry, Monica. Your tears taste too bitter. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Is there really no other way, Sister Ash? This is our fate as Cursed Ones. Ash gently embraced Monica. We failed to protect our homeland, so the gods punished us, making us endure this tearing pain at all times. Monica, do not be afraid. The prophecy once said that when we have atoned for our sins, we will find our promised land, where we can shed this ugly form, where we will not be enslaved, where we can. Promised land? Monica shook her head. No one knows what the promised land looks like. No one knows where it is. How are we supposed to search for an existence we know nothing about, just based on its name? As for the gods, do they really exist? The so-called prophecy is nothing but a story passed down by word of mouth. All I see is a group of slaves struggling to survive. Monica shouted loudly. Ash was stunned. After a long time, she murmured, yes, right now we are just slaves. Yes, the Cursed Ones were nothing more than a group of slaves. There was once a group of Nagas here, and they were the Nagas' slaves. Later, the fishmen drove the Nagas away, and they became the fishermen's slaves. They looked disgusting. Their bodies were swollen and weak. Their only commendable ability there magichad to be used to sustain their flesh magic, which barely kept their bodies from bursting apart, yet also forced them to endure unbearable, tearing pain at all times. Even more tragic, even with flesh magic, they could only live to the age of 15. At 15, their magical abilities would undergo a transformation, becoming stronger. But during that transformation, they would be unable to cast spells, their flesh magic would cease, and their bodies would explode like balloons. Thus, most Cursed Ones would choose to leave the sea just before turning 15, to take one last look at the sky, and to quietly await death under the stars. For some unknown reason, though they were a deep-sea race, they were always drawn to the sky. Watching the stars in the night sky was their greatest pleasure, but tragically they could only see it once in their lifetime. Ash gazed affectionately at the sobbing Monica, her thoughts drifting away. She did not know whether the history passed down by word of mouth was true. Those events were too distant, some even contradicted each other. Legend had it that they once had a vast kingdom, their renown echoing across the 7 great oceans. They were born as the darlings of the world, their bodies incomparably strong, their magic capable of tearing through the seas. Ash lowered her head to look at her own arm. The bloated flesh on it resembled a corpse that had been soaked for too long. From birth, she had known only torment, endless enslavement, and a future devoid of hope. Perhaps legends were just legends. Sister Ash, the last symbiont among our people, has died, and the Flashskill clan refuses to send another fishman to sign a symbiotic contract. Monica's words pulled Ash back to reality. The symbiotic contract was the last lifeline of those known as the Cursed Ones. Flesh magic alone was not enough to keep them alive, so they relied on the symbiotic contract. The symbiotic contract allowed both parties to share life force and granted some unique abilities. It was originally a mutually beneficial arrangement, but after their race was cursed, it gained a flaw. The cursed ones needed a constant supply of life force, and the two parties could not be too far apart. When they were enslaved by the Nagas, it was manageable. The Nagas needed their sensory abilities, and individual Nagas had strong life forces, making them unafraid of the contract slowly draining them. But the fishmen were different. A group of fishmen might be strong, but an individual fishman was weak and could easily be drained dry by the symbiotic contract. Moreover, fishmen were naturally adept at sensing their surroundings, so they did not need the contract for that ability. This made the symbiotic contract even more useless to the Flashskill clan. Thus, fewer and fewer fishmen agreed to the contract, until today, when the last symbiote died. Feeling the increasingly unbearable pain within her body, Ash raised her head and expressionlessly looked at the sea surface. Her people, the cursed ones, did they really have a future? Things were getting worse and their numbers were dwindling. Everything was sinking with no way back. However, none of this had anything to do with her anymore. She would die today, die on the sea, die beneath the starry sky. Ash smiled as she bid farewell to Monica. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, she slowly floated toward the surface of the sea. In the distance, the fishmen watched coldly. They knew that without the symbiotic contract, these ugly monsters would only suffer a slow death. Monica watched Ash's figure grow farther and farther away, feeling as if a part of herself was being taken along. She was still many years away from adulthood, yet she had already experienced too many farewells. The clansmen gathered around her, their swollen arms gently patting her body. Beneath their ugly faces was a clumsy attempt at comfort. The cursed ones had endured too much suffering. They had learned to tolerate but never to grow numb. Monica tried to close her eyes. Tears were the most useless thing in the ocean. Monica opened her eyes. In front of her were her pale, delicate fingers, her long tail, and her flowing hair. So beautiful. She was no longer that ugly monster. No mistake, everything was exactly as it should be, and all of this. She looked at the two-legged fish not far away. That was Hughes, Ash's contractee. Everything felt like a dream. She had just experienced a life and death separation from Ash, yet before long, Ash had returned to the clan, not only surviving but also bringing new information. She said that everything was not a curse. As long as they descended into the deep sea, the cursed ones could return to their original forms. The deep sea. Monica thought of the abyss, a forbidden zone of life where none who entered ever returned. But surprisingly, many clansmen agreed without hesitation. Perhaps they simply didn't want to be slaves anymore. Without the symbiotic contract, the cursed ones had no future, but they also had no shackles. Symbiotes could not stray too far from one another, which was why the cursed ones had been enslaved. But now, the flames of vengeance roared in the eyes of every clansman. They were living beings, they had intelligence, they had emotions. Now let everything burn. Along the way, the blood of the cursed ones dyed the path to the abyss red. Familiar figures fell before her eyes one after another. Monica wanted to say something. She opened her mouth but only tasted bitterness. When she looked up, she suddenly realized everything had already passed. Hughes, her sister's symbiote, was speaking to the clansmen. Monica listened in a daze. She didn't understand what this human was saying, something about knowledge, water pressure, freedom. She didn't understand, they all seemed like complicated words. She looked at Ash. The scales on Ash's body were a beautiful pale gray. Her long silver-white hair shimmered with a faint bluish metallic luster, the aura of magic surging. Ash held a trident high, speaking loudly. Her eyes were filled with determination and fearlessness, mixed with something else. It was a long time before Monica realized that might be hope. She turned to look at Hughes. It was this human who had brought them hope. At this moment, he was solemnly declaring that he was not a god. It didn't matter, Monica thought. She no longer needed a god. The sirens looked at each other, exchanging glances. Some huddled together, whispering among themselves. Occasionally, a few gazes fell on Hughes before quickly shifting away. Hughes let out a light sigh. It was clear that these sirens had truly taken his words to heart and no longer regarded him as a god. He did not regret it, but he did feel a little disappointed. These sirens might be able to bring great help to his territory. After all, his troubles were not few, and besides, they were genuine, extraordinary beings. He had personally witnessed these sirens in battle. Not to mention, they had once worshipped him as a god. Ash stood not far from Hughes. His words had made her bow her head in deep thought for a long time. Now she furrowed her brows, opened her mouth as if to speak, but the complex emotions surging in her chest left her at a loss for words. She was not particularly skilled at speaking. At that moment, a petite figure swam over from the side. She smiled at Ash before coming to stand in front of Hughes. "Hello, my name is Monica," she said, looking at Hughes. Hughes was a little surprised as he looked at this young girl. She seemed to be the youngest among the sirens, her youthful face still carrying a hint of innocence. Her scales were emerald green, her hair was also emerald green, and her gemstone-like eyes resembled coral in the shallow sea. You said you are a lord. I don't understand much about humans on land, but is this your territory? And can you take us in? Hughes's eyes lit up. Of course. According to my enforcement decree, half of the Storm Ocean is my legitimate territory. Her Majesty the Empress never specified whether it was the upper half or the lower half. That decree was deliberately written vaguely. If he could truly turn the entire Storm Ocean into imperial territory, the Empress would likely grant him a prince's title overnight. Ash seriously considered this and said, then we were born as half of your subjects. Half subjects, what an interesting way of putting it. Hughes raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but laugh. Yes, you wouldn't refuse the allegiance of your subjects, would you? We are, after all, your self-proclaimed half-subjects. Of course, but how does one pledge allegiance halfway? From now on, we will all be loyal to Yao. You never specified whether it was the first half or the latter half, Monica said with a sly smile. Before we weren't subjects at all. Hughes took a sharp breath off cold water. This little girl was so good at twisting words, what a shame she wasn't preaching in the church. The sirens also laughed. Even Ash, beside him, was looking at him with bright, attentive eyes. Hughes felt a headache coming on. Why were these sirens so determined to follow him? Why did they trust him so much? First, they believed he was their savior god. Now they wanted to pledge allegiance to him. Hughes had just noticed that when Monica jokingly said, from now on, we will all be loyal, many sirens' eyes had lit up. He did not quite understand why. After he had explicitly denied being a god and rejected their worship, they trusted him even more. What Hughes did not know was that while his words had simply expressed his own beliefs, they were shocking and revolutionary in this world. As a modern person who had witnessed humanity's greatness in a world without gods, he naturally did not consider so-called deities to be particularly lofty beings. When he declared that he was not a god, he spoke with a sense of pride of being human. This subconscious expression had not escaped the sirens' keen senses. They could feel that Hughes genuinely disdained the idea of being a god. What kind of existence would feel disdain for divinity? Before them stood a human, physically frail like a drifting fish, yet utterly unafraid. He could establish a symbiotic contract with ease, was pushed onto a divine pedestal yet discarded it without hesitation, as if it were a mere seashell among many. He possessed vast knowledge, casually breaking a curse that had plagued their people for centuries, and he was a lord. The sirens had no home. The sirens exchanged glances as an inexplicable atmosphere slowly spread among them. Ash also sensed the shift in mood. She hesitated for a moment, then her eyes grew firm. Raising herself slightly, she spoke loudly to those around her, my kin. It is time to make our choice. Let us reconnect once more. With that, she gently closed her eyes. Her silver-white hair floated gently in the sea, and one by one the sirens followed suit, closing their eyes. What are they doing? Hughes curiously looked around. The sirens' expressions were solemn. Even the youngest, Monica, clasped her fingers over her chest and quietly shut her eyes. In that instant, every siren closed their eyes, yet Hughes felt something was off. Through the symbiotic contract, he vaguely sensed something unusual. It was as if the sirens had become a single entity. Was this another ability of the sirens? He would have to ask about it when he got the chance. His curiosity did not last long. Almost in an instant, all the sirens opened their eyes simultaneously. Ash let out a slow breath, her expression relaxing slightly. She swam forward to face Hughes, speaking solemnly. The siren tribe is willing to follow you and become your subjects. Hughes felt something in his heart. Looking around, he saw that although the sirens varied in height and appearance, their eyes all shone with the same light. So this is the unanimous decision of all of you. Hughes vaguely guessed that, considering the sirens' innate ability for symbiotic contracts, their synchronized closing of eyes might have been some form of collective telepathic communication. It was undeniably efficient. Remembering their argument at the Abyssal Trench's entrance, he recalled that they always honored their final collective decision. Ash bent forward again, but this time she did not kneel. Her silver-white hair floated gently in the seawater. We are willing to follow in your footsteps. This is not because of prophecy, tradition, or anything else. It is our own will. She paused, as if listening to the voices in her heart. We may not yet understand all of your ideals, but we can feel your determination. Hughes turned to look at them. The sirens met his gaze, and in that moment he suddenly understood sirens communicated not just with words. His struggles, his thoughts, and his final unwavering resolve had gradually influenced the sirens around him. Even if they did not fully understand, they could still feel that determination. They chose to believe in him. This was both gratitude and a decision made after deep reflection on their people's fate. Sirens were truly a fascinating race. Their invisible spiritual connection formed an unspoken chorus, and this mysterious atmosphere made Hughes's blood surge with excitement. Ash stepped forward. Your will is our destiny. My lord, my liege. The sirens bowed their heads in unison. Hughes stood at the seabed. In the deep ocean where no light reached, the sirens' colorful scales shimmered like jewels under sunlight, like the stained glass of a grand cathedral, casting sacred and brilliant hues. How beautiful. At this moment, these lights surrounded him, adding warmth to the cold sea. Hughes felt as if he could hear countless heartbeats, gradually merging into one, just like the gazes upon him. It was the power of trust. I understand, he straightened his back. I am Hughes Corsica Simmons Stewart, frontier count of Castle Island in the Holy Mere Empire. By sacred covenant and the Empress's decree, I am the rightful lord of this land. I accept your allegiance. My people, welcome to my domain. Looking into the bright eyes around him, he softly said, welcome home. Connor, no need to worry. I'm fine. Don't worry. Hughes reassured the anxious old butler while changing his clothes. Although the journey to the abyssal trench with the sirens had been full of twists and turns, the return trip was surprisingly smooth. The fishmen had mysteriously disappeared. Perhaps they had been frightened by the massive explosion earlier. He needed to change his clothes quickly. The symbiotic contract made him immune to the pressures of the deep sea, but it couldn't prevent his clothes from being soaked by seawater. Although Hughes didn't particularly care about maintaining the decorum of a noble, walking around covered in seaweed and small fish was indeed quite inappropriate. After all, he still had to meet those pirates later. After gaining the allegiance of the sirens in the abyssal trench, he didn't waste any time and immediately set out to return to his territory to make it in time for negotiations with the pirates. When he had just transmigrated, these pirates had been powerful enemies he could hardly resist, but now they were no longer a major concern. With the sirens assisting him in the sea, the pirates' threat to him had significantly diminished. Even if a battle were to break out, he might actually stand a chance. At the very least, protecting himself would not be an issue. Not to mention the sirens' overwhelming combat power against ordinary humans. Just their reconnaissance abilities in the sea alone allowed him to gain an absolute advantage over the pirates. He even suspected that Ash alone could sink an entire pirate ship. However, he had no intention of dragging the sirens into war. They had just escaped slavery and needed time to recover. As for the pirates, he had other plans. Not only regarding the pirates, but he also planned to reorganize the development of his territory. Let's discuss the negotiations first. Master Hughes, 2 sea merchants have arrived this time. Pirates. Connor hesitated for a moment. Looking at Hughes, he couldn't shake the feeling that his master seemed different. In the past, Master Hughes would never have spoken with such a calm yet firm tone. Like any illegitimate child, he had been sensitive, suspicious, and hesitant. Under Hughes' gaze, Connor lowered his head. 2 pirates have arrived. Since you were absent, Scribe Alex went to negotiate with them. Wasn't he supposed to wait for me? I did inform him, but this morning he refused my request in his capacity as the chief scribe. He claimed that without an official order, he would only accept your direct command. Hughes raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did I hear that right? Wasn't he a feudal lord of the empire? Weren't his subordinates supposed to be his vassals? What was this? A rebellion? Connor hesitated before speaking softly. Lord Hughes, your chief scribe Alexei, is a 7th-rank civil servant appointed by the royal family to assist you in managing your territory. In the 3rd year of the Empress's reign, she dissolved the cabinet and implemented a 13-tier civil servant system, making all imperial officials answerable only to her, no longer under the control of local lords. Flipping through his memories, Hughes realized that his document chief scribe's background was not simple. His name was Alexei. He was an orphan raised in a royal orphanage in the north, given the opportunity to study due to his outstanding performance, and eventually graduated from the Royal Army Academy before being assigned to Hughes as a document chief scribe. What did it mean to rise from an orphan to a 7th-rank civil servant? Hughes' title of frontier count was something that Duke Cohen had arranged for him, meaning his official rank was only 1 level higher than Alexei's. Although a frontier count was a feudal noble and part of a different system than civil servants, the difficulty of Alexei's rise was evident. Moreover, considering his background with the Royal Army Academy, the Empire's navy was a joke, but no one dared to mock its army. When the Empress first ascended the throne, the royal family was weak, and several Grand Dukes were arrogant and defiant. But 11 years into her reign, only one voice remained in the empire. The entire nation moved forward according to the Empress's will. Every lord stayed obediently within their territory, watching as the royal army expanded the empire's borders time and time again, and as the frontier count title certificates piled up in the Empress's study. The Royal Army Academy was the foundation of all this, and Alexei had been its top graduate. Had he joined the army, he would have started as a mid-ranking officer. So why had he become Hughes' document chief scribe, and why did he dare to defy him? Simple. The document chief scribes assigned to frontier counts were all Royal Army Academy graduates. On one hand, this was to monitor and infiltrate. These graduates were all fiercely loyal to the royal family. On the other hand, there was a practical need. The territories of frontier counts were always embroiled in war, where every inch of land was fought for with blood. A chief scribe with connections in the Royal Army Academy could easily assemble a military force. Of course, this also meant that a frontier count was completely tied to the royal family's war efforts. As for why Alexei had defied him, Hughes smirked self-deprecatingly. Can't blame him. I kept sending money to the pirates before. Now that he has no war to fight, he must be getting anxious. Exactly, my lord. If you send him away over this, you'd only be granting his wish. He's probably been longing to join the Western Front. You'd best hurry over. Then it seems he won't be negotiating with the pirates honestly. We should hurry, lest he plays any tricks. Hughes stood up and walked toward the door, with Connor following closely behind. Hughes' suspicions were correct at this moment. Alexei was indeed contemplating how to stir up trouble. He was here to assist the frontier count in conquering the storm ocean, not to be some document chief scribe managing paperwork. The last time Hughes had him send money to the pirates, he had already been displeased. And now Hughes had gone missing at such a critical moment. Did he expect Alexei to deliver money again? The old butler claimed the lord was missing, but Alexei didn't believe it. A lord disappeared overnight within his heavily guarded estate. Might as well say he fell into the ocean. Alexei scoffed. When he first arrived, he genuinely wanted to help his lord expand his territory and build his legacy, but Hughes' weak attitude was unbearable. Now his patience had run out. He had to consider his own future. With a cold expression, Alexei pushed open the door to the meeting room. Inside the room, the gazes of the two pirates fell upon him. A careless voice rang out, too slow. Do you still want to pay the tax or not? I don't have all day to waste here. Alexei frowned. From the moment he stepped through the door, he had smelled a strong scent of alcohol. Expressionless, he looked around the room. The empty space was devoid of unnecessary decorations. A heavy long table was placed in the center, neatly arranged with papyrus and ink bottles. A pair of dirty deerskin boots were propped up on the table, impatiently shaking. The man slouched in a reclining chair, with several empty bottles scattered haphazardly at his feet. He held another bottle in his hand, tapping it against the scimitar at his waist, producing a crisp clinking sound. Kid, I remember you. He raised the bottle, glanced at Alexei at the doorway, and sneered. That so-called count of yours doesn't dare to come again, huh? No problem. As long as the tax is paid on time, Dark Sails doesn't care whose name hangs over this place. The Dark Sails fleet of Gem Bay ruled the storm ocean without rival. When this fleet patrolled the seas, even the Empire's navy would retreat to their ports to avoid confrontation. The man lifted the bottle and poured its contents into his mouth. Amber-colored liquid dribbled from the corner of his lips, running through his curly beard, soaking into the dirty scarf around his neck before staining his grimy clothes. Empty already. He drunkenly raised his head, shaking the bottle in front of his eyes. If you ask me, the only good thing on this lousy island is the fruit wine. Then with a flick of his hand, the bottle arced through the air, landing on the floor near Alexei before rolling aside, leaving a trail of spilled liquor that splattered onto his polished military boots. Kid, bring me 2 more bottles of wine. Good, it seemed he wouldn't have to think about how to start a conflict. He set the documents aside, stepped forward abruptly, and stood before the pirate, looking down at him with an expressionless face. It was said that the people of the northern White Raven Duchy carried the blood of giants. When Alexei stood straight, he was nearly as tall as the doorway. His pale golden, almost translucent short hair shimmered under the midday sun, resembling an icy mist. He had only taken a single step forward, yet the pirate by the table felt as if a towering wall had crashed toward him. For a moment, panic flashed across the pirate's face. Then, as if remembering something, he suppressed his reaction, instead curling his lips into a mocking smile. In the corner of the room, within the shadows cast by the wall and the cabinet, a figure slowly stood up. As he rose, the entire room seemed to darken. Alexei suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, as if the air itself had turned into thick sludge. His vision blurred, darkness creeping at the edges of his sight, while the man in the shadows seemed to grow taller. The figure was an immensely muscular man, his bronze skin taut with bulging muscles, resembling an anvil repeatedly hammered by a blacksmith. He had no hair, not even eyebrows. Every inch of his visible skin was covered in black lines and symbols of varying thickness, twisting and eerie in their design. But what terrified Alexei the most were his eyes. His pale eyeballs did not have normal pupils. Instead, at their center were square-shaped pupils, like those of a cold-blooded creature. Sticky, cold, slimy, twisted. All sounds around him gradually faded. He felt as if he had plunged into the deep sea, where the noise of the world above was reduced to a distant, muffled gurgle. In front of him, only this strange man remained. Chaotic murmurs emerged near his ears. No, they did not emerge as he had always been there. It was just that he had never noticed them before. Only now could he hear them. The tattooed man stared at him, yet it seemed as though his gaze was not focused on Alexei himself, but on something behind him. Alexei dumbly stared into those abyssal black square pupils, feeling as if they were a doorway that was slowly opening. Suddenly, a hand rested on Alexei's shoulder. The endless fall came to an abrupt stop, as though someone had grabbed hold of him. Why are you standing there frozen? Our guest wants wine, bring them a bottle. Alexei finally snapped back to reality. He coughed violently as if choking on water. 2 gold rums. Why don't you just rob me? Do you dare to mess with Captain Jeremiah? The pirate shot to his feet, sneering as he lifted the hem of his coat, revealing a scimitar and 2 short flintlock pistols gleaming at his waist. As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind. He discreetly glanced toward the tattooed man behind him. Jeremiah's pupils contracted slightly. He noticed that the usually expressionless man now bore a look of hesitation. That man hesitated. He could hesitate. Jeremiah knew his background wealth. That man was directly under the Pirate King's command, someone even he could not order around. Jeremiah loosened his grip, letting his coat fall back into place. He sat back down. I'm here to collect the sea tax on behalf of the governor. Is this how you treat your guests? Jeremiah was not particularly strong. The only reason he had become a pirate captain was his ability to read the wind and adjust accordingly. The moment he sensed something unusual, he immediately switched to a more reasonable tone. Hughes lightly patted Alexei's back. Only when Alexei stopped coughing and gradually caught his breath did Hughes sit down at the table, looking at the pirate captain who was now feigning composure. Jeremiah snorted and reached into his coat, pulling out a roll of filthy parchment. This is the tax list from the governor. Castel's required tax payments are all recorded here. He slapped the parchment onto the table and pushed it forward before leaning back with a smirk, as if waiting for a good show. The list was real. The Pirate King's court had indeed issued it for tax collection. However, it was written in pirate script. Pirate script was a general term. Most pirates were illiterate, so they recorded their loot using a crude system of drawings and marks. Over time, this evolved into a rudimentary script, just enough for basic communication. After the ruler of Jembei unified the pirates of the Storm Ocean, he mandated the use of pirate script. This reform was still relatively new. Jeremiah was confident that Hughes would not be able to read this tax list written in pirate script. A nobleman experiencing the frustration of illiteracy could already think of ways to mock this so-called earl, but not too harshly. Jeremiah had no intention of burning bridges just yet. Still, watching this pampered noble lose his temper would be entertaining. Just as he was about to enjoy the spectacle, Hughes's next words stunned him. No need to look. From today onward, Castel will no longer pay sea tax. The room instantly fell silent, with only the rustling sound of Hughes drying his hair filling the space. Alexei clutched his chest, looking at his lord in shock. What did he just hear? No sea tax. Ever since the Pirate King unified all the pirate forces on Storm Ocean and enacted the 13 laws of Jembei, all factions on Storm Ocean had to pay sea tax to Jembei. This order was quickly enforced. The Dark Sail fleet docked at ports, and pirates brandished official documents, declaring to every lord that they either handed over the sea tax or lost their heads. Not paying sea tax meant only one thing: declaring war on all pirates. Indeed, wherever the frontier count was enfeoffed, war followed, but Alexei was the chief scribe, handling nearly all affairs on the island. War. Castel had made no preparations for war. What would they fight with? Besides, this. No matter how powerful the Empire's land forces were, they were not necessarily effective here. Alexei's face twitched as his gaze landed on the 2 pirates. Earlier, Jeremiah had called the Pirate King governor, and it wasn't a casual title. This was a widely recognized term across the 7 seas. Governor was an imperial title, usually granted by the royal family. Yet the Pirate King had proclaimed himself governor, and the usually aggressive empress had uncharacteristically remained silent. Empire's blades had yet to reach the seas, and the Pirate King had no interest in warring with the Empire. Thus, a delicate balance was maintained. The governor's men occasionally raided imperial fleets, while frontier counts like Hughes were tacitly permitted to expand freely into Storm Ocean. My dear lord, even the empress seated on the high Iron Thorn throne chose silence, and now you want to go to war with Jembei. By tomorrow, every inch of the sea you see will be filled with ships flying black sails. But before that happens, these 2 pirates would have already cut off your head and fed it to those shit-eating horse-faced fish in the ocean. Unless, of course, you manage to drag the entire empire into the fray, forcing the empress to sacrifice the 4 western provinces to wage war against the Pirate King. But let's be real, you're just Duke Cohen's illegitimate son. Even if you were his illegitimate father, it wouldn't change a thing. Jeremiah was also stunned by Hughes' words. He glanced around uneasily, as if expecting a group of armored knights to suddenly burst in and hack him into pieces. How long had it been since someone dared to openly oppose Jembei on Storm Ocean? Even Blood Harbor, where the Candlelight Church had built the Grand St. T's Cathedral, didn't dare to directly challenge Jembei, despite being the station for the Empire's entire navy. And yet, this lord before him dared to flip the table. Was this some kind of trap set by one of his rivals? Collecting sea tax was a lucrative job. Jeremiah would rather suspect Hughes of an internal power play than believe he truly intended to refuse the sea tax, because waging war against Jembei on Storm Ocean was just that absurd. Perhaps land-based nations could rely on terrain to negotiate neutrality, but this was the sea. If he made it back alive today, by tomorrow, the dark sail fleet would come knocking on Castle's door. Jeremiah was already secretly signaling the tattooed man, but Hugh's next words made him freeze. If Gem Bay is open to equal trade, then we can talk. Equal trade? You want to talk about equal trade with pirates? Jeremiah's expression darkened. He began to suspect he had overthought things. Was this noble just some ignorant brat? The tattooed man beside him hadn't given any warning signs either, indicating there was no ambush. Had he been overthinking it? Jeremiah's face twitched. He reached for the curved blade in his coat, intending to teach this lord a lesson about how pirates operated. But just as he gripped the hilt, Hugh's slow and deliberate voice sounded again. For example, steel or timber. Jeremiah's hand froze. He stared intently at Hughes, his voice turning hoarse. Are you joking? Steel and timber. The most scarce resources at sea were steel and timber, more specifically, steel for forging weapons and timber for building ships. These required blacksmiths and shipyards. Gem Bay had plenty of those but lacked raw materials. While the Empress' naval power was weak, the Empire's land forces were another story. The Empire had been expanding through fire and steel for 10 years straight. Though enemies remained on land, the northwestern coastal region had long been pacified. Across the sea from Gem Bay, frontier counts like Hughes dotted the coast like sesame seeds on a flatbread. Under these circumstances, the Pirate King's fleet could forget about acquiring any resources from the mainland, at least not officially. If Hughes had a way to sell steel and timber, not only would Gem Bay abandon sea tax collection, but they would even pay above market price, buying as much as they could get. Do you want free trade? No problem. No matter who buys on Storm Ocean, the goods will ultimately end up in Gem Bay's hands. In fact, they would even establish a dedicated trade route for this, with Gem Bay personally ensuring its security. On Storm Ocean, Gem Bay had that kind of influence. But was this noble truly capable of obtaining such sensitive materials? Jeremiah didn't know much about the Empire, but steel and timber were controlled resources everywhere. Did Hughes have that much backing? Jeremiah eyed Hughes suspiciously. Wait, before he came here, someone had mentioned this lord's background. Yes, when collecting sea taxes from the frontier counts enfeoffed by the Empire, Gem Bay usually provided some intelligence on them. Frontier counts were known for their stubbornness. Clashes were not uncommon. If Jeremiah and his companion didn't return the next day, the dark sail fleet would come knocking. He had received Hughes' dossier, but at the time he had been drinking. Seeing him drunk, the informant had only given a brief mention. Hughes' initial compliance with the sea tax had also put him at ease. Jeremiah vaguely remembered that this lord was supposedly the child of some big shot. Wait, where did he say he was from again? Cohen Duchy. Duke Cohen. Jeremiah gasped sharply. His knowledge of the Empire was limited to a handful of names, ones he could count on 2 hands, but among them was Duke Cohen. What was his rank again? Frontier count. How high did a count rank? Jeremiah wasn't familiar with the Empire's noble hierarchy, let alone its civil and military bureaucracy, but as he pieced things together, his gaze toward Hughes changed entirely. Banshee would be replaced by Siren. Hughes watched Jeremiah's changing expressions with amusement. He didn't even have to guess to know what Jeremiah was imagining. His title of Frontier Count was indeed quite intimidating. In fact, its greatest function was precisely that intimidation. The Empress tacitly allowed them to use this title to seek benefits, and naturally, the Empire could take a share of the profits. But Hughes never expected to solve all his problems with just a title. Steel and timber are, of course, out of the question, at least not openly, but I can get you something that will satisfy you. Hughes casually flipped through the account book. Of course, you could continue collecting your sea tax. Let me see. 15 baskets of fish, 30 crates of sweet fruit wine. He shook the account book with a smile. You can barely collect any golden rum, so you have to settle accounts with goods instead. Jeremiah's expression darkened as he glanced at the account book in Hughes' hand. What he said was indeed true. Castle was a poor place, or rather, all the islands in the Storm Ocean were generally impoverished. If this place were rich enough, why would there be pirates? If people could make money legitimately, who would be willing to risk their lives? It was precisely because of this barrenness, coupled with the storms that could suddenly descend and destroy everything at any moment, that the Storm Ocean had become a paradise for pirates. And Hughes' so-called choice, damn it, was that even a choice? It was an outright threat. He was definitely retaliating for them making a move in his territory, retaliating for the tattooed man's actions against his scribe. But the terms he offered were completely irresistible for Gem Bay. No wonder he was so confident. Could Gem Bay refuse those scarce resources? Absolutely not. Others might not know, but Jeremiah was well aware of just how desperate the pirates were for ships and armaments. The dark sail fleet roamed the Storm Ocean undefeated, winning every battle, yet survival had become increasingly difficult. It had reached to the point of near stagnation. Ships were hard to replace, and resources were embargoed by the Empire on land. They were like rats trapped in a boiling pot, forced to watch as the Empress coldly smirked and let the water evaporate. As long as Hughes could provide the resources, Gem Bay would immediately carve out a space for him. It would be higher than even Jeremiah himself. What are these resources and how soon can they arrive? Jeremiah asked stiffly. You'll see them at the port in a month. Jeremiah's face twitched. The other party wasn't even willing to tell him what exactly they were, showing not even a shred of sincerity. But he really had no choice. He stole a glance at the tattooed man not far away. That man had come with him, but he only took orders from the pirate king. He was also there to keep an eye on Jeremiah. There were many pirate captains. If Jeremiah sabotaged this deal, the governor would simply replace him and then feed him to the devil fish. Taking a deep breath, Jeremiah removed the curved blade from his waist, scabbard and all, and solemnly placed it on the table in front of Hughes. This was pirate etiquette. After reaching an agreement, both parties would exchange an item. Gifting one's weapon symbolized sincerity and a threat. If the other party failed to honor the deal, Jeremiah would hunt him down for the rest of his life until his head hung from the ship's mast. Hughes casually picked up the curved blade, then nonchalantly pulled a small seashell tangled with sand and mud from his hair and handed it over. An insult. It was a complete and utter insult. Jeremiah took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and took another deep breath. Then he grabbed the seashell without saying a word and turned to leave. A month later, he would personally bring his fleet to collect the goods. No, starting tonight, he would begin deploying men at sea to watch, ensuring that this damned lord didn't sneak back to the mainland. If on the delivery day, Hughes couldn't produce the goods, the dark sail fleet would make sure his head hung from the highest mast. Jeremiah sneered. If you have the ability, take your whole island and fly away. At the dock, watching the skiff carrying the two pirates leave the island, Alexei looked at Hughes with a complicated expression. Today had completely shattered his impression of this lord. To be honest, he hadn't interacted much with Hughes before. Previously, Hughes had practically left the territory in his hands, rarely showing himself in the manner. He had thought Hughes was just another useless noble, but he was terribly wrong. Falling out with pirates was easy, but forcing them to negotiate under pressure was no simple task. Alexei knew he couldn't have remained so composed under the tattooed man's presence. Just thinking about that eerie man still sent chills down his spine, and the bargaining chips Hughes had thrown out truly impressed him. These scarce resources precisely targeted the pirates' weaknesses, forcing even the arrogant Jeremiah to compromise. As for whether Hughes could deliver on his promises, Alexei wasn't too concerned. A month from now, anything could happen. Besides, since Hughes was enfeoffed here, a confrontation with the pirates was inevitable. A month wasn't a long time, but it was enough to prepare. Alexei didn't know what cards Hughes held, but as a graduate of the Royal Army Academy, he could certainly contribute. Alexei realized he was starting to admire his lord. At the academy, he had been a hawk, naturally drawn to strong-willed leaders. Hughes' methods resonated with him. Indeed, as a frontier count, none of them were weaklings. It was he who had been too arrogant. Wait, if that was the case, then back when Hughes sent him to negotiate with the pirates, Alexei smacked his lips. He had assumed Hughes was too cowardly to face them himself, but now he realized how utterly mistaken he had been. Hughes had dared to refuse the sea tax. Why would he be afraid to negotiate? And yet, Alexei had thought he understood Hughes' intent, bringing money to the pirates. Alexei clenched his teeth. Thinking back on today, Hughes had personally intervened not just to save him but also to give him a demonstration. Not only had he avoided losses, but he had also put pressure on the pirates and gained a month's reprieve. Shame welled up in Alexei. He lacked Hughes' cunning and failed to use force to suppress the pirates. Alexei had climbed from orphan to a 7th-rank official not just through effort, but also by admitting his mistakes and correcting them. He had done poorly, and if Hughes reprimanded him, he wouldn't complain. Alexei straightened his posture. But then, to his surprise, his lord handed him a curved blade. The scimitar itself was beautiful, with a golden, slender guard, a scabbard inlaid with small, water-blue gemstones, and a blade that exuded a chilling aura, steeped in unknown amounts of blood. But why was he handing this to him? Hughes watched the departing pirates and couldn't help but yawn. The sky was already dark, and he had been busy all day again. He hadn't slept at all the previous night. Seeing that Alexei did not take it, Hughes shoved the blade into his arms. This blade is yours. You like wearing a military uniform, but you're missing a blade at your waist. Alexei instinctively looked at the blade in his hands. It was Jeremiah's personal weapon. Although that pirate captain had been filthy, this blade was exceptionally clean and well-maintained, clearly a treasured possession. He stood there in a daze. What did the pirates scare you? Hughes chuckled. There's plenty of work ahead. You should head back now. With that, he walked towards Connor, who was holding the reins of a horse. Hughes mounted it with more practiced movements this time, grabbed the reins and yawned. The horse trotted forward, carrying the two of them away. Young master, he's still standing there, Connor whispered. Hughes turned to look at the dock. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Alexei held the blade motionless, lost in thought. As if sensing Hughes' gaze, Alexei slowly drew the blade, flicked his wrist, and let the evening light glisten off the blade. The blade traced an arc in the air before stopping at his chest. Then he turned to face Hughes, gave a slight bow, and sheathed the weapon. This was a gesture of respect used by officers in the imperial army, yet both of them were civil officials, weren't they? This chief scribe was certainly an interesting man. Hughes waved his hand and rode away. It's obvious that he really likes that blade, Connor remarked. Indeed, Hughes nodded. Perhaps he comes from a poor family. We could give him a salary increase. Connor hesitated but said nothing, merely urging the horse forward alongside Hughes. The chief scribe serving the frontier count was paid by the royal family and answered only to them. Strictly speaking, Hughes giving Alexei money counted as bribery, a violation of the empire's constitution. But what did that have to do with him, a mere butler? He was Hughes' butler, not the empress. His master's master was not his master. Alexei glanced at the blade in his hands. He did indeed like it. What was this, an attempt to win him over? He chuckled and shook his head. This lord acted strangely, but he did not find him unpleasant. Could Hughes truly establish himself in the treacherous waters of the storm ocean? Alexei was both curious and eager to see. Forget it. I'll just work harder from now on. Consider it for the sake of this blade. The dock fell silent once more. The faint glows on the distant sea mirrored the rising moon in the night sky, peaceful and serene. Returning to the manor, Hughes casually brushed off the butler's inquiries, handed him a few blueprints, and instructed Connor to find a blacksmith to see if they could be forged. Then he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Connor sighed helplessly. He had many things he wanted to ask, but he could only wait for Hughes to wake up. The master's recent behavior felt unfamiliar to him. In the past, Hughes would never have personally negotiated with pirates, let alone taken over territorial affairs. But this change was not necessarily bad. Connor looked at the blueprints in his hands. A blast furnace, a steam engine. Connor did not understand these things well, but the diagrams looked exceedingly complex. He wasn't sure if the island's old blacksmith could handle them. Tucking the blueprints into his coat, Connor sighed, recalling the events from earlier that day. He had been woken up in the morning by a panicked maid. He recognized her. Her name was Zoe. She had been tending to Hughes since his days on Duke Cohen's estate. She had come to Castle Island solely because Hughes had insisted on bringing her. This was actually against convention. Male nobles typically did not choose female maids as their personal attendants, as it would invite ridicule and potential trouble. For example, during hunting trips and similar outings, it would be inconvenient to have a female attendant present. But Hughes the master was overly indulgent with him. Connor sighed. Perhaps there was some personal relationship between Hughes and Zoe, but that was the young master's private affair. It was not his place to meddle or investigate. A good butler should ask less and do more. This was the wisdom he had gained from decades of experience. Not actively seeking information did not mean he was ignorant. So when Hughes had been unconscious, Connor arranged for Zoe to watch over him at night. He knew she would be dedicated to the task. That was why, upon seeing Zoe's panicked expression, his heart sank. Something had happened. Hughes had disappeared. Connor immediately organized the servants to search every inch of the manor, personally inspecting Hughes' bedroom for clues. The results were odd. The manor showed no signs of intrusion. There were no unusual marks in Hughes' room. The windows were securely shut and the door lock was untouched. The night guards outside the manor were beyond suspicion, and the servants' accounts matched up. They did not seem to have been bribed. So how had Hughes vanished? Contrary to common belief, abducting someone from a guarded and inhabited house was nearly impossible. In history, all successful cases of such kidnappings had involved inside help. Thus, Connor's first move was to detain everyone in the manor for questioning. He did not alert the soldiers outside, not wanting to make a scene. Besides, mobilizing soldiers required authorization from the chief scribe Alexei. Moreover, calling in soldiers would be of little use. It would only create chaos, allowing the real culprit to smuggle Hughes out. Yes, from the moment the incident happened, Connor suspected that Hughes was still inside the manor. Even if an insider had assisted in the abduction, it would have been difficult to move Hughes out immediately. The night guards were utterly reliable. Sneaking past them was nearly impossible. Who would dare to target Hughes? Jembe. Those pirates were capable of anything, but their preferred method was sailing a fleet to your doorstep and demanding money. Besides, they were arriving today for negotiations. The Duke's political rivals. Possible, but was Hughes really that important? The Duke doted on him, but he wasn't senile enough to risk a major mistake for an illegitimate son. Then could it be? Connor's gaze shifted past the window, landing on a distant structure. A towering spire stood there, crowned with a metal plaque etched with an image. A single candle, burning quietly in the night. It was the emblem of the church's insignia of the Candlelight Order's chapel. The metal keys were pressed down, gears and transmission shafts meshed together, and the copper-type molds engraved with letters clattered onto the parchment, like raindrops falling from the sky. Beatrice, I'm very sorry. This time I'm writing to ask you for a favor. What makes me feel even more guilty is that I still can't tell you too much. You know, I am the church's secret keeper. However, I heard that you passed the test and became an investigator. I can hardly describe my feelings upon hearing this news. You have always been a child who loves to get to the bottom of things. Now, as you wish, you will be closer to the truth. In any case, congratulations. I have always been busy with church affairs. Even though I promised your mother I would take care of you, I haven't done much for you. My own situation is not great either, especially recently. They say my methods of executing a cultist were too extreme. The parchment in the mechanical typewriter reached its end. A pair of hands made of gears and intricate mechanical structures pulled it out and set it aside. Meanwhile, another pair of similarly mechanical arms skillfully retrieved a fresh sheet of parchment, placed it into the typewriter, and secured it in place. The clattering sound rang out once again. They always have too many reasons, saying I offended the factory owners, saying it will worsen relations between the Empress and the Church. No one actually cares what happens to those cultists. Damn it, how did the Church end up like this? The figure in the red hood paused typing, shook his head and sighed. He was an extremely dangerous cultist, and the corruption he brought was utterly terrifying. But fortunately, I have already executed him. But some workers were still affected by the corruption. My proposal to completely purge them was rejected by the Church's higher-ups. They only agreed to exile these workers. This is my request to you, Beatrice. Please monitor them for me. Ensure that the corruption has ended and will not spread further. They will be exiled to the Empire's frontier, reportedly to an island. Trust me, Beatrice, staying away from the heart of the Empire is not a bad thing, especially right now. I know you just became an investigator. You want adventure, you want to see the true world. But the dangers of this world always exceed your expectations. Some things are so perilous that even speaking of them is a form of corruption. This is precisely why we, the Secret Keepers, exist. In short, stay away from here, away from the Rhine, away from the Empire's lands. The Empress's ambition is too great. Perhaps she will need the entire Empire to satisfy it. The fingers typing on the keyboard came to a stop. The priest sitting at the desk stretched lazily before reaching for the teacup on the table. Pale fingers grasped the cup, which held steaming hot tea. This was a custom brought over from the new continent. People there used a cup of hot tea to relieve fatigue. The priest took small sips of the scalding tea. Meanwhile, the mechanical arms on his back whirred as they transformed, one now equipped with a screwdriver, skillfully opening a few mechanical panels on his body. Another arm picked up a can of machine oil and poured it into the reserved slots beneath the panels. The priest set down his teacup, leaned over the desk, and resumed typing on the typewriter. At the same time, the mechanical arms on his back never ceased their work, swiftly maintaining the mechanical components of his body precise and silent. Stay on that island for a while. It is very safe there, but do not slack off on your task. Keep an eye on those corrupted workers. If they show any abnormalities, report to me immediately. If the corruption becomes uncontrollable, do not hesitate. Execute the purification process at once. Do not hold on to false hope. Do not waver. Do not be deceived by appearances. Many cultists do not look evil-some or even genuinely kind by nature, but that does not stop them from endangering this world. The priest's movements paused again, as if something had come to mind. He sat in silent contemplation. After a long time, he let out a deep sigh. His pale fingers lifted the teacup, but when he took a sip, he found the tea had already gone cold. Shaking his head, he continued typing. The mechanical arms on his back had lifted his robe, now cleaning the dust from the pipes on his thighs. His skin was unnaturally pale, almost sickly, making the embedded metal components appear even colder and more rigid. You need not worry about me. The Church has placed me on administrative leave. I will find a scenic place to recuperate. Yes, lay low for a while. I haven't decided exactly where to go yet. Perhaps I'll visit the Northern Territory. I've heard they have some unique local customs. Recently, it seems they even unearthed some ancient ruins underground. The priest scratched the skin on his back, where a mechanical arm was already wiping the bolts along his spine. Perhaps I'm getting old and long-winded, but I still want to remind you of a few things. What I say next may not make sense to you, but that doesn't matter. Just remember it, one day you may need it. When you have time, read more of the Church's teachings, not just the candlelight orders, but also the scriptures of the other 4 major churches. The Church may conceal the truth, but it does not lie. When reason fails to guide your judgment, trust your intuition. Humans are worthy of trust. Believe in humanity. Anything that is not human cannot be trusted, whether it is a living being, a machine, or the priest's fingers hesitated on the keys. Eventually, he chose not to continue that thought and instead pulled the parchment closer, starting a new line. No matter how friendly or reliable they seem, do not trust them. Remember, beneath the surface, this world is always madness. The mechanical arms were nearly finished with their work. One reached up to the priest's neck, tightening a few screws embedded in his flesh. The priest's letter also reached its end. He typed the final signature. Cardinal of the Rhine Diocese, 7th ranked priest of the Candlelight Order, Secret Keeper Council. His fingers hovered over the keys, then he pulled open the typewriter's tension spring, removed the parchment, and crossed out the lengthy signature. Placing the parchment back, he typed a new signature. Your Uncle Yule. He took the parchment, wrapped it in stationery, dropped hot wax on the envelope, and pressed a seal onto it. The wax bore the image of a lit candle, sacred emblem of the candlelight church. After finishing everything, the priest sat at the desk in a daze, watching the flickering candlelight beside him. After a while, as if suddenly remembering something, he slapped his forehead. Almost forgot, I really am getting old. As he moved, a fissure appeared down the center of his skull, splitting open to both sides. Inside, there was no brain, only a mess of steel components, tubes flowing with various fluids, and mechanical structures spinning in place. A mechanical arm immediately reached inside, tightening screws, applying oil, and performing maintenance. Hughes woke up from bed to find the sunlight already scorching. Shaking the bell, the maids quickly carried in a slightly short yet very elongated table and carefully placed it on Hughes' bed. The breakfast was not abundant in quantity, but it was exquisite and plentiful. Hughes noticed that it consisted of all the foods he had previously enjoyed for breakfast. Even this detail was taken into account. Noble life was truly decadent. Waving away the servants, Hughes dressed himself. After being here for several days, he still was not accustomed to being dressed by others. Master. Opening the door as expected, Connor was already waiting outside. How is the laboratory coming along? It is basically complete. The materials you instructed Scribe Alexa to prepare have also been placed in the warehouse. Very well, I will conduct some experiments later. Have Alexei come to see me and bring the ledger of the territory's output. We need to figure out a way to develop the land. Pausing for a moment, Hughes searched his memory and then spoke again. I met an alchemist in Rhine who gave me a notebook. There are quite a few interesting things in it, and I intend to try them out. Alchemy existed in this world. It was somewhat similar to chemists on Earth, but mixed with elements of mysticism. Some alchemists created precise little gadgets, while others also dabbled in pharmaceuticals. In short, it was a hodgepodge of various disciplines. Previously, Hughes had come across a flintlock gun. The gunpowder inside was an alchemist's creation, though it was significantly more expensive. He had indeed met a few alchemists before, but those distinguished masters only exchanged a few words with him out of respect for his father. He had not gained much from them. But now, he was a genius meticulously taught by several alchemy masters. Coming up with a few new things was entirely reasonable. Of course, before anything else, he needed to understand the territory's output to determine how to develop its industry. Alexei walked briskly toward the manor's reception room, followed by his assistant, who was carrying a large stack of ledgers. He had already gone through these records multiple times. They contained all sorts of information about the territory. He genuinely wanted to accomplish something for the land. If the territory could develop, his abilities would be recognized, a win-win situation. Thus, upon hearing Hughes' request, he immediately brought the materials over. He was on the Empress's payroll, and Hughes was the count appointed by the Empress. Alexei saw no issue in assisting Hughes. His salary made him dutiful, but his recognition of Hughes made him willing to give his all. Alexei knocked on the door. Come in. Hughes was sitting at the long table. He greeted Alexei before flipping through the materials he had brought. Could you give me a brief overview of the territory's situation? Of course, my lord. After a moment of recollection, Alexei began speaking. The island we are on is Castle. It is quite large and is an important part of your territory. The other parts only existed on maps, and in the enfeoffment decree, most were in the hands of pirates. The northernmost part of Castle has a dock, though it is small and currently only used by fishing boats. I have seen it. It is a good deep water port. With some modifications, it could accommodate large cargo ships. Large cargo ships. All right, Alexei swallowed the rest of his words. What large ship would come to this forsaken island? Near the dock is the northern plain of Castle. Your manor is on the eastern side of the plain. This is the most densely populated area on the island, where most of the workshops are located. What kinds of workshops are there? Mainly breweries. There used to be oil mills as well. The island has many olive trees, but unfortunately olive oil does not sell well. No merchants come here for it. However, the empire had little demand for olive oil. This nation lacked the cultural tradition for it and had never associated it with religion. Indeed, Castle Island could produce olive oil, but in the Storm Ocean, where maritime trade was underdeveloped, its value was limited. Even the pirates of Gem Bay preferred to collect sweet fruit wine as tax rather than olive oil, but Hughes knew more uses for olive oil. For example, as he searched his memory, a smile appeared on his face. Soap, one of the essential tools of any transmigrator, easy to make and astonishingly effective. The Empire had no similar product. With just this one item, he could establish himself in the Storm Ocean and make a fortune in the process. Making soap from olive oil was not complicated. Hughes already had a complete process in mind, and his ambitions extended beyond mere bars of fragrant soap. Saponification was the foundation of many chemical processes. If he could successfully establish a soap production line, Castle Island's future would be limitless. Aside from that, is there anything else? The island has some mineral deposits with a variety of ores, but not much of high value. Alexei recalled, this place is too far from the Empire, and the pirates of Gem Bay lack smelting capabilities. We can only send the ores to the White Raven Principality nearby, but they have plenty of minerals and offer low prices. Do we have a registry of the mines? Alexei hesitated. I'll go look for it. The records are quite old, dating back to when the first settlers arrived on Castle. Organize a detailed survey. Announce it under the name of the municipal hall. I will pay the workers. Understood. Alexei nodded. Most of these mineral deposits are in the southwest of Castle. The southwest, Alexei, I remember the island has a volcano, right? Hughes walked to the balcony, pushed open the window, and looked toward the southwestern corner of the island. There stood a towering mountain. The lower half was lush with greenery, while the upper half was bare, covered in white snow. A cloud-like mist swirled at the summit, obscuring the peak completely. Castle's climate was remarkably stable, warm and humid for most of the year. Even in the coldest season, an extra layer of clothing sufficed, and snow had never fallen here. For every 1,000 meters of elevation, the temperature drops by 6°C. If that peak is snow-covered year-round, it must be quite high. Yes, my lord. It is an active volcano. I have heard from the locals that it erupted decades ago. They say you can see molten lava churning at the summit. Hughes nodded. A volcano was a valuable resource. Every eruption brought forth abundant minerals from deep underground, which explained why the island had so many deposits. Moreover, where there was a volcano, there was usually sulfur. Sulfur was essential for making gunpowder. Additionally, volcanic ash was an excellent fertilizer. Perhaps that was why the island could produce such high-quality sweet fruit wine. With proper development, Castle would at least never lack food. Establish another school. All of our employees and their families can attend for free to learn literacy. The school will also teach some mechanical knowledge and other subjects. Classes will be held both during the day and in the evenings after work. Was this about teaching commoners to read? Alexei looked up in surprise. Opening a school was certainly a good deed, but providing knowledge for free, how could precious knowledge be given away freely? How would people understand its value that way? Even in royal-funded orphanages, literacy was still a reward that required great effort to earn. Moreover, time was extremely tight right now. A solution to deal with the pirates had to be found within a month. How could there be any leeway for such charity? Lord, should we postpone the establishment of the school? We are short on time. No, this cannot be delayed. It is far more important than you think. It must be done immediately. Hughes paused for a moment before adding also, make sure to announce that I will personally teach at the school. Although he didn't fully understand, Alexei still nodded and carefully noted it down in his journal. Charity. Hughes certainly wasn't doing charity. People of this era had yet to realize the importance of knowledge. They simply locked it away like gold coins in a chest. But Hughes knew exactly how crucial a skilled worker was to industrialization. The most basic requirement for a competent worker was literacy. Being able to read meant being able to understand knowledge. It meant the ability to learn independently. Learning was the fundamental step toward transformation. The foundation of industry had never been the factories billowing with black smoke. It was the workers who had a basic understanding of equipment, machinery, and assembly line production. On modern Earth, many people thought assembly line work required no education. But that was only because compulsory education had already spread across the land, ensuring that workers met the basic skill requirements. If a group of completely uneducated people were thrown into a factory, it would be a disaster. Of course, this era had its own methods. The last time Hughes transmigrated, factory owners didn't provide much training for workers, yet the factories could still barely operate. The method was simple: treat workers as consumables. After enough people died, others would naturally recognize the dangers. Hughes certainly did not plan to do that. If he was going to establish a factory, he wouldn't just settle for competing with this era's industrial goods. He wanted to change this world, to ignite the flames of industrial revolution. His ambitions reached far beyond that. For that, he needed a large number of engineers and skilled workers. They wouldn't just appear out of nowhere, so he had to train them himself. Opening a school was the first step. Thinking about this, Hughes couldn't help but sigh. This descent had been truly tumultuous, and only now was he finally beginning to set things on the right track. Alexei, I need you to organize some manpower to establish a factory on the island. Alexei had little concept of what a factory was. Even in the empire's capital, Rhine, such modern things were rare, and they were usually managed by the church. He had seen a few recruitment notices for factories before, strange places that always seemed to be hiring. Yes, a factory. There are so many olive trees on the island, so I plan to establish an olive oil factory. But who are we going to sell it to? There are no merchants here. That is not your concern. Hughes smiled faintly. It was simple. He planned to sell it to the pirates. Pirates had no interest in olive oil, but that wasn't really what he intended to sell. Olive oil was just the first step in his chemical industry chain. Once this industrial behemoth started running, Castle's goods and wealth would soon pile up like mountains. Conveniently, he also had some knowledge of weapons manufacturing. With both products and force at his disposal, the pirates, they would become the most obedient merchants in the Storm Ocean. The conditions on this island were even better than he had expected. Hughes was confident that he could rapidly establish a complete industrial system. You should head back for now. I will discuss the specifics with you later. Just start gathering people, we may soon find ourselves short-handed. The island's population was small, and this was Hughes's biggest headache. No matter how hard he worked, he couldn't conjure people out of thin air. He needed to find a way to attract immigrants. Hughes furrowed his brows, considering the problem. This was tricky. In this era, people rarely left their homeland, whether in the Empire or elsewhere. He had heard that the White Raven Principality in the north was undergoing a large-scale migration southward. Perhaps he could think of a way to make use of that. Lord Hughes snapped out of his thoughts and found Alexei looking at him. Is there something else? Yes, there is something else. Alexei looked a little embarrassed. What is it? Right now, the municipal treasury seems to be out of money. Hughes was a bit stunned. It's like this, Alexei sighed, took the account book and began explaining. The manor where Hughes lived was not built by him, but when he arrived on the island, it was already somewhat dilapidated. Its current state was the result of several months of repairs. Renovating the manor was originally quite expensive. Although most of the money came from Hughes' own pocket, the municipal office also contributed a lot in terms of labor and building materials. The island's production was already scarce, and the diversion of manpower for the manor's construction made things even more strained. However, that wasn't the main issue. There was another reason. The pirates take a batch of sweet fruit wine every time they come to collect the sea tax. Hughes looked at Alexei in disbelief. You're not trying to say? Yes, my lord, Alexei spoke with some difficulty. The main financial source of Castle is actually the sweet wine that the pirates conveniently buy. Hughes held his forehead and closed his eyes. So that's why all the records are about transactions with pirates. I thought the account books were stored separately, but it turns out this is all the trade there is. What a joke, there was no real commerce here at all. But this wasn't a big problem. Even though Hughes didn't have money at the moment, feudal lords in this era had their own solution, defaulting on payments. Yes, defaulting was a very useful method. As long as he recruited the residents for labor and postponed their wages, he could get the territory moving. After all, he was the lord, a noble lord. No one dared to disobey his words. Even if he outright declared that there would be no pay, the people of the territory would still grumble and come to work for him, even though they were nominally free men. How could free men truly be free? But after thinking for a moment, Hughes decided to abandon the idea of defaulting on payments. On one hand, he didn't want to compromise his credibility. On the other hand, we cannot default on payments. On the contrary, all wages must be paid in full and on time. If the finances are tight, we can set the wages a bit lower, but we must never fail to pay them. Alexei frowned, wanting to argue. This was a critical period for the territory's development. How could they waste precious wealth just to appear benevolent? Alexei, wealth only reveals its true power when it circulates. If it just sits in a chest, it's no different from scrap iron. Hughes stood up, pacing quickly. Commerce in Castle is nearly stagnant. If we're content to be lords here for a lifetime, collecting a few baskets of salted fish as tax, then it doesn't matter. But if we want to mobilize the entire territory for development, we must establish our credibility. Post a notice and send people to inform every household our workers will never be unpaid. If we run out of money, go find Connor. Withdraw from my private treasury. If there's money, take money. If there's no money, there are still some jewels that can be exchanged. Hughes gritted his teeth as he spoke. Alexei looked at his lord in surprise. Hughes was leaning on the table with both hands, his face filled with an expression of financial pain, but his eyes burned with determination. Watch, Alexei, once money starts flowing, it becomes magic. Box after box of coins was moved out from the estate's storeroom, and one building after another rose on Castle Island. The islanders of Castle were surprised to find that their lord, for some unknown reason, had gone mad and started recruiting workers to build workshops. Oh, they called it a factory, but to the islanders, it was just a larger workshop with a slightly strange layout. The scribe led the engineering team in surveying the plains and marking land. In just a few days, a factory building could be erected. Previously, the islanders had to hand over their fish catch and homemade fruit wine as pirate taxes, but now that suddenly stopped. Most of the freed-up manpower was recruited into the engineering team. Besides factory buildings, it was said that a school was also being constructed, and for a time, almost the entire island was under construction. Many islanders felt a bit uncomfortable. The small island where their families had lived for generations looked unfamiliar after just a few days of absence. So many factories, what were they built for? The islanders didn't know, but they didn't mind either. Although the lord had forcibly conscripted them, he was actually willing to pay them. There was almost no commerce in Castle, and the primitive barter system met most of the islanders' needs. But if they wanted to earn even a few Leo coins with their own hands, that was incredibly difficult. No one knew when they might need money, so the islanders eagerly put down their original tasks and became the Lord's hired workers. With wages in hand, the islanders suddenly felt wealthier. Even the fishermen who went to sea noticed that more and more people were willing to spend money to buy fish. Money began to circulate on the island, and the speed of circulation increased. Everyone felt richer, and once they had money, they gradually became willing to spend it. The islanders of Castle became increasingly motivated, feeling that their lives were improving. Money only has value when it circulates otherwise, it's just rusting scrap iron. The first time Alexei heard the Lord say this, he didn't understand. Now he realized the wisdom behind it. The Lord was not at all stingy with gold coins. His municipal office also took out all the stored building materials, and with the extra manpower available since they no longer had to pay taxes to pirates, these three factors combined like a chemical reaction, efficiently mobilizing the entire island of Castle into a thriving, prosperous state. So this was the Lord's plan. For a moment, Alexei seemed to see Rhine, the capital known as the Empire's jewel. That place was also so prosperous, no, perhaps even Rhine wasn't as lively as this island. He sighed in admiration and looked at the construction site before him. A few people were peering over curiously. The workers were all islanders, mostly fishermen. They didn't understand factories and simply focused on their labor, but some of them were conscripted brewers who had spent a long time in workshops. The factory before them felt somewhat strange. Sir, what's this empty space for? A craftsman, wearing a broad smile, cautiously asked Alexei. This is just a regular passageway. Alexei glanced at the blueprint. A passageway. The craftsman was stunned. Why make it so wide? He gestured with his hands. It's completely unnecessary, isn't it? This is a factory. Every building dimension follows strict requirements. Do you think it's some randomly built small workshop? Alexei shook his head. He had initially thought these dimensional requirements were excessive until he started transporting the oil-pressing millstones inside. The standardized passage was just wide enough to accommodate these tools. A passage even slightly wider would be wasted space, while a narrower one would be impassable. At first, he thought this was just a coincidence, but as such coincidences happened more and more, Alexei gradually realized that the blueprints Hughes had given him were meticulously designed. Hughes had established several standardized dimensions. These standards seemed excessive, but when needed, there was no need for on-site measurements to determine the correct size. For instance, Hughes remained in the estate, yet he could precisely calculate how much cargo his factory could transport in and out daily, what size of boxes could just fit through the room doors, and if new equipment were added, what dimensions would be required. Alexei had once asked Hughes about this, and his lord had smiled and told him, this is called standardization. Standardization, a fascinating term. There was nothing in it beyond Alexei's understanding, yet it made everything instantly orderly. Sighing in admiration, Alexei refocused on the construction site before him. The olive oil factory was nearly complete. The process itself wasn't complicated. Stone mills would be used to press oil from the olives. Alexei noticed that not all the factory buildings contained oil pressing equipment, some were completely empty. He guessed that the Lord intended to use them for other manufacturing purposes. As for what exactly, he had some guesses. Hughes' task for him wasn't just to build factories, but also to survey for minerals, though he had no knowledge of minerals at all. Alexei went to the blacksmith shop. Although the blacksmith wasn't a mineral expert, he definitely knew more than Alexei. However, no, I'm too busy here. I won't have time in the next few days. The blacksmith flatly refused him. This is for Lord Hughes. That's Lord Hughes' order, and so is this. The burly old man huffed, glaring at him. 2 days ago, Lord Hughes sent someone over, asking me to forge some part for a boiler or something. Look, that one. Alexei followed the blacksmith's direction and looked inside the shop. Hiss. He inhaled the heat from the forge, startled by what he saw. There was a pile of seemingly random, useless components, but even as an outsider, he could tell their craftsmanship was exquisite. Lord Hughes' drawings are quite detailed and the dimensions are marked clearly. But these things are just too strange. The old blacksmith frowned at them, and he needs a lot in a hurry. I've been working my forge to the limit these past few days. It's about to smoke up. I don't have time to go inspect any mines with you. Alexei could only return disappointed. He decided to focus on setting up the factory first. The newly built oil press factory was fine, but the renovation of the sweet fruit wine workshops encountered quite a few problems. Most of those workshops were old, cluttered, and some were outright filthy, disgusting to look at. Hughes personally inspected them. After much hesitation, he ultimately gave up on them. From his experience, it was sheer luck that these places hadn't caught fire all these years. If he turned them into large-scale factories, he genuinely feared a single spark could burn everything to the ground. For now, the workshops would remain. Once Castle was fully developed, he could dismantle them later. Besides, Hughes knocked on the crude walls. The island had plenty of mineral resources. If he was lucky, he might even manage to produce cement. That would make construction speed leap forward compared to now. The current factories were just a transitional phase, they would eventually be demolished. And cement had another advantage, it wasn't particularly afraid of seawater. Pirates, guess how fast I can build fortifications. Once industrialization began, its momentum would only accelerate. A well-functioning system would naturally optimize and innovate, driving Castle's entire development. By then, he would only need to set the general direction. He could sit back and watch his territory flourish while the tide of iron and fire flattened this so-called fantasy world. As long as he provided a healthy path for advancement, the reformists would even drag him forward. Even the Empire was nothing more than a bigger ant. Would they become enemies? People who had never witnessed industrial explosions would probably lose their minds at the sight of this mechanical giant. He wouldn't even need to send an army, just flooding them with cheap goods would be enough to make them collapse. Oh, maybe they would struggle in a desperate final counterattack. Watching them shatter beneath the wheels of progress would make for quite the entertainment. While Alexei was running back and forth on the construction site, Hughes was busy in his laboratory. By the way, a few days ago, he officially named this place the chemistry laboratory and established various rules, such as prohibiting servants from approaching without reason, procedures for handling fires, and what to do in case of an explosion. Hearing this, old Connor's eye twitched involuntarily. He had tried multiple times to persuade Hughes to abandon this dangerous place, but remembering that this was an alchemist's workshop, he ultimately kept his mouth shut. Connor didn't know much about alchemists, but he understood the most important part: they were extremely profitable. Every lord's attitude toward alchemists was the same: revere them. Even the royal family treated alchemists with higher regard than nobles. The Empress herself had punished great nobles multiple times, yet she had never made a move against the alchemists. After all, replacing a noble was easy, but every alchemist was a priceless treasure. Thus, Connor's advice changed from "don't do something so dangerous" to "can someone else handle the dangerous parts?" As for the answer, of course not. In fact, the most dangerous thing in a chemistry lab is letting someone who knows nothing about it inside. However, despite his words, Hughes was somewhat tempted. Training someone with sufficient chemistry knowledge required a long time, which also meant they needed high loyalty, and chemistry experiments were inherently dangerous. Considering these conditions together, Hughes suddenly realized he might have a good option: sirens. These sirens were extremely loyal to him, unafraid of danger, and even better, they were incredibly strong. Their physical resilience astounded him. Impacts that were lethal to humans only barely injured sirens. A taller stature meant exponentially greater strength, and strength also correlated with agility and durability. He suspected that the bone density of sirens was significantly higher than that of humans. No wonder, despite their small numbers, they could drive the Murloc clans into retreat with their desperate attacks. If this were a computer game, he would immediately assign the sirens to chemistry courses. Unfortunately, sirens were not just cold strings of data. They were living beings with their own preferences. They resided in the depths of the ocean, and while nominally his subjects, had little real connection to him, well, except for Ash. She had signed a symbiotic contract with Hughes, meaning she had to stay on Castle Island permanently and couldn't stray too far. That said, chemistry experiments couldn't be conducted underwater. Perhaps Ash would be his only student. He had no idea whether she was interested in chemistry. Shaking his head, he put those thoughts aside. Connor, since there's a volcano on the island, get some sulfur ore. This stuff almost always accompanies volcanic activity. Don't need much, I just need some for experiments. Sulfur. Connor vaguely remembered it. Small amounts should be purchasable. He nodded. Also, I need a batch of experimental bottles and jars. I'll draw the designs later and you can check if craftsmen can make them. It's fine if they're expensive. After some thought, Hughes added, I remember there are quite a few vases in the manor. If necessary, we can use those. I think I also have some glass cups. Sighing lightly, Hughes said, melt them down. I'll ask the craftsmen if they can do it, Connor said, his expression complicated. Those items were considered artworks, and now they were going to be used as raw materials. Well, it was a sacrifice for the alchemy workshop. How is the olive oil factory coming along? Everything is going smoothly. We already have a batch of finished olive oil. Hughes nodded. It was as expected. The olive oil process used completely traditional methods. After all, there wasn't much to improve, just crushing olives with a millstone to extract the oil. Improve power sources. Without a foundation in materials science, he couldn't build a steam engine. That was one of his biggest dilemmas. Even though he had countless blueprints in his mind, he couldn't implement them in this world. Take the steam engine, for example. How would he handle tolerance issues? Mechanical structures were highly interconnected. If the precision wasn't high enough, forcing assembly would lead to disaster. Handcrafting a steam engine wasn't impossible, but it required producing a large number of parts and then selecting those that happened to fit together, slowly piecing together the entire machine. Back on Blue Star, his home country had used this method during industrial development, but that required a significant industrial workforce. Right now, he barely had one or two blacksmiths. Trying this was pure fantasy. A long road ahead, speaking of which, school construction can't be delayed either. Alexei has been busy building factories, right? Remind him later. Schooling was one of Hugh's top priorities. The olive oil factory was just a small endeavor. True industrial progress couldn't rely on illiterate craftsmen, and schools couldn't just train qualified workers. Engineers and researchers were also essential. If there were a gap in talent, future development would stall. From this perspective, laying the foundation was the most crucial task right now. Time is too tight. The pirates needed results by next month. Olive oil alone was definitely not enough. Even though Hughes had planned ahead, time was still pressing. Now that the olive oil factory was running, soap production was still stuck in his laboratory. Laboratory preparation and industrial mass production were completely different. Next, he needed to train craftsmen to handle each step to ensure smooth factory production. Unlike olive oil, which was already an established industry, this was a new technology. He didn't intend to use soap to deal with the pirates. It was just a transitional product, but still important. He was trying to establish an industrial assembly line. Small workshops and industrialization were worlds apart. Even if someone could handcraft intricate clocks, the empire still wouldn't be considered an industrial nation. Industrialization and standardization were Hugh's greatest advantages in this world, and the soap factory was just the first step toward realizing them. Once he successfully established an assembly line and standardized processes, everything else would follow smoothly. Get the sulfur as soon as possible. Next is nitric acid and sulfuric acid. The wheels of chemical industry must start turning, beginning with this humble laboratory. Hugh's eyes shone with anticipation. Leaving the chemistry laboratory, Hughes went to find his chief scribe. My lord, the factory's construction is progressing smoothly. As you know, we even have some finished olive oil already. But regarding the school, do you plan to build new houses, or just find some vacant buildings for now? The key to the school was the teachers. Hughes initially considered having Alexei's clerks teach, but after some thought, he abandoned the idea. He did not have enough influence over those clerks, and these imperial-trained bureaucrats might not be willing to teach commoners. Most of them were illegitimate children of lower nobles who could not inherit family wealth, or children of merchants, the upper class closest to the commoners. From Hughes' experience, this class harbored the greatest hostility toward commoners. One careless misstep could cause them to fall in status, and in many cases, the only thing separating them from commoners was a title. Therefore, they tried even harder than the upper nobility to distinguish themselves from commoners. Just like the original owner of this body before Hughes descended, Hughes, the illegitimate son. He had desperately clung to so-called noble etiquette, practicing intricate daily rituals, insisting on afternoon tea and reading, even after arriving on this small island. The less one had, the more they cared about it. Thus, having these low-level bureaucrats teach commoners would likely yield disastrous results. Hughes currently planned to select teachers from among his servants. Most of his servants were of commoner origin. Only great nobles could afford to have noble-born servants, and Hughes, after all, was just a bastard, and being literate was the only basic requirement he had for teachers. Yes, Hughes' fundamental requirement for the school was simply literacy. If one could read, they could understand basic signs and possess the most basic worker discipline. Further education, whether training engineers or scholars, would be categorized as advanced courses. He planned to personally teach the advanced courses himself. Yes, the entire school would have only one teacher that would be him. There was no other choice. Although he intended to teach only the most fundamental physics knowledge, he might be the only person in this world with a complete knowledge system. Well, unless there were other transmigrators. He planned to teach basic science and engineering knowledge progressively. As for advanced subjects, he would only provide books and let the students study on their own. Unexpected, right? Self-learning advanced mathematics is harder than advanced mathematics itself, but that was a concern for the distant future. For now, the priority was general education. Just find a suitable building, then inform the islanders about the free schooling policy. Yes, all workers and their families can attend literacy classes for free. Advanced courses will require only a minimal fee. Non-workers on the island will also be charged just a symbolic amount. This must be announced door to door to ensure every single person on the island knows about it. After dismissing the chief scribe, Hughes thought for a moment and decided to check on the siren's current condition. I'm heading to the study. From today on, I will work there. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. Hughes instructed the butler at the door. For now, he did not intend to make the siren's existence public. Connor nodded in acknowledgement. Hughes ascended the stairs and entered the study. He put on a show, directing the servants to place various island documents and financial records from past years on the desk. After ordering everyone else to stay out, he personally shut the door and gently bolted it. The study was not large. Hughes walked around it, making sure to pull all the curtains tightly closed. Then he lit a lantern and walked toward the fireplace. Inside the fireplace, there was a secret passage leading directly to the sea. Last time he had used it to meet Ash during his night excursion. Back then, she was still a bloated monster. Hughes chuckled and shook his head. He used the long-handled axe hanging on the wall to push open the hidden door and slipped inside quietly. Descending all the way to the bottom, he stood before the open sea, closed his eyes, and gently activated the symbiotic contract in his mind. The response was almost immediate. A shadow gradually emerged from the sea, and then, with a splash, it broke through the waves. Ash lowered her head and looked at Hughes standing on the reef. "My lord, you have called for me." Seawater dripped from her silver-white hair and slid down her finely scaled serpent tail, returning to the ocean. Her body seemed as if it had been cast from silver and meticulously polished, radiating an indescribable harmony and beauty. The faint metallic sheen of her scales and skin reminded Hughes of polished plate armor. Under the dim lantern light, a halo of light surrounded her, making her appear both cold and sacred. Hughes was momentarily stunned. This was his first time seeing Ash in her true form on land. Her towering stature was akin to that of a divine statue, yet the graceful curves of her streamlined body softened her inhumanity. Only by standing before her could one truly feel her oppressive presence. If she wielded a weapon in each of her 6 hands and charged through enemy lines. The name was indeed fitting. Their presence was like a tolling death knell, announcing the enemy's impending doom before their massive bodies crushed the ants in their path. The sirens, the angels of death, such warriors fighting for him, just imagining it made Hughes' blood boil for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. Lowering his head in thought for a moment, he then asked, "Ash, are you unable to leave here now?" Ash's eyes flickered. She bowed her head slightly. "My lord, signing the symbiotic contract prevents me from straying too far. Through our contract, I have gained the ability to survive on land. Unless you accompany me, I can no longer return to the abyssal trench." She hesitated, wanting to say something to express her determination, but Hughes waved his hand to cut her off. "What happens if you go too far? I remember that when I was unconscious, you tried to enter the abyssal trench. I would continuously lose vitality. The farther I go and the longer I stay away, the greater the loss. So that's how it was." Hughes nodded in understanding. No wonder she hadn't gone directly to the abyss's depths to remove that bloated state. Wait, something was off. "Then why aren't you?" Hughes gestured a bloated shape like that this time. "You've looked like this the whole time." "That is flesh magic, my lord," Ash said softly, her tone heavy. "Flesh magic is also one of our innate abilities. It allows us to maintain vitality even in dire conditions or when gravely wounded. We use it to resist water pressure, making survival barely possible. But we cannot stop for even a moment. Without a contract holder, the instant flesh magic ceases, death arrives. I gained the ability to survive on land from your contract, so only a small section of the sea required the activation of flesh magic. Since we ascended rapidly, you didn't feel the contract extracting your life force. In other words, as long as they descended into the abyssal trench once, they could forcibly maintain a normal state using flesh magic." Hughes understood now. No wonder the sirens of the past believed their race was cursed. There must have been normal sirens back then, but as soon as they stopped using flesh magic, they would immediately transform into bloated monsters or even explode and die. As for the newly born sirens later on, they never had the chance to dive into the abyssal trench and were born looking like bloated monsters. The sirens gradually disappeared, while the cursed ones struggled to survive in this world, until Hughes led them back into the abyss. "So what happened to your clansmen? How is the new home?" "Not very well," Ash furrowed her brows. "In the past, we only heard that the abyssal trench was a forbidden zone for life. Under your guidance, we learned about water pressure. We initially thought that water pressure was what kept other creatures from approaching, but later." At this point, Ash hesitated. She tried to gesture with her 6 hands, but it wasn't very effective. "Are there enemies inside?" Hughes asked tentatively. "Not just enemies, it's an indescribable existence. As long as it passes by, my clansmen feel oppression, nausea, loss of control, and madness. Can it be driven away? No, we can't see it." Ash thought for a moment before continuing. "Lord, we once heard that the abyssal trench had been polluted. That was when we lost our home. Also, the place we stayed in wasn't even the deepest part of the abyss. No one knows how deep it really is. The pollution seems to come from below." "Pollution? What do you mean by pollution?" Ash shook her head. "I've only heard of this term. I don't really understand it." Hughes pressed his lips tightly together. He didn't quite grasp what pollution meant in this context. From a literal perspective, it meant harmful substances had mixed into the environment, twisting normal conditions to the point where survival was impossible. But what could be considered harmful? There were indeed many substances that could cause hallucinations, nausea, and other symptoms, but those were more akin to materials. However, in Ash's description, the pollution affecting her clansmen seemed more like a living thing. Had some kind of creature become a source of pollution, or had the pollution itself come alive? If the pollution had come to life, would it seek food or would it seek to pollute more creatures? Hughes shuddered involuntarily. The temperature wasn't even cold, yet he felt a chilling gaze from the deep sea. He had a vague premonition that if the sirens remained in this pollution, something terrible would happen. No, this couldn't continue. Ash, can the sirens leave the abyssal trench? Ash showed a troubled expression. I have thought about this before, but only the abyssal trench has water this deep and pressure this great. As soon as we surface, we must constantly maintain flesh magic, and then they would revert to their original forms. Hughes saw a trace of determination in Ash's eyes. She would rather die in the abyssal trench than turn back into a cursed, bloated monster. But under the abyssal trench, the sirens' condition was clearly worsening. One day they would cross a certain threshold and be completely assimilated by the pollution. Hughes paced in place, thinking of solutions, only to reject them one by one. The sirens had extremely demanding survival conditions. Where could he find such high water pressure? Water pressure, water pressure, water pressure. Hughes suddenly stopped. He looked at Ash floating on the sea and smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten about the symbiotic contract? Can you survive on land through a contract? Ash's expression darkened slightly. We can sign a symbiotic contract with humans on land, drawing life force to maintain flesh magic, but every siren provides the same contract while the other party differs. Hughes was surprised and asked for details. When signing a symbiotic contract, both parties were placed on opposite ends of a scale. The sirens provided fixed abilities. No matter which siren a person signed with, the granted ability was the same. However, the symbiont on the other side provided a random ability in return. According to Ash, she had never seen two identical symbiotic contracts, even if both contracts were made with the same species. The contract between Ash and Hughes allowed Ash to survive on land, but if another siren signed a contract with a different human, the ability gained would be something else. The probability of gaining the ability to survive on land was close to zero, so at that time, Hughes realized something and asked in surprise, "Yes, Lord, my plan was to sign the contract, return to my clansmen, inform them about the water pressure, and then terminate the contract. What would happen if you terminated the contract? I would die." Ash answered bluntly, "All of my life force would be transferred to you through the contract." Hughes' eyes widened, and he remained silent for a long time. He hadn't expected Ash to be so resolute. When they first signed the contract, he thought it was some sort of scam. It was only because he had the ability to descend into a vessel that he took the risk, but he never expected Ash to be willing to sacrifice herself without hesitation. If not for sheer luck, granting him the ability to survive on land, Ash's departure would have been a final farewell. Then perhaps a new race would have emerged in the depths of the abyssal trench, worshipping him as a god while he remained completely unaware, continuing to manage Castle Island. Was this fate? Hughes was a staunch materialist, yet in the face of such fateful coincidence, he couldn't help but feel lost for a moment. Steadying himself, Hughes asked again, "Can the other sirens sign a contract with me?" Ash shook her head, sorrow flashing in her eyes. "Your body is too weak. You fell unconscious just from signing one contract. If another siren also drew life force from you, you would surely die." The sirens had never attempted multiple contracts with a single person before. Previously, they could only contract with fishmen who were equally frail. A single siren could drain a fishman completely, let alone multiple sirens. As for humans, Ash didn't want to belittle the human race. Her Lord Hughes was the most knowledgeable and benevolent being she had ever met, even comparable to a god. But in terms of physical strength and vitality, humans were even weaker than fishmen. Ash was even deliberately avoiding any actions that might cause injury, fearing that if she were seriously hurt, she would drain Hughes' life force completely through the contract. Seeing Ash's expression, Hughes guessed the answer. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "You said the contract is absolutely equal. Does that mean if I get injured, you can also provide me with life force?" Ash nodded. In fact, the symbiotic contract was more suited for situations where two warriors fought side by side on the battlefield. No matter who got hurt, the other could instantly provide a large amount of life force. This meant that each person essentially had two lives, greatly increasing their margin for error. Sirens were born warriors, and it was precisely this ability that allowed them to conquer the depths of the seven seas. Unfortunately, the abyssal trench had already been destroyed. The few remaining entrances were now polluted, and the races that once shared symbiosis with the sirens had vanished without a trace. All that remained of their past glory were the old songs passed down in legend. Ash was momentarily lost in thought. "Ash, go to the bottom of the abyssal trench and check on your clansmen. If the situation is dire, bring them up first. I remember that they can leave the deep sea for short periods, right?" Ash nodded. Although the symbiotic contract prevented her from straying too far from Hughes, the rift leading to the seabed of the abyssal trench was not far from Castle Island. She was confident she could return before her life force drained too quickly. After watching Ash slowly submerge into the sea, Hughes also walked back to the manor through the cave tunnels. He had an idea, but he needed to verify something first. As he returned to his study, Hughes carefully inspected the room's arrangement, ensuring nothing had been disturbed before approaching the door. When he pulled the door open, he instinctively felt something was off. The sensory ability he gained from the symbiotic contract vaguely told him that there was something on the other side of the door. It was a body made of flesh and blood, and it was about to collapse toward him. However, he had already opened the door. His mind reacted, but his body couldn't keep up, leaving him to watch as the figure pressed against the door fell toward him. Zoe. Hughes' gaze turned cold as he looked at the maid who had fallen to the ground. At the last moment, he had successfully stepped aside. Taking a few steps back, Hughes examined her from head to toe, ensuring she had no weapons before questioning, "Why are you here?" Zoe was dizzy from the fall, covered her reddened nose. When she looked up, her eyes were full of tears. "I was bringing you afternoon tea." Only then did Hughes notice that she was still holding a tray. Despite her fall, the porcelain teacup and refreshments on the tray had remained intact. She managed to keep the tray stable while falling. That was dedication. "I knocked on the door for a long time but got no response, so I got worried and tried to listen for any movement inside. I'm sorry." Hughes recalled that Zoe had always been responsible for delivering his afternoon tea. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Ever since he arrived, he had been dealing with all sorts of affairs and had long forgotten about tea and snacks, so he softened his tone. "There's no need to bring me tea anymore. When I'm working in the study, I tend to focus deeply and won't hear sounds from outside. Tell Connor not to disturb me while I'm working." Zoe looked up in surprise, then quickly realized her posture was inappropriate. She hurriedly stood up, tidied her long skirt slightly, placed the tea tray on the table, and then left the room. This isn't a good long-term situation either, Hughes thought to himself. If he stayed in the study without appearing for long periods, it would be too easy to arouse suspicion. But for now, he didn't have a better solution. He wasn't sure which of the servants he could trust. Moreover, sirens, whether in name or appearance, would inevitably make people uneasy. Coming from Earth, Hughes had no superstitions, but the people of this world might not be as accepting. Speaking of humanity's attitude toward other races, this was precisely why Hughes was going out today. He planned to test the church's stance. Generally speaking, if the church could accept non-humans, then persuading the common folk would just be a matter of time. However, he wasn't optimistic about the church's attitude. After all, the last time he descended, he had been killed by the church's people. Thinking about it still made him grit his teeth in anger. The Candlelight Order was it. He would have his revenge. Sighing, Hughes couldn't help but feel frustrated. The Candlelight Order was the state religion of the Empire. There were no other churches within the Empire, so even if he wanted to turn to a more lenient faith, he had no alternative. However, he had heard that the Empress and the church were growing increasingly divided. Who knew what the future held? For now, it was best to gather information first. Zoe, the maid who had just stepped out, peeked her head back in upon hearing Hughes call her name. "Tell Connor to prepare a horse. I'm going to the church." Understood. Her expression was somewhat complex as she turned and swiftly left down the hallway. Hughes turned his gaze back to the bookshelf. He intended to browse some church literature. This body's original owner had little understanding of the church. After flipping through a few books, Hughes rode toward the church with the butler, Connor. Connor wasn't well versed in church doctrine either, but he did know how the church handled worldly matters. Generally, the church does not involve itself in any territorial affairs. He recalled and then asked, "Master Hughes, why are you suddenly interested in them?" Since Castle has a Candlelight Order church, it's better to understand them sooner rather than later. Typically, the church was the most radical about non-human matters, so he needed to be prepared. "I heard that the church no longer has a seat in the Empire's judicial decisions," Connor said cautiously. He felt it was his duty to remind his lord about the Empress's stance toward the church. After all, his lord was, nominally, a vassal of the Empress, and this was something he needed to be aware of. Judicial decisions, Hughes knew that was akin to a court, where the Empire's tribunal decided on criminal sentences based on the Empire's holy charter. A seat there meant considerable influence. Before the Empress ascended to the throne, judicial decisions were jointly controlled by the nobility and the church. Now the church had been expelled and the nobility's power was also waning. Centralization, this was a sign of an empire on the rise. Hughes nodded to himself. And how did the church react? That's the strange part. Connor paused. The church only issued some nominal protests but took almost no actual action. Hughes frowned. The church did not put up any resistance, only offering a verbal protest. This is not right, this is very wrong. One must understand that the church is not something that can be easily manipulated. As the state religion of the empire, the Candlelight Church has a history even older than the empire itself. The church's control over the empire's various territories is in no way inferior to that of the royal family. Even on a small island like Castle, there is a church, one that was not newly built. Even when pirates governed this place, the Candlelight Church had already extended its influence here. In many remote areas, farmers may not even know who the emperor of the empire is, but they do know how many priests and nuns reside in the small chapel next door. No matter how one looks at it, the church's reaction does not resemble what a massive institution like it should display. There must be some unknown secret behind all this. We've arrived, my lord, this is the place. Connor pulled on the reins and stopped outside the church's courtyard. Hughes reined in his horse and looked up at the church before him. It was a tall, spired building. Aside from the metal insignia on top, which still appeared relatively new, the entire church bore the marks of time. Simply put, it was quite old and worn. My lord, there used to be a bishop-priest here, but he passed away unexpectedly due to illness. The church never sent a replacement, so now only a single nun remains to handle daily affairs. A bishop-priest was essentially the head of a church in a remote area. In the church's hierarchy, they ranked at the third level. Small local churches like this typically had limited contact with the higher church authorities. It was uncertain whether the church was even aware of the situation here. Hughes' gaze fell on the church's shattered glass windows and the wooden planks crudely nailed in place. Without making any comment, he stepped forward and entered. He had not announced his visit in advance, so naturally no one came to greet him. As he walked along the path, his eyes fell on the small vegetable garden in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Though slightly run down, the place was clean and well-maintained, reminding him of his old home back on Earth. But that was something from who knows how long ago. Pushing open the church's doors, the rotten door bolt let out a creaking sound, and a clear female voice came from inside, speaking urgently, "Don't push. Lift the door slightly before you push, otherwise you'll knock it off its hinges." A girl dressed in a dark nun's habit quickly ran over, glared at Hughes, and propped the door back into place. "How many times have I told you? Why do you still, who are you?" The girl secured the door against a triangular wooden block before placing her hands on her hips and looking at him. Then a look of confusion appeared in her eyes as she glanced up and down at Hughes and Connor's finely tailored clothing. Her gaze lingered on the emblem at Hughes' collar, and she froze for a moment. A second later, she suddenly clapped her hands together, as if she had figured something out, and showed an expression of realization. "You're that newly appointed Lord, Hughes? Yes, Hughes. I heard from the people who come for confession that you said you would teach them knowledge for free." Then she seemed to realize that standing with her hands on her hips and questioning him was inappropriate. She quickly dropped her hands, pressed her legs together, and subtly hid her mud-stained leather shoes behind her. "Lord, it is a pleasure, no, an honor to have you come to the church for confession." She tried to soften her voice, making an effort to sound delicate, at the very least not too fierce. She had to be careful not to scare away this new lord after all. "Are you here to donate money?" "Of course not. Get lost, I'm practically broke." "Yes." Hughes smiled elegantly and gestured for Connor to take out a coin pouch. With a pained expression, Connor counted out a few coins and handed them to the nun. The nun had initially wanted to take them immediately but hesitated, turned around, and took out a ledger to record the donation first before accepting the money. She intertwined her fingers and bowed to Hughes. Looking at the serious-faced young girl before him, Hughes found it amusing. "Is it just you in the church now? There is also an assistant priest, but he was injured before and is unable to manage the church's affairs. So if you need anything, you can speak to me." She lifted her head. "My church name is Chloe the Stormy Petrel." The name came from a 72-line poem describing the myth of creation. Very few people chose this as their name as it carried a tragic undertone. Petrels spent their entire lives chasing storms, only to perish in them. Hughes smiled without comment. He strolled through the church, noting the old yet spotless benches, and then asked Chloe, "What kind of activities does the church conduct now?" "Activities?" Chloe tilted her head in confusion. "There are only 2 of us in the church now. If we can gather enough people, we hold services. You know, most of the believers here are fishermen. They depend on the sea, so when the weather is good, they have to go out fishing and can't attend. I remember that the island has more craftsmen who brew sweet fruit wine, doesn't it?" "Yes, but their livelihoods are more stable. The island never lacks fruit for winemaking. As long as they work hard, they can make wine and control their own fate." "Why would they come to the church?" Hughes was taken aback and turned to look at Chloe. The girl's expression was indifferent. "It's just the truth, sir." Hughes had not expected the nun to have such a clear understanding. Indeed, people only turn to prayer when faced with things beyond their control. The terminally ill in hospitals tended to be the most devout believers. This was also why clergy often doubled as doctors, but hearing such words from a nun's mouth was a bit strange. Hughes gave Chloe a deep look but did not dwell on the topic. Does the church conduct any teachings on doctrine? This was his true purpose for coming here. He did not know much about the church, so it was best to start with its doctrines. If he could learn how the church described non-human races, that would give him a clear understanding of its stance. Doctrine. Chloe's expression turned troubled, and she bit her lip lightly before speaking hesitantly. "I'm just a nun. I don't know much about doctrine. I usually just listen to confessions and keep the church running." "Isn't there another priest in the church? I recall he is a priest, correct?" To be called a priest, one must at least be of the second clerical rank. They were required to pass doctrinal examinations and had a solid understanding of Scripture. Teaching doctrine should be an easy task for them. His situation is a bit special. Chloe seemed hesitant. Just then, a sound came from the inner door of the church. A tall man opened the door. Hugh's gaze settled on the priest's long robe. This robe was very familiar to Hughes. After all, just a few days ago, he had watched a cleric in the same robe, covered in mechanical constructs, kill him. Calm down, Hughes. Take a deep breath. Hughes did not show any emotion on his face. He gave a slight nod to the cleric. This is Brother Kiski. Chloe's voice sounded somewhat stiff for some reason. She leaned closer to Hughes and whispered in his ear. He suffered a head injury before and is unable to speak. Sometimes his behavior can be a little strange. It sounded like a brain injury. No wonder he was unable to manage church affairs. Hughes nodded in understanding, but that didn't matter much. He wasn't really here to study doctrine. He just wanted to know the church's stance on different races and have this cleric recommend some books. Chloe looked at the two men with concern. Hughes gave a subtle smile, stepped forward, and extended his hand. Hello, Brother Kiski. I am the rightful lord of this land, the Empire's frontier count. You may call me Hughes. He deliberately slowed his speech. Brother Kiski paused as if processing his words. Then he slowly smiled, pointed to his own mouth and waved his hand. He was probably trying to indicate that he couldn't speak. Hughes didn't think much of it and shook his hand. The next moment, Hughes lowered his head slightly, his eye twitching, before discreetly withdrawing his hand. Standing to the side, Connor frowned and glanced at Chloe. She had only introduced Brother Kiski to Hughes but had not introduced Hughes to him. This was quite rude among nobles. However, she had always been somewhat careless and was merely an ordinary nun. Expecting her to adhere to noble etiquette was perhaps too harsh. Connor was not unreasonable. He felt that Chloe hadn't done it intentionally, so he had no intention of blaming her. Connor suddenly noticed Chloe clenching her fists tightly, as if she were nervous. Oh, she must be worried that Brother Kiski might embarrass himself in front of Hughes. The old butler didn't think much of it and looked away. Hughes quickly adjusted his expression and turned to Chloe with a smile. This is a place where confessions can be made correct. Yes, of course, I'll take you to the confessional room. Chloe let out a breath of relief, stepped forward, and led Hughes into a room inside the church. As they passed by Brother Kiski, she casually pushed him toward another side door. Hughes nodded to Connor before following Chloe away. The two of them wound their way through several corridors before arriving at a door. Chloe gestured for Hughes to enter by himself, then walked toward the neighboring room. Hughes opened the door. The room wasn't very large, but the door was unusually heavy, likely designed that way on purpose. After all, most people coming to confess had secrets they wished to keep hidden. Hughes ran his hand over the thick door, then looked around the room. It was empty except for a single hardwood chair in the center, its worn surface indicating years of use. The wall had a small hole covered by a wooden board. With a soft rustling sound, the wooden board was lifted, and Chloe's voice came from the other side. You may begin your confession. As the door closed, the room darkened. A dim candle flickered to life at some point, casting just enough light to illuminate the small space. A faint scent of incense lingered in the air. In the corner, Hughes noticed a small incense burner, though only ashes remained inside. The confined space, the muffled voice filtering through the hole, the thick door, and the calming scent of incense, all these elements combined to relax a person, encouraging them to slowly unburden their secrets. As Hughes sat down, the wooden chair creaked twice. The armrests were polished smooth from years of use, reminding him of the old furniture from his childhood home. The design of this confessional was indeed quite clever. Each individual detail seemed ordinary, but together they created a powerful psychological effect. At this moment, Hughes almost felt as if he had truly returned to his childhood, lying in his grandfather's rocking chair, lazily watching the birds outside the window as the breeze brushed past. Hughes sighed softly. What a pity. If he were just an ordinary person, he might really believe this was just a regular church. His gaze gradually sharpened. Something was very strange. In this world, the supernatural seemed to be hidden for some reason. Ordinary people and the world of the extraordinary were completely separated. Even though Hughes had been actively searching, his first few descents yielded nothing. Only his last death barely revealed a corner of the supernatural world. But once he had unexpectedly stepped into the extraordinary, crossed that threshold, he realized that traces of the supernatural were everywhere, just beyond the perception of ordinary people. For example, just now, when he shook hands with Brother Kiski, a handshake was a basic courtesy. When he shook hands with the somewhat dull Brother Kiski, nothing about it felt strange. However, Hughes closed his eyes slightly. He needed to verify something. If there was anything suspicious in this room, it had to be. He reached out toward the hole in the confessional wall. Ah, please don't reach over. Why, you can just speak from your side. Chloe's panicked voice came from the other side. Hughes ignored her. Through the symbiotic contract, the power of the siren surged forth. In an instant, several words appeared in his mind. Ebony, copper, inscription as expected. Ebony and copper were both materials used in the confessional's walls. That inscription must be some kind of supernatural element. The reason he couldn't fully comprehend the name was likely because he lacked understanding of such supernatural inscriptions. However, he could clearly visualize its structure in his mind. Intricate lines coiled and intertwined, forming a three-dimensional construct like the internal mechanisms of a mechanical watch, complex yet exquisite. And just now, when he shook hands with Brother Kiski, he had seen the composition of Brother Kiski in his mind. Silver, steel, obsidian. Shell. There were dozens of components, more than half of which he couldn't identify. Several of them were also labeled inscription. Hughes wasn't sure what they all were, but one thing was certain. Brother Kiski's composition contained no flesh or blood. He was an intricate machine, operating in a way beyond Hughes' understanding. Brother Kiski was definitely not human. At that moment, Hughes had to use all his willpower to suppress the overwhelming shock in his heart and prevent himself from crying out in alarm. Everything was becoming clear. Hughes felt he now had a better grasp of the church's candlelight emblem, but still. Why did he have a nagging feeling that something was off? Hughes frowned and recalled for a moment. He had very little information. During the fleeting glance when shaking hands with Brother Kiski, he only roughly remembered a few of the constituent elements. Out of curiosity, he had made an effort to memorize the several inscriptions that made up Brother Kiski. Those inscriptions seemed to have subtle differences from the ones on the confessional wall hole he had just sensed. Hughes had never been exposed to knowledge about these types of inscriptions. However, in his previous life, he had seen many engineering blueprints and was already accustomed to constructing three-dimensional images of parts in his mind. So at a glance, he felt that something was off. The two types of inscriptions were essentially the same in their main structure, but their finer details were completely opposite. Perhaps it was because they served different functions. After all, one was a fixed building, while the other was a mechanical composition of the human body. Hughes thought of another point. Brother Kiski was almost indistinguishable from a human, with a normal flesh and blood sensation when shaking hands. Yet the Candlelight Church's priest who had previously killed him was covered in exaggerated and abrupt mechanical components. "Sir, Lord Hughes," Chloe's slightly wary voice came from the other side. Hughes smiled and softly apologized to Sister Chloe on the other end of the confessional, assuring her that he was merely curious. After some reassurance, Chloe still seemed doubtful but reluctantly accepted his explanation. After all, he had donated money. She couldn't possibly kick him out over such a minor, reckless action. Besides, Hughes' apology was genuinely sincere, and Chloe quickly let go of her dissatisfaction. "Then please speak. I will listen to your troubles." Hughes gathered his thoughts. The hidden extraordinary power of the Candlelight Church was merely an unexpected surprise. He had indeed come here with many questions in mind. "I have some worries, and there are also things I wish to ask Sister Chloe about." He spoke carefully. By the time he left the church, the sun was already about to set. Hughes and Connor rode on horseback toward the manor. There were no streetlights in this era, and traveling after dark was dangerous. Fortunately, the manor was not far away, and he could return before sunset. However, for the island's fishermen, returning home was not so convenient. Hughes glanced at the uneven roads. If he ever wanted to establish a night school in the future, he would first have to solve the problem of nighttime lighting. Without illumination at night, all activities could only take place during the day. He silently made a mental note of this and caught a glimpse of Connor's slightly worried expression from the corner of his eye. Hughes understood why his old butler was concerned. The conflict between the royal family and the church was practically out in the open. As a vassal of the Empress, he was not supposed to get too close to the church. In truth, he had no intention of doing so. The church did indeed possess some extraordinary powers, but the risks of associating with them were simply too high. However, Hughes' understanding of risk differed from that of most people. He wasn't particularly concerned about risks to his life. After all, he wouldn't truly die. To him, his body was more of a shackle than a necessity. But the church's methods seemed to go beyond mere violence. Hughes was vaguely worried that they might have some form of mental control. The church had a considerable number of fanatical believers. Hughes wasn't sure whether their devotion was natural or the result of some technique employed by the church. Based on his experience in the confessional, at the very least, the Candlelight Church had put great effort into designing the confessional. If they applied the same level of ingenuity to manipulating people's minds, Hughes wasn't willing to take that gamble. "Don't worry, Connor. I don't intend to have much contact with the church. I just need to understand the role they can play, in case I ever need them for medical treatment." Healing, including treating wounds and diseases, was one of the church's main responsibilities, and also one of their means of accumulating wealth. Unlike the horrifying medieval medical practices on Earth, the church in this world actually had some real abilities. Hughes had just confirmed that firsthand. He had discussed with Chloe the bloodletting method and humor theory from Earth, but she had only looked at him in confusion. She even advised him not to believe in such superstitions. Then, Chloe explained various medical treatments to him, some of which already bore the rudiments of modern medicine on Earth. Although she lacked concepts like bacteria, she understood the importance of disinfection and anesthesia. Do not underestimate this point. Having an understanding of disinfection and anesthesia at least prevented surgeries with a 300 mortality rate, even if the methods had a distinct church-like style. According to Chloe, the church possessed something called holy water. Using it to rinse wounds could prevent infection and festering. Surgical needles and knives also had to be cleansed with it. Burning a specific type of incense while reciting prayers could induce temporary unconsciousness in patients, making them insensitive to pain. Hughes was almost certain that extraordinary power was involved in this. Chloe's described process of making holy water had nothing to do with proper disinfection, yet it still had the effect of sterilization and preventing infection. Sigh. Hughes didn't understand why this world insisted on hiding the existence of extraordinary power. It could clearly benefit so many ordinary people. Castle Island was blessed with abundant resources. Whether it was fish from the sea or sweet fruits from the forests, it was hard for people to starve here. However, in his previous descents, Hughes had seen plenty of people die of hunger in the empire. Even in the capital, Rhine, there were vast slums. Factory workers had an average lifespan of less than 30 years, and even that was considered an enviable job. This world was, without a doubt, sick. Hughes' eyes darkened. He was not born a saint. With the ability to descend into bodies, all he had originally wanted was to enjoy life and bask in admiration. But with each descent, he had only seen souls suffering in pain, people collapsing by the roadside, clutching their unfulfilled hopes. Gradually, his initial thoughts faded. He had a heart, he had emotions. Since he had the knowledge to change the world, since he had so many bodies and did not need to fear death, why not try to do something? The more he descended, the more resolute he became. He would let the tide of industry sweep through this world. He would let the blood of greedy nobles stain their gold coins. He would bring executioners who ignited wars to the guillotine. He would make sure that even the poorest, weakest souls had bread on their tables. Industry would bring many new problems and new pains, but regardless, it was progress. And progress was better than stagnation. No system could solve all problems forever. Hughes couldn't either, but he could bring people hope. As long as hope exists, humanity, with all its strength, will always find the bravery to press on. When Hughes returned to the manor, he encountered Alexei, who was waiting for him. Seeing the somewhat awkward smile on Alexei's face, Hughes immediately guessed his reason for coming. Out of money. Yes, Alexei sighed. Whether it's recruiting personnel to explore the island or establishing a school, everything requires money. Not to mention the renovation of the workshop. There was no way around it. Any industry required initial investment, and this part of the expenditure was unavoidable. Hughes was already mentally prepared for it. Don't worry about the money. I'll figure something out. Tell me about the progress. Alexei nodded and quickly took out his notebook. The mineral deposits have basically been identified. Most of this information comes from previous island surveys. We followed the records to investigate the sites and compiled the findings. Hughes took the booklet and flipped through it casually. His eyes widened in surprise. You're saying the island has iron ore, copper ore, limestone, sulfur, and gypsum, and all of these have already been confirmed. Yes, I've personally visited these mining areas. Aside from some uncertainty about the exact quality, everything else checks out. Alexei shrugged. We don't have professional surveyors, so we could only ask some blacksmiths to take a look. Without proper surveying, how did you find these mines? Hughes twitched at the corner of his eye. They wouldn't happen to be open-pit mines, would they? Alexei nodded. They are. Hughes fell silent. Open-pit mines might not always yield the highest quality ore, but they would never be too poor either. Besides, for Castle at this stage, mining more challenging ore veins was almost impossible. Hughes hadn't expected much, yet it turned out that all of them were open-pit mines. Why weren't these mines developed before? Hughes took a deep breath. My lord, this is the Storm Ocean. Alexei gave a bitter smile. Indeed, this was the Storm Ocean. Pirates lacked the ability to smelt metals. They preferred to buy finished products directly. The northern White Raven Principality and the Western Empire had no shortage of ores, so there was no reason to transport them from such a distance. As for the south, would anyone dare to cross the storms at the center of the Storm Ocean? Speaking of mines, Hughes suddenly recalled what he had seen underwater, how the Siren tribe, enslaved by the fishmen, was primarily engaged in mining. So there were ore veins beneath the sea as well. They just needed to drive away the fishmen. Wait a minute, why were the fishmen mining? Could they even smelt ores underwater? Hughes narrowed his eyes. Let's set that aside for now. How are the factories coming along? The olive oil factory is already running smoothly. The trial production phase was a success, and now the process is stable. Output is steadily increasing, but what? The production of olives can't quite keep up. Castle does have many olive trees, but a lot of them are on the mountains, making them hard to harvest. Hughes nodded. He had already noticed this issue. Olive trees were not particularly suited for tropical climates. Castle had a towering volcano, and the climate at its base differed greatly from that of the mountains. Olives mainly grew in the valleys, and the easily accessible ones were limited. Transporting olives down from the mountains was exponentially more difficult. Without suitable transport equipment or even paved roads, harvesting required a massive amount of manual labor. Don't forcefully harvest the mountain olives. Human resources are extremely valuable. Our goal isn't just to produce olive oil, but to train a skilled workforce. Skilled workers. Alexei was taken aback. He had no experience managing factories. To him, these craftsmen were like the logistics troops of an army. There were elite combat units, but he had never heard of elite logistics teams. He had visited the factories before. The craftsmen were doing repetitive and simple tasks. What was there to train? Hughes chuckled. Look, the people working in the factory now, I call them craftsmen, not workers. That's because they haven't fully adapted to factory operations yet. Even though they work in a factory, they're doing things similar to what they did in workshops. But my definition of a worker is someone who has basic professional knowledge, who knows what they should do, what they can do, what is dangerous, and what is life-threatening. Don't underestimate this. Industrial processes must be learned over time. Many dangers aren't immediately obvious if people don't learn and adapt. Then it will cost lives. Alexei was speechless. He had never considered this before. Just wait and see. Once the workers in the olive oil factory become more proficient, production efficiency will improve drastically, and accidents will decrease significantly. Hughes flipped through his notes and asked, "How's the school coming along? We've found a few empty buildings. Desks and furniture are easy to arrange, but it's hard to gather enough books and paper in a short time. No need to worry about that." Hughes smiled. In this era when people thought of schools, they envisioned something akin to modern universities. Basic education. Nobles hired private tutors, while commoners. Why would commoners need to go to school? Hughes needed to solve the problem of fundamental education, to train qualified engineers, or even lower, to train qualified workers. Our school doesn't need paper and pens. Just find a wall or a large enough wooden board and paint it black. A blackboard was enough for teaching. The territory produced gypsum and limestone, making chalk incredibly easy to manufacture. Even without chalk, one could write on a blackboard using a piece of soil. Education isn't as difficult as people think. As long as there are students and a blackboard, knowledge can be passed on. Alexei opened his mouth, wanting to say something but unsure how. Although he was an orphan, he had received an elite education and understood the implications of Hughes' actions. Universal education, teaching a bunch of commoners to read. Just the idea of such a school would make Hughes a laughingstock among the nobility, yet Alexei felt something indescribable. He had grown up in an orphanage. He had seen how the lower class toiled their entire lives in confusion. He was not one of the high and mighty nobles. His feet had once trodden the muddy earth too. In the end, he said nothing. He simply tightened his grip on the curved blade at his waist. It was the one Hughes had given him. Lately, it had become his habit. Whenever he held the blade, strength surged from within, supporting him. In any case, the school must start classes as soon as possible. I will personally select the instructors. The workshop renovations must also proceed without delay. Our time is limited. Alexei gave Hughes a serious look, saluted him, and left the manor. Why is he using military salutes again? After Alexei left, Hughes thought for a moment and called for Connor. How are the blueprints I gave you earlier coming along? You mean the one for the steam engine? Yes, I went to the island's blacksmith. He said that while some parts might be possible to make elsewhere, the cylinder section is definitely beyond our capabilities. Explain in detail. All right, Connor recalled his visit to the blacksmith's shop. Nonsense, pure nonsense, the old blacksmith said angrily. This iron barrel needs to be extremely smooth inside, without any seams or leaks. That's impossible. Are you saying that special tools are required? No tool can make such a thing. You wouldn't be able to build it anywhere. This requires a massive furnace to melt steel and cast it properly. Maybe if you go to Rhine, you might have a chance. They have enough craftsmen to work together and possibly make it. But on this island, it's just me and my apprentice. Unless you find a solid block of iron and carve a hole through the middle. That might work. If that's the case, impossible, at least not here. Not to mention what tools we'd use to bore a hole in solid iron. Even if I had the tools, it would take me half a year and I still might not finish it. Besides, the other parts of this blueprint are also absurd. For example, this pipe could bend an iron plate to shape, but to seal it tightly so that it doesn't leak, as you put it. That requires an extremely high level of craftsmanship and a great deal of luck. Who knows how many failures it would take before getting a single successful piece. In short, what you need is half of Rhine's blacksmiths, but here it's just me, an old man. There's no way I can make these things. Connor slowly explained everything to Hughes. Hughes couldn't help but sigh. Manually building a steam engine was indeed too difficult, and he hadn't placed much hope on it. Now the progress of industrialization was completely stalled. No matter how efficient his factory was, it could only remain at a handicraft level, a larger workshop at best. If a steam engine couldn't be built, an internal combustion engine was out of the question. A generator might be slightly easier, but without a steam engine to drive it, what was he supposed to do, turn it by hand? Human energy utilization was mostly about boiling water, yet he was stuck even at this step. Anything beyond that was just wishful thinking. His industrial foundation was too weak. No matter how many blueprints he had in his mind, they were useless without the means to build them. Thinking carefully, was there another way? Images flashed through his mind. The church and Rhine's factories might have primitive steam engines, but acquiring one would be extremely difficult. Even if he could afford it, transporting it would be another issue. Besides, relying on purchased steam engines for industrial development was not a viable long-term solution. He had built a blast furnace at his estate, but it hadn't even been tested yet. Even if it was a complete success, by the time he reached the level of lathes and boring machines, who knew how long it would take? The hardest part of industrial progress was getting from 0 to 1, and that was exactly where he was stuck. This path was blocked. What about the royal family? They had established the Gear Academy. He didn't know much about it, but from the name alone, it likely had what he needed. But that would bring him back to square one. He might gain the royal family's assistance, but he would inevitably become entangled in their influence. He should consider this as a backup plan. Getting caught up with the royal family was better than being stuck with no progress. Was there any other way? The imperial royal family's djembe. Wait, he didn't necessarily need to rely on these established industrial forces. The problem he needed to solve was the inability to manufacture a steam engine. Why not turn to magic? Back in the ocean, he had seen the siren cast spells to attack the fishmen. Could those mystical powers help him create a steam engine? It was absurd to expect underwater sirens to possess welding techniques, but it was the most feasible option available to him at the moment. Connor, you can go back. Let me think alone for a while. Hughes didn't tell Connor about the sirens. After all, only Ash could currently visit the island. The other sirens still lived in the abyssal trench. They were technically his subjects, yet they felt so distant from him. Just as Hughes was about to use the mind link to communicate with Ash, he suddenly frowned. The symbiotic contract is draining my life force. Ash is injured. Something must have happened under the sea. Hughes stood up anxiously, gave Connor instructions not to let anyone disturb him, then locked the study door. He skillfully opened the hidden passage and went inside. Not long after entering the passage, Hughes narrowed his eyes. Through his water perception ability, he sensed that there was more than just Ash down there. Fortunately, the presences were familiar. They were all sirens. Judging by their numbers, it seemed the entire clan had arrived. What had happened under the sea? Frowning, Hughes quickened his pace. After a few turns, the passage suddenly opened up into a massive cavern. In the center was a large body of water where many sirens were gathered in a circle, whispering anxiously. Ash was the first to sense the contract's response. She turned her head toward Hughes and gestured to the other sirens, bringing silence to the cavern. What happened? My lord, the pollution from the abyss suddenly erupted again. We have lost our home once more, and Ash's face was grim as she swam to the shore. The gathered sirens parted to reveal something. Hughes looked toward the center of the sirens. Despite the dim lighting, his night vision, granted by the symbiotic contract, allowed him to see the familiar figure among them. Monica, she's injured. Hughes quickly approached without hesitation and jumped into the water. Unlike Ash, the other sirens had not signed a symbiotic contract. If they left the water, the pressure would increase dramatically. They could only float just below the surface. As Hughes got closer, two sirens moved to stop him. Lord, please don't go any further. Monica, she was unable to dodge in time. She suffered serious injuries and has been contaminated. Ash spoke in a low voice. Hughes looked at Monica. Her once smooth, vibrant green scales had lost their luster. Deep, jagged wounds stretched from her back to her neck, nearly tearing her body in half. Black, eerie substances clung to her wounds like leeches, preventing them from healing. The sirens around her reached out to soothe her injuries, and they seemed to begin closing. But the moment the flesh neared the dark substance, it cracked open again, worsening the wounds. Was this pollution? Monica has lost consciousness. By gathering together, we can barely use flesh magic to maintain her current state, but we can't do anything about the pollution, said a golden-haired siren. And even if she wakes up, it may not be a good thing. Back in the abyssal trench, she was directly struck by an entire polluted monster. I saw it with my own eyes. It entered her body. As she spoke, a trace of sorrow appeared on her face. Perhaps when she wakes up, she will no longer be Monica. Does your clan have any records of this type of pollution? The sirens shook their heads in unison. They had already linked their minds together, searching through each other's memories, but there was no clue. Perhaps the ancient Siren Kingdom had relevant texts, but those had long been lost, leaving them with only a few oral traditions. This was indeed troublesome. Hughes couldn't think of a solution right away. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "How long can you keep her stable?" At most 3 days, Ash glanced at the sirens. I'm the only one here who can move freely. The others must maintain their flesh magic to resist the lack of pressure. Fortunately, Monica was the only injured one. The sirens could still spare a little magic to sustain her while maintaining their own flesh magic, but this left them trapped here, unable to move. Then you, Lady Ash has overdrawn her magic, the golden-haired siren interrupted. From the depths of the abyssal trench, she alone sustained Monica's flesh magic and fought off countless monsters to bring us here, giving us a stable environment to cast our spells. For the next week, she won't be able to use even a trace of magic. Ash, you've done well. Take this time to rest. I'll find a way. The other sirens had to maintain their flesh magic, yet Ash had single-handedly fended off all the polluted monsters and successfully led them out of the abyss. That was nothing short of a miracle. After all, when the sirens had first entered the abyss, they had to charge forward and self-detonate one by one just to carve a bloody path through. Strangely, in their recent journeys to and from the abyss, they had encountered no further interference from the fishmen. Perhaps something had happened to them as well. Suddenly, Hughes felt his vision darken, and dizziness overwhelmed him. The golden-haired siren quickly caught him with her 4 free hands. Lord Hughes. Lord, are you all right? What happened? Hughes shook his head to recover. Looking at Ash, he noticed she was shaking her head as well. She seemed to have just experienced the same moment of disorientation. Seeing Hughes' concerned gaze, Ash looked even more guilty. Apologies, I'm weak. I unintentionally drew on your life force through the contract. Hughes rubbed his temple. The sensation was terrible, like a persistent fever, accompanied by constant headaches and a lingering weakness. It's fine. It's not a big deal, you rest. I'll go get some supplies for you. Hughes returned to his study alone. After some thought, he rang a bell on his desk. Soon, footsteps approached from outside. Lord Hughes, tell Connor to come here alone. I have something to discuss with him. Connor arrived quickly. This meticulous old butler always gave Hughes the impression of being available at a moment's notice. Even though there were many matters in the manor that required his attention and supervision, he handled them with ease while still being able to promptly attend to Hughes. Professional, elegant, and utterly loyal. A perfect embodiment of what Hughes imagined, or perhaps stereotyped, a butler to be. Soon, Connor entered the study. Hughes gestured for him to lock the door before beginning their conversation. Pollution from the depths of the sea. Connor recalled seriously, then shook his head. I have never heard of such a thing. Have you encountered a problem? Indeed. Hughes nodded. He decided to tell Connor about the sirens. In the abyssal trench, it had been different, but now that they were here, many matters required Connor's assistance. Besides, Connor had been his butler since childhood, one of the few people he could truly trust. Alexei would help him manage the territory, while Connor could assist with the siren issue. Hughes briefly explained the origins of the sirens, omitting some details. The usually composed old butler widened his eyes in shock, stumbled a few steps, and sat heavily in the chair opposite Hughes. He took several deep breaths before regaining his composure. So you have earned the allegiance of these otherworldly beings. Yes, and they are so eager for it. I clearly told them I am not a god. Hughes spread his hands. Incredible. Unbelievable. Connor removed his monocle, his hands trembling as he wiped it with a handkerchief. I've only ever heard of such things in legends. Otherworldly races, they actually exist. Has the church recorded anything similar? Hughes asked curiously. He didn't know much about Connor's past, only that he had spent time traveling before becoming a butler. Originally, he wanted to learn more about Connor's experiences, but it seemed the butler was more shocked than he was. No, at least not that I know of. My knowledge of the church is limited. The Candlelight Church hasn't been enthusiastic about missionary work in recent years. Only mentions of otherworldly beings come from scattered sailor rumors, but he shook his head. Most of those are contradictory, full of errors and unreliable stories. Sailors. Hughes remembered that Connor had been a sailor in his youth, but you've never seen fishmen at sea. Connor gave Hughes a deep look, hesitation flashing across his face. It's not that I've never heard of them. They say the sea once had many otherworldly races, but they all gradually disappeared. All of them, Hughes frowned. Something must have happened in the ocean, perhaps related to this pollution. I'm thinking of consulting the Candlelight Church. What do you think? Connor looked as though he had something to say but hesitated. I already tested the church's stance last time. Sister Chloe doesn't seem particularly prejudiced against other races. I had intended to gradually win her over as an ally, but it seems we may not have enough time now. I plan to privately invite Sister Chloe to the manor. Our last meeting was pleasant. Hopefully, this one will be as well. And Brother Kiski, he will respect Sister Chloe's decisions. Connor did not know that Brother Kiski was not human, and Hughes had no intention of revealing the truth. The symbiotic contract was a serious matter, and he wasn't ready to share it. What if Sister Chloe refuses to cooperate? Connor frowned. Seeking help means exposing a lot. Asking about pollution from the ocean would at least reveal that Hughes had some connection to the sea. That was indeed a major risk. I want to understand the Candlelight Church's general stance on these matters. Are they the type to meddle? Hughes asked, watching his butler closely. Meddle, the Candlelight Church. No, they rarely interfere in worldly affairs. You can rest assured about that. They are incredibly secretive. But that's also the problem. They rarely respond to Lord's requests for help. You're saying they'll refuse to investigate the pollution. They'll handle it in their own way. Connor hesitated. I once heard the Duke mention that the Candlelight Church has a group called Secret Keepers. They specialize in seeking out strange occurrences and uncovering the truth. But whatever they find is never made public. That's the Candlelight Church's way. When lords encounter unsolvable problems, they seek the church's aid. Secret keepers arrive, and the problem always gets resolved, but no one ever knows what really happened. You are very perceptive, Lord Hughes. Hughes looked at Connor, considered for a moment, and then spoke. Yes, so my concern isn't that your plea for help will go unanswered, but that they will bury us along with the secret, right? Connor did not respond. He simply lowered his head, nodded slightly, and stood to the side, waiting for Hughes to make a decision. Hughes rubbed his temples and sat in the chair, thinking carefully. This was indeed troublesome, but overall still manageable. First of all, the Candlelight Church generally wouldn't openly escalate conflicts with the local lords. Right now, he was the frontier count. If he were killed by pirates, the Empress would simply send another person to take his place. But if he were to be eliminated inexplicably by the church, the royal family would find an excuse to suppress the church, even if they had none. Given the church's current stance of full-scale retreat, they certainly wouldn't take the initiative to hand a weapon to the royal family. Hughes felt that as long as he didn't court death, the church likely wouldn't touch him. In fact, even if he acted a bit more recklessly, it wouldn't matter. Right now, he was the Empress's man. Aside from that, Hughes thought of Chloe. Perhaps because she was still young and hadn't been with the church for long, he always felt that this girl's personality was quite different from the Candlelight Church's usual style. Hughes had spoken with her for a long time in the confessional. She was full of passion and curiosity about the world, as if there was a fire in her heart that ignited everyone around her. Hughes had subtly probed her stance on non-humans. Though Chloe's tone carried some hesitation, the curiosity and anticipation in her voice were impossible to hide. He hadn't expected to have to approach her again so soon. I'll first try to reach out to Sister Chloe. She isn't as opposed to non-humans, Hughes mused. The stance of the Candlelight Church itself isn't that important. This is Sister Chloe's church. As long as I can convince her, it will be fine. And if he failed to convince her. Hughes glanced at the ground beneath his feet. Castle Island was an isolated island. The only way off was by ship, and any message sent back to the Candlelight Church's diocesan headquarters would take a long time to arrive. He could completely suppress any unexpected developments. The previous priest had already died unexpectedly. If another nun were to meet with an accident, it wouldn't be all that surprising. He could make everything appear entirely reasonable. But after some thought, Hughes abandoned this rash idea. It wasn't that he lacked the resolve to carry it out, but rather because he remembered another person he had seen in the church, Brother Kiski. Hughes knew that he was not a living person, but some kind of mechanical construct. His existence was undoubtedly connected to supernatural forces, and Hughes knew next to nothing about the supernatural. Did Kiski have combat capabilities? Could Hughes's soldiers handle him? All of this was unknown. Hughes recalled the Candlelight Church priest who had once killed him. The speed had been completely beyond his reaction time. Could he really contend with that? A shadow passed over Hughes's eyes. The Candlelight Church had always kept a low profile, but it was by no means weak. If he wanted to seek their help, he had to be extremely cautious and probe carefully. That would waste a great deal of time, and time was the one thing he lacked the most. Ahem, Lord Hughes, the Candlelight Church may not be our only option, Connor suddenly said in a low voice. Chief Scribe Alexei did not come here alone. His sister came with him. Sister, I remember he. Yes, he is an orphan adopted by the royal family in the Northern Territory. He has no blood relatives, so this sister. It's the royal family's arrangement, Connor whispered. Before you took office, Duke Cohen had people investigate these matters. He must have given his tacit approval. Hughes looked at Connor with some confusion. He himself was Duke Cohen's man. From Connor's words, it seemed that Duke Cohen hadn't told him about this directly. Duke Cohen had chosen to feign ignorance, not even informing his own people, yet he also hadn't stopped them from investigating. Hughes smelled trouble. This person's identity must be highly significant. The royal family was involved, which meant this matter benefited them. The Duke was pretending to be oblivious, which meant he wasn't losing out either. Alexei, royal family, Duke, orphan, sister. Perhaps the answer was hidden in plain sight. Hughes's eyes lit up. I recall that the Empire's northern territory has a white raven principality, correct? Hughes chuckled and looked at Connor. Yes, young master. A flicker of surprise flashed through Connor's eyes. He hadn't even had a chance to say it, yet Hughes had already figured out the answer. Alexei's sister is a refugee from the White Raven Principality. She was taken in by the royal orphanage as a child, and in reality, she is a barrier from the Silent Sanctum. Silent Sanctum, Hughes knew the name. It was one of the 4 great churches, with its territory in the White Raven Principality to the north. The Empire's state religion was the Candlelight Church. Although the royal family and the candlelight church had grown distant, they had not openly turned against each other yet. As a result, there was no sign of the silent sanctum within the empire's borders. So why were they here? Hughes searched his memory and then revealed a look of understanding. It was said that the White Raven Principality had suffered a strange catastrophe. Most of its people were now fleeing south, even members of the Silent Sanctum, and judging from the current situation, they were quite interested in the Empire. Their influence had already reached Hughes's domain, a frontier count's territory. The royal family and the Candlelight Church were at odds. Bringing in the Silent Sanctum as a counterbalance made sense. The Silent Sanctum was virtually unknown here, so they posed little threat to Hughes. If Hughes approached them, they would likely be more willing to help. Even if their attitude toward non-humans was extreme, it didn't matter. They had no foothold here and wouldn't cause too much trouble. They were practically the perfect group to seek aid from. Where are Alexei and his people staying? Not far from here. You'll be visiting them tomorrow morning, correct? We can publicly say you're checking on your administrative officer. Tomorrow morning. Yes, Hughes glanced out the window. It was already deep into the night. Going out now would attract too much attention. I'll make the arrangements in advance to ensure everything goes smoothly, Connor said with a wink. He planned to send people to make initial contact, while Hughes would formally meet them the next day. Hughes took a deep breath. Time was tight, but rushing wouldn't help. Besides, he still had things to do. Connor, I need to allocate some supplies to the sirens. Also, I'll show you the hidden passage. You can get acquainted with the sirens as well. I have a feeling they'll be even more closely tied to the territory in the future. He had to save the sirens. They were the last hope for the steam engine. Connor's eyes flickered slightly, but he nodded and followed Hughes down into the hidden passage. Early the next morning, Hughes and his group set off for the residence of the chief scribe. The conditions on the island were rather simple. Hughes' manor had undergone extensive renovations, but Alexei and the others' residences were much more basic. Fortunately, land was not scarce on the island, and since the royal family was paying, simple wooden houses were quickly built one after another. Hughes had not been on Castle Island for long. The walls had just been completed, and at a glance, the place somewhat resembled a modern residential community. Connor had already come in advance to test the waters, and both sides quickly found common ground, making the subsequent matters proceed smoothly. Bringing along some gifts, Hughes and his party arrived at the residence of Chief Scribe Alexei. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Alexei, they coincidentally encountered a lady who was taking a stroll outside the house. This was Alexei's relative. Naturally, he stepped forward to make an introduction. Hughes seized the opportunity to invite both of them to visit his manor, and Alexei and his sister readily accepted. Unfortunately, the chief scribe was suffering from a slight cold and was feeling unwell. Hughes immediately arranged for someone to take him to rest in a nearby room. Connor led Alexei away. Thus, through a series of reasonable coincidences, Hughes now found himself sitting in the reception hall with Alexei's sister, each occupying a chair. Hughes glanced toward the doorway. A servant gave him a nod before closing the door. Only then did Hughes breathe a sigh of relief and carefully observe the girl sitting across from him. She had pure white hair, including her eyebrows, resembling frost that had settled upon the branches. Hughes had heard that this was a unique trait of the people from the White Raven Principality. Unlike the whitening of hair due to aging, the girl's long hair was not a faded silver, but a strikingly pure white, like freshly fallen snow. She was much shorter than Hughes, petite in stature, yet she was wrapped in thick outerwear, with a scarf covering most of her face and a hat further concealing her features to avoid being seen. Now she was removing the clothing used for concealment, carefully folding them and placing them to the side. She then stood up, lifted the hem of her dress, and gave a light curtsy. "Hello, my name is Hughes." Hughes extended his hand. This was a new habit he had developed under the influence of Brother Kiski. Now, whenever he met someone new, he would shake hands as a way to check whether they were made of flesh and blood. The girl expressionlessly reached out and shook his hand. Nora. Though she was dressed warmly, Nora's hand was ice cold. The power of the symbiotic contract emerged in Hughes' mind as he sensed her. There was no issue, she was human. Perhaps she simply had naturally cold hands and feet, or maybe it was a trait of the barrier. Speaking of barriers, Hughes narrowed his eyes. He was still unsure about the exact meaning of the title. Connor had given him a set of detailed information, which he had gone through, but it seemed somewhat vague. "I heard you come from the White Raven Principality. I'm quite interested in the customs and traditions there. Could you tell me about them?" Nora glanced at him, nodded, then jumped down from her chair and took out a peculiar metal sphere. The sphere had several slits running across it, with a thin chain attached to the top, resembling a meteor hammer but far more delicate. At first, Hughes thought it was some sort of mechanical device, but after searching his memory, he was surprised to recognize it as a portable sensor. Strange, why would a sensor need to be portable? Nora did not offer further explanation, merely raising the sensor and motioning for him to observe. Hughes shot Nora a curious look. Could silent in silent sanctum literally mean silence? From beginning to end, the girl had been reserved, speaking only when necessary. But how could one spread a faith without speaking? Hughes found the thought amusing. Setting aside his scattered thoughts, Hughes composed himself and focused on the censer in Nora's hand. It was exquisitely crafted and small, with a carving of a white raven spreading its wings, ready to take flight. However, upon closer inspection, the raven had no flesh or feathers. Its form was entirely skeletal, like a corpse buried beneath the snow. Gazing at the white raven, Hughes felt an inexplicable sorrow, as if he were witnessing a life gradually fading from the world. Nora moved her hand slightly, and wisps of smoke gently rose from the censer. A faint incense fragrance drifted in the air, a dry, woody scent reminiscent of early winter snowfall. Hughes felt momentarily dazed. At some point, images began to appear before his eyes. It was as if he had arrived in the extreme north, where the empire's lush forests and blooming meadows no longer existed. Snowflakes drifted down, and he heard the howling wind in his ears. Turning his head, he saw a group of people standing in a circle, their backs facing him, observing something in silence. They wore thick fur clothing, with unruly white hair poking out from under their hats, people from the White Raven Principality. The wind and snow howled, yet the people stood in solemn silence, wordlessly gazing ahead. Curious, Hughes leaned forward for a better look. Before them stood a newly built tombstone, its rough stone surface lightly dusted with frost. Behind it lay a small pit, within which rested a simple wooden coffin. At the forefront stood a robed man. He wore a fur hat with a thick book hanging at his waist, its spine and corners reinforced with brass fittings. A chain secured it in place. Hughes recognized the sacred glow on his attire. He was a priest of the silent sanctum. The priest held a shovel. The permafrost of the icefield was as hard as mountain rock, yet he dug with ease, as if slicing through cake. Frozen soil and snow gradually covered the wooden coffin, forming a small mound. The priest gently patted the soil into place before setting the shovel down and silently offering a prayer. The mourners stood before the tombstone, grieving in silence. In their homes, they gathered by the fire, drinking. In the forests, they hunted for food. They lived upon this land, and in the end, they were buried here. Tombstones stood one after another. The living paused here, while the dead rested eternally. The wind and snow suddenly intensified, obscuring everything. As Hughes shook his head to clear his vision, a church appeared before him. No spires, no grand doors, no beautiful stained glass, only cold, unyielding stone walls. The last image he saw was a great bell atop the church, engraved with a single line of text: "The wind and snow bury the past, but the sanctum never forgets." Hughes closed his eyes, absorbing the flood of images in his mind. The history of the silent sanctum surged forth, yet it did not feel overwhelming. Instead, it felt as if these memories had always been there, deep within his soul. It was like watching a movie, Hughes thought to himself. The profound sense of solemnity and gravity sent shivers down his spine, making his hair stand on end. Truly breathtaking, Hughes murmured after a long silence. The only regret was that there was no information about extraordinary powers in all the details, though that was not surprising. Besides these images, he also gained a considerable amount of knowledge related to the silent sanctum, which was somewhat rigidly imprinted in the depths of his mind. However, as long as he recalled it, he could think of it. What was this? Knowledge infusion. Hughes looked at the censer with interest. This censer was truly a good item. Once the incense was lit, it would allow a person to see various images. It felt as if knowledge was entering his mind in a strange way. He just didn't know if it could be used for learning. If simply lighting the censer naturally allowed knowledge and images to flow into the mind, this bizarre ability would be perfect for education. One of the obstacles to technological development was the frailty of the human body. In modern society, for an ordinary person to learn from scratch and reach the cutting edge of knowledge in order to begin research, it would take decades. A PhD graduate was nearly 30 years old, and that was under ideal conditions. How long could a person live? The speed at which the human brain learned had its limits. If there were a way to bypass the tedious learning process, then humanity's research efficiency would increase dramatically. Silent sanctum. Hughes fell into deep thought. Nora, holding the chain and censer, nodded in satisfaction. She casually swung the censer a few times before deftly securing it at her waist. Hughes' eyelid twitched. Why did she seem so skilled at that? It was as if she often used the censer as a meteor hammer to smash people. That shouldn't be the case. Hughes glanced at Nora. She had already put away the censer and was now sitting obediently on the chair. Her long white hair draped over her shoulders like a quiet layer of snow. Just being near her brought a sense of calm. Was this the effect of the barrier? Hughes closed his eyes and recalled the knowledge he had just received. A barrier was exactly what the name implied, a clergy member responsible for burying corpses in the diocese. Silent Sanctum and the Candlelight Church had very different attitudes toward the secular world. The Candlelight Church actively preached but rarely engaged in worldly affairs, whereas the Silent Sanctum was the opposite. They had little interest in spreading their faith, yet their clergy willingly took on many additional responsibilities. For example, they presided over funerals, baptized newborns, and even organized firewood stockpiling in winter, patrolled villages, and drove away wild animals. It could be said that from birth to death, the people of the White Raven Principality were constantly interacting with the Silent Sanctum. In return, they did not require the residents to convert. If a blizzard struck, people of any faith could take refuge in their churches. They were like the thick stone walls of the church, silent, cold, but shielding people from the wind and snow. Hughes suddenly understood something. The Silent Sanctum did not need to preach aloud. As long as they braved the wind and snow, followers would naturally gather. One by one, churches supported settlements and villages. When the settlements connected, they formed marketplaces and towns. When the thousands of cities in the north stood together, they became the Silent Sanctum, standing tall amidst the wind and snow. It was like a great wall built upon the mountains, standing day after day, shielding the northern border of the empire from the storms. But now, with the white disaster descending and the principality gradually heading toward destruction, these silent people could only come here to seek a way to survive. Nora sat motionless on the chair, as quiet as a statue covered in snow. Sharp words were like a sharp sword, while heavy silence was like a towering mountain. Hughes couldn't discern joy or sorrow in her eyes. After thinking for a moment, he took the initiative to speak. "Miss Nora, do you know that in this world there exist other races, non-human races?" Hughes asked very directly. He had no intention of probing back and forth. He didn't have time for that. Whether or not she could accept the existence of non-human races was the foundation for further conversation and was the most critical point. If Nora and the Silent Sanctum behind her could not accept the existence of non-human races, then Hughes' territory would not accept them either. The sirens were too important to Hughes. He had to protect them. They were almost his only trump card. If he wanted to secure a chance of survival among the major factions, relying solely on the knowledge in his mind would not be enough. The church had extraordinary abilities. Did the pirates not? Nora's white eyes turned slightly as she looked at Hughes. After a moment, she gently nodded. Hughes breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that ever since the censor had infused him with knowledge, his 5 senses had become more acute. He could now read even Nora's subtle body language more clearly. For example, at this moment, he could tell that Nora's response meant she knew about non-human races but did not believe in them. Was this some kind of extraordinary ability of the Silent Sanctum? Even without words, they could communicate simply. It certainly suited the name of their church. It was as if they were old friends who had known each other for years, understanding each other with just a glance. Nora hopped off the chair with a soft thud. She looked up at Hughes with a slightly serious expression, waiting for his explanation. "Please don't worry. I have indeed come into contact with some non-human races. Their attitudes are very friendly. Though their appearance is different from humans, their values are not too different, and we can coexist peacefully." Actually, Hughes was quite fortunate. The sirens he had encountered had values relatively close to those of humans. Even years of enslavement and torment had not driven them to madness or paranoia. Nora nodded. But they recently encountered trouble, some kind of contamination from the depths of the sea, which has injured some of their members. Hughes spoke slowly while keeping a close eye on Nora's reaction. At the word contamination, Nora's eyes widened instantly. She took a step forward, scrutinizing Hughes from head to toe before decisively pulling out the sensor. "It's fine. I haven't been affected, nor have I come into contact with the contamination." Nora raised a hand, signaling him to remain silent. She then took out a block of balm from her waist pouch, rubbed it evenly between her hands, and applied it to the sensor. This time, she pressed a latch on the sensor, and with a snap, it popped open. Nora retrieved a component from inside, then pulled out another from her pocket and replaced it. She gently twisted the sensor, and this time a much denser smoke billowed out, quickly enveloping them both. Hughes swallowed and hesitated for a moment. Instead of resisting, he tried to relax his body and took a deep breath of the smoke. The concern and worry in the girl's eyes had not seemed fake, and looking into her white eyes, Hughes inexplicably felt at ease. Shaking his head, Hughes quietly activated the symbiotic contract and began using the senses granted by the sirens. He had a vague feeling that these senses were less susceptible to deception than his human ones. Although the chances of Nora attempting anything harmful were small, he decided to be cautious. The smoke surrounding the two of them did not spread much. It floated lightly, like a giant ball of cotton candy. Hughes took a deep breath. This smoke did not cause any discomfort. Instead, it carried a slight spicy fragrance. Hughes smelled the scent of burning pine, the roasted shell of chestnuts, and a strong caramel aroma, sweet, like brewing tea by a warm fireplace in winter. This should be an incense used by the barriers to ward off evil. Hughes had some knowledge about it. It was said that everyone perceived its scent differently. The girl's eyes showed a trace of doubt, as if she did not understand why Hughes was unaffected despite coming into contact with the corruption. But in the end, she sighed in relief. Then she stopped her movements. The drifting smoke was quickly drawn back into the sensor. She nodded at Hughes and put the sensor away. Hughes sensed his supernatural perception from the siren. There was nothing unusual. He smiled. Good, it seemed to be working. Now they could discuss business. Miss Nora, a friend of mine from another race, has been affected by corruption. Her injuries are not healing. If possible, I hope you can help treat her, Hughes said to Nora. Nora remained silent for a long time. Her beautiful white pupils trembled slightly before she finally closed her eyes and nodded. Hughes found it strange but did not dwell on it. He stood up and saluted Nora. That is great. Castle will not forget Silent Sanctum's help at this moment, Hughes said solemnly. This is your homeland now, too. He did not ask what she required in return, but he could already guess. In fact, he had long understood the current situation of the White Raven Principality, and his decision to engage with Silent Sanctum had been made after that. Right now, saving a life was the priority. Hughes and Nora discussed the specifics in hushed voices, and then Nora hurriedly left. Both sides needed to make some preparations. Hughes called Connor over and started making arrangements in advance. The treatment could not be carried out in the manner. Aside from the risk of exposing the secret passage, Hughes had to consider the possibility of corruption spreading. The manor was densely populated. If something went wrong, it could wipe them all out. Hughes would have to restart everything. In the end, Hughes decided to conduct the treatment in a coastal cave. The cave was not far from the manor, so transporting Monica there would not be a problem. Additionally, it had a passage leading directly to the sea, allowing the sirens to hide underwater. If anything went wrong, they could take immediate action. Besides that, Hughes also invited Sister Chloe from the Candlelight Church to the manor as a precaution. If Nora failed to cleanse the corruption or something went wrong, they might have no choice but to turn to the Candlelight Church for help. To that end, Hughes prepared a carriage specifically for her. After making all the arrangements, Connor quickly left. Hughes gave a few instructions to a nearby maid, then entered the study, locked the door, and opened the secret passage leading underground. Following the damp cave path downward, Hughes moved effortlessly. He had been here many times and was already familiar with the route. With the supernatural perception granted by the symbiotic contract, he could see clearly in the darkness. Walking through the narrow, dark tunnel felt as easy as strolling on flat ground. Lord Hughes, it's the Lord is here. Upon seeing him, the sirens gathered near the water's edge. Hughes looked around but did not see Ash. Lord, Ash was too exhausted and has entered a state of dormancy, said a blonde-haired siren who noticed Hughes searching. You can call me Ninny. All right, Hughes glanced at her. She seemed mature and composed. He found the name rather odd. Why did it sound like something only a little girl would use? Can Monica be moved now? How is her condition? I have found someone to help treat her. It's just a little south of here. Hughes Manor was on the easternmost side of the island. The fishermen's docks were in the north, while the south was relatively less populated, an ideal location for treatment where they would not attract attention. About her condition. Ninny's expression turned a little strange. We made a new discovery. Hughes raised an eyebrow. You know that our flesh magic can forcibly maintain the stability of our bodies. That's how we withstand water pressure. And we've discovered that flesh magic might also be able to prevent corruption from spreading because it keeps the body in an uncorrupted state. Hughes' eyes lit up. This was great news. No one knew how long the corruption would last or how severe its effects would be. If the sirens could resist corruption by maintaining their flesh magic, then there was hope for a solution. Ninny continued. As for Monica, she can move for short periods now. Her condition has stabilized. However, we need to constantly replenish the flesh magic, which takes up a lot of manpower. How much manpower? Almost all of us, Ninny sighed. Flesh magic consumes an enormous amount of energy. After maintaining our own magic, we barely have any left to sustain hers. We can't even take turns casting it for her. That meant if the corruption flares up and some of you can't sustain the flesh magic, Monica could die on the spot. Yes, Ninny nodded seriously. If the treatment requires stopping the flesh magic, then it must be done quickly. If we can't reapply it in time, Monica won't make it. She's too young. The risk was high. Hughes bit his lip, hesitating. What if I form a symbiotic contract with her? The corruption shouldn't be able to be transferred through the contract, right? Ninny was silent for a moment. Then she swayed her serpentine tail and swam up to Hughes. Monica is my best sister. Everyone in the clan loves her. I love her as much as I love my own eyes. I would give my life for her in my heart. She's even more important than you, please understand. I have spent more time with her than with you. Hughes nodded. That was understandable. But if saving her would put you in danger, then I won't allow it. Hughes was stunned. Didn't you just say? Lord, you still don't understand what you mean to the sirens. Ninny looked at Hughes seriously. Perhaps to you, centuries of slavery are just numbers, just words spoken lightly. But to us, they lived out moment by moment in torment. That pain makes me cherish the present even more. She smiled. I am more practical than most. I don't care about some promised land, nor do I believe in vague prophecies. I just want a home, a home. Hughes murmured, yes, my lord. Ninny moved a little closer, looking at Hughes with sincerity. Please don't let us lose our home again. For our home, no sacrifice is too great, even if it's me, even if it's her. Hughes looked silently at the sirens and then at Monica. I understand. Nora opened the door, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and hung the iron shovel behind the door. The room had little in terms of layout, just a table, a wooden chest, and a rolled-up bedspread in the corner. She pulled the wooden chest in front of the table. At night, she would lay a blanket on top and sleep there, but for now it served as her bench. Supporting herself with her hands, she sat on the chest and kicked off her bearskin boots. She had brought them from the northern frontier, but they were stifling in the island's humid air. She had been here for quite some time without realizing it, and she found herself missing the churches and snowstorms of the north. Nora's gaze dimmed slightly as she reached under the table and took out a notebook. This was her diary. Every clergy member of the Silent Sanctum kept one. The white scourge was too terrifying in the north. By the time rescuers arrived, the churches often held nothing but frozen corpses encased in ice. Their only way of knowing what had happened was through the diaries left behind. Because of this, many people resisted writing in a diary, feeling as though they were penning their own epitaph. But Nora had never thought of it that way. To her, keeping a diary was something romantic. To record one's entire life in a book, to open it and feel as if conversing with oneself, it felt wonderful, as though the line between life and death blurred. She loved it. Taking out a quill from a small box, she uncorked an ink bottle and dipped the nib inside. Carefully, she brushed aside a stray strand of her long white hair that had fallen onto the paper and began to write. 7th day of the month of blossoms, clear skies. Today is a day worth recording. I have been on Castle Island for nearly 2 months, and finally there has been some progress with the church's mission. Persistence was indeed the right choice. Since the beginning of this month, the island's Lord Hughes has not responded to me. He has not even mentioned the promises he once made. I had thought this mission was already a failure, but this morning he contacted me through the Empress's channels. This confused me at first. Later I realized he might be trying to establish an official connection with me. This is good. Though his previous promises will likely amount to nothing, at least this signifies a form of recognition of my strength. He must be in trouble. As expected, after an exchange of false pleasantries, he asked me to treat his non-human friend, and he made new promises. Even though I know they are lies, the words "this is your home too" still made my heart tremble. How long has it been since the followers of the White Raven had a home? To my successor, you should understand this feeling. Like a bonfire in a blizzard, like the first light of dawn breaking through the eternal night. At that moment, a scorching fire surged in my chest. I would do anything for even a sliver of hope, even if it means cooperating with a heretic like Hughes. Nora frowned slightly as she wrote this, pausing to glance at the sky outside. Carefully setting her quill aside, she hopped off the chest and turned to open it. Supporting the lid with one hand, she reached in with the other and pulled out a suit of armor bound together with leather straps. She unfastened the straps and sighed softly, laying out each piece on the floor in preparation for wearing them later. This type of full-plate armor was difficult to don without assistance, but unfortunately she was alone. After arranging the pieces, Nora hesitated. She glanced at her diary, reluctant to part with it, then sat back down at the table and continued writing. From the moment he mentioned the non-humans of the sea, I knew he had already been corrupted. If he is the lord of this island, then the heretics must have already infiltrated this place. Since that day, corruption has spread across the entire ocean. There are no longer non-humans in the sea, only monsters. But strangely enough, I have not detected a single trace of corruption on him. He dared not seek the Candlelight Church's nuns for help, so he turned to me instead. I suspect that once I complete the treatment, he intends to silence me. He deliberately contacted me through official channels, likely planning to shift the trouble onto me later. Too bad he knows nothing about the barrier. He does not understand the immense power that sacred death can bring. Nora squeezed the quill in her hand and let out a soft snort. I will heal him, I will conceal the truth for him, and I will force him to fulfill his promise. The sanctum has no path left to take. We must seize any chance for hope, even if it means working with the minions of an evil god. Though the Lord is already corrupted by the evil god, Castle Island is not beyond saving. If we can establish a church here and build a sanctum, then this place can still become a home for the White Raven's followers. Home. We have sacrificed too much for this word. White Scourge has destroyed everything, and countless kin have fallen into despair. Thankfully, there is still hope here. Our predecessors paved the way with blood and flesh. Now it is my turn. I have already dug my own grave. My successor, please remember to bury me. May the storms pass and may the flowers bloom. Nora snapped her diary shut with a crisp sound. She carefully wiped it with the edge of her sleeve, then picked it up and inspected it, flipping it over to ensure it was clean and tidy. Good. Neat and organized, this was her book. Her future successors would read this diary and remember her. In a way, it would be as if she were still with them. Her hands trembled slightly at the thought. She placed a prepared bouquet of flowers on top of the diary. These were flowers she had brought from the northern frontier, wildflowers she had picked by the roadside with no name. She had carefully tended to them all this time, but now it no longer seemed necessary. She had already written a secret letter which would soon be sent. The sanctum would dispatch a successor. Now she needed to fulfill her duty. Nora pulled the padded underlayer from the chest and slipped it on, followed by the chainmail and finally the plate armor. Strangely, once she wore the armor, all the weakness, hesitation, and sentimentality faded away. She was a warrior now. She would die on the path of the charge. How wonderful. Her lips curved slightly, but she quickly pressed them together. In her left hand, she picked up her tower shield. In her right, a flail. Berries of the silent sanctum were not skilled in reasoning, but when the spiked head of a flail caved in an enemy's skull, they should gain some enlightenment. For this reason, Nora had even engraved holy scriptures onto the head of her flail. Dressed in full armor, she turned back to close the chest and tidy the table. After a moment's hesitation, she wrote a note, folded it, and placed it beneath the diary. With everything done, she pulled on a cloak to conceal her armor, opened the door, and walked out without looking back. Lord, all the fish catches have been inspected, and there are no issues for now, no signs of contamination. The fishermen have also been informed that going out to sea is currently prohibited. I told them there are pirates roaming the nearby waters. How did they take it? They accepted it, of course. Connor's expression was slightly peculiar. The wages you offered are enough to cover 2 days' worth of their catches. But can this really last long, hiring all the fishermen to work for us? Don't worry, we'll be short on manpower very soon. This time we're hiring them to renovate the workshop. Once the renovations are complete, they'll be the first batch of workers. Connor hesitated for a moment but did not refute. Workshops were the money trees of any territory. This was common knowledge among lords. However, skilled craftsmen required years of training to master each step of the process, regardless of the type of workshop. Where could they find skilled workers? Thinking about Hugh's plan to establish a school, perhaps he truly had a way. Hughes indeed had a plan. In fact, he had already thought through the implementation in detail. If not for the strange contamination delaying him, he should have been in the workshop guiding the workers by now. Hughes sighed. He only wanted to develop his territory, yet trouble kept coming one after another. Fortunately, the contamination would soon be dealt with. Hughes glanced at the sea not far away. The sirens were gathered there, casting flesh magic on Monica. Speaking of which, these sirens knew some strange and mysterious magic. He wondered if it could be used to aid the territory's production. This place was the agreed-upon treatment site between Hughes and Nora. It was a seaside stone cavern. During high tide, seawater would submerge the cave completely, burying it underwater. But at low tide, the cavern was accessible. The water would only rise at night when it was dark, reducing the risk of being seen. And for now, the cave provided cover. Hughes had chosen the location with care. After reporting to Hughes, Connor left the cave. He needed to stand guard outside. For secrecy, only he and Hughes were present. The other servants had delivered the supplies and the carriage to the outer perimeter before returning. Connor had personally driven the carriage to bring Hughes here. Connor also understood what the siren meant to Hughes, so he took extra precautions, eliminating any potential risks of exposure. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly, Connor thought to himself. It was strange. He had spent years as a sailor at sea, yet he had never heard of any contamination before. That is. Connor suddenly straightened, his eyes fixed on a small figure approaching from a distance. It was Nora of the Silent Sanctum. Connor had seen her before, but why was she clad in full plate armor, carrying an enormous shield on her back? Connor grew wary. He scanned the surroundings but saw no other figures approaching. A person in full plate armor could easily fend off more than a dozen attackers. If mounted on a fully armored warhorse, even 100 unarmored bandits would be scattered in a charge. When noble territories faced uprisings, they often only needed to send a few knights. A single charge was usually enough to break enemy ranks, allowing the squires behind them to clean up the battlefield. Though Nora was alone, Connor still found himself on edge. Lady Nora, have you encountered a battle? Do you need my assistance? Master Hughes was nearby and would surely hear him. Moreover, they could always retreat into the sea if necessary. There shouldn't be much danger. Thinking this, Connor felt a little more at ease. As Nora drew closer, Connor's eyes suddenly widened. That armor. Was it the heavy armor of the northern frontier? The White Raven Principality of the northern frontier was known for its priests charging into battle clad in full plate armor. Those specially forged suits of armor from the Sanctum could even withstand volleys from the Empire's musketeers. The formations they trampled through resembled plowed fields, leaving only blood and wailing in their wake. After a few clashes, the Empire quickly adopted a friendlier stance, signing a treaty with the White Raven Principality and shifting its focus to the western battlefront. However, there were rumors that soldiers returning from the northern frontier suffered from a strange affliction. Whenever they saw the pure white armor bearing the bone White Raven emblem, they would start chanting the Silent Sanctum scriptures like madmen. Staring at the white bone emblem, Connor swallowed hard. This is necessary equipment for treatment. Nora's voice came coldly from behind her metal visor. She unhooked a flail from her waist and idly spun it a few times. A wisp of smoke rose, and only then did Connor notice that one of the 3 spiked maces on the flail was emitting a faint smoke. Hughes also stepped out, his eye twitching slightly at the sight of Nora's outfit. A portable sensor. Yes, Nora replied seriously. This one's for exorcism, this one's for healing, and this one is for smashing people, Hughes blurted out. No, all 3 can be used to smash people, Nora corrected with a straight face. This one is for preaching. Hughes and Connor exchanged glances and chose to remain silent. The silent sanctum's barrier was more talkative today than before. For some reason, Hughes sensed anticipation in her eyes. Neither of you are contaminated, Nora observed the two with a peculiar expression. Who needs treatment? Move Monica closer to the water's edge. Ash explained to Miss Nora exactly what happened, Miss Nora. Hughes turned his head in surprise, finding that at some point, Nora had raised a massive tower shield, flail in hand, and even lowered her helmet's visor. Her meticulously maintained white armor exuded a formidable aura. Hughes instinctively took a step back. Was this really medical equipment? Hughes was skeptical, but recalling how armored characters in his past life online games often had higher defense when exposing more skin, he figured that perhaps extraordinary gear could not be judged by common logic. Besides, the flail-no sensor in her hand was indeed emitting smoke. She lowered her head, scanning the surroundings before finally noticing the small figure before her. Hughes was considered tall among humans, yet he still had to look up when speaking to the sirens. Nora, on the other hand, was short even by human standards. Thus, Ash first saw the tower shield, then circled halfway around before finally noticing Nora standing behind it. Nora tried her best to lift her head and look at Ash, but clang, the back of her helmet collided with her breastplate. Nora fell silent for a moment before giving up on the attempt. Though her plate armor might resemble an iron can, it was actually quite flexible. Even now, she could jump around effortlessly. However, that flexibility did not extend to tilting her head back to look at the ceiling. The armor's craftsman had never considered such a need. Damn it, she would definitely have the Sanctum redesign this helmet next time. Nora silently lowered her head. It seemed the enemy was even more troublesome than she had imagined. Nora tightened her grip on the flail in her hand. She had originally thought she would witness a gathering of cultists, and at most, she might have to deal with 1 or 2 sea monsters. However, she never expected that this place would be filled entirely with monsters. She closed her eyes in despair. Could she really accomplish her original goal? Even though she was a barrier and had brought all her equipment, facing this number of monsters, and Hughes had actually released them. That madman, did he not realize these creatures had no sanity? What am I thinking? Cultists are madmen to begin with. Nora gritted her teeth and tried to press her back against the rocky wall. She believed she understood Hughes' intentions now. The monster before her was merely a test. Only by defeating it would she qualify to negotiate with him. Damn cult leader. Nora raised her tower shield, waiting for an attack that never came. She cautiously moved the shield aside a little, using her peripheral vision to observe the creature's movements. She was wearing the thickest bone white raven heavy armor, and she had brought a shield used only for charging. She was confident she could take any attack head-on, even from that massive creature. If it's just one, no problem. I will win, Nora encouraged herself. At that moment, the voice of the 6-armed creature came from above her. Hello, my name is Ash. It spoke. How was this possible? Did it still retain its sanity? Impossible. It was a monster from the sea. Nora gripped her shield tighter, but the expected attack never came. She hesitated. After a long moment, she slightly moved her shield aside. When she removed the tower shield, the first thing she saw was Ash's slightly puzzled face. Seeing Nora remain motionless, Ash decided to crouch down to talk to her. Just as he was about to speak, Ash suddenly looked at the smoke drifting beside him in surprise. He sniffed the air and took a deep breath. Smells so good, like the seagrass in coral reefs. What do you need to know? About pollution, or about the abyssal trench below? Nora froze. Only then did she realize that her sensor was still burning. She looked at the sensor, then at Ash. Not polluted. Ash gave her a strange look and nodded. Yes, only Monica has been polluted among us. She had been crouching for a long time and was a bit tired, so she straightened up again. Her towering figure blocked the distant view of the sunset over the sea. Nora dazedly looked up at Ash as he stood up. Then, clang, the back of her helmet knocked against her armor. Annoyed, Nora removed her helmet. She looked at Ash, full of doubt. Logic told her that the purification sensor wouldn't make mistakes, and the other party didn't seem to have lost his sanity. But she simply couldn't understand. Biting her lip, Nora couldn't help but ask, how have you remained unpolluted? Ash looked at her in confusion, stepped aside, and pointed at Monica. Only she has been polluted. We are fine. The only one who needs your treatment is her. Nora glanced at Ash. No matter how she looked, she couldn't see madness or brutality in her icy bewilderment. This is impossible. Nora took a deep breath of the sensor's purifying smoke. A sweet orange scent. When she looked up again, everything was still the same. Could all of this be real? This creature from the sea wasn't insane. It was even, friendly. No, something must be wrong. A sudden panic surged in Nora's heart. She carefully turned around, watching Ash warily as she slowly backed toward the sea. The flail swung, spreading the smoke. As it touched the seawater, the smoke seeped in like coffee powder dissolving in a cup. The sirens exchanged glances. Although they looked hesitant, they did not avoid it. As the smoke dispersed into the sea, it spread around the sirens. It smells a bit like sweet shrimp. No, only pearls from giant clams have this scent. This is clearly the smell of sunlight in coral. The sirens began quietly arguing. Their opinions varied, but they all agreed it was a pleasant fragrance. Hughes stood to the side, looking at the scene with a strange expression. How bizarre, can scents even be perceived underwater? He wondered absent-mindedly. Although Nora's behavior was odd, he didn't stop her. He knew this was her method of dealing with pollution. The first time he met Nora, the censor had conveyed similar knowledge into his mind. Wait, could that be a missionary censor? Hughes glanced at Nora's flail with an odd expression. Swinging a flail to hammer doctrine into someone's brain, this counts as preaching. Well, it certainly worked. At least Hughes had learned quite a bit about the silent sanctum now. If only the process were a bit gentler. As he watched the sirens quietly discussing, Hughes' eyes suddenly lit up. He noticed that the pollution on Monica was slowly halting. Black, leech-like substance that had been wriggling nonstop now seemed to be frozen in ice water, gradually ceasing its movement. Monica's face also showed a hint of pain. It worked. As expected of a barrier from the silent sanctum, she really could counteract pollution. Look, Monica seems to be getting better. Look at the pollution on her. The pollution. It's retreating. It actually worked. Land-based treatments are so strange. The sirens began looking at Nora's flail and tower shield with reverence. Although they looked unusual, they had actually proven effective. Nora blushed. She now felt like her vigilance had been a joke. She had calmed down and looked Ash and the sirens over, pausing for a moment on their scales before finally turning to Hughes. They come from the sea. They've always lived in the ocean. Yes, Hughes replied, also sensing that something was off. Recently, pollution has appeared in the sea, driving creatures insane, so I came. You said the sea has been polluted. Yes, look at Monica, her body. I know, Nora interrupted, her expression incredibly complex, as if she had just realized something inconceivable. She seemed to want to say something but hesitated, finding it too unbelievable. Even Hughes and the sirens sensed her strange emotions. I know Monica is polluted. I also know the sea is polluted. Hughes and Ash exchanged confused looks, but Nora's next words left them completely stunned. But this pollution has lasted for over 1,000 years. As Nora spoke, the cave fell into silence. Pollution lasting for 1,000 years. Hughes felt as if he were hearing a ridiculous joke. He looked around in confusion. The cave was filled with fragments of twilight, a beautiful sight. Outside the cave, the setting sun gradually sank into the sea, its last rays dyeing the waves red as they crashed against the reefs, sounding like a melodious song. This song had lasted for who knew how many years, rocks shattered by the waves, edges smoothed, ground into fine sand. How long was 1,000 years? Long enough for him to live through a lifetime of hardships, then die, decay into bones, and repeat the cycle many times over. The ocean had been polluted for 1,000 years. Hughes looked at the sea, where the white waves reflected in his and the siren's eyes. No one spoke. Hughes felt as if he had turned into grains of sand, drifting with the tide. In the seemingly endless years, he wandered through the sea, seeing the swimming fish, the passing ships, the shrimp and crabs at the ocean. Ding! Hughes covered his ears, snapping back to reality. He looked toward Nora with a slight ache in his teeth. She had just struck her shield hard with her flail. You really don't know. Don't you live in the sea? Can't you feel the endless pollution? The sirens exchanged glances. No, this isn't right. There's almost no pollution on you. I just completed purification. I saw it with my own eyes. But this doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. Nora began mumbling to herself again, her expression confused. Another deathly silence followed. The siren's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Wait. Hugh's eyes widened suddenly as a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Cursed ones, bloated monsters, homeland, destroyed, escape, enslavement, water pressure, abyss, pollution, flesh magic. Hugh's hands began to tremble. He had a hypothesis, one that was utterly terrifying. The sirens and Nora suddenly heard Hughes speak. His voice was not loud, but it trembled slightly. Is there a possibility that before the pollution outbreak in the deep sea, your homeland was destroyed, forcing you to maintain flesh magic to resist the water pressure, turning you into cursed ones? Then you were enslaved by various races, trapped in shallow waters, so that from birth you had to constantly sustain flesh magic. And flesh magic keeps your bodies intact, preventing pollution. The sirens looked at Hughes in shock. Then all the other sea races gradually went mad from pollution, but because of the water pressure, you had to maintain flesh magic at all times, so you were never polluted. The pollution comes from the deep sea, but shallow waters are not as affected. That's why your condition worsened when you entered the abyssal trench, and after a few days you had to flee. The more Hughes spoke, the clearer it became. Countless details flashed through his mind, forming a massive puzzle. Puzzle spanning 1,000 years of history, built upon the foundation of the 7 oceans. Water pressure, it's not a curse. On the contrary, it saved you, forcing you to constantly maintain flesh magic, making you the sole survivor in the 7 oceans, which are otherwise covered in pollution. That's why those fishmen didn't dare to chase you deeper into the abyssal trench, not because they feared the exploding ghost ship, but because they feared the pollution in the abyssal trench. That's why the journey deeper into the abyssal trench was so smooth. After 1,000 years of pollution, no creatures remained there. And by diving into the abyssal trench, facing the pollution directly, you immediately understood its terror. Rather than being gradually eroded in the shallow seas, reaching the point of no return, everything made sense. Hughes stood there, his face filled with shock. He never expected the truth to be like this. At that moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the truth behind this world. Hughes suddenly realized that if he and the sirens had taken a single wrong step, they would have been doomed. Yet they had miraculously taken every step correctly, as if guided by fate. The sirens' gazes toward him gradually turned to reverence. Everything had been too coincidental, too precise. Was he really not a god? Hughes suddenly frowned. Wait, something's not right. He suddenly felt that something was off, as if he had overlooked something very important. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall it. You truly didn't know. Nora was also shaken by the revelation. She looked at the sirens around her and felt that their expressions did not seem fake. You mean you've been maintaining pollution, blocking magic for 1,000 years, in the ocean, without stopping for a single moment? Taking a deep breath to calm her turbulent emotions, she still found it hard to accept the reality before her. 1,000 years of pollution had turned all other oceanic aberrations into monsters. This was something written in the Holy Scriptures. The priest who taught her, the priest who taught that priest, generations upon generations of knowledge passed down. These were facts she had believed to be absolute truths, indisputable realities. She felt as if something once unbreakable, like a fragile glass vase, had just shattered before her eyes. Suddenly, Nora looked up at Hughes. Had she been mistaken? Was Hughes not actually a heretical cult leader, but merely ignorant of the 1,000-year pollution, so he had called her here for treatment? Was he just asking for help? Wait, he had crossed the ocean too. How could he know nothing? Know nothing, know nothing. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at Hughes. Could it be that you're just a mortal? A mortal? Did she mean someone without supernatural powers? Hughes recalled that she was called the Barrier, which likely indicated some supernatural rank within the Silent Sanctum. He silently nodded. Clang! Nora's tower shield slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. How can this be so? You're not. Wait, she suddenly seemed to remember something, and her expression changed dramatically. Damn it! Her words coincided with a piercing scream. Monica's entire body was covered in writhing black pollution, which coiled around her like tight ropes, digging deeply into her flesh. Her once beautiful face had become grotesquely twisted. Her limbs spasmed and bent at unnatural angles, her joints contorted into eerie positions. Countless strands of pollution writhed as they fell from her body, resembling thousands of black worms, latching onto any siren they touched. Time seemed to slow down. Hughes felt as if everything before him had turned into slow motion. He watched as Monica suddenly lunged from the water, roaring as she slammed into Nora, sending her flying. At that moment, only one sentence echoed in his mind, something Ash had told him before. Flesh magic is nothing more than a desperate attempt to resist water pressure. The moment one leaves the sea, even with flesh magic, most will still explode and die, Hughes murmured. However, although Monica's state was eerie, as if she had been corrupted and polluted, completely losing her sanity, she did not explode and die. On the contrary, her body had swollen several times over, and countless black pollutants were burrowing in and out of her skin. Hughes felt as if he could hear an unwilling roar by his ears. Revenge. Countless pollutants gradually gathered from the sea, clustering onto Monica like leeches. She had now transformed into a colossal monster. Originally, she had been among the more petite members of the Sirens, but now, standing in the cave, she resembled a giant. The disappearance of water pressure and the cessation of flesh magic did not cause her to explode and die. Instead, under the erosion of the pollution, she became even stronger. She knocked Nora away as if swatting an ant. After being sent flying, Nora found Monica's blood-red eyes locked onto Hughes. He was the closest to Nora. In the next instant, she charged forward. Hughes wanted to dodge, but just as the thought surfaced in his mind, Monica's ferocious face appeared right in front of him. So fast, her twisted arm reached out toward him. Hughes could see the pollution on her hand bubbling with excitement as it sliced through the air in an arc, aiming straight for him. No way to dodge. Was he going to die again? So suddenly, would he have to start over again? Hughes gritted his teeth. Splash. Crimson blood bloomed before his eyes, carrying a metallic scent, warm droplets landing on his face. It was a familiar scene, but this time he wasn't the one being pierced through. Ash blocked Monica's corrupted body with her 6 arms, shielding Hughes. A gaping wound tore across her abdomen, fresh red blood gushing out, dyeing her silver-white serpent tail. "Go, now." Ash squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. Her face turned even paler, the exhaustion from overusing magic making her vision blur. Her condition was too poor. But after just a brief struggle, Monica flung her away. Ash slammed into the cave wall with brutal force. In the moment before she was thrown, she tried to flick her tail, lightly nudging Hughes aside. Polluted limbs crashed down. The spot where Hughes had just stood was smashed into a deep crater by Monica. Debris flew through the air and dust filled the cave. Monica slowly stood up. Hughes barely managed to lift his head. With the symbiotic contract he shared with Ash, he too was now gravely injured, and the contract continued to drain his life force. A creature too weak would be sucked dry and perish. Hughes felt his life rapidly slipping away. Perhaps he would die before Monica even managed to kill him, his soul returning to the Golden Throne. Monica saw Hughes lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, and crawled toward him with an eerie, twisted posture. "It's over." Hughes felt a chill in his heart, just at that moment. Bang! A square-shaped object smashed onto Monica's head, bouncing on the ground a few times. It was a holy tome. Its 8 corners were reinforced with copper, and the cover bore the image of a bone-white raven. Monica turned in fury, her mouth curling into a snarl. The next instant, the dust parted to both sides. A small figure slowly emerged. Her armor was stained with dirt, blood trickling down from her forehead, yet her eyes held no fear. Facing Monica, who was now the size of a small mountain, she swung the flail in her hand and charged forward. The sanctum never falls. Roar! The monstrous Monica and Nora clashed. Everywhere they passed, it was as if giant hammers had smashed through. The cave walls shattered into pieces. Hughes gasped for breath. He could see that Monica was completely overpowering Nora. Nora's defeat was only a matter of time, and Hughes himself wouldn't even last that long. A wave of weakness coursed through his chest as the symbiotic contract frantically drained his life force. The sirens circled anxiously underwater, but they were powerless. If they left the water, they would die. If they maintained the flesh magic, they had no energy left to attack. If they stopped the flesh magic, they would still die. Nini glanced at her fellow clansmen, gritting her teeth. She was among the stronger ones. If she left the water, she might last for a short while before dying. As long as she was fast enough, she could reach Monica before her own death and trigger the flesh magic explosion, dealing massive damage. That was the siren's final bloom. It was how they had resisted the fishmen's soldiers and ghost ships when they were fleeing. Nini trembled slightly and closed her eyes. What a pity she had only just arrived home. But looking at the bright side, at least she could die on the land of her homeland. "Stop!" Ash suddenly shouted. Nini turned her head. Ash's voice was fast and urgent. "I'm seriously injured. Hughes will be drained to death by the contract. Even if you succeed, it won't matter. Besides, Monica is growing stronger. She's already beyond what you can handle. Then what do we do?" "I'm going to sever the symbiotic contract," Ash said calmly. Nini's pupils instantly dilated. Hughes fought the darkness creeping into his vision, struggling to lift his head. He remembered Ash once saying that if she severed the contract voluntarily, she would die on the spot. Then all of her remaining life force would transfer to him. Ash closed her eyes. She had made her decision. "After I break the contract, take him and our people and flee across the sea. Find a new place. Survive." But Nini's face was filled with anxiety. "Don't you understand yet? Castle isn't home. The Storm Ocean isn't home. But he is." Ash pointed at Hughes, growling. "Where he is, that is the Siren's homeland. Hughes is our promised land. Follow him and live on." Ash glanced at the battle not far away. Nora was already struggling to hold on. "I'm sorry, warrior of another race. You have lived up to your valor. I will stay here with you." Ash spoke loudly toward her. Nora wasn't far away. She had been hearing everything they said. Slowly her gaze toward Hughes and the sirens grew more complicated. Perhaps the hope of the silent sanctum lay with this lord. Should she take the gamble? She gritted her teeth, then suddenly lifted her head and shouted, "There's no need. You don't have to run. I can handle her." She swung her flail, smashing Monica back a step. Looking at the towering monster before her, still growing larger, she stood her ground. Slowly, she spread her arms, her entire body rising into the air. The moment of death is when a barrier is at their strongest. Though there have been some twists and turns, I have finally reached this moment. She clenched her teeth, then suddenly turned to Hughes. "Hughes, I want you to promise me, Castle will take in the northern refugees. In return, I will save Castle for you." She turned back to face Monica, blood seeping through her gritted teeth. Her long white hair floated in the air, though there was no wind. Her pupils turned blood red. "Let me bury you." Ash clenched her teeth and stared intently at the small girl. Then she turned her head to look at Hughes. She was ready to dissolve the symbiotic contract. At that moment when she surfaced from the sea, she should have died. It was only her strong physique that allowed her to linger on, surviving just long enough to meet Hughes. He had changed the fate of the Cursed Ones, so she had pledged her loyalty to him. Now it was time for her to die. Not far away in the seawater, Nini pounded her head in frustration. If only she were as strong as Ash. Just now she could only watch helplessly as everything happened. When Ash was impaled, her heart nearly shattered, yet all she could do was watch from the sea, not daring to reach out even a single finger. Ash's blood spilled into the sea, its metallic sweetness mixed with the bitterness of her tears, a taste she would never forget. If only she were as strong as Ash. She was too weak. She couldn't do anything. Ash glanced at her and gave her a weak smile. Ninny understood what she meant. Once the contract was dissolved and Ash died, she would take Hughes and flee. If that foreign woman succeeded, they might still be able to stay on Castle Island. If not. She closed her eyes. Ash was right. Wherever Hughes was, that was home. I'm sorry. Her trembling voice drifted into the waves. Monica's body was covered in terrifying corruption. Her form was growing larger, the immense pollution gathering rapidly until nothing could stop her anymore. The last time she had seen that two-legged fish was in the deep sea. He was an interesting person, one who knew many, many fascinating things. She had wanted to hear more of his stories about the land. It seemed that would never happen now. The land wasn't fun at all. I'm sorry, she murmured in her heart. No one noticed. On her twisted body, on her grotesque face, a single tear slid from the corner of her eye and into her gaping, monstrous maw. So tears from the land were just as bitter after all. Nora slowly gathered all her strength. She felt incredible. Her body was so light. As expected, the moment of death was when a barrier was at their strongest. What a pity it would only last for an instant. But in the end, the bone-white raven's followers had found a home. The refugees would survive. Hughes, you'd better keep your promise. Otherwise, I'll crawl out of my grave to find you. It was almost time. Nora closed her eyes. Too bad she wouldn't be able to record this in her journal. The silent sanctum did not believe in tears. Only blood trickled from the corner of Nora's eye. This would be her final curtain. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone had struggled with all their might. Courage and bloodied tears intertwined. The mortals quietly awaited the judgment of fate. Then, the next moment. A weak yet determined voice echoed in everyone's ears. Stop, I have a way. Hughes braced himself against the reef and stood up. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, yet his eyes shone with astonishing brightness. Nora instinctively froze for a moment. The gathered energy lost its guidance and scattered in an instant. Her expression changed. Damn it. The next second, she was struck by Monica, who had transformed into a monster and was sent flying, her fate unknown. The monster slowly turned toward the cave. Hold her off just for a moment. Hughes shouted with a twisted expression. Ninny hesitated for a second, gritted her teeth, and was about to charge forward. But the massive monster suddenly stopped. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Under the moonlight, everyone's gaze turned toward the monster's rear. Old butler Connor sat on horseback. No one knew when he had circled behind the monster. Young master, let me borrow your gun. Holding the reins in his left hand, his right hand held a white flintlock, still faintly smoking. It was the very gun Hughes had never fired. Connor. Hughes felt his vision blur with heat. Monica, now a monstrous creature, slowly turned around and looked down at Connor. Then, with a furious roar, she charged at him. Hiya! Connor snapped the reins and pressed his body against the horse's back. The horse neighed loudly and galloped in a wide arc, leading Monica away into the distance. Old friend, we fight side by side once more. Connor glanced at the gun in his hand and gave a relieved smile. The roar gradually faded away. With Monica drawn away, the cave fell silent. Hughes knew time was precious. He immediately shouted toward Ash, don't dissolve the contract. Ash froze. She opened her mouth to speak but said nothing. Then Hughes turned to Ninny. Form a contract with Menno. What? But you'll be drained dry. Trust me. Hughes growled. Hurry. Ninny panted heavily. Struggle flashed across her face, but only for an instant. Then she gritted her teeth and reached out to Hughes. Hughes staggered forward, collapsing onto the jagged reef. He didn't seem to notice the pain. He crawled forward, his fine clothes stained with blood and dirt, but his outstretched hand broke through the water's surface and firmly grasped Ninny's. Symbiotic contract formed. No hesitation, no delay. The moment their hands clasped, the contract was sealed. The next instant. Like a raging tide, vitality surged from Ninny's body into Hughes. Then it flowed toward Ash. Ninny was stunned. Ash was stunned. Hughes rolled onto his back, lying on the reef, and laughed at the night sky. Ha ha ha, it worked. Cough, it worked. I knew it would. He laughed hysterically. The symbiotic contract is truly absolute equality. Vitality isn't used to heal wounds, it's the currency set by the contract. As long as I form contracts with multiple people, I can act as a hue-blowing life force to circulate among all the contract holders. You didn't see this coming, did you? This is the real function of the symbiotic contract. This is a shared life pool. This is symbiosis. Every word he spoke struck the sirens' hearts like a hammer, the same injuries that left Hughes and Ash on the brink of death. With Ninny added to the equation, became only moderate wounds, and Ninny planted all 6 hands on the reef and leapt onto shore. Under the moonlight, her towering form gleamed brilliantly. She, too, had gained the ability to move on land. Not far away, Ash stood up as well. Moments ago, she had been dying. Now she could fight again. Hughes turned his gaze toward the other sirens in the sea. For Castle, for our shared home. He spoke in a low voice. Let our blood flow together. He reached out toward the sea. And from beneath the waves, countless hands grasped his. The tide of battle had turned. One hand after another clasped Hughes's. One siren after another stood up from the sea, their eyes resolute. Sirens were never weak creatures. They were willing to use their own blood to defend their home. It didn't take long before all the sirens had signed the symbiotic contract with Hughes. As the life pool expanded, Ash's previous injuries became almost negligible. She looked in surprise at the hideous scar on her waist. Yes, under the infusion of life force, it had already transformed from a wound into a scar. Ash moved her body and felt an overwhelming surge of power within her. It had been a long time since she had experienced this feeling of being so full of life. The other sirens also stood up from the seawater. Each of them was tall, and as they stood together under the moonlight, their scales gleamed with a cold light, resembling a wall of ice. Hughes looked at them and couldn't help but sigh. In an era of cold weapons, these sirens donned in heavy armor would be nothing short of killing machines. A few roars came from outside the cave. Hughes looked over and saw that Connor, along with Monica, who had transformed into a monster, had circled around and returned. However, why has she gotten so big? The siren's expressions turned grave. The wailing monster had completely lost any trace of Monica's former self. The swirling masses of corruption surged and gathered into a grotesque creature the size of a cathedral. At this size, it was no longer something humans could contend with, was it? Hughes looked at the sirens beside him with concern. The sirens turned their gaze to Ash. Standing on land, the contrast was even clearer. Ash was several times larger than the other sirens, and just looking at her powerful physique was enough to feel the explosive strength contained within. But even such a powerful warrior might not be able to contend with a monster as large as a small mountain, right, Monica? Ash murmured softly, then shook her head and turned firmly. Lord, we can handle her. Please step back. A trace of sorrow appeared on the sirens' faces. Their numbers had always been few. After the battle with the fishmen, their remaining members were now just a handful, all fitting within this one cave. This made the sirens extraordinarily united, with deep bonds among them. Monica was the youngest among the sirens. She was lovable, mischievous, and no one disliked her. But now the corruption within her had reached a point beyond salvation. The sirens might be able to defeat the monster she had become, but they had no way to restrain her and attempt to cleanse her corruption. This was already the best possible outcome. No more sacrifices were necessary. Both the sirens and Hughes had done their best. Yet, despite having found a home, Monica would now part from them forever. The sirens lowered their heads, suppressing their sorrow, and followed Ash out of the cave. They had no time to waste. Every second, the monster that Monica had become was growing stronger. Enduring suffering, tasting every dish that fate placed before them, sirens had experienced too much already. Today was just another farewell. The sirens seemed to share the same thought. They exchanged glances, then closed their eyes together. The power of their minds linked them as one. Moments later, they reopened their eyes, now filled only with determination. They swiftly spread out, their brief link having been enough to finalize their strategy. It was time to act. Not far away, Connor was riding his horse in circles. Seeing the sirens back in fighting form, he relaxed a little. His forehead was drenched in sweat. That monster, though enormous like a mountain, was not slow at all. If not for its difficulty in changing direction, Connor might have already been caught. Even now, he was at the very limits of his strength. The horse beneath him panted heavily, its breath ragged as if it were a broken bellows. The horse's stamina was nearly exhausted. If not for his constant, desperate maneuvering, he would have already been overtaken. Fortunately, he had held out long enough. Connor looked up. A siren in the distance signaled to him, and he nodded in understanding. The colossal monster roared and charged forward. Connor pulled on the reins, making his horse veer sharply to the side. The monster swiped at him in fury, but its claws missed by just a fraction. Its massive body struggled to stop, gouging deep trenches into the ground as its black corruption extended into countless writhing arms, bracing against the earth to slow its momentum. Once it had nearly come to a halt, it desperately clawed at the dirt again, twisting and wriggling to change direction. It was about to move again. At that moment, a siren charged forward and slammed into the monster. The dark corruption, like an overinflated balloon, rippled upon impact. Wailing, it surged toward the siren, trying to engulf her. However, the siren disengaged instantly. The corruption clung to her but then slid off, hissing in frustration. She had activated blood magic at the moment of impact, making her immune to the corruption's grasp. Once she had put some distance between herself and the monster, she checked that no corruption remained on her body before deactivating the blood magic to conserve energy. The enormous monster was caught in a moment of weakness, its old strength depleted and its new strength not yet gathered. Not only was its charge disrupted, but it also wobbled under the impact, nearly losing balance. Could work. Ash's eyes lit up. This was the siren's strategy. They would continuously harass the monster from its blind spots, wearing it down. Meanwhile, Ash would circle in the distance, waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. She held a long trident in her hands when she had taken from the fishmen. Not long ago, she had wielded this weapon to carve a bloody path out of the abyss, leading her people to Castle. Too bad I can't use magic, she muttered to herself. Life force granted by the symbiotic contract had only healed her wounds. The effects of her magical exhaustion still remained. Suddenly, she turned her head. Ninny had left her position and was heading toward the stone cave. Ash was puzzled and was about to question her when she saw Hughes waving at her from the cave. I have a plan, just hold on for a while. Hughes's voice echoed in her mind. It was a function of the symbiotic contract, allowing him to communicate with her over short distances. Ash nodded without hesitation and moved to cover the gap left by Ninny's departure. She didn't know what new idea her lord had come up with. She only knew that she had to follow his orders. She trusted her lord, and Hughes had never let her down. She was willing to be Hughes's sword, cutting down the thorns on his path. She didn't need to think about anything else. That thought reassured her. What she didn't notice was that, deep in her heart, a new feeling had begun to grow. A quiet sense of anticipation. Ninny, come here. Hughes glanced at the sirens in the distance. Now that he had signed a symbiotic contract with all of them, he suddenly realized that he could communicate with them directly through a mind link. Perhaps due to the sheer number of contracts he had signed, the intensity of the mind link had greatly increased. Although the range had not expanded much, he could now communicate even through obstacles. Of course, the distance could not be too far, but it was enough to cover the battlefield before him. Watching the sirens surrounding the monster, coordinating with each other and providing mutual cover, he suddenly had a bold idea. The sirens were now highly loyal to him and would execute his orders directly, and since his commands could reach all of them instantly, did this mean he could micromanage them? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Hughes asked Ninny, can your flesh magic withstand direct pollution exposure? How much energy does it consume? The consumption is very high. With our abilities, we can only maintain it for a short time. She pointed at the sirens who were taking turns charging at the monster. But as long as we coordinate well, short-term maintenance is not a problem. All right, then I'll follow you. Let's get a closer look. Huh, Ninny was stunned. Isn't that too dangerous? If we encounter trouble, you can take me away immediately. You are much more agile than the enemy, and my plan requires me to get closer. What plan? Wait, no matter what plan it is, you cannot take such a risk. We don't need your plan, we can still win. Ninny's eyebrows furrowed, and she crossed her arms over her chest. She had made up her mind, no matter what, she would not let Hughes take any more risks. But what if my plan can save Monica? Ninny's expression froze. Ash, there's a problem. She's getting stronger too fast. A clansman shouted towards Ash. Ash frowned. The monster that Monica had transformed into was even more troublesome than she had anticipated. The clansmen were taking turns wearing it down, but instead of weakening, it was becoming stronger. And the sirens had limited stamina. Although they were still in good condition now, this battle of attrition was not in their favor. It seemed that she had to take some risks. Just as Ash made her decision, she suddenly caught sight of a blonde-haired Ninny carrying Hughes. Sirens were significantly larger than humans. Ninny carried Hughes with 2 hands, leaving her other 4 arms free to move. The added weight of Hughes barely affected her mobility. However, her expression was rather peculiar. What are you two doing? Ash, I will take command from here. Ash did not hesitate for even a moment and nodded immediately. All right, step back a bit and coordinate with me later. Also catch this. Ninny tossed an object toward Ash. She raised her hand and caught it. It was a shield. It was the tower shield that Nora carried. Earlier, Hughes had called Ninny over specifically to retrieve it. The shield, which had been enormous for Nora, fit perfectly in Ash's hands. I'll tell you what to do in a moment. Hughes stopped speaking and closed his mouth. He needed to communicate with almost all the sirens simultaneously through the mind link, leaving no energy for speaking aloud. Suddenly, the sirens all heard Hughes' voice in their minds as he began assigning tasks. The loose encirclement they had maintained around the monster abruptly tightened. The monster, which had been constantly harassed, suddenly realized that no one was attacking anymore. It immediately charged at the nearest siren, who turned and fled. But after chasing for a few steps, the monster suddenly found itself unable to move forward. Several sirens had rushed in from both sides, activating their flesh magic to block it. As it turned to look to the sides, more sirens charged from behind. The monster was completely surrounded, trapped in the center, unable to move. Dark pollution screeched as it splattered in all directions, but it slid off the sirens' bodies. They had all activated their flesh magic, rendering the monster unable to harm them, at least for now. The massive monster flailed its twisted limbs, attacking the surrounding sirens frantically. But flesh magic inherently negated most damage, and even when struck, the sirens turned pale for a moment before quickly recovering. The symbiotic contract allowed them to channel their vitality through Hughes, instantly healing any wounded sirens. The mountain-like monster was actually held down for a moment. Nini did not participate in the encirclement. She carried Hughes, swiftly maneuvering around the monster until she found a blind spot in its vision. Now, Hughes shouted. Nini stopped moving, then slightly tilted her body. With her left three arms firmly gripping Hughes, she swung him backward slightly. In the next instant, her entire body erupted with muscle power. Like a bowstring being released, she spun once and hurled Hughes forward with tremendous force. Hughes shot towards the monster like a cannonball. Time seemed to slow. The monster sensed movement behind it and turned, catching sight of Hughes in the corner of its eye. Its twisted limbs roared as they swung toward him. A towering figure appeared beside Hughes, Ash, holding up the tower's shield, blocking the monster's attack head-on. The mountain-like monster's limbs carried unimaginable force. Even with all 6 hands bracing against the shield, Ash was still pushed back step by step. She let out a low growl, her body tensed like a panther, muscles bulging as she held her ground, forcing open a gap for Hughes. Pollution poured down the sides of the shield like a storm crashing against a tiny umbrella, immediately drenching Ash. She had already overdrawn her magic and could no longer use flesh magic. Yet the pollution simply slid off her body. It was flesh magic. She glanced at her serpentine tail. A hand was gripping the tip. It was Nini. Right after throwing Hughes, Nini had reached out as Ash charged past, managing to grasp her tail tip. Ash was moving too fast if Nini's hands had missed, but one was enough. As long as there was physical contact, she could cast flesh magic for another. Normally, sirens had little energy left to maintain flesh magic for others, requiring several to gather just to sustain one. But Nini was safely positioned, away from pollution exposure, allowing her to focus solely on sustaining Ash. The siren's long, slender tails proved invaluable. Ash was drenched in pollution, yet the distant Nini, holding her tail tip, remained untouched. Everything is going smoothly. Now it's up to the Lord. Nini and Ash exchanged a glance, then looked at Hughes, their faces filled with worry. Nini had protected Ash with flesh magic, but Hughes had none. Hughes was merely a mortal body of flesh. The moment Nini flung him out, he felt as if he had been hit by a semi-truck and sent flying. His whole body ached, but immediately a torrent of vitality surged from the symbiotic contract. Before he even hit the ground, his injuries had already healed. The monster Monica saw him, but Ash blocked the attack. Hughes successfully charged forward, just about to make contact with the monster's body. Yet before he could touch it, the pollution surrounding the monster reached out first, making contact with him. The sirens' hearts leaped to their throats. It's here. Let's see if my guess is right or wrong. Hughes, however, showed no tension at all. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch that massive dark pollution. Everyone raised their heads, staring at Hughes with bated breath. It has to work. In an instant, the pollution swallowed Hughes. Hughes felt as if he had fallen into water. The sensation was strange. The dark pollution churned and boiled, yet when it touched his body, it was cold. Like diving into the ocean, slowly sinking to the bottom. Layer upon layer of voices echoed in his ears as if someone was desperately speaking. But the voices were too chaotic to be understood. A jumble of murmurs carried a frenzied emotion. It was quiet enough for him to hear his own heartbeat, yet it also created an illusion of noise, like standing in a bustling marketplace. Hughes closed his eyes and remained unmoved. Outside the pollution, the monster abruptly halted its actions after Hughes charged in. The sirens grew anxious but dared not move. They were waiting. Hughes had just given them instructions if he failed. They would continue to sustain the flesh magic to stall the monster, giving Ash a chance to retrieve Hughes. With the symbiotic contract, Hughes had a high chance of survival. But if Hughes succeeded, how could he possibly succeed? That terrifying pollution was something even flesh magic struggled to withstand for long. Yet he had charged in alone with his mere mortal body. How was he resisting the pollution? And how was he supposed to save Monica? If not for the siren's unwavering loyalty, they would never have agreed to carry out such an order. Ash bit her lip, staring fixedly at the spot where Hughes had crashed in. She would rather fight the monster alone than endure this agonizing weight. Her hands trembled. She knew she couldn't waver, but her mind couldn't stop racing with thoughts. He will succeed. Ash glanced back. It was Nini who had spoken. He told me his plan. Trust him. He will succeed. Ash didn't reply. She just tightened her grip on her shield. Will he really succeed? Not far from the monster, Hughes was surrounded by pollution. Feeling the state around him, Hughes suddenly smiled. He had succeeded. As expected, though I don't know. This deep-sea pollution is afraid of me. It all started not long ago when Monica suddenly attacked, knocking Nora away, and Ash blocked the blow for him. The attack hadn't hit him, but the dark pollution had splattered all over him. At that moment, Hughes instinctively wanted to take off his coat to minimize contact with the pollution, but before he could act, the pollution rapidly dissipated. Like snowflakes falling into a boiling oil pot, the pollution screeched as it tried to flee, but to no avail. Moments later, there wasn't a single trace of pollution left on him. What was going on? Hughes was full of doubts but had no time to investigate. His life was on the line. He dodged Monica's attacks while an idea formed in his mind. This pollution was afraid of him. The pollution that had charged at him, attempting to devour him, suddenly wailed the moment it touched him. Then at an even faster speed, it recoiled and fled. As if it had encountered its natural enemy, it desperately retreated. Seeing this, a thought suddenly surfaced in the minds of those present. The pollution is afraid of him. Ninny, lying on the ground, murmured in disbelief. The pollution retreated, and Hughes suddenly found himself face to face with the monster's true form. Everything had happened too quickly. Ash had just blocked the attack from the monster that Monica had become, and Hughes was already in front of it. The massive pollution mass that had surrounded it vanished in an instant, like a punctured balloon, revealing its original appearance. At this moment, it had only just begun to turn around. Hughes raised his eyes. What stood before him was a bloated and hideous body, somewhat resembling the sirens when they were cursed, only even more grotesque. Pollution had completely transformed Monica's flesh, leaving no trace of what she once was. Before him stood a mountain of swollen flesh. There was no sign of rationality left in it. Could he really still save Monica? Hughes' eyes flickered as he recalled what had happened not long ago. He had reached his hand into the sea. One by one, the sirens had signed contracts with him. Soon, only one remained in the water. She hesitated as she looked at the hand Hughes extended toward her. "My lord, I have just been tainted by some pollution." Her abilities were relatively weak. When Monica lashed out earlier, she had been struck head-on. The flesh magic had briefly faltered. Though she hadn't exploded and died, she couldn't stop the pollution from invading her body. It wasn't much, and it didn't affect her too greatly, but would it spread to the others through the symbiotic contract? Hughes' eyes flickered as he recalled how the pollution had rapidly dissipated earlier. Without hesitation, he grasped the siren's hand. The contract was formed. Vitality surged. The pollution disappeared. The siren looked at her arm in disbelief. The darkness that had wrapped around it was completely gone. What had just happened? Hughes felt the anomaly transmitted through the symbiotic contract. A surge of emotion churned in his heart. When the contract had been formed, he had distinctly sensed the pollution within the siren's body. It had even tried to spread to him through the contract. But the moment the tainted life force touched him, an unknown power purified it instantly. This power even extended back through the contract, cleansing the pollution within the siren as well. It seemed he truly was the nemesis of pollution. Hughes snapped back to reality and looked at Monica before him. The pollution within the siren earlier had been minimal, a thing he could purify, but Monica, she had already completely transformed into a monster. For a moment, Hughes felt as though he was back at the docks. A strange fish, its voice weak, had pleaded for his help. The same grotesqueness, the same distortion, the same swollen and nauseating form. Without hesitation, Hughes reached out his hand, just as he had in the past. "Hello, my name is Monica. Then we were born as half of your subjects. From now on, we will all pledge our allegiance to you. After all, you never specified whether it was the first half or the second half." The girl spun around, her emerald green eyes shining like radiant jade. She always seemed to be smiling. The oppression and suffering that clung to the other sirens were absent from her. She was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the deep sea. On the twisted flesh, an eye opened and murky tears slid down. Why does it hurt so much? Pain is merely an illusion of the mind, Monica told herself. She twisted and wrung herself like a towel, squeezing out smiles, squeezing out joy, offering them to her suffering clansmen. This was the only thing she could do. Those indescribable pains, the hollow and withered heart, were hers to bear alone. She swallowed them down along with the cold, hard food and the bitter seawater. The body is a prison for the soul. She was trapped here in endless darkness. Thankfully, she was about to die soon. She hadn't been in this world for long, but she had already decided. Next time, she wouldn't come back. Enslavement, endless toil. Separation, watching her people leave her one by one. Her people had been saved. The curse had been lifted. Light had returned to her world. The little girl lifted her head. The bloated, twisted monster looked around in confusion, then glanced at itself. So that's how it is. Redemption is nothing but an illusion. Life is an illusion of pain, just an illusion. Monica closed her eyes again. Don't open them anymore. Let it end like this. She had long known what this world was like. Everyone bore their own suffering. Everywhere she looked, there were tormented souls. She had grown tired of the sight. It would all be over soon, very soon. Suddenly, she felt something touch her. She didn't want to care anymore, but after a moment of hesitation, she opened her eyes. The whole world seemed blurry. Figures stood around her, hazy and indistinct. They were so small. Voices murmured like whispers in a dream, distant and muffled, as if she were peering at the world through thick, frosted glass. She followed the sensation on her body and looked down at the small figure touching her. In the next moment, she met Hugh's gaze. He didn't say a word, but in the instant she saw his eyes, Monica understood his meaning. "I've come to save you." A sliver of light shone into her tiny prison. The glass shattered in an instant. A voice rang out crystal clear from deep within her heart. Her dim green eyes widened. Contract symbiosis. Monica dumbly followed his will. By the time she realized what had happened, the contract had already been signed. "No," she cried out in alarm, fear gripping her heart as she watched the corruption surge into Hughes through the contract. It was over. He was going to be tainted. Monica knew how terrifying the corruption was, and her lord was merely a mortal. But in the next second, the corruption that had rushed toward him suddenly recoiled even faster than it had come. Monica looked on in confusion. Why did it feel like the corruption inside her was afraid? Then a torrent of life force surged from Hughes through the contract, flooding into her. The blazing vitality poured over her corruption like boiling water on snow, annihilating it instantly. This was bad. Hughes was just a mortal. Where had he gotten such immense life force? He was going to. Monica looked up at Hughes. He was smiling. There was no sign of exhaustion in him at all. Ah, Monica let out a sharp cry. Her bloated flesh was rapidly shrinking. The corruption drilled out of her skin, forming holes across her body. She was on the verge of collapse, but the surging life force seemed endless. Wherever it flowed, wounds healed, and the corruption shrieked as it fled in all directions. Ah, Monica screamed. She felt like she was being crushed, and restored at the same time. She wanted to faint, but she couldn't. The overwhelming life force pulled her back to consciousness the instant she lost it. Sitting inside her fleshy prison, Monica suddenly noticed someone pushing open the door. At some point, her Lord Hughes had appeared at the entrance. From that moment on, everything changed. Blood and tears mixed as they fell. Her bloated body, caught between corruption and life force, gradually returned to normal. She and Hughes plummeted from the air, only to be caught by countless hands. Monica looked around at her tribe people faces in confusion. Sister Ash, Ninny Lord, what happened? The past was an illusion. Pain was an illusion. The body was an illusion. Life itself was an illusion. Fragments of memories and images overlapped. Monica couldn't distinguish them for a moment, but then she thought for a moment and smiled in relief. The warmth rising in her heart at this moment wasn't an illusion. That was enough. The corruption screamed in agony as it fled from her body. As it rose into the air, it scattered in all directions as if something terrifying was here, so frightening that the dark corruption was willing to flee at any cost. The sirens surrounded Monica and Hughes. At this moment, they didn't need a mind link to feel each other's elation. They lifted Hughes and Monica high into the air, catching them again, laughing and crying in celebration. A distant rumble of thunder echoed. Dark clouds gathered. Rain began to fall. Not far away, Connor helped Nora up. She struggled to sit up, gazing at the celebrating sirens in the distance. A weak smile appeared on her face. Castle the fire and light in the storm. For some reason, this desolate, remote island gave her an unfamiliar feeling. The sirens noticed her and slowly gathered around. Hughes walked up to her. His once elegant clothing was now tattered and stained with blood and mud. He extended his hand toward Nora. I can't sign any contract with you, Nora said, her expression blank. I didn't save Castle, but your blood has been spilled on this land, Hughes replied. That makes it your home as well. He grasped her hand. The blood and mud between them didn't stop them from clasping hands. A friendship sealed in blood needs no contract to bear witness. Nora stared at Hughes in a daze. I am Hughes Corsica Simmons Stewart, Frontier Count of Castle Island in the Holy Mere Empire. By sacred covenant and the Empress's decree, I swear this oath. Castle will forever keep its doors open to the Northlanders. This land will be your home. You are no longer refugees. You no longer need to wander. Welcome home. The rain poured like a waterfall. It washed away the grime on her armor. It soaked her hair. Rainwater filled Nora's eyes. She wiped at them frantically, but no matter how much she wiped, the tears wouldn't stop. Rain began to fall near the stone cave in the southeastern corner of the island. Gradually, the entire Castle Island was enveloped in rain. Typhoons frequently swept across the storm ocean, bringing rainfall, making it a place where it rained all year round. However, today's rain seemed somewhat unusual. Sailors at sea often said that storms would always pass. Their ships regularly sailed through storms, and as long as they hoisted their sails fully, they would eventually leave the storm behind. But today, all the ships navigating the storm ocean were shocked to find that no matter how fast they sailed or in which direction they traveled, they remained within the storm. If one were to observe from a higher vantage point, it would be clear that the entire storm ocean was gathering dark clouds around a central point, bringing torrential rain. That central location was rather peculiar. It was not the eye of the storm, a place of constant thunderstorms, but rather slightly to the north and a little to the west. To its west lay the Empire's land, to the northeast was Gem Bay, and to the north was the White Raven Principality's sea outlet. It was a small island named Castle, meaning fire and light in the storm ocean. At this moment, the entire ocean surrounding Castle was engulfed in storms and lightning, descending like divine punishment. Meanwhile, in Rhine, within the underground tribunal of the Candlelight Church, 7 hooded figures sitting around the long table of the Secret Keeper's Council simultaneously lifted their heads. In the Empire, within the royal-built Gear Academy, several massive steam machines suddenly roared to life. Within the storm ocean, the migrating fishman tribe suddenly halted, deliberated briefly, and then turned back. In Gem Bay, a man whose skin was covered in tattoos suddenly widened his eyes before dissolving into a pool of black pus, causing the surrounding people to stare in horror. On Castle Island, inside the church of the Candlelight Church, a crack suddenly appeared on Brother Kiski's chest as he knelt in prayer. In Nora's house, a gust of wind blew open the window, knocking her diary off the table. A note pressed beneath the diary fluttered twice before being carried away by the wind, landing in the muddy water, where dirt gradually obscured the words written on it. My successor, there is one more thing you need to be aware of. You must be cautious of Sister Chloe in the church. I don't know exactly what she is, but I am certain that she is definitely not from the Candlelight Church. Inside the mansion, Hughes had changed into a fresh set of clothes and was sitting in an armchair, flipping through the latest report delivered by Alexei. He looked up and, with a hint of amusement, glanced at the overcast sky. It just so happens to be raining. In the novels I've read before, rain and wind always seem to come with major events, and today it's happening for real. What a coincidence. Young Master Connor said, placing a few documents gently on the table. He wore hunting trousers, a white shirt, and a black vest, with a white flintlock pistol holstered at his waist. After last night's battle, Hughes had gifted him the pistol, partly to commend his timely assistance, and partly because Hughes realized that the weapon suited Connor better. Since Hughes usually brought Connor along whenever he went out, it was effectively the same as carrying the gun himself. It was evident that Connor was quite fond of the firearm. He carried it around the estate, which Hughes found somewhat amusing. Another thing, Connor had started calling him young master again. However, Hughes had no interest in delving into the reason for this change. There were simply too many matters demanding his attention. How is everything? Connor gave him a slight nod. Miss Nora has already departed by ship. I tried to persuade her to stay, but she insisted on fetching the first group of refugees. Has her injury healed? She said it's the trait of a barrier. No matter how severe the physical damage, she can recover quickly. You know, she's not exactly a living person anymore. Hughes nodded. Did she say when she'd return? About a week. What about Monica? Monica wasn't injured. Miss Nora examined her and confirmed that there were no lingering traces of contamination. Please rest assured. As for the other sirens, they have been temporarily settled in the cave beneath the secret passage. They requested some tools to make modifications to the area. The sirens were not yet suitable for public exposure. Moreover, they had lived underwater for so long that they might not feel comfortable on land. Thus, Hughes had them temporarily reside in the nearshore waters of Castle. With him as the anchor, the deep-sea contamination would no longer harm them. Besides that, Sister Chloe came to the mansion this afternoon. She left after realizing we weren't home. Oh, I almost forgot, Hughes nodded knowingly. He had indeed arranged to meet with Sister Chloe at the mansion. She was meant to be a backup plan in case Nora was unwilling or unable to help him resolve the contamination. In that case, he would have sought assistance from the Candlelight Church. But in the end, the backup plan was unnecessary. She didn't suspect anything, did she? No. Our prepared excuse was reasonable, and her visit did not coincide with our battle. That's good, Hughes nodded in relief. The stone cave by the seaside had been carefully chosen. Although the battle was intense, it had not drawn unwanted attention. We should pay her a visit when we have time. Let's add it to today's schedule. At the mention of scheduling, Connor retrieved a notebook from his pocket, glanced at its contents, and spoke thoughtfully. Young Master, as per your request, I've categorized your tasks into 4 types. Urgent and important, important but not urgent, urgent but not important, and neither urgent nor important. At this point, a hint of surprise crossed Connor's face. This classification method seemed simple and crude, yet it was unexpectedly effective. Under Hughes' guidance, he used a 2-axis system to assess the priority of tasks, easily sorting a mountain of responsibilities in order of importance. Based on this, I will inform you of your daily schedule every morning. This morning, you need to meet with Alexei in the study to discuss the progress of the new factory and the recruitment of craftsmen. After that, you will inspect the territory with him. In the afternoon, you will visit the church to meet with Miss Chloe. Hughes nodded. Structuring his daily work this way significantly improved efficiency. Move the meeting with Alexei to my chemistry laboratory. You should come too. I plan to discuss the new products for the territory. Will you also tell him the truth about the contamination? Probably not, since that involves his cognitive barrier. Hearing this term, Connor's eyes flickered. Concepts like contamination, cognitive barrier, and even the truth about transcendence shook him to the core, making him feel as though his entire worldview was on the verge of collapse. Everything traced back to the conversation between Hughes and Nora after last night's battle. You died. After rescuing Monica, Nora was sent to the manor for treatment. The sirens had suffered some serious injuries as well, but under the influence of the symbiotic contract, they had already mostly recovered. Nora had unexpectedly become the only injured one. Fortunately, she had come well prepared. Not only was she wearing the thickest glacial heavy armor, but she had also layered chainmail underneath it. This was the kind of protection one would wear when charging into battle. She had originally thought she would be facing a group of cultists, so she had also taken several secret medicines from the church in advance. Although she had been in quite a dire situation during the battle, her injuries were not too severe. She had merely overexerted herself and needed rest, but she did not want to stay for even a moment longer. Thinking of the refugees wandering along the noble territory's borders to escape the White Scourge, she was eager to return to the Northlands. Those were her people, so after a simple bandage, she planned to leave in a hurry and bring the good news back to the Northlands. However, Hughes stopped her. He had too many doubts regarding the matter of pollution. For example, what exactly is pollution? Why has it persisted for over 1,000 years, yet people still live on the sea? And why were the sirens affected by the pollution instead? Hughes had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Now that Nora was about to leave, he had to get a clear answer. Hearing this topic, Nora's expression became somewhat complicated. You must have noticed by now, the church deliberately conceals knowledge about the extraordinary world. Whether it is the silent sanctum or your candlelight church, this is an unspoken rule among all churches. Hughes nodded. The church's secrecy regarding supernatural powers was absolute. Even though he had descended into this world multiple times, he had found no traces of the extraordinary, to the point that he had begun doubting himself. This is actually a form of protection. Protection, yes, pollution is a very peculiar existence. It has one particularly counterintuitive trait: you will not be polluted if you are unaware of its existence. Hugh's mouth fell open in shock. Wait, you mean? Fishermen at sea do not know about pollution, so they have no problems when they come into contact with the ocean. The same applies to traveling merchants and sailors, but once they become aware of it, they get polluted. Nora nodded. Hughes slumped into the armchair, his face full of shock. So this was the truth? This was too unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Why is it like this? That I do not know. The church only told me this fact. As for the exact reason, I know as little as you do. Wait, something's not right. The sirens didn't know about the pollution in the sea either, did they? They discovered it on their own. Hughes suddenly froze. He vaguely remembered that Ash had once told him in the manor's basement that they had heard about the pollution in the abyssal trench. So that was it. Hughes sighed. If only they had never known. Nora seemed to guess what he was thinking and shook her head. It's useless. Once one steps into the extraordinary, they will inevitably discover the existence of pollution. It is only a matter of time. So only mortals can avoid pollution through ignorance. Yes. Supernatural beings have heightened senses that often allow them to perceive things they should not. My type, a barrier, is relatively fortunate. The secret keeper of the candlelight emblem, however, often hear various whispers filled with forbidden knowledge. Even if they do nothing, they might still get polluted. So extraordinary abilities came with such risks. Hughes was astonished. This exceeded his expectations. Wait. I'm not considered an extraordinary being yet, am I? He hesitated. He had signed multiple contracts with the sirens, gained many supernatural perceptions, and even entered the abyss. Perhaps he was already an extraordinary existence. Nora snorted in amusement. Do you think extraordinary beings are like your empire's 14-grade official rankings? Do you think you can steadily advance in level like a promotion system? Hugh's eyes widened. I can't. He had really thought that beyond the barrier, there would be levels like Sky Burial Practitioner, Earth Burial Practitioner, and even God Burial Practitioner, culminating in some kind of peak Grandmaster realm. Nora sneered, grabbed Hughes' hand, and pressed it against her chest. Hughes, it felt cold. Through the symbiotic contract, he could tell that this was a living flesh and blood body. What was wrong with it? But gradually, Hughes' eyes widened in shock as he looked at Nora. You can feel it now, can't you? No heartbeat. Yes, Nora pointed to the bandage on her temple. No heartbeat, yet blood still flows. Do you know how long my lifespan is? No need to guess, I'll tell you directly. I am immortal, and this is just one of the most trivial traits of a barrier. Now, do you understand what an extraordinary being is? An extraordinary being is not simply a more powerful human, it is an entirely different form of life. Hughes sat in the armchair, his pupils trembling slightly. He had never expected the extraordinary to be so different. Thinking back, there had been multiple times in battle when Nora had been sent flying by Monica's attacks, impacts that would have been fatal to Hughes, even if he had gone through multiple reincarnations, and that was with her armor on. Armor could only protect against sharp weapons, offering little defense against immense blunt force, yet Nora had merely bled a little. She had walked back to the manor with him, unaided. Moreover, without a heartbeat, how did her body even function? These questions barely crossed his mind before he gave up on thinking about them. Perhaps physics no longer applied. Nora's gaze darkened slightly, as if recalling something. Anyway, you're still immortal, and that is not necessarily a bad thing. Do you have any other questions? Hughes took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and asked, why did Monica's pollution suddenly erupt? He had been wanting to ask this for a long time. What was supposed to be an ordinary treatment had somehow turned into a battle. That. It's actually related to what I mentioned earlier. Those who do not know are not polluted. By the way, we usually refer to this as the cognitive barrier. Cognitive barrier, yes. As the name implies, a barrier of cognition. The less one knows, the stronger the cognitive barrier. The latest EP small cap episodes are on the N0v3L FIRTEP net. Spreading knowledge about contamination will strengthen it, and once the cognitive barrier is broken, the contamination will be greatly amplified. When an extraordinary being's cognitive barrier is broken, the effects are even more terrifying. Not only does the contamination intensify, but it also easily triggers an outbreak. The sirens present at that time were all extraordinary creatures. They had only a very shallow understanding of contamination before, and I essentially shattered all of their cognitive barrier in an instant. An outbreak of this magnitude would normally result in all of them being devoured by the contamination on the spot, transforming into the kind of monster Monica became. Fortunately, it called flesh magic. It successfully isolated the contamination, preventing it from fully eroding them. But Monica was already contaminated. Flesh magic only served as a barrier, and at that moment the contamination within her erupted 1,000-fold, directly shattering the flesh magic. Afterward, the contamination outbreak triggered by the broken cognitive barrier had nowhere to go, and ultimately, it all converged onto Monica, making her stronger and stronger. Nora sighed. Do you realize that if not for the special ability of the barrier, who could forcibly bury her at the cost of death, your sirens alone would have been powerless against her? The contamination that had gathered by then had already reached a terrifying level. No matter how many times you killed her, she would be resurrected by the contamination, growing stronger each time, until she eventually swallowed the entire castle, becoming the second storm eye over the storm ocean, a storm eye formed entirely of contamination. Hugh's eye twitched, so if you hadn't mentioned contamination, would none of this have happened? Yes. Nora sighed. I'm very sorry. That's why I decided to bury her, since this was, after all, a problem I caused. I just didn't expect that I could purify the contamination, right? Hughes thought to himself. Silence fell between the two. Aren't you going to ask me why I can purify contamination? Hughes hesitated before speaking. You don't even understand contamination. How could you possibly know the reason? Hughes could roughly guess that this had something to do with the strange golden throne. Strictly speaking, his soul wasn't even in this body. Those symbiotic contracts were likely not binding to this physical shell, but rather to his true self, high atop some unknown throne. He remembered clearly how the contamination had fled frantically upon touching him, as if he were the real source of contamination. You don't need to worry. The church won't do anything to you. Nora glanced at Hughes. Even if I can purify contamination. Yes, Nora's gaze darkened slightly. As long as you are not the one bringing contamination, the church doesn't care about you. The church is not interested in solving problems. The church only eradicates problems. Why? Hughes blurted out, unable to understand. Contamination cannot be studied. The extraordinary cannot be understood. Everyone who has ever tried to solve these problems has become a new problem, a bigger problem. Only those who have lost their sanity heretics would dare to seek the truth. Nora shook her head. I won't tell you more, and you'd better not try to understand it either. The cognitive barrier is your last line of defense. Hughes closed his mouth. He wanted to say that he wasn't afraid of these issues. His soul was protected by that ancient palace and the golden throne. These cognitive contaminations couldn't threaten him. It seemed he wouldn't be able to get more information from her. The two tacitly changed the subject. A lot of things that break the cognitive barrier must be extremely dangerous to spread, right? Yes. The church has an entire set of procedures for handling forbidden knowledge to prevent the instantaneous breaking of the cognitive barrier and the resulting mass contamination. I can't reveal the details to you. That knowledge itself is forbidden. Besides, I don't know much either. Hughes nodded with a complex expression. The level of strangeness in this world was beyond his imagination. Perhaps he needed to reconsider his attitude toward the extraordinary. I have one last question, I've interacted with quite a few nobles. Why do they know almost nothing about extraordinary powers? With the vast resources controlled by the nobility, it was inconceivable that they would be completely unaware of the extraordinary. Whether it was his biological father, Duke Cohen, or the empire itself, they all seemed to exist in a world separate from the extraordinary. Searching his memories, he couldn't find any connection between them. Nora slowly raised her head at his words. Perhaps the term extraordinary power has misled you. How about using another phrase instead? Extraordinary curse. Power is merely a byproduct. Pain and madness are eternal. The more power you use, the deeper the curse takes root. The fact that nobles have no contact with the extraordinary is a reflection of their wealth and power. And this is my advice to you as well. Stay away from the extraordinary. The cognitive barrier is not an obstacle preventing you from understanding the world. It never was. There are always nobles who try to exploit loopholes, but their wailing heads have nearly filled up the choir. Power, wisdom, immortality, talent. The extraordinary can give you anything you desire, but everyone who reaches out regrets it. And unfortunately, there's no turning back. Remain ignorant. That is the last mercy of this world. Nora left by boat. That day, Hughes sat in his armchair for a long, long time. Everything Nora had said had shaken him to his core. He suddenly realized that this world was completely different from what he had imagined. It was as if he had been sailing on a calm sea, with clear skies and gentle winds. He had assumed this was an ordinary ocean, until he submerged his head beneath the water and locked eyes with an unfathomable, colossal entity. For a moment, a wave of fear washed over Hughes. Was everything he had done really the right path? He had always believed that the tide of industrialization would sweep across the entire world, that he would use production capacity and firepower to establish new rules for this world, that his tanks would clash against this world's cavalry, that his enemies would raise their shields against his cannon fire. Could these things really happen? In this eerie world of the extraordinary, where even hearing a name could spell doom, could gunpowder and bayonets really resolve everything? Hughes sat in his armchair in silence, his thoughts drifting aimlessly. Symbiotic contracts, the life pool, the contamination in the depths of the sea, the sirens. Hughes suddenly realized that since his arrival, most of what he had accomplished had relied on extraordinary power. If he considered only what he had achieved through pure science, there was nothing. Perhaps so-called science, so-called industrialization, was merely a tool to fulfill his fantasies. In the end, wasn't he still doing things according to the ways of this world? Maybe this is fine. Following the rules of this world and continuing like this doesn't seem so bad. With the Siren's secret assistance, the Silent Sanctum's backing, and pirates as allies, he could establish himself firmly in the Storm Ocean. In the future, he would become a true Count Hughes, then Marquis Hughes, Duke Hughes, and perhaps even be crowned Emperor of the Empire, uniting the entire continent. These were all wonderful things, but why did he feel so unmotivated? Hughes irritably grabbed his hair. Why did I come here? To enjoy life, to pass the time on the golden throne where he sat motionless? Or like a true evil god, did he descend simply for amusement, casually inhabiting a random shell? It seemed to be all of these, yet none at the same time. Hughes' gaze grew increasingly dazed, his past memories flashing before his eyes-until. Blurry figure appeared in his mind, accompanied by a hoarse voice. Lackey of the evil god, you have defiled the sacred machinery. A steel arm pierced through the chest of worker Hughes, his blood staining the wooden floor of the office. Hughes' unfocused gaze sharpened slightly. That was his previous death. What exactly had he done back then? He had improved the factory's machines. He had told his fellow workers interesting stories, giving them a little more to look forward to in their monotonous and numb lives. He had tried to share knowledge with every hardworking, suffering person. In Rhine, the average lifespan of these workers was less than 30 years. Me, a lackey of the evil god. Hughes sat up straight in his chair. The pollution in the sea had lasted for 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, the church had sealed away information about the pollution, and the extraordinary had distanced themselves from the ocean. 1,000 years later, the church was still sealing away information about the pollution, and the ocean was still filled with it. Nothing had changed. Me defiling the sacred machinery. Workers coughed as they labored in dust-filled factories, where a moment's carelessness could see their flesh caught in the machines. Factory owners bowed and scraped with flattering smiles. The mechanical priests skillfully dismantled bearings, sneering as they tossed the parts onto the ground into his blood. His blood had been drained time and time again. He had descended time and time again he had been disappointed. Those workers had only interacted with him for a few days, yet he had experienced their suffering for many years. Now he had the qualifications to oppress others as well. He could choose to go with the flow. Should he? In your dreams. Hughes squeezed the words out through clenched teeth and stood up, kicking his chair away. Was this world supposed to be like this? Was he meant to live like this? Was he supposed to be just like these people? To stand alongside the decadent and greedy nobles, the stubborn and arrogant church, the cold and ruthless capitalists, and be told this was a blessing? How could he possibly accept that? I remember now. A burning emotion surged in his chest, shattering the insignificant doubts and self-questioning, making the fire burn even hotter. I descend again and again to smash all this decay into pieces. This world was bizarre and insane. So what? Science was the method to understand the world. It was the standardized process of exploring the unknown. It was the truth born from countless doubts and debates. It was the hymn of courage and reason written by humanity. When had it ever been weak? On Earth, radioactive materials could harm upon contact, yet humanity still took step after step toward the sun. The source of small-cap content is NVI.net. The speed of light was absolute and unbreakable. The observer effect was strange and incomprehensible. There were plenty of counterintuitive things in the world. When had the world ever existed according to human expectations? Earth was not the center of the universe. Neither was the sun. Humans were merely tiny specks of dust in the cosmos, yet they still continued to explore the world. Hughes looked down at his hands. Indeed, this world was bizarre and insane. But had humanity not still set foot across land and sea? This world was different from Earth. Then he would adapt. The rules of this world were bizarre and insane. Then he would study them. Besides, Was the knowledge in his mind truly worthless? Water pressure had still neutralized the siren's curse. The steam engines in the factory could still be improved for greater efficiency, and that was only the most basic application. Suddenly, Hughes recalled the stories he had told the workers during his last descent. Could it be that the scientific knowledge in his mind was also considered? Pollution in this world. Taking it a step further, could the industrial products he produced also be a form of pollution? If he cultivated many engineers in the future, would the knowledge and reason in their minds become a new kind of extraordinary power? Extraordinary classes, engineer, scientist. The thought alone was amusing. People on Earth could use scientific knowledge. So could he use pollution, use magic to defeat magic, use pollution to pollute pollution? If science is truly another kind of pollution, then can I use this pollution to combat other pollution? Pollution cannot be eradicated, then why not embrace it? If he couldn't beat it, he'd join it. If he couldn't solve the problem, he'd become a bigger problem. If exposure to the extraordinary inevitably led to pollution, then why not pollute himself first? That was the true way to arm the mind with science. Then in the future, Castle would be filled with factories, with oil as its blood and smoke as its breath. It would feed on ore and steel. Goods would flood the roads, and ships would pack the harbors. How would they perceive this sight? His warriors would charge forward, chanting probability theory and linear algebra. His artillery shells, inscribed with E=mc2, would whistle through the air, exploding onto the battlefield with fire and pollution. The fire would burn their bodies while science attacked their souls. The enemies would wail, praying for knowledge to leave their minds. His registers would sing in binary. His circuits and microchips would hum with electronic beeps. What a scene that would be. One glimpse might drive someone insane. Even without those pollutants, even without those scientific creations, ordinary goods alone could shake the people of this world. When their clothes, vehicles, food, and even the church's sacred emblems were all produced by him, how would they view Castle, a tiny island or an indescribable colossus? When church followers prayed to the scriptures he had printed, whose believers were they really? That would be truly interesting. Good thing I'm not some evil god, or this world might actually be doomed. He turned and opened the door. Connor, send the steam engine blueprints to Ash and have her think of a solution with her magic. Tell Alexei to come tomorrow. I need to discuss the workshop with him. And come with me to the chemistry lab. Ivan opened the door and hung his coat on the hook behind it. He sniffed and, despite his slightly tired face, smiled. What delicious food did you make? In the kitchen, a girl poked her head out. Her face had a smudge of ash and her hair was messily tied back. When she saw Ivan, she smiled. Father, you're back. Where's Ken? He went to pick some fruit on the way back. Ivan glanced into the kitchen where a pot was bubbling with fish stew. Where did the fish come from? Haven't they forbidden fishing recently? I picked it up by the shore this morning. There were also a lot of clams, so I made soup. Oh, right. She turned around and brought out a wooden bowl from the room, inside which were 4 round eggs. Ivan glanced at the bowl. Gaia, you climbed a tree to steal bird eggs again. The girl widened her eyes. How could I? I picked these up from the shore. Ivan let out a dramatic sigh. You're not young anymore. Who would want to marry a girl who climbs trees all day? I'm only 15. The girl put her hands on her hips and loudly retorted. Just as she was about to say more, she noticed the smile at the corner of Ivan's mouth. Feeling annoyed, she stomped her foot and ran back into the kitchen. The door to the house opened again. Ivan turned to look and saw a young boy squeezing through the door sideways, holding his coat in his hands, which was bulging with a heap of fruit. Dad, look how much I picked. Ivan noticed the leaves in the boy's hair. He wanted to put on a stern face and say something, but he couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Looking at these 2 children, Ivan felt that no matter how tiring life was, it wasn't so bad. He took the coat from the boy, carried it to the kitchen, and scooped out some clean water to wash the fruit. How's work been lately? Gaia glanced at him. Pretty good. The new lord must have gone mad, tearing down all the old distilleries and building new ones. I went to do some odd jobs and earned 2 leo a day. 2 leo. Gaia sighed longingly. Old Ivan used to be a fisherman. The fish he caught were either for their own meals or sold at the market, but he could hardly save a few leo a week. Now that he and Ken were both working at the construction site, they could earn 4 leo a day together. That was a great job. According to the site supervisor, even workers in Rhine only earned about the same wage, and that was a big city. A few days ago, the Lord had forbidden the fishermen from going out to sea, which initially worried Ivan. But if he could make 2 leo a day, fishing didn't matter anymore. Ivan tossed the fruit into the pot. This was a traditional Castle way of cooking. The sweetness of the fruit mixed with the freshness of the fish would wash away the day's fatigue. Father, is the workshop almost finished? I heard they're not hiring new workers anymore. Don't worry, there will always be work. Ivan was confident in his judgment. Back when they lived on the mainland, rumors of famine had started spreading. Although their family still had some food, Ivan didn't hesitate to bring them to Castle Island. Sure enough, after the famine came plagues, one after another. Few households from their old village survived, but Ivan managed to raise his 2 children by fishing and foraging in the mountains. Now, many workers on the construction site worried about being dismissed once the workshops were completed, but Ivan had no such concern. He had already figured it out. The Lord had built so many workshops, yet there were so few craftsmen. He would definitely need more workers in the future. Being a craftsman was a profitable trade, whether in brewing or blacksmithing. Both were far better than fishing. Ivan was always good with his hands, but had never had a chance to learn a craft. This time, he was determined to sign up for training. Ken could also become an apprentice. He was getting to the age where he needed to find a wife, and having a trade was always a good thing. As for Gaia, Ivan hesitated. He knew Gaia wanted to go to school. A few days ago, Chief Scribe had gone door to door announcing that the newly established school was about to open. All workers employed by the Lord, along with their families, could attend for free. Free education sounded great, but he had asked around and learned that students had to buy their own paper, pens, and textbooks, though not entirely unaffordable still. He had never heard of a girl going to school before. Girls were meant to be married off. If they didn't save up for a dowry in time, they might struggle to find a good husband. If they waited too long, they might end up marrying an old man. Rather than spending money on school, wouldn't it be better to save it for her dowry? That way her future might be happier. Besides, he also had a son, Ken. The three of them sat at the table and finished dinner. Ken and Gaia joked and played around, but somehow Ivan had lost his appetite. The olive trees aren't very tall, but most of the fruit can be reached by hand. If not, a stick is enough to knock them down. What do they do with the olives? Eat them. I tried one. It's much worse than sweet fruit. They say it's for making oil. Wow, Gaia marveled. I wish I could see it. I'll bring some for you tomorrow. The whole valley is full of them, and pressing oil doesn't seem too complicated. We could make some to fry fish with. Then I'll go to the shore again tomorrow and gather more fish. The room suddenly fell silent. The previous liveliness seemed to have slipped away like smoke from the chimney. Gaia looked around, unsure of what had just happened. Gaia, you should go to school. Ken spoke in a muffled voice, his head lowered. Ivan glanced at him. Father and I will keep working at the construction site. We earn 4 liu a day, get lunch there, and I'll pick fruit in the evening. We'll have enough for breakfast the next day. Gaia opened her mouth and gripped the hem of her frayed skirt, standing up in a panic. No, it's not necessary. I was just talking. I thought about it. There aren't many jobs in Castle for someone who knows how to read. I mean, I don't really want to go to school that much. She looked at Ivan. Maybe. Gaia, you're smarter than me. School wouldn't help me much. I'd rather learn a craft. I'll never starve that way. Ken forced a smile. Maybe one day you'll need my help instead. Gaia grew flustered, her face turning red as she tried to argue. But Ken stiffened his neck and refused to back down. Ivan felt dazed. He suddenly remembered the time he had decided to move to Castle. Back then, the children's mother was still alive, and they had argued just like this. That was many years ago. Coming back to his senses, Ivan looked at his 2 children and at the empty seat across the table. He sighed. Enough. Both of y'all go to school. Hughes met Alexei again. The chief scribe had noticeably lost weight recently. Building schools, recruiting manpower to renovate workshops, and surveying mineral resources, each of these tasks required his constant attention. Not only was the schedule tight, but everything was happening simultaneously. Hughes had been preoccupied with pollution issues, leaving nearly all territorial affairs in Alexei's hands. Although Alexei had undergone extensive training before assuming his position in Castle, he had little hands-on experience. At first, when he began pushing projects forward, he was full of confidence, believing he had made thorough plans and that execution would be straightforward. However, the past few days had left him utterly overwhelmed. Constructing schools and renovating workshops were manageable. Castle did not have a long history, but its development had never stagnated, and there were people on the island skilled in construction. However, recruiting personnel and prospecting minerals were much trickier. Minerals, what counted as a mineral? How was he supposed to determine if an area contained valuable resources? The scribes under his command were all from the Empire. Handling routine administrative tasks was no problem for them, but they lacked specialized knowledge in this field. Moreover, the scribes were already occupied with other responsibilities, leaving Alexei with only the local fishermen to mobilize. With no other choice, he personally took an old blacksmith to the mines for an inspection. After barely organizing the old mine, Alexei busied himself with setting up the school. When he returned to report after spending several days at the construction site, he thought things were finally settling down, until Hughes spoke, making his vision go dark. Our road construction. Yes, we need to build a road leading out of the mountains. Hughes picked up a map. I checked. The northern plains, where the workshops are located, have gravel roads of decent quality. Hughes traced the marked paths on the map with his finger, sliding it toward the southwest of Castle. But in this mountainous area, there's only a narrow dirt trail, poorly maintained. It's fine for occasional fruit picking, but transporting large quantities of goods in and out would be a nightmare. Hughes sighed. He hadn't expected his industrial development to be bottlenecked by road construction. Carrying goods manually wasn't impossible. He had done so for sweet fruit wine production, but for the new factory, it simply wouldn't suffice. What exactly is this new factory producing? You previously mentioned olive oil, but that doesn't seem to warrant building a dedicated road. It's for olive oil, but the required quantity will far exceed your expectations. Relying on manual labor alone won't be enough. Alexei frowned. He couldn't fathom who would buy such an enormous amount of olive oil. Was it meant for fuel? That would be far too extravagant. Come with me. I'll show you something interesting I've been working on. Hughes stood up and led Alexei out of the room. As Alexei followed, he sensed something was off. He glanced around and suddenly realized that Connor, whom he always saw upon arriving at the estate, was nowhere to be found. Strange. Where had he gone? Here, take this. Alexei accepted a small box from Hughes. It contains candy. You can put one in your mouth. Alexei lifted the lid, revealing several black cubes inside. He followed Hughes' suggestion and placed one in his mouth. This helps alleviate the effects of pollution. I got it from Nora. We may not deal with much scientific knowledge, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Oh, and by the way, it doesn't taste great. You should have mentioned that first. A shockingly sour taste shot straight to Alexei's brain, instantly waking him up. Pollution. Think of it as some complex knowledge that causes headaches when you learn it. Don't worry, I've tested it. If the pollution is severe, it dissipates when it comes near me. The two exited the house, crossed the courtyard, and arrived at a secluded building on the estate. This area was in a remote corner of the estate, with no other buildings nearby. Alexei glanced at the ground, which had clearly been cleared, and then noticed a large wooden crate. Inside, the crate was divided into two sections, several buckets on the left and a box of sand on the right. What was this for? That crate is a fire safety box. Every workshop will need one. Some fires can be extinguished with water, but others must be put out with dry sand, like olive oil fires. Olive oil fires couldn't be put out with water. That was a novel idea. But upon thinking it through, he realized it made sense. He knew olive oil floated on water, meaning that pouring water on a fire could spread the burning oil instead. Hughes pulled open the door to the building, but suddenly turned to Alexei. Have you ever come into contact with alchemy? Alchemy. Alexei was taken aback before chuckling bitterly. How could I possibly have access to those esteemed masters? Alchemy masters held an exalted status in the empire. A renowned alchemist stood on equal footing with nobility, and even an apprentice fresh out of an alchemy workshop was a highly sought-after asset for any lord. An alchemist willing to work long-term with the royal family would be granted a noble title immediately. If they possessed a fully equipped alchemy workshop, they could even receive land grants. As a seventh-rank official of orphaned origins, Alexei had never even glimpsed such enigmatic figures, let alone interacted with them. That's a pity, Hughes said with a smile. Welcome to my chemistry laboratory. Chemistry laboratory. As the door opened, Alexei's eyes first landed on a row of shelves filled with bottles and jars. He recognized these objects. During previous visits to the estate, he had seen many glass and ceramic vases, which had since disappeared, so this was where they had gone. Beside the shelves stood a dark wooden cabinet, a table cluttered with manuscripts and various objects, and in the center of the room, two large pots. Pots? Why were there pots? Master, here are the items you requested. Connor entered from the back, carrying a tray filled with various items. Alexei curiously peered over. On the tray, he saw a bundle of cotton, a small rectangular block, and an opaque dark-colored bottle. What were these for? Was the Lord planning to demonstrate alchemy? Could he actually be an alchemist? Let me show you a few things, starting with this. Hughes handed him the block, then picked up one of the pots, motioning for Alexei to follow him outside. I did a test yesterday. Hughes looked excited. Every experiment in the lab was successful, which means these chemical reactions are viable. Large-scale production can begin soon. Chemical reactions, large-scale production. Alexei glanced at both Hughes and Connor. He noticed Connor's expression was somewhat unusual, almost as if he was looking forward to something. What should an ordinary transmigrator do when arriving in an ordinary fantasy world? Although this world didn't seem so ordinary, and Hughes always had a nagging feeling that something was off, he still tried to steer everything back on track. Soap, glass, cement, gunpowder. Just bringing out these things should be enough to deal with the natives. Right, that was what Hughes had always thought, so he reformed workshops and made samples. But recently, the cognitive barrier and pollution made him feel uneasy, causing him to doubt the nature of this world. Was this really just an ordinary fantasy world? Even if it had some extraordinary powers, a shadow clouded Hughes' eyes. But since he had already started, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and push forward, hoping everything would go smoothly. Yesterday, he brought Connor to take a look. As expected, his finished product was met with a series of shocked reactions. Since there were no apparent problems for now, he decided to proceed as planned, using industry to flatten this world. It would go smoothly. The steam engine and chemical processes were his two most crucial paths in the industrialization and technological climb. The production of steam engines had already involved the sirens in research, so the chemical processes couldn't be left behind either. Hughes began pitching to Alexei. Soap. The main product of our factory for the foreseeable future is this little thing in your hand. Hughes took a few steps back, where a servant had already prepared a water basin and a jar. Alexei scooped some greasy sludge from the jar onto his hands and tried washing with the soap. What a miraculous thing, Alexei marveled. This level of cleanliness is almost on par with the church's number 9 holy water. The major churches regularly sold holy water, categorized into 13 types based on their effects. Number 9 holy water's primary function was cleansing. Holy water was highly effective but also prohibitively expensive, to the point that most minor nobles could barely afford it, even this relatively cheaper number 9 holy water. The product was good, but was it really that shocking? Alexei glanced at the soap, which had worn down slightly. At this rate of consumption, if the soap's price was lower than 50 gold rums per bar, it might actually compete with number 9 holy water in the market. But since this was an alchemical product, Alexei shook his head inwardly. Compared to alchemical creations, even the church's holy water seemed cost-effective. But why was Connor looking at him so strangely? Did this soap have some hidden trait? The cost of making this soap is about 50 gold rums per ton, Hughes said with a half-smile. Alexei sighed inwardly. As expected, trying to market an alchemical product based on cost-effectiveness was too far-fetched. He should just wait. His brain suddenly froze. 50 gold rums per what? Per ton. Alexei was stunned. His hand slipped and the soap dropped to the ground. Connor had a satisfied expression. A ton, that was an ancient unit, rarely used in the Empire. 1 ton was about 2,000 pounds, and it took at least 4 or 5 bars of this soap to make a pound. That meant. Alexei wasn't great at arithmetic, but he knew 1 gold rum equaled 1 gold pound, which could be exchanged for 25 imperial leos. 50 gold rums were a total of 1,250 leo. Converting further. Don't bother calculating. This stuff costs about 1 leo for 8 bars. Alexei's mouth dropped open in complete shock. As an orphan who had clawed his way up from the bottom, he was acutely aware of market prices. 1 leo could buy 6 pounds of bread or 1.5 pounds of meat. In Rhine, 2 leos could get you an excellent meal at a restaurant. In his last descent, Hughes had worked as the lowest factory laborer, earning about 700 leos a year, roughly 2 leos a day. After covering housing and basic living expenses, he could barely save any money. A small bottle of the church's number 9 holy water cost 30 leos, equivalent to 2 weeks of Hughes' wages, and that bottle was only enough to clean the jewelry twice. Now, this soap was priced at 1 leo for 8 bars, and each bar could last dozens of times longer than holy water. Alexei's mind went numb from the calculations. All he knew was that even the poorest people could now afford to wash their clothes with this soap. By the way, our predicted daily production capacity is about 3 tons. It's a bit low. Without steam engines, we're still not quite there. 3 tons. Alexei turned his head mechanically. He suddenly felt that his previous concerns were laughable. If Hughes was willing to hand over this formula, the Empress would declare war on Gem-Bay the same day. Are you saying we can supply number 9 holy water almost infinitely? Almost infinitely, Hughes chuckled. If we're only supplying Castle, then yes, it's practically infinite. But what about the entire continent? The entire continent. Merchants would go crazy over this. Castle was remote. There would be plenty of traders willing to take the risk to bring goods to the Storm Ocean. A 3-fold profit margin was enough for merchants in the New World to establish a republic and challenge the empire across the ocean. How much profit did this soap hold? 1,000-fold. And this unbelievably lucrative product, 3 tons a day. Just with soap alone, Hughes could harvest the entire continent. The Empress certainly wouldn't mind secretly supporting him. This substitute for holy water would greatly weaken the church's authority. Alexei was dazed. Looks like the soap was effective. Hughes nodded to himself. After all, it was one of the cheat items of a transmigrator. Once his factory was built, everything would get better. Suppressing a vague unease, Hughes gestured for Connor to continue explaining. Connor cleared his throat. Chief Scribe Alexei, this soap is highly durable, can be cut freely, and is incredibly easy to transport. The cost of shipping it by sea is also extremely low. Even transporting it to the Rhine would only double the cost. Thighs is the worst-case estimate. Moreover, based on cost calculations, our future production expenses will only continue to decrease. Connor glanced at Hughes. If automation reaches a high enough level and we stay close to raw material sources, the cost of soap will become unimaginably low. The real constraint now is whether olive oil production can keep up. Hearing the word automation, Alexei felt a slight headache, but the candy in his mouth melted, releasing a cool sensation, and the headache vanished. Not enough olives. Aren't those trees everywhere? Hughes and Connor exchanged glances and relaxed slightly. Looks like low-level scientific explanations didn't cause significant cognitive pollution and would fade over time. That brings us back to the original problem. We need to build a road. Not just between the northern plains and southern mountains where the factories are located. We need roads between the factories too. Aren't there already roads between the factories? Not enough. Dirt roads won't cut it. We'll need better roads to handle our future material transportation. Factory transportation. Yes, olive oil undergoes saponification to make soap, but its byproduct, glycerin, is just as important. No, perhaps I shouldn't call it a byproduct. It's actually the main thing I want. Hugh's eyes gleamed. Connor, the old butler, moved the basin and jar aside, clearing some space. Hughes took a wad of cotton from the tray, flattened it with his hand, and placed it on the ground. Then he unscrewed a nearby bottle and dripped a few drops of liquid onto it. Connor's expression was complicated. He looked at the bottle of liquid with reverence. This substance is called nitroglycerin. One day its name will resound throughout the world. Not just its name, but also its sound, Connor thought to himself. Hughes carefully put the bottle away, then picked up a hammer and handed it to Alexei. This is a medicine used to treat heart disease, but it has an additional use. A medicine for heart disease. Alexei was slightly disappointed. Treating heart disease was indeed impressive, but the market for such a drug was not vast. If it were cheap enough, it could generate some profit, but the demand wouldn't be high. The nobles trusted the church more, and their numbers weren't large. As for the poor, most of them wouldn't even know they had heart disease. Without diagnosis and treatment, they would simply die without notice. But why was Hughes giving him a hammer? Smash it, smash it. Yes, hit the cotton with it. Also, you'd better step back a little. Alexei was full of questions. Wasn't this just a medicine? Was this how it treated heart disease? Still, he obediently swung the hammer down without using too much force. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose, and Alexei coughed as he backed away, covering his mouth. Cough, Lord, is this? Cough, cough. Really the heart medicine you were talking about? Hughes grinned. It does treat heart disease, but it's also an excellent explosive. You saw how much I used, right? Alexei recalled the scene, and his eyes were suddenly filled with terror. Hughes had only dripped a few drops. As a graduate of the Royal Army Academy, Alexei had encountered the alchemical gunpowder issued to the Imperial Army. That substance was incredibly expensive, but it allowed muskets to penetrate most armor, making its cost justified on the battlefield. Yet even that gunpowder required a small handful to achieve an effect comparable to what Hughes had just demonstrated with mere drops. Alexei turned his head blankly to look at Hughes. He didn't know what expression he should have. This medicine, this great invention, does it? Alexei hesitated. The existence of such a thing would undoubtedly change the world. His mind was in chaos and he felt dizzy. We'll talk about this later. Right now, we don't have the capacity to produce it on a large scale. It requires the preparation of sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Although we have the raw materials, the process is too complex. I need to first build a smelting furnace for iron sulfide ore, as well as the necessary reaction vessels. None of this can be done overnight. However, small-scale production won't be an issue since we have a sulfur mine. Laboratory preparation and industrial production were two entirely different things. In a lab, Hughes could use risky or inefficient methods without concern for cost, but mass production required reliability. He had to consider the skill and capabilities of the workshop workers. An unsafe production process couldn't be put into operation. Alexei took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The power of nitroglycerin was simply too astonishing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it could completely revolutionize warfare. Strangely, Alexei felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing that it couldn't be mass-produced yet. A thought surfaced in his mind, one he didn't even want to acknowledge. If future battlefields were dominated by this substance, would the military tactics he had learned still be useful? He had once trained tirelessly, dreaming of becoming a knight as strong as the Empress's chief bodyguard. But could martial skills really withstand such terrifying explosions? He didn't know, nor did he want to find out. He didn't even dare to think too deeply about it. Hughes gave him a meaningful glance but moved on from the topic. Instead, he pointed at a nearby pot and began explaining the soap-making process. Saponification is a very basic chemical reaction. You can just think of it as alchemy. As long as the temperature is controlled and stirring is continuous, the process is stable and not dangerous. Just be careful not to get burned. Alexei pulled out a notebook and started taking notes. The key points are simple. The necessary equipment includes a boiling pot and a stone mill for crushing olive oil. These are commonly found in distilleries and can be repurposed. The alkali source, wood ash, is also easy to prepare. Any issues? No issues. The factory is already built. In 3 days, no, by tomorrow, production can begin. Good, then I'll leave the factory to you. Olive oil production and soap making must be done in separate locations due to their differing safety requirements. I've compiled a manual for this. You can pick it up from me later. The school is also built, but we're still waiting for teachers. Don't worry about the school. I'll personally take care of it. Hughes waved his hand dismissively. He had already chosen a few literate servants and planned to teach some basic industrial knowledge himself. He needed a large workforce with basic education. Soap making was straightforward and low risk, but nitroglycerin was an entirely different matter. Nobel himself had lost his entire family while working with it. Yes, that Alfred Nobel, the one behind the Nobel Prize. Even later, his nitroglycerin factory suffered a severe explosion, which demonstrated the extreme dangers of the substance. Hughes knew several ways to improve its safety, such as using diatomaceous earth, but he had a different idea. He planned to test it with the sirens. He had only seen their magic in battle against the fishmen, but those strange spells, combined with nitroglycerin, might yield fascinating results. Hughes was eager to find out. For now, focus on getting the factory running. If you encounter any problems, come to me immediately. And I mean any problems. You must follow the manual strictly. I know some of the procedures may seem unreasonable, but you can ask me about them. However, they must be followed exactly. Factories often had bizarre safety regulations, but behind each seemingly strange rule lay a lesson paid for in blood. People in this era likely didn't understand this concept yet, but Hughes intended to instill it gradually. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. Just a few days ago, he had been confident in his developments, but after witnessing the strange contamination and cognitive barriers, he hesitated. The factory was built, and soon results would speak for themselves. There was no need to rush. For now, he would check on the school. I'm heading to school now. Send someone to inform the townsfolk they can enroll today, Hughes said before turning to Connor. Let's delay our visit to the church. We'll meet Sister Chloe tonight instead. After breakfast, Ivan originally planned to go to the construction site with Ken, but a commotion outside caught his attention. The school established by the Lord is about to start classes. Those who want to attend can enroll today. Ivan stepped outside to inquire and then returned to call his children before him. Today, the school is open for enrollment. Let's go take a look together. Seeing that the two wanted to say something, Ivan waved his hand to cut them off. We're just going to gather information first. This free school might not even last long, and we don't know what they'll be teaching. We'll decide after we learn more. Ken and Gaia exchanged glances and eventually nodded. The three of them quickly tidied up. Gaia put on her best dress, the one her mother had made for her. It was a little small now, but at least it had no patches. Ken and Ivan went to the river to wash up. They were both simple fishermen who had little understanding of schooling. They only knew that attending school meant learning to read, but that did not lessen their reverence for it. Every time the tax officer casually scribbled with a charcoal pen, he could calculate the amount they owed. Ken had secretly envied that for a long time. He had to count on his fingers just to tally up the fish he sold. He wondered if the school would teach bookkeeping. Probably not. Old Ivan had once inquired about bookkeeping lessons, but the teacher charged 50 lias per session and refused to teach commoners like them. Only wealthy merchants could afford such education. The three of them dressed in their best clothes and carefully combed their hair before heading out to the school. The so-called school was merely a few large buildings. Ivan peeked inside and saw only ordinary desks and chairs. The front wall had been painted black for some unknown reason. It didn't seem particularly special. They walked around to the main entrance and saw a table set up with a few people sitting behind it. That's the Lord, Gaia whispered excitedly. She had wanted to attend school ever since she heard the Lord speak at the harbor while watching the strange fish. Old Ivan squinted hard to see. Besides the Lord and his butler, he didn't recognize the other people. Many villagers had gathered there, but no one approached the table. People naturally feared the Lord and only dared to watch from a distance. Hughes was in no hurry. He sat at the table, flipping through a few booklets. Beside the table stood a strange box with a circular face. Several needle-like hands moved in slow circles. The box's lid was open, revealing a mass of intricate mechanisms moving inside. A long pendulum swung rhythmically below, carrying an inexplicable beauty. What is that? Why is it moving on its own? Gaia blurted out unconsciously. A clock, Hughes replied without looking up from his booklets. It displays time. Its pendulum swings at a fixed interval, and the mechanical structure transmits that motion to the clock face. Do you want to take a closer look? Gaia was startled. She hadn't expected the Lord to answer her. She quickly shrank behind old Ivan, peeking out cautiously. Hughes paid her no further attention, nor did he scold her. This emboldened Gaia a little. Her eyes drifted back to the clock, and after a while she couldn't help but ask again. But why does it move on its own? Strictly speaking, it doesn't. It moves now because I wound it up. The spring mechanism stores the force I gave it. In reality, I'm the one making it move. Gaia nodded, half understanding. Hughes stood up and addressed the gathered villagers. This clock was made in Rhine. It is a purely mechanical device and part of my advanced curriculum. The Lord continued speaking, but Gaia could no longer focus. She was captivated by the clock, watching the gears turn with precise harmony. It was beautiful. When she came back to her senses, she realized she had stepped right up to the clock, bending down to examine it closely. Startled, she straightened and glanced around. Most of the villagers had already dispersed. This clock will be placed in the school. If you like it, you can come see it anytime. Gaia's cheeks flushed. She didn't know why she had been so mesmerized. These were just lifeless gears, yet together they formed something so intricate and wonderful. I will be teaching mechanical principles here. Make sure to attend. But before that, you'll likely need to take literacy lessons with Miss Zoe. Hello, I'm Zoe, said a young woman in a long dress beside him, greeting her warmly. Hello. Gaia instinctively shrank back, a far cry from the bold girl who climbed trees to raid bird nests. She felt self-conscious in her slightly too small dress. Just as she was about to retreat behind her father, a thought struck her. Curiosity momentarily overcame her embarrassment. Lord, does the mechanical principles class teach us how to make clocks? She asked eagerly. Hughes was slightly surprised. He saw a familiar determination in the girl's eyes and smiled faintly. A clock is merely a delicate toy. I will teach you the true principles of mechanics. Hughes gently patted the clock. If gears can move hands on a dial, they can also power steel hammers in forges. If a spring can provide energy, so can a steam engine. Mechanics can measure time, but it can also change the world. He glanced at the enrollment roster. Gaia, if you truly like mechanics, then use your own hands to change this decayed and stagnant world. Gaia didn't remember how she got home. At the dinner table, she kept grinning foolishly, lost in thought. Old Ivan sighed as he looked at her, then turned to Ken. Ken seemed equally dazed. Ivan knew he was still thinking about the chemistry class he had heard about earlier. That lord was like a sorcerer from legends, stealing people's hearts with just a few words. However, the school's arrangement was unexpected. Ivan had assumed that studying would mean giving up work at the construction site, but the lord had actually opened night classes. People could attend after work without disrupting their daytime labor. There was even a dedicated patrol team for security at night. Ivan signed up immediately. The pay wasn't much, but watching over his children with his own eyes gave him peace of mind. Perhaps he could listen in on the lessons too. He glanced at his two foolishly grinning children and snorted. Then, pulling his plate closer, he dug into his meal. Nora stood on the deck, gazing at the deep blue sea. Vast, beautiful, full of life, yet polluted. Extraordinary beings generally avoided contact with seawater, or even getting too close to the ocean. The oppressive sensation of being surrounded by pollution was unbearable for most. Unfortunately, this was the only way out for the Silent Sanctum. She had just received word that negotiations to the north with the local lords had also failed. These people who had spent their entire lives in the land of wind and snow might now be forced to seek refuge in the ocean, where no one was willing to venture. Shaking her head to dispel her worries, Nora turned and asked behind her, Jeremiah, how far are we from Castle? You shall be praised like the fire in less than a day, I suppose. A day meaning a round trip takes 2 days. Nora muttered to herself, I should write a letter instead. Do you have carrier pigeons? He is kind Yetis, but they only fly to Gem Bay. No problem, bring one here. Nora put down the flail in her hand and dismissed Jeremiah, who was incessantly reciting the Silent Sanctum scriptures. She walked to the table and began writing a letter. She had originally intended to head straight for the north, but her journey had been interrupted by a pirate ship. Nora admitted that she had been a bit too impatient, and her interaction with the pirates was not very friendly. It was only later that she realized they weren't trying to rob her. They were stationed there to prevent Hughes from escaping. Feeling somewhat guilty, she had provided them with some bandages, which were still wrapped around Jeremiah's head. Now that she had switched to a larger ship, her journey north would likely be much smoother, something she found quite satisfying. Writing the letter had suddenly come to mind. She had forgotten to warn Hughes about Chloe's identity. Nora was certain that Chloe was not part of the Candlelight Church. Although she hadn't had much interaction with Chloe, she had noticed a few inconsistencies. Judging by how much effort Chloe put into hiding, she was likely a spy from another church. That meant she wouldn't be causing any trouble, at least for now. Nora was in a hurry to return to the north and had no desire to delay her journey just to go back. Besides, with so many sirens around Hughes, he would have no trouble even in a direct confrontation. For now, she would focus on transporting the refugees. Muttering his scriptures, Jeremiah carried over a pigeon cage. Nora stuffed the rolled-up letter into the metal cylinder on the bird's leg. We must cherish history, as this pigeon will only fly to Gem Bay. How will you send a message elsewhere? Don't worry about it. Just take me to the north. The sanctum will pay you. Jeremiah's face twitched. Without another word, he turned and left. Seeing that no one was around, Nora held the pigeon close to her chest and gently closed her eyes. A moment later, she opened the cage in her hand. The white pigeon had transformed into a white raven. The raven turned its head to glance at her before flying off into the distance. Too bad I'm not a silent one, or the effect would be much better, Nora murmured. But this is enough. No extraordinary being who has not abandoned their human form could stop it. Miss Chloe, dressed in a nun's habit, gently folded the letter in her hand and turned toward the door. Lord, you've arrived. Hughes entered the church with Connor, glancing around. The place was just as run down as ever. My apologies. I was in a rush the other day and couldn't meet with you. You called us here. What is it about? When Chloe had visited last time, she had left a message requesting a face-to-face meeting with Hughes. That was why he had come today. Let's talk inside. Would you like some tea? Red tea, sure. The three of them walked through the church and into the inner chamber. As they passed the donation box, Chloe looked at Hughes expectantly. With a clink, Hughes tossed in a few coins. Hearing the sound of money dropping, a satisfied expression appeared on Chloe's face. By the way, do you have holy water number 9 for sale? I remember all churches carry it. No, I don't know how to make it. Hughes was taken aback. He had wanted to buy a bottle to compare with soap. Brother Kieski doesn't make it either. Brother Kieski. Chloe showed a strange expression. His condition has worsened lately. He's bedridden and unable to see visitors. So now you manage the church entirely on your own. Yes, it's just me. It's exhausting. If it's so exhausting, why not hand it over to the silent sanctum? Hughes thought to himself. Upon reaching the inner room, Chloe served tea before finally speaking. Lord, there's something I need to inform you about. Go ahead. The Candlelight Church will be exiling some criminals here. Also, a corpse will be buried here. A secret keeper will escort them and stay here for some time. Exiling criminals. Yes, they were involved in a case, but I've read their files. They were once skilled workers in factories. She emphasized the word skilled heavily before continuing in a seemingly helpless tone. Lord, you've been busy building workshops lately, haven't you? No one comes here to pray anymore. Hugh's eyelid twitched. Actually, I've been meaning to donate to the church. How about 50 Leo? These criminals must atone for 3 years. They only need food, no wages required. Hughes reached into his pocket, and the sound of gold rums clinking echoed. This is all I brought. By the way, if they work for you, you must provide food. Hughes was speechless at how money-hungry this nun was. Was the entire Candlelight Church this greedy? That said, this was a good deal. He was desperately short of workers, and having experienced hands join was ideal. He had no intention of denying them wages. 3 years were enough to train them into qualified engineers. Besides, according to his plans, he wouldn't be short on money for long. As for the secret keeper, Hughes had heard about them from Nora. They were an extraordinary member of the Candlelight Church. If they wanted to stay in Castle for a while, he didn't mind. The Candlelight Church was known for staying out of territorial affairs. As long as they didn't interfere with his industrial development, he had no objections. What about the corpse? Oh, it was a cultist, but we've purified it completely. You don't need to worry, there won't be any issues. Hughes nodded. He had only asked out of curiosity. By the way, that cultist's name was also Hughes, same as yours, Chloe said with a smile. Ash watched as her clansmen carried things in and out, unable to hold back a smile. When she fled the abyssal trench, she had been filled with despair. The sirens had finally found a way to lift their curse, yet in the end, they were still unable to survive in the deep sea, forced to maintain their flesh magic without interruption for life. She had envisioned her tribesmen's future many times, but even in her most beautiful dreams, she had never imagined a scene like this. Her people no longer feared pollution, nor did they need to sustain flesh magic in the shallow seas. They could even leave the water and come ashore. On the night the battle ended, many tribesmen gazed at the starry sky in silence, unable to speak. For some reason, these sirens who lived beneath the 7 seas yearned for the stars above. Ash couldn't help but smile. Sister Ash, our buildings are basically complete. Ninny leaned over, her expression a little strange. Recently, Ash had been randomly laughing to herself so often that Ninny had started to wonder if she was being corrupted again. Ash quickly straightened her face, swayed her tail, and slithered towards the cave. This place was originally a natural karst cave. For Hughes, the passageways were just the right size, but for the sirens, they were too narrow. After some discussion, the sirens decided to expand the cave. In just a few days, the space had multiplied several times, transforming from a small room into a spacious plaza. Some sirens were still working, pressing their hands against the rock walls. The hard stone quickly softened and flowed down like liquid. Spell turned stone to mud. Seeing this, Ash suddenly remembered something. She took out a small notebook from her waist pouch, held down its 4 corners with 4 hands, and used another hand to take out a pen and start writing. Sister Ash, what are you doing? Ninny asked curiously as she leaned in. Recording the spells we can use, Ash replied seriously. Lord Hughes asked us to document all of them to see how they might be useful. Wouldn't it be easier to just have us do things directly? Our spells can't be taught to others, so what good does it do for Lord Hughes to know? That's not the point. Ash chuckled lightly and took a small bottle from a nearby cabinet. For example, this is an alchemical item our Lord created. It's called nitroglycerin. It can explode violently, but it's too dangerous. Throwing it might trigger an early detonation. But Ash raised a hand, magical light flashing in her eyes. A sea serpent suddenly appeared in midair and fell to the ground with a slap. She poured a drop of nitroglycerin into its mouth, and the sea serpent swiftly slithered away. Before long, a muffled explosion echoed from deep within the cave. See, combining spells with technology produces results beyond imagination. This is just the simplest application. Ninny widened her eyes. She couldn't help but think of that battle the other night. That short girl from the Silent Sanctum was dressed like an iron barrel. Ninny had felt that even in direct combat she wouldn't have had the advantage, but if she had a serpent like this slipping through the gaps in that armor, not only that, she could summon many sea serpents at once, each carrying multiple drops of that nitro whatever. Got it, Ninny nodded excitedly. She could hardly wait to spar with Nora. Ash, however, was thinking further ahead. Not long ago, Hughes had given her a blueprint, a schematic of a steam engine. The design was extremely complex. She didn't fully understand it, but she grasped Hugh's intent. He wanted her to figure out a method for processing metal, at least enough to handle parts that the blacksmiths couldn't, specifically the cylinders and various metal pipelines. Ash had been troubled by this problem for days. Her magic couldn't directly solve it, and she lacked knowledge of smelting and forging. Perhaps she just wasn't clever enough. After all, it was Monica who came up with the idea of using sea serpents to detonate nitroglycerin. Maybe she could ask her again. Sister Ash, what are these crates for? Ninny pointed to a corner of the room. Ash snapped out of her thoughts. Oh, these, I'll call all the tribesmen first, and then we'll discuss it together. Everyone, please come to me, Ash called out in her mind. Ever since the Sirens had all signed a symbiotic contract with Hughes, they could communicate through short-range telepathic messages. Although Sirens had a natural mind link among their kind, this telepathic channel was even more convenient. Moreover, it had an additional advantage. It allowed private links between specific individuals. For example, the current link was created by Hughes. All the Sirens were in it, and he had named it Castel's Siren Work Group. There were also other groups like Siren Family and Boom Squad. For some reason, Ash always felt that Hughes had a strange expression when he explained these group names to her. Ash had sent her mental message in the work group. Hughes received. Ash, no, my lord, you don't need to come over. I was calling the other Sirens. Hughes, no worries, I just felt like replying like that. Ignore me. Ash sighed. Lately, her lord seemed obsessed with this mind link. He had even figured out how to create text-based emoticons within it. The Sirens gathered, and Ash led them to the large crates. These are weapons from Lord Hughes. Everyone can pick some to use. The lids were lifted, revealing mostly long-handled weapon spears, poleaxes, and the like. As for why there were no swords, Ninny picked up a poleaxe. Against her towering frame, the weapon looked almost dainty, too light. Can't be helped, these are made for humans. You know, they're all so small. These are their largest weapons. The smaller swordswell, I saw Sister Ash try one and she had to pinch it between her fingers. What about Monica? These should fit her just right. The Sirens laughed and swung the weapons around. Who dares call my name? A low growl echoed through the cave. The Sirens turned to look. Monica emerged from around the corner, wearing 3 full layers of heavy armor. All 6 of her hands were holding weapons, pointing them at the Sirens. See, fits her perfectly. So tiny, so cute. Monica raised the sword higher and gave a more disdainful look. Yes, just like that. Monica's face turned red as the Sirens pointed and teased her. With a shout, she charged at them. She attempted a sliding attack, only to be caught mid-air by Ninny, who lifted her by the armor. She flailed helplessly, furious. The Sirens burst into laughter again. Ash smiled, shook her head, and opened a private link with Hughes. How is it? Not great. These weapons barely improve our combat ability. That's fine. Use them for now. I'll have custom weapons and armor made later. Understood. By the way, my workshop just finished the first batch of soap. I'll send 2 crates over later. And your spell list, hurry up and send it. I have a few good ideas. All right. There was a long silence, but the mind link remained open. Ash waited quietly, knowing her lord was about to ask something. Sure enough, after a while, a message arrived. Ash, is there a spell that can bring the dead back to life? Impossible, the dead cannot be revived. This is an ironclad rule. After a person dies, their soul dissipates. This is irreversible. No amount of life force can change that. Lord, are you trying to resurrect the dead? Ash's expression grew serious. Due to the innate abilities granted by the symbiotic contract, the Sirens had a much clearer perception of souls than other races. If it's simply physical death, such as the fishmen who were drained of life force due to signing the contract, that can still be saved. For example, by infusing a large amount of life force, recovery can be achieved quickly and without side effects. Before signing the contract with the other Sirens in the cave, you were almost completely drained of life force, yet you recovered quickly. In contrast, when a soul dies, once a soul perishes, no means can save it. Even if resurrected, it would no longer be the same soul. The mind link fell silent again. What if, hypothetically, if a soul was transferred to another place, would the body still have a chance of being revived? Impossible, Lord. A soul cannot exist independently of the body. For mortals, the soul and flesh are inseparable. What about the extraordinary? I don't know, but I have a theory. What is it? The only beings whose souls can exist independently in the world are gods. Ash seemed to hear a sigh. After a while, another message came through the mind link. Ash, I have a request for you. Go to the deep sea, into the abyssal trench, and collect some contamination for me. I have a feeling that the contamination in the deep sea is different from other forms of contamination. Now that our life pool is large enough, you don't have to worry too much about losing life force by staying too far from the contractors. Contamination, she frowned. That substance was no longer a threat to the Sirens. After signing the contract with Hughes, all life force flowing through him was mysteriously purified. But what was so special about it to warrant research? She didn't understand, but she was willing to comply. Ash nodded. She was about to leave but hesitated, then reopened the mind link and replied, understood. Hughes closed the mind link with a complicated expression and looked up at the chief scribe in front of him. Please continue. Alexei gave him a strange look. His lord had been getting increasingly distracted lately. He pulled out his notebook and flipped through it. Soap production has been very successful. When we modified the workshop earlier, we had already started pressing olive oil. Now, using olive oil directly to make soap, we have our first batch of finished products. I delivered 2 crates earlier. The olive oil supply isn't keeping up, is it? That's right. I've already assigned more people to level the roads. The situation should improve soon. The school has officially started classes. So far, most enrollees are attending night school. Daytime attendance is low since adults on the island generally have to work. As for children, parents are still hesitant to let them go to school alone, but the situation is gradually improving. That's the good news. However, there are some problems as well. First, there are those confidential workshops. You know, the ones for producing nitroglycerin. Hughes nodded. Although they hadn't officially started producing nitroglycerin yet, he had still set up a workshop for experimental runs. The craftsmen were following the process to identify potential issues. We didn't actually introduce materials, yet we just had the craftsmen simulate the standard process. But the problems we encountered were numerous. First, the craftsmen refused to follow your safety protocols. For example, they don't believe that the finished product cannot withstand heavy impact. They stubbornly insist on handling it the same way they handle brewing alcohol. Did you explain the dangers to them? Yes, and we assigned supervisors. They follow the rules while being watched, but the moment they're unsupervised, they do whatever is most convenient. Some even deliberately break the rules in front of others to appear brave. This problem also exists in the soap workshop. Some craftsmen, for convenience, don't follow procedures, and several have already suffered burns. Fortunately, none were severe. Hughes sighed. This was precisely why he insisted on establishing a school first. Without basic education and a fundamental understanding of industry, these kinds of accidents were bound to happen. A lack of knowledge led to a lack of fear. Ignorance meant they didn't even value their own lives. Industrial advancement could not occur without education. It was always the most important factor. People were already getting burned from something as obvious as a boiling pot. How could they be trusted with the invisible dangers of nitroglycerin? Even Nobel himself had experienced multiple accidents. When Hughes last descended to Rhine's factories, he saw how factory owners simply used human lives to make up for mistakes. Once enough people died, fear and caution naturally developed. Setting aside the ethical implications, Hughes was running a dynamite workshop. One mistake, and everyone would be blown sky high. Given the current situation, he could not trust these craftsmen to handle even slightly complex production processes. Seal off that workshop for now. Also in the soap workshop, publicize the injuries sustained by workers to serve as a warning. Ensure the injured receive treatment, and this time we will cover the medical costs. Implement a new reward and punishment system. Workers who fail to follow regulations will have their wages docked, but there should also be incentives. Organize training sessions. This recklessness must stop. Since there aren't many students attending daytime classes, we can slow down the curriculum. I'll speak to Zoe about it. Zoe was currently teaching literacy at the school. She was patient and effective, receiving universal praise. Most daytime classes were led by her. What about the nitroglycerin project? Put it on hold for now. Our focus should remain on soap production. We'll set that aside for the time being. Alexei nodded and left. He wasn't eager to let the craftsman continue handling nitroglycerin anyway. He had seen its power firsthand. With the study now empty, Hughes sat in his chair, deep in thought. For now, it seems the nitroglycerin workshop should be handed over to the sirens. They lack the stubbornness and arrogance of the craftsmen and still approach the production process with caution. Moreover, with the symbiotic contract in place, even if they get injured, their lives won't be at risk. The problem is finding a new location for the workshop. Hughes sighed. The underground cavern where the sirens resided had good confidentiality, but it was entirely unsuitable for manufacturing explosives. An underground explosion would almost certainly cause a collapse. If buried alive, even the symbiotic contract might not be able to save them, not to mention that his manor was directly above this underground cavern. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes lit up. I remember Chloe mentioning that the Candlelight Church is planning to exile a group of skilled workers here. Giving a lecture to the sirens, Zoe clutched her black dress, her face full of panic. She was just an ordinary maid, and the most outrageous fantasy she ever had was being noticed by the young master and becoming his secret lover. That was something she had read in a novel she secretly brought along. Now, Hughes was telling her that there was a group of terrifying non-human beings, and she was supposed to teach them. What could she possibly teach? Wouldn't she just end up as the lesson itself, sitting at a table while a group of monsters drooled over her, knives and forks in hand, waiting for her to climb onto the plate? Relax, they are all easy to get along with. Besides, not everyone has the privilege of meeting them. You pass the background check, which means you're qualified to know about these things. There's a confidentiality subsidy. The word subsidy snapped Zoe out of her panic. Her wages as a maid weren't high, yet she had a fondness for night novels. In this era, novels were a luxury pastime for noble ladies, and she had to save for ages just to afford one. In fact, most of her literacy came from reading novels, though she had never told anyone that. Teaching monsters was terrifying, but if she could save up to buy more books. What kind of novels? Zoe jumped back 2 steps. I said that out loud. Hugh's eye twitched. Could this maid really keep a secret? You're saving up to buy novels. Now that you mention it, I didn't know you had such a hobby, Miss Zoe. You wouldn't want others to find out about your secret reading habit, would you? Zoe took another step back, her eyes filled with fear. This situation, she had read about it in novels before. Hughes chuckled. Anyway, there is indeed a subsidy, and it's quite generous. Of course, you also need to uphold confidentiality. Understood, young master. Then let's head to the sirens now. I'll take you there. As Hughes spoke, he walked towards the fireplace in the study. Oh, and bring me one of your novels. I'd like to see what you're reading. Zoe froze. So she's the teacher who's supposed to lecture us. Monica swayed her tail as she circled Zoe, examining her from head to toe. One pair of hands was behind her back, another pair crossed in front of her chest, while the last pair pointed at Zoe in curiosity. Seeing Zoe's stiff expression, Monica couldn't help but grin mischievously. Then Ash lifted Monica up and placed her aside. Welcome, Miss Zoe. The sirens greet you. Why, yes, hello. Zoe looked up. Ash's towering figure completely blocked her view. Her sleek body lines and powerful physique made Zoe feel like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Ash bent down slightly, trying to meet Zoe's gaze, but the frightened maid instinctively took a step back. Hey, spread out a bit. Don't crowd around her like this. Hughes stepped forward and pushed back the sirens' serpentine tails, making them give Zoe more space. He could sense their curiosity, but he didn't want them to scare their new teacher. Zoe will be teaching you literacy. Once you complete your literacy lessons, you can freely choose to study mechanics or other knowledge. Why do we need to learn to read? We have the mind link, we can communicate directly. Monica poked her head out from the group. Literacy is just the foundation. It's not difficult, especially for a child like you. Hughes glanced at Monica, who pouted and turned her head away. She didn't like being called a child. The sirens exchanged looks. Monica had voiced their collective doubt. What was the point of learning this knowledge? They were born with the ability to use various spells. Their bodies were incredibly strong. And now, with the symbiotic contract, they barely even needed to fear injuries anymore. TH letter 1D07 link to the ORIG small cap I N of this information, R letter 1D07 STS small cap I N N0VI FI RTAP E net. Reading wouldn't make them stronger, nor would it speed up their communication. Wouldn't that just be a waste of time? I understand, Lord. Ash nodded, then turned to the sirens and said firmly, this is the will of the Lord. The sirens lowered their heads in submission. Hughes sighed, then walked over to Monica. Monica, go ahead. I know you have something to ask. What's the point of learning all this? Monica blurted out her question. Feeling Ash's sharp gaze, she shrank behind Hughes. Sister Ash, you want to know too, don't you? Lord, just tell me. Hughes looked around at the sirens. Their loyalty was unquestionable, but their eyes still held doubt. Ash, when the fishmen enslaved you, what did they make you do? Mining. Ash answered without hesitation. When we use flesh magic, we have little spare mana. If we forcefully cast spells, we burn through our life force and die quickly, so we could only do hard labor. Monica, do you like mining? Monica shook her head immediately. No one likes mining. I prefer building coral castles under the sea. Have you ever thought about what you'll do in the future? Monica hesitated and shook her head in confusion. You'll grow taller, stronger. You'll become a warrior. Every siren is a warrior, aren't they? Do you like fighting? I don't know. Maybe you'll like it, maybe you won't, but you have no choice because you don't know anything else. Hughes met Monica's gaze. Then how are you any different from when the fishmen enslaved you? Before you had to mine. Now you have to fight. Monica was stunned. Sirens, you once tried to worship me as a god. But is fighting for a god truly any different from mining for the fishmen? Maybe it is. You can believe it's sacred, that it's glorious. A personal will cannot change reality. You are still enslaved, just under a different name. The sirens grew restless. They exchanged uneasy glances, some looking at Hughes with pleading eyes, hoping he would tell them this was just a joke. But Hughes didn't. He simply met every wavering gaze with unwavering seriousness. You were born incredibly powerful. You think it's a gift from the heavens, but in reality, it's a shackle around your neck, a shackle you cannot escape. Ash stood still. Her expression didn't waver, but Hughes noticed that her smooth tail had tied itself into a tight knot. Hughes took a step back and pushed Zoe forward. She's just a miller's daughter. After her parents died, she became a maid. Her fate should have been to spend her life in a manor, doing chores and cleaning rooms. But now she stands before you as your teacher. One day, she might even fulfill her dream of becoming a novelist, writing books that sell across the seas. This isn't because fate favored her. It's because she can read. She has knowledge. She worked hard to learn. You shattered the chains that bound you. Didn't she do the same? Monica, you asked me about the meaning of learning. This is the answer. Fate binds you in place. Knowledge gives you wings. Learn and change your fate. Hughes was awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Lord, Lord, are you there? Hughes opened his eyes in a daze, staring blankly for a moment before reacting. He immediately threw off the covers and stood up. Alexei, come in and speak. The door was pushed open at once, and Alexei and Connor entered the room together. Lord, something has happened. Where? It's not the explosives workshop, is it? Alexei's face turned strange. Yes, but it's not just the explosives workshop. The soap workshop has also encountered some issues. Hughes' eye twitched. Could it be that the explosives workshop had exploded and taken the soap workshop with it? That would mean his painstaking farming plans would be entirely scrapped. Seeing Hughes' face grow darker and darker, Alexei hurriedly explained, no, there wasn't an explosion, but it was another kind of accident. I don't even know if it can be called an accident. Sit down first and explain slowly. Here's what happened. Due to the unreliable nature of the recruited craftsmen, Hughes had ultimately decided to shut down the nitroglycerin workshop. However, this decision was not thoroughly explained to the craftsmen. They only knew that the process they had practiced for so long had been put on hold. The craftsmen discussed among themselves and concluded that it must be because their skills were not up to standard. Wanting to prove their worth to the Lord, they decided to make one last effort. Wait, why would they do that? Because you paid them too much. Considering the dangers of nitroglycerin production, Hughes had set the craftsmen's wages quite high, 5 leos per day. Even though they were only rehearsing the process at the moment, Hughes knew this situation wouldn't last long. Either they would start production, or the workshop would shut down, so he hadn't bothered to set a lower wage for those few days. Holding onto their mysteriously high salaries, the craftsmen didn't want to give up what seemed like an easy job, so they gathered together. They gathered together and successfully produced nitroglycerin, Alexei said with an odd expression. Didn't they lack the necessary materials? During the practice runs, yes, but when the workshop closed, I moved the materials over. Since they were all sealed up, I thought it would be more convenient for future use. You know, we don't have enough manpower to arrange night guards. Hughes rubbed his forehead. All right, I'll be recruiting some soldiers for patrols soon. But if they manage to make it, that's actually a good thing. Just warn them and let it go. No, my lord, Alexei's expression grew even stranger. What they made wasn't explosives-grade nitroglycerin, not nitroglycerin. Hughes was stunned, then frowned. The process I provided uses sulfur ore to produce sulfuric acid and nitric acid. Did a catalyst issue cause the reaction to fail? No, it wasn't a failure. It was a success. Hughes looked at Alexei in confusion. What was he even saying? They didn't produce explosives-grade nitroglycerin. They produced medicinal nitroglycerin for heart disease. Now Hughes understood. He nodded and looked at Connor. Do we still have the candy Nora provided? Bring some over. It seemed like he was exhausted and contaminated, causing his mind to become unclear. Explosives-grade nitroglycerin and medicinal nitroglycerin were the same thing, weren't they? Both were nitroglycerin. No, I haven't been contaminated, and I'm not crazy. I'm completely normal. I'm perfectly clear-headed. Then the world has gone mad. Come with me, my lord. I didn't dare bring that stuff into the manor. Although he had no idea what his administrative officer was up to, Hughes still followed Alexei outside. In a clearing not far away, a pile of items was placed, with several servants standing guard nearby. Alexei stepped forward, picked up a bottle, and handed it to Hughes. Hughes took the bottle, carefully swirling it. Inside was a slightly viscous, yellowish liquid. It didn't seem particularly pure, but it did look like nitroglycerin. He slowly removed the cork, set the bottle down a short distance away, and fanned the air toward his nose with his hand. A strange fragrance. It didn't seem problematic. This should be nitroglycerin, right? Hughes looked at Alexei with suspicion. Alexei said nothing. He took the bottle, poured some nitroglycerin onto a piece of paper, and struck it hard with a hammer. Nothing happened. Hughes' eyes widened. He took a small amount and instructed a nearby servant, who soon brought a fire pit. They backed away and threw the bottle into the flames. The fire burned, but there was no reaction. Hughes looked down at the bottle in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he dabbed a bit onto his tongue. A strange sweetness exploded in his mouth, followed by a burning sensation. The amount wasn't large, so it wasn't too severe. He waved off Connor's concerns and focused on the sensation. After a while, he felt a throbbing pain in his forehead, the sign of blood vessels dilating, the effect of medicinal nitroglycerin. Hughes, what did this mean? Non-explosive nitroglycerin. Had his craftsman accidentally accomplished what Nobel spent a lifetime researching? Damn it, could his craftsmen all win Nobel Prizes? Hughes was utterly shocked. Staring at the bottle in his hand, he felt his worldview collapse. Lord Hughes, that's the situation. I have no idea how this happened either. Hughes stood there dazed for a moment before a terrible thought struck him. You just mentioned that the soap workshop also had a problem. Yes, Alexei kicked a crate at his feet. In our soap workshop, we never explicitly told the craftsmen what they were making, but we didn't keep it a strict secret either. Some workshops knew it was a cleaning product, while others, knowing it was made by boiling olive oil, assumed it was food. so some workers secretly ate it. Eating soap shouldn't be a big issue, as long as they didn't consume too much. True, but what I mean is… Alexei picked up 2 pieces of soap from different crates and handed them to Hughes, then took 2 for himself. This is cleaning soap. This is edible soap. He stuffed both into his mouth and chewed. Hughes bit into both as well. One was slimy and greasy with a disgusting taste. The other had a pleasant fragrance, tasting like a fruit pastry. Lord, I've inspected the entire workshop. I can guarantee the production process for both soaps is exactly the same. The soap slipped from Hughes' hand and fell into the dirt. Has Lord Hughes still not come out? Connor sighed. Not yet. Mr. Alexei, you've been exhausted lately. You should take a rest. I'm fine, it's nothing. Alexei waved his hand and sat down in the armchair. Connor glanced at the tightly closed study door and shook his head. Inside the study, the originally somewhat tidy room was now in complete disarray. The floor was littered with various manuscripts scattered everywhere. The manuscripts contained all sorts of content: chemical reaction equations, 3-view diagrams of mechanical parts, and maps. On the desk, a notebook lay open, its pages densely filled with writing. The first half was neatly written, but the handwriting became increasingly messy in the latter part. Further back, large sections of the notebook were smeared and crossed out, with the text becoming self-contradictory and gradually illegible. On the last page, a single line of exceptionally neat handwriting stood out: "Science no longer exists." Beside the desk sat an armchair. Hughes sat in it with his head lowered, neither thinking nor moving, silent and breathless. Somewhere unknown, within a grand yet desolate ancient palace, a long table was set in the center of the grand hall, with several people seated on either side, maintaining their positions motionlessly like puppets. On the massive golden throne, a shadowy figure, its face obscured, slowly lifted its head. Beside the long table, a handsome and slender young man gradually closed his eyes, his expression turning vacant. Hughes sat on the golden throne, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. He did not speak, but instead closed his eyes, as if reminiscing about something. My memories are intact. There are no signs of distortion or alteration. I've already reached this point, so this shouldn't be some kind of cognitive contamination. Damn it, cognitive contamination. I should have realized something was off sooner. If merely knowing something can cause contamination, then subjective denial itself must possess some kind of power. This power actually influences reality in reverse. I thought I was the problem, but it turns out the world itself is wrong. Subjective cognition affects the material world. This is unimaginable. On Earth, where Hughes came from, the laws of physics were absolute, but here they were as malleable as clay in one's hands. No, something is off. If a few craftsmen simply pondering over something could directly alter the nature of matter, then this world would have already fallen into chaos. I wouldn't have failed to notice it in all my descents. This phenomenon of cognition affecting reality must follow certain rules. It cannot happen arbitrarily. And if it follows certain rules, then science still exists. Science is at its core a methodology, a means of observing, understanding, and finding the laws that govern the world. The only difference is that the laws of this world are more bizarre, but they are not non-existent. For instance, the double-slit experiment also reveals extremely strange phenomena. As long as one can understand, observe, and find usable patterns, science can be rebuilt from the ruins. It is merely a matter of reinterpreting the world. Hughes felt revitalized. Ever since soap and nitroglycerin started behaving abnormally, his worldview had been completely shattered. He had initially thought this was an ordinary fantasy world, at most on the verge of an industrial revolution, with some supernatural forces present. Gradually, he uncovered the peculiarities of the supernatural and the existence of contamination. Though he had sensed something was wrong, he had only felt it vaguely. But this time, the shock was enormous. In his previous life, he had been an engineer. Science and materialism were deeply ingrained in his soul. The thought of science ceasing to exist nearly caused his very foundation to collapse. As his fear and confusion faded, they transformed into boundless curiosity and motivation. He was now deeply intrigued by this world. If personal cognition can interfere with the real world and change physical properties, this strange phenomenon should be called cognitive interference. Alexei was also deeply shocked by this. I never encountered such things in my previous descents, which means cognitive interference must be extremely rare. Soap and nitroglycerin were both altered by craftsmen through cognitive interference, not by supernatural beings. This is interesting. Can anyone trigger cognitive interference? The only unique factor I can think of is that both of these were new technologies, at least technologies that had never appeared in this world before. Does new technology trigger cognitive interference? Hughes was struck by a sudden realization. Like a bolt of lightning flashing through his mind, countless scattered clues converged, forming a massive puzzle. Industrialization began over 1,000 years ago but has made no progress. Could it be due to cognitive interference? Are the major factions deliberately controlling the emergence of new technologies to prevent cognitive interference? cognitive interference must have extremely severe consequences. Otherwise, no faction would willingly abandon such an ability that verges on fantasy creation. No wonder this world has been stagnant. Could the church's refusal to purge the pollution in the sea be related to this? Speaking of the church, Hughes suddenly turned his head, looking at a corpse beside the long table. It was a malnourished boy, dressed in filthy clothes with a gaping hole in his chest. The worker Hughes from his previous life who had been killed. In my last life, I told the other workers many stories, deliberately mixing in various scientific concepts, hoping to gradually educate them. But the church quickly intervened and had me killed, now that I think about it. Could it be that I triggered cognitive interference, everything connected? Now, recalling the words of the priest, Hughes perceived a deeper meaning. He called me a lackey of an evil god. Could it be that in this world, only cultists actively seek to trigger cognitive interference? No, I know too little about cognitive interference. I need to return and conduct some experiments first. If this mysterious ability can truly be harnessed, then it would allow near limitless creation. There must be limitations I am yet unaware of. Hughes felt a surge of excitement. This power was both bizarre and fascinating. He couldn't wait to research and explore it further. His gaze shifted back to the slender, noble youth. Lord Hughes raised his head. His vacant expression gradually became animated, and he flashed a playful smile. His vision darkened, and the soul on the throne once again descended into his body. Hughes felt himself being pulled away from this place. The grand hall fell into silence. After a moment, the worker Hughes slowly lifted his head. He glanced at the throne, then turned to look at the noble Hughes, his face thoughtful. Inside the manor, Lord Hughes slowly lifted his head. Looking around, he noticed nothing unusual. He casually closed the notebook and walked toward the door. Connor, opening the door, he saw Zoe standing not far away. "Zoe, aren't you supposed to be teaching?" Noticing that they were in the manor, Hughes refrained from mentioning the banshee's name. Zoe pointed to the study behind him. Hughes had been locking himself inside, preventing her from accessing the secret passage. "Forget it, it's not important. Is the batch Alexei brought still here?" "It is, but for safety reasons we didn't bring it into the manor. It's stored in the chemistry lab. I'm heading there now." By the time Connor and Alexei arrived at the lab, they saw Hughes writing notes. "My lord, young master. Alexei, you came at the right time. I need a report on both incidents. Be sure to mark the exact time these things were made." These things still have value. They are incredibly valuable. Think about it, safely stored and transported nitroglycerin. But I suspect it's not that simple. Otherwise, all the major factions wouldn't have worked together to suppress it. Alexei and Connor exchanged glances and let out a breath of relief. They had worried Hughes was too shaken by recent events to recover. "All right, I'll get to work on the report. The soap workshop continues production. The craftsmen don't know about this, right? They don't. As soon as I discovered the issue, I came straight here." The workshop remains unchanged. We just informed the workers to temporarily halt production without alerting anyone. Good. I'll find a way to have someone take over the workshop. Night school will be suspended for now. Just say the soldiers spotted wild beasts at night and warn the islanders to stay indoors after dark to avoid getting mistaken for a beast and shot. Also, any worker who secretly ate the soap should be detained for now. Tell them it's for treatment. Send a doctor to check their condition. Recalling how the church dealt with workers in his past life, Hughes suddenly felt uneasy. Cognitive interference would definitely lead to more severe consequences. Otherwise, that priest wouldn't have killed him without even listening to his explanation. "You didn't eat any soap, did you?" "Like you, I only took a bite to taste it and immediately spat it out. Take some purifying candy with you. Carry it at all times, and if anything feels off, eat one immediately. No, eat one now." Though he felt Hughes was overreacting, Alexei obediently took the candy and placed it in his mouth. "Do not let anyone know about the mutations in the soap or nitroglycerin. If anyone asks, say there was a manufacturing error and a batch of raw materials was scrapped." "Understood." Alexei nodded and left with his orders. Hughes turned to Connor. "Separate and waterproof, pack samples of both the mutated soap and nitroglycerin. Have one group of sirens take them to the abyssal trench while another carries them far from Castle. Observe if there are any changes in their properties, and make sure they're careful. If anything seems off, dispose of them immediately. Who knows what dangers these things hold, especially the nitroglycerin." He was exploring an entirely unknown field. There was no such thing as being too careful. Connor nodded, took the box, and left. Hughes kept some samples for himself and called a nearby servant. "Bring me 2 dogs. Lately, Castle had been much livelier at night. After work and dinner, workers would head to night school, joined by islanders from all around, while patrol teams escorted them. Flickering torches lit up the dark nights, bringing a bit of vibrancy. But today, everyone received an announcement. Wolves had been appearing at night, supposedly drawn by human activity. Lord Hughes had formed a special hunting team to ambush them. Of course, with limited visibility at night, being mistaken for a wolf and shot would be unfortunate. So as night fell, every household shut their doors tightly. Meanwhile, inside the manor, Hughes frowned as he looked at the two sluggish dogs. Nothing seemed wrong. He couldn't detect anything unusual. The mutated soap remained completely normal, seemingly just an ordinary food item. But why was his gut feeling of dread growing stronger? Think carefully, something must be wrong. The closest he had ever been to cognitive interference was in his past life, when he modified factory machines and was hunted by the church. Two things stood out to him. First, the priest didn't listen to his explanation at all. He killed him outright. Second, he was almost certain that the priest was an extraordinary. The church didn't send the Holy Guard, but directly dispatched an extraordinary. Even though I was just an ordinary worker, they executed me on the spot. Hughes paced rapidly across the room. No, I know too little about cognitive interference. Making decisions based on limited information could lead to a disastrous mistake. In this situation, my best course of action is to copy the church's response exactly. They have far more experience dealing with this and know of risks that I don't. Hughes' expression turned grim. Connor, the door swung open. The butler who had been waiting outside stood in the doorway. Young master, find Alex immediately. Have him take command of the island's soldiers. All soldiers must remain on standby and are forbidden from leaving their posts without my orders. Connor took a sharp breath, nodded, and left. Hughes closed his eyes. The mind link activated, and instantly his consciousness connected with a cluster of glowing points. At that moment, he was linked with the sirens. Beneath the manor in the caverns, the sirens had been busy repairing the tunnels. Suddenly, they all looked up simultaneously. Then in unison, they put down their tasks and turned toward the hall's shelves, where rows of weapons were neatly arranged. One by one, the sirens entered, grabbed their weapons, and dove into the sea. As the sky darkened, the setting sun cast a blood-red glow. One towering figure after another emerged from the water, their serpentine tails swaying as they landed on the island. They held long-handled axes, their cold, indifferent eyes scanning every living thing on land. In Hughes' consciousness, glowing dots spread across the entire island, like countless eyes watching over Castle. Castle was under full martial law. Siren formed teams of 2. Report immediately if you encounter anything unusual. Ninny, go to this location and stay outside the house. Keep watch on the people inside. Hughes transmitted the location of the house where the worker who secretly ate soap was confined directly to Ninny's mind. I have sent the locations of the others as well. Stay hidden as much as possible. Avoid being discovered by the islanders. If you spot any suspicious individuals wandering outside, detain them immediately. If they resist, you are authorized to kill. If you are outmatched, you may retreat. Report the situation in detail immediately. The symbiotic contract links us all. For the sake of our shared home, prepare for battle. Hughes paused for a moment and added in his mind, I have established 2 channels in the mind link. The first channel follows a silence protocol. Only combat-related messages are allowed. The second channel is for issuing orders. Orders must be executed immediately. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly through a private link or use the previous group chat. Do not use the 2 channels for discussions to avoid confusion. This time, we don't know who the enemy is, how they will attack, or even if they truly exist. We are facing the unknown. Report anything suspicious to me immediately. Across the island, the siren nodded in unison. At this moment, their thoughts were as one. Hughes exhaled deeply. The symbiotic contract and the mind link granted him the ability to perceive the entire battlefield. This sensation was even better than modern communication back on Earth. He originally wanted to suppress the issue of cognitive interference, but after reconsidering, he realized there was no need. This was his territory. He was the absolute ruler of Castle, the frontier count. Even if cognitive interference was discovered, what could others do to him? Instead, being well prepared was far more important. If cognitive interference truly led to severe consequences, he didn't want to be caught off guard in his own stronghold. Thus, he followed the church's methods completely, deploying extraordinary individuals to control the situation. Now, the factory, the soap, the manor, and even the entirety of Castle were under his control. Zoe, Hughes called out towards the door. The maid, dressed in a long gown, quickly ran over. Have all the servants return indoors, including the night patrols. Everyone is to stay inside the manor and wait. No matter what happens outside, do not go out without my orders. Understood. Zoe was startled. She had already suspected something was wrong when Connor suddenly left earlier. Now it seemed her suspicions were correct. Ah, Miss Ash, Zoe gasped, covering her mouth. Not far away, Ash, swaying her serpent tail, entered her view. This was the first time she had seen a banshee outside the cave. I have matters to attend to and need to go out for a while. Don't worry about me. There are sirens secretly guarding the manor. If anything happens, just call for help. Ah. After giving instructions to Zoe, Hughes turned around and looked at Ash behind him. Let's go. We're heading to the church. Ash nodded silently. The church was the only unknown factor tonight. That peculiar brother Kiski, whether he was an extraordinary being or some kind of extraordinary creation, remained uncertain. Hughes had deliberately ordered the siren to stay away from the church, but he planned to go there himself. If anything happened, he could at least provide an explanation. He believed that the Candlelight Church's extraordinary individuals would understand his actions. If they refused, then the Silent Sanctum could help them understand. With Ash as his protector and the siren covering the entire island, Hughes wasn't too concerned about the extraordinary beings in the church. Standing at a distance from the church, Hughes quietly closed his eyes, sensing the information from the mind link. Everything was normal. After thinking for a moment, Hughes turned to Ash. "Hide nearby for now. If someone comes out of the church, let me handle the conversation. There likely won't be a direct conflict, but if there's trouble, I'll inform you through the mind link." Ash nodded. She could sense her fellow clansmen nearby, so she wasn't too worried. "How did the soap samples I gave you for testing turn out? There's something strange. Explain." "We split into two groups. One took the soap into the abyssal trench. The other didn't dive too deep but went further out to sea. In both cases, the soap disappeared after traveling a certain distance." "Disappeared? What kind of disappearance? Did they fail to seal it properly? Was it dissolved by seawater?" "No, that was impossible. Even if the soap was eroded by fast-moving water, it wouldn't disappear so quickly, especially considering it contained nitroglycerin. The mutated soap and the nitroglycerin seemed to transform into pollution, but the amount was very small and the pollution quickly dissipated. They vanished almost simultaneously. The siren were now mostly immune to pollution. The life force transmitted through the symbiotic contract passed through Hughes, and though he didn't understand the exact mechanism, he could efficiently purify any pollution. How far was this distance? Very close. Ash mentally outlined a sea chart and transmitted it to Hughes through the mind link. One group went farther, the other went deeper. After estimating their positions in his mind, Hughes realized that the locations where the soap and nitroglycerin disappeared were both roughly 10 kilometers in a straight line from the factory. Cognitive interference artifacts cannot leave their place of origin. If they do, they turn into weak pollution. Another clue had surfaced. But why? Seventh group has detected an anomaly. Repeat, seventh group has detected an anomaly. We've found a massive amount of tangible pollution. Hughes' heart tensed. He hurriedly checked the Mind Link's light dot map for the seventh group's position, then pulled out a map he carried with him. His fingers traced across it before stopping. That was the soap factory. Report details. 5th, 9th, and 11th groups move in to investigate. The rest stay in place. A moment ago, a sudden burst of pollution appeared. When I checked, I saw a massive amount of tangible pollution pouring from the sky. As expected, cognitive interference led to terrible consequences. This sudden outbreak of pollution must have been one of them. Only extraordinary beings could handle such pollution. No wonder the church didn't send ordinary people before. Fortunately, pollution was easy to deal with. Hughes made a decision. Make minimal contact to test it. See how it differs from deep-sea pollution. Understood, I'll. 6th group detected an anomaly. 3rd group detected an anomaly. 4th group, there's massive pollution here. 8th group detected an anomaly. 9th group, Una is buried under pollution. 11th group detected an anomaly. Suddenly, urgent reports flooded in simultaneously. Hughes' pupils dilated instantly. So many anomalies appearing at the same time. Report the cause of the anomaly. There is a large amount of physical contamination. Same here, contamination. A lot of contamination suddenly appeared. Group 6, large-scale contamination. A large amount of black contamination suddenly appeared on the ground. We've discovered a massive patch of contamination. The first channel was instantly flooded with voices from the sirens, making it somewhat chaotic. Hughes forced himself to calm down and went through each group's report. Has anyone spotted an enemy, or is it just contamination? The channel fell silent. Hughes closed his eyes and felt the flow of life force within the symbiotic contract. It seemed that none of the sirens were consuming a large amount of life force. Groups that have discovered contamination, keep your distance and monitor the situation. Report immediately if anyone is injured. Also, Group 9, where are you? Reply immediately upon receiving this. He had just received all the reports, but there was none from Group 9. Group 9 had suddenly lost contact. He checked the mind link. Both sirens from Group 9 were still connected. There was no disruption, just no response. Looking at the map, Group 9 wasn't far from here. Should he go himself? Hughes glanced at Ash and suppressed the thought of personally investigating. He was the command center. Putting himself at risk was irresponsible to everyone, not to mention that he had no combat ability. Hughes gritted his teeth. Group 13, Group 2, here, too. Proceed to Group 9's location and report any situation immediately. Be extra cautious. Understood, 2. Just then the voice of Group 9, which had disappeared from the first channel, suddenly came through again. Report, Group 9, go ahead. The contamination just fell from the sky and buried Una. I rushed in to rescue her. She's safe now. Yes, a large amount of contamination fell straight from above as if a hole had opened in the sky. Group 13 and Group 2 continue to Group 9's location to investigate. Group 9, report any injuries, no injuries. This physical contamination seems no different from the one at the seafloor. It poses no threat to us. Maintain flesh magic, don't let your guard down. Understood. Group 2, we have arrived near Group 9. There is a large amount of physical contamination here. The two from Group 9 look slightly exhausted but are unharmed. Group 13 is also in position. Observations match Group 2's. Alright, you two groups head to these 2 points. Group 9, remain on alert. Seeing no further anomalies for the time being, Hughes finally exhaled. His back was drenched in cold sweat. When he first saw multiple locations triggering alerts at once, he thought Castle Island had been invaded and that he was completely surrounded. But in the end, it was just contamination. Of course, contamination erupting in multiple places at once was still frightening, but it was something he could handle. The sirens shared a life pool with him, and he had the ability to purify contamination. This meant that the sirens passively gained some purification ability as well. This purification wasn't direct like his, but any life force that passed through him would be purified of contamination. As a result, even if the sirens were eroded by contamination, a few cycles of life force through the symbiotic contract would restore them to normal immediately. Now, the sirens no longer needed flesh magic to resist contamination. Small cap N letter 1D07 letter 1D21. Small cap N letter 1D0F letter 1D20 letter 1D07 small cap L. Letter 1D0 for small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 small cap R letter 1D07. Letter 1D18 letter 1D1C small cap B small cap L small cap IS small cap H letter 1D07 letter 1D05. Letter 1D0F small cap N N0V3L FIRWE net. So cognitive interference leads to large-scale contamination descent. No wonder the church treated it as a major threat and immediately dispatched an extraordinary. Luckily, this is the easiest kind of trouble for me to handle. It's much better than dealing with monsters. Report Group 1 has found an anomaly. A contaminated monster has appeared. Hughes, he nearly slapped himself. His cursed mouth always brought misfortune the moment he spoke. Enemy count size, can you handle it? It's already dealt with. What type of enemy? A few wolves. Miss Zoe taught us about this species. It should be a local creature. Local creature. Yes, we saw it get hit by contamination. By the time we arrived, it had already transformed into a monster. How strong was it? Hard to say, probably about as strong as an average human. It was too weak to get a good feel for it. Any other monsters? None, just this one. It's not dead. I have it pinned to the ground. All right, keep it restrained. Try to keep it alive. I have use for it. Understood. Hughes rubbed his forehead. So they really did encounter a beast at night. That wolf was unlucky, drenched in contamination from head to toe. He could study it later. My lord, how should we deal with the physical contamination? What's its current state? It's gathered into a mass and is slowly moving toward us. Very slowly. Can it be lured away? Yes. Hughes rubbed his chin. I'll give you a location. Each group sends one person to slowly guide the contamination there. He originally planned to purify the contamination outright, but it seemed manageable. Perhaps it had some use. Lord, a soft voice suddenly called from beside him. Ash lowered her voice and when Hughes turned to look, pointed toward the distant church. The church was right next to a forest. The two of them were hiding within the trees, using the night as cover, though Hughes doubted they could fool an extraordinary. He looked up and saw the church doors opening. Chloe stepped out, carrying a wooden bucket. She walked a few steps outside, poured the water out, then returned to the church without looking in their direction. With the night vision granted by the symbiotic contract, Hughes could see everything clearly at the church entrance. She didn't notice us. He wasn't sure. Brother Kiski had ties to an extraordinary, but this nun might just be an ordinary person. Speaking of which, how long had it been since he last saw Brother Kiski? Strange. Still, he had no intention of revealing himself. Whether Chloe's actions were a warning or mere coincidence, he wouldn't respond. Tonight, his only task was dealing with the trouble caused by cognitive interference. As long as the church didn't interfere, he wouldn't provoke them. Stay on alert. Report any anomalies immediately. The voices of the morning sirens echoed in his mind. Time passed and the dark night gradually faded. A thin morning mist began to blanket the land. The sun should rise soon. Hughes looked up at the sky. Tonight's operation is over. Return to the cave through the nearby sea. Tonight, you all worked hard. We successfully protected Castle Island and our home. Bring that contaminated wolf over. Early in the morning, the islanders of Castle opened their doors and went out to work. It was said that last night's hunt yielded a good harvest. The Lord had hung the corpses of a pack of wolves on poles for display. These were the ones Hughes had Ash hunt down. Looking at the dead wolves, the islanders gathered to point and discuss before quickly dispersing. The factories had fixed morning shifts, and being late would result in wage deductions. Not long ago, most of them were just fishermen and farmers, but now they all had a unified identity, employees of the Lord. The islanders here were far from the mainland and had little contact with other territories, so they did not realize how strange this phenomenon was. In this era, most lords still lived off taxation. There was hardly any extra work available in their territories. Even when lords conscripted people for projects, wages were usually non-existent. It was more akin to corvée labor. Of course, farmers also had another obligation. When they were not busy with agriculture, they had to go to war with their lord. During peak farming seasons, even nobles would halt their wars. No one wanted a barren harvest the following year, especially with the royal family eyeing them like a predator. Hughes had not yet appointed knights and had no ongoing battles, but he had hired a large number of islanders for work. This situation was almost unheard of in this era. Of course, his rate of spending wealth was also astonishing. The money he had brought was almost entirely used up. In exchange, however, factories were rising across the territory. Groups of harvesters ventured into the woods to pick olives. Cartloads of olives were transported to the factories, where barrels of olive oil were then brought out. Recently, the surplus of olive oil had driven up the price of wooden barrels. These illiterate islanders had little understanding of economics, but with their simple way of thinking, they couldn't help but wonder, can so much olive oil really be used? The craftsmen were amazed to find that, despite still using the old oil pressing methods, their efficiency had greatly improved. They even felt their work had become easier. In the past, a single person had to handle many complicated tasks, from transporting olives to pressing, sweeping, and collecting oil. Now, each worker only needed to perform one or two simple, repetitive steps. They even had time to chat. This was one of the greatest advantages of industrialization. The more refined the division of labor, the higher the overall efficiency. Having one person manage the entire process was a massive waste of productivity. However, the newly built factory had recently stopped operations for unknown reasons, and the craftsmen inside were now under unified management. Rumors spread that they had performed well and that the Lord was considering assigning them to a new factory. This made the other islanders envious. Most had attended night school for literacy lessons. Though not everyone persisted, learning to read had broadened their perspectives. Now the islanders were eager to join the new factory. After all, given the Lord's generosity, the wages would only increase, never decrease. What they didn't know was that the administrative manager of the factories, Alexei, was currently full of worry. Lord, are we going to have to shut down our factories? Why do you think that? Hughes leisurely glanced at the report in his hand and couldn't help but yawn. He had stayed up all night and now bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. The symbiotic contract could restore his injuries, but it couldn't refresh his mind. So Hughes could only drink red tea continuously, forcing himself to stay alert as he handled affairs. Something feels wrong. Before I transmigrated, I worked overtime every day. Now after transmigrating, I'm still working overtime every day. Did I even transmigrate for a reason? Sigh. Alexei cleared his throat and said, Lord, last night's contamination should be the result of cognitive interference. If we start making soap and nitroglycerin, contamination will continue to appear. Moreover, the locations are random. Hughes completed his sentence. Before them lay a map of Castle, marked with numerous small circles, each labeled with notes. It was the result of his and Alexei's research. Cognitive interference triggers contamination outbreaks. The contamination starts from the point of interference, then spreads in multiple locations. Its characteristic is the sudden appearance of a large amount of tangible contamination in the air, which rapidly corrodes any living creature it touches. Hughes recalled the contaminated wolf, still confined in the cave beneath the manor, under the watchful eyes of a group of sirens. The outbreak location seemed random, mostly near the soap factory, but there was no clear pattern. Fortunately, most islanders lived in the northwest part of Castle, far from the soap factory, so the contamination had not reached them. Yes, my lord, so we may have no choice but to shut down the factory. Alexei felt a bitterness in his mouth. These factories embodied the hard work of both himself and the Lord. Must they be abandoned? Hughes found it amusing and handed him a notebook. Take another look. Think carefully. Cognitive interference may be strange and unpredictable, but it is not unknowable or uncontrollable. If it could occur randomly without limit, this world would have long been destroyed. Alexei took the notebook and flipped through it. It contained Hughes' compiled research on cognitive interference. I've explained scientific principles to you for so long. You should have a basic understanding of science by now. Yet you still hold a mistaken belief that these bizarre and incomprehensible phenomena defy science. But I believe the opposite. Whether it's the supernatural, gods, contamination, or even cognitive interference, these are all parts of the material world. As long as they can be recognized and understood, they are merely natural phenomena, no different from thunder and rain. Alexei's body stiffened. He looked at his lord in shock. Such a perspective was groundbreaking. He had never thought that these eerie occurrences could be equated with thunderstorms. What was there to fear about thunderstorms? Yet supernatural phenomena were truly terrifying. Seeing his thoughts, Hughes continued, when humans first walked the earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning terrified them. These forces were incomprehensible and invincible. Doesn't that sound familiar? Yes, that's exactly how we now describe cognitive interference and contamination monsters. Temples, rituals, and faith arose everywhere. Nearly every civilization has myths and deities related to weather. And now, if it suddenly rains today, you would simply complain that the astronomer's forecast was inaccurate. Your fear, you've long since discarded it. Hughes paused and looked into his eyes. Fear stems from the unknown. Alexei's hands trembled as he held the notebook. Everything Hughes said was simple and logical, yet he had never thought from this perspective. Ignorance, civilization, and history all lined up along the axis of time, like beads on a string. Hughes picked them up and displayed them before him. Hughes stood up and paced the room, his voice rising. Science is the method by which we understand the world. We observe, summarize laws, and use experiments to verify our knowledge. You think cognitive interference breaks the boundary of objective reality, that it can be altered by subjective will. But to me, it's simply part of the world's rules. If we recognize it, we can understand, control, and use it. Fear of the supernatural is, at its core, fear of the unknown. The more you understand, the less you fear. Observe, you understand, experimentalize, control. This is science-ed methodology by which we comprehend the world. Alexei was an orphan adopted by the Imperial Northern Frontier's Royal Orphanage. Through his own efforts, he earned the opportunity to study. After receiving an elite education at Rhine University, he was recommended for further studies at the Royal Military Academy. Whether it was rhetoric, logic, history, or even military theory, he had dabbled in all of them. But Hughes' perspective was something he had never heard of or even considered before. In his original worldview, the world was divided into the part he understood, the surroundings within his reach, things he had heard about, and those vaguely chaotic but still within his comprehension. The rest was the unknown. This part was bizarre and incomprehensible, impossible to accept, an evil blasphemy. However, Hughes' words opened a new door for him. He handed him a torch named Science, illuminating the fog of the unknown. Those terrifying monsters, once brought under the firelight, suddenly didn't seem so frightening. A bold thought even surfaced in his mind. Would pollution and monsters, or even the extraordinary, fear muskets and bayonets? If not, what about barrels of explosives? The Royal Infantry Manual contained plenty of effective tactics. Hughes found it amusing. His scribe went from dejection to excitement in mere moments and was now looking at him eagerly. All right, open your notebook. Let me tell you why the factory can continue operating. The trouble we encountered this time, cognitive interference, has already been explained to you in detail. Although its mutation follows an idealistic direction, its cause is somewhat predictable. In fact, Hughes had drawn great inspiration from the church's methods in his previous life, which helped him refine the specific rules of cognitive interference. First, Castell already had an olive oil workshop. Even after we established the factory, we continued using the old techniques. That part of the olive oil factory has never experienced cognitive interference. Second, neither soap nor nitroglycerin were newly created. I had already replicated them multiple times in the laboratory using various techniques, including both sulfur and pyrite-based acid production methods. All were successful, without triggering cognitive interference. Next, cognitive interference occurred in only some of our soap factories. These cases had one thing in common. The craftsman didn't know what soap was used for. Alexei was taken aback. Indeed, he had discovered the soap mutation because craftsmen were secretly eating the soap, thinking it was food. At the same time, our nitroglycerin factory also experienced cognitive interference. For confidentiality reasons, we did not inform the craftsmen of nitroglycerin's true purpose, only telling them it was a medicinal substance. And then, it actually became medicine. Another detail is that the soap factories affected by cognitive interference initially produced normal soap. It was only this batch that mutated. Hughes sat back in his chair. Do you see it now? It's quite obvious. Cognitive interference only occurs when new technology is introduced, and when the craftsman's understanding significantly deviates from reality. We'll discuss the specific results of cognitive interference later. What matters is that its cause is fully comprehensible and exploitable. Alexei's eyes lit up. So if we tell the craftsman the true purpose of these things, we can prevent it, more or less. My guess is that if the craftsmen fully understand the correct principles, cognitive interference will not occur. In other words, we need workers with the correct understanding. Their firm cognition can prevent cognitive interference from taking hold. Hiss. Hughes couldn't help but grin. He had finally placed the last piece of the puzzle. New technology in this world had an extremely high cost of trial and error. Any mistake could result in cognitive interference, and uncontrolled pollution outbreaks were far too dangerous. Without Hughes' purification methods, the consequences were too severe, leading all major factions to collectively suppress technological progress. Science in this world couldn't be properly tested, cognition couldn't form a closed loop, and everything had to be filled in with imagination, resulting in severe deviations. This, in turn, required more trial and error, leading to more cognitive interference events. The major factions escalated their suppression of new technology, using increasingly extreme measures. Eventually, people forgot the original reasons for suppressing technology. The Church's extraordinary beings merely followed ancient decrees, unconditionally killing those who sought technological progress. From then on, the world only spiraled in a loop without ascending. The factions grew more conservative, and reformists were gradually equated with cultists. Industrialist hues had thus fallen. How ironic. In a world where personal will could shape reality, it had become the most conservative place, where every faction unconditionally strangled reform, and anything uncertain was ruthlessly abandoned. But if technological stagnation existed, then at some point, there must have been technological advancement. What had caused progress to halt? Could it be that cognitive interference did not always exist? Was this world not originally idealistic? There was too little known information. Speculating on this was meaningless for now. Better to focus on developing industry. Alexei, how is our school coming along? The first literacy class has ended, but the advanced course hasn't started yet. Alexei looked at Hughes. It was simple on the entire territory. Hughes was probably the only one capable of teaching the advanced course. Alexei had received elite education and knew plenty of military theory, but the people he trained wouldn't be fit for factory work. Besides, he was already swamped with work and had no time. Hughes sighed. All right, I'll start teaching the advanced class tomorrow. I'll draft a curriculum later and spread the word among the citizens. Yes. Hughes hadn't expected this world to push him into valuing education even more than he already did. For now, suspend operations at the nitroglycerin factory. As for the soap factory, explain the principles clearly to the workers. Don't worry about technological leaks. Other factions may not even dare to use our technology. I even suspect they wouldn't dare to understand it, considering they likely equate technological innovation with heretical worship. Oh, and one more thing, I've captured a polluted beast and collected a large amount of contamination. Mark the area as a restricted zone, station guards, and make sure no one enters. Contamination, you mean? Yes, physical contamination. Oh, you haven't seen it yet. Speaking of which, you don't even know about the sirens, do you? Perfect, I'll explain it all at once. I have great use for that contamination. Hughes took some time to explain the matters regarding the sirens to his chief scribe. However, he did not elaborate on the siren's specific abilities or the details of the symbiotic contract. This was one of his trump cards. Keeping it hidden would make it more valuable. Alexei's mouth hung open in shock. He had arrived at Castle Island together with Hughes, and at that time, he hadn't even finished organizing the island's paperwork. Yet Hughes had already secured the allegiance of an extraordinary race. As a graduate of the Royal Army Academy, Alexei had, of course, heard of extraordinary beings. These people were mysterious. Despite their great power, they rarely interfered in worldly affairs or participated in warfare. The royal military had little interaction with them. To think that his own territory housed extraordinary beings, and not just one but an entire group, how could Alexei not be astonished? What shocked him even more was that these extraordinary beings were actually willing to engage in worldly affairs. The churches of the Candlelight Order stood in nearly every corner of the empire, yet almost no one had ever seen their extraordinary members. Even when the White Raven Principality in the north was on the brink of destruction due to the White Calamity, only then did a few extraordinary individuals reveal themselves. If these sirens could be deployed on the battlefield. Alexei couldn't help but swallow hard. They are my subjects. They have the right to choose their own future. Unless Castle is in an emergency, I will not conscript them, Hughes said, glancing at Alexei and seeing through his thoughts. Hughes had no intention of relying on the sirens for warfare. While defending one's homeland was a responsibility for all when it came to external wars, Hughes intended to develop industry instead. Mind Link was powerful, but so was radio communication. Magic was good, but planes and warships could also be effective. Since he had no desire to become some kind of deity, he would place his faith in the power of mortals. Humankind was a great species, and he would always believe in them. Anyway, let's not talk about such distant matters. Let me explain pollution to you in detail. Here, have some candy. Although you probably know quite a bit already, it's best to be cautious when facing cognitive barriers. All right, after a detailed explanation. That is pollution, as you know, which is divided into physical pollution and cognitive pollution. It had already been verified that conceptual pollution could, under certain conditions, transform into physical pollution. What remained unknown was whether physical pollution could in turn pollute concepts. Hughes narrowed his eyes slightly. The information available was still insufficient. This fascinating world held far too many unknowns waiting to be explored. Right now, a significant amount of pollution is stored in the caves on the eastern side of Castle Island. That area is desolate, with no people passing by. I've also had Connor arrange for guards to watch over it. Of course, the sirens are also secretly protecting it. In those caves, Hughes had gathered the pollution in a hollowed-out space. This was nearly all the physical pollution caused by the cognitive interference of soap and nitroglycerin, and the quantity was truly alarming. Be careful not to send anyone near the area. Other than that, just focus on restoring soap and olive oil production as soon as possible. I'll find a way to train more skilled workers quickly and restart the nitroglycerin factory as soon as possible. Understood, Lord, but what do you plan to do with that pollution? I wouldn't call it a plan, just a hypothesis. Hughes took back his notebook from Alexei and slipped it into his pocket. Monica previously gained immense power when she was heavily infused with pollution. Does this mean that pollution contains a large amount of energy? Alexei's eyes widened slowly. Inside the siren's cave. These are the spells we have mastered. Ash handed Hughes a few sheets of paper. I'm curious, other races cannot learn your magic, but can you sirens learn from each other? Hughes asked as he flipped through the papers. We can share experiences, but someone who doesn't know a spell cannot learn it out of thin air. So a siren who lacks magical abilities can only wait for time to pass and then one day suddenly gain these spells. And from there, do they improve their proficiency through practice? Yes. It seemed this magic was more akin to an instinct. All right, Ash, could you cast each of the spells listed here for me to observe, as you wish? Ash swayed her serpentine tail and stepped forward, a short while later. Hughes rubbed his temples and paced slowly. The siren's magic had truly astounded him. Offensive spells were one thing, those were within the realm of his understanding, but what was the principle behind summoning a sea serpent? When he played games back on Earth, he hadn't thought much about it, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. A sea serpent had materialized out of thin air and slithered around him under Ash's control. When Hughes told her to stop controlling it, the sea serpent curiously approached his feet, rubbed against them, then raised its head to observe his reaction. This was a real, sentient creature with a certain level of intelligence, created purely by magic, and to make it even more surreal, the serpent vanished the moment Ash commanded it to. Hughes looked at the empty ground before him, then at Ash standing not far away. Did this even comply with the law of conservation of energy? Lord, the sea serpent is not actually a physical entity. It's my spell, she trailed off, struggling to gesture with all 6 hands. You shaped its form using your magical power. So when you withdraw your magic, its form naturally disappears. Exactly. This spell had immense potential, though Hughes wasn't yet sure how to utilize it. He turned back to the list of spells. This spell, turning fossils into mud, can it be cast on steel? No, I've tried. It doesn't work. Hughes had once attempted to build a steam engine by hand, but he had gotten stuck at the component manufacturing stage. He had broken the steam engine's components down as much as possible, yet some things were simply impossible to create. For example, the cylinder. The cylinder was the heart of the steam engine. Steam entered it, driving the piston inside. This part required 2 key properties, a smooth interior and airtightness. Even strength was a secondary concern. He could make the walls thicker to compensate, but these 2 requirements were impossible for him to achieve. The most standard way to produce a pressure-bearing component like this was to drill a hole through a solid block of metal using a boring machine on a lathe. That was far beyond the capabilities of a blacksmith's forge. If he split it into 2 parts and tried to fit them together, internal polishing would be easier, but the final product would be useless as a cylinder, neither airtight nor pressure-resistant. As for casting, Castle Island lacked the capability to forge such large components. Perhaps in Rhine it might barely be possible. The technological limits of this era stopped him here. He had no choice but to seek breakthroughs through magic. Why doesn't it work? Hughes muttered to himself, frowning. Because it's turning fossils into mud, Ash said matter-of-factly. It only works on stone. Iron ore is also stone. Would it work on iron ore? Ash froze. Iron ore contains more than 60 iron. Almost a lump of iron. Iron rust contains only 70 iron. Would this kind of iron ore still count as a rock? Could fossil to mud work on it? Or, taking a step back, if fossil to mud does not work on metals, could it be used to turn the rocky impurities in the ore into mud, leaving behind the pure mineral? Try using fossil to mud again. This time, Hughes did not stand far away to observe. He and Ash approached a rock together. The rock appeared to be basalt, covered in dense small pores, a common sight near volcanoes. Ash placed her hand on it. The solid rock seemed to melt, gradually turning into a viscous, flowing liquid. It truly became mud. Hughes took a wooden stick and poked at it. The mud was thick and had a resistance similar to dough. As Ash's spell ended, after a while, the mud slowly solidified back into stone, so it does not permanently become mud. Yes, as long as I stop channeling mana, it gradually reverts to stone. Reverts to stone. Hughes smiled and handed the stick to Ash. Take a closer look. Ash picked up the stick, carefully examined the solidified stone on it, and then looked at the original rock. Her eyes gradually widened. the pores are gone. Basalt often contains many pores, formed when small gas bubbles or vesicles get trapped as lava solidifies. These vesicles give basalt a porous appearance and affect its physical properties. However, the basalt affected by fossil to mud and then re-solidified no longer had those pores. Hughes stroked the surface of the stone. These pores mostly come from gas bubbles, which leads me to a hypothesis. Fossil to mud does not actually turn stone into mud. The stone remains stone, but this spell lowers its melting point. Melting point, yes, though this explanation is not strictly accurate. The rock we hold is not a single substance, nor has it turned into liquid, so melting point may not be the best term, but I cannot think of a better one. You could consider it as turning into magma at room temperature. Ash took a deep breath. She looked at the black rock in disbelief, then at her own hand. Is this the true nature of her magic? It is worth mentioning that magma is not actually hotter than molten iron. Magma is typically around 1000 degrees Celsius, while steel can reach over 1500 degrees. Hughes looked at Ash. You mentioned before that the power of magic can be enhanced through extensive practice, right? Ash's eyes lit up. Yes, my lord. Ninny is the most proficient spellcaster among us. All of her spells are stronger than ours. I will have her try. Ninny was quickly summoned. Hearing Hughes' explanation, her beautiful eyes widened. So fossil to mud works like this. This is just a hypothesis, which is why I asked you to test it. All right, I will try it right away. She excitedly picked up a metal plate from the ground. Wait, Hughes stopped her. Do not test it here. Go somewhere far away, at least 10 kilometers from Castle. I recall there are some uninhabited islands to the east. You are worried this could trigger cognitive interference. Yes, fossil to mud is still just our theory, and we have not fully figured out how cognitive interference works yet. It is best to be cautious. I will go right away. Ninny grabbed the metal plate. Her snake-like tail coiled like a spring, and then suddenly straightened edge arced through the air and dove into the seawater below the cave. Why is she so impatient? Ninny always gets like this when it comes to magic. Send a few people to follow her. Whether she succeeds or not, tell them to return in a day. That was the time frame for the last cognitive interference outbreak. Then come with me to the stone cavern. Ash nodded, connected to the mind link, and opened the work group chat. Not long after, in a stone cavern on the eastern side of Castle. Ash, I know you are not afraid of contamination now, but you still need to activate flesh magic. Ash nodded and activated the spell. She looked at Hughes. It is done. Hughes looked toward a nearby pit. All the solid contamination from the last cognitive interference incident had been gathered and stored here. These pollutants resembled living creatures, exhibiting weak activity though just barely. In other words, they were quite dumb. The sirens had little trouble luring them here, directing them into the pit. Unfortunately, the walls of the pit were not smooth enough, allowing the pollutants to attempt to crawl out. Monica had come up with a solution. The sirens had not let her participate in the evening operations, instead assigning her the relatively safe task of guarding the contaminants. So this was your idea. Hughes looked at the wolf suspended above the contamination pit, his eye twitching. Monica nodded. These solid contaminants instinctively chase living creatures, so I asked Sister Ash to catch a wolf. We tied it up and suspended it above the pit. This way, the contaminants keep reaching for the wolf, but they cannot reach it, so they just stay in the pit. Monica shrugged. The wolf hung motionless in the air, its eyes empty and dull. First, it was terrified and howling constantly, but after a day it calmed down. Now it is very obedient and does not move at all. Monica gave the wolf an encouraging look. The wolf showed no reaction. The only problem is that it refuses to eat. Even when I put food in its mouth, it spits it out. I had to feed it from the other direction for it to eat. All right, enough about the poor wolf. Ash, maintain flesh magic and try capturing a bit of contamination. Be extremely careful. Ash nodded. Using her snake tail, she wrapped around a protrusion on the stone wall, suspending herself upside down. Carefully, she reached into the pit to grab some of the solid contamination. The amount had neither increased nor decreased since yesterday. Now the contamination wriggled like worms, looking utterly disgusting. Ash took a deep breath and quickly scooped up a handful, then used her tail to lift herself back up. My lord. Hughes observed the writhing contamination in her hand, suppressing the unease he felt as he examined it closely. These pollutions squirmed like worms, sometimes merging together and sometimes separating, but they showed no tendency to form larger entities, maintaining an overall length roughly that of a finger. Hughes reached out and touched a piece of solidified pollution. In an instant, it rapidly dissipated. Meanwhile, the remaining pollution in Ash's hands trembled violently before frantically wriggling away in all directions. As expected, although the pollution can be purified by the symbiotic contract, as long as flesh magic is activated, they can interact with the pollution normally again. The true function of flesh magic was isolation, maintaining the physical state so that pollution could not truly contact the body. Previously, it prevented pollution from invading. After acquiring purification abilities, it instead ensured that the pollution would not be automatically purified by the sirens. It was somewhat like a blanket. In winter, it could be wrapped around oneself for warmth, while in summer, it could cover ice cream to prevent melting. It was strange to think about. Scientific knowledge from Hugh's past life always seemed to find a counterpart in this world, giving him the impression that this world was like Earth, but patched with numerous modifications. No matter how flashy things seemed on the surface, the underlying logic had not changed. Ash extended her other 4 hands and grabbed the scattered pollution one by one. Hughes stepped back, making space for a stove behind him. It was an ordinary water-boiling stove, with a compartment in the middle for adding fuel, a vent below, and a few embers burning inside. Ash picked up a piece of solidified pollution and tossed it in. The pollution seemed somewhat afraid of fire, rolling and twisting inside like a leech that had fallen into a bucket of medicated oil. Very quickly, it struggled out of the stove. Then Ash grabbed it and threw it back in. It jumped out again, and Ash caught it and tossed it back. Jump, throw, jump, throw. Hughes' eye twitched. Stop throwing it like that. Ash, just hold on to it. Hughes held onto Ash's hand and then he shoved her entire hand into the stove. That should do it. The solidified pollution in Ash's grip struggled, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not escape her grasp. Ash maintained her flesh magic barrier, which perfectly blocked the fire's damage. She only felt a comfortable warmth in her hand. She nodded. This was indeed a good method. Only Hughes had a peculiar expression. Ash was a deep-sea siren, and now she was sticking her hand into a fire. Was he grilling fish? The stove's flames flickered, and the pollution within twisted grotesquely. It seems to have shrunk a little. The fire does seem to be burning more vigorously. Hughes observed carefully for a long time, but still couldn't be sure if the pollution was actually combustible. It looked like they would have to burn it for a longer period to test it properly. The problem was that this solidified pollution tended to escape. Even if it could be used as fuel, what if it ran wild inside the stove? The worst part was that it had surprisingly strong vitality and wouldn't burn to death easily. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous world was this? Even fuel had learned to struggle. He wondered what the energy content of this solidified pollution was. If it could actually be used as fuel, then it would be a great discovery. Castle currently had no reliable fuel sources. No coal mines had been discovered yet, at least no surface coal mines. Deeper mineral layers would require organized exploration efforts. As for petroleum, which was even harder to extract, there was no sign of it either. While petroleum wouldn't serve as a primary fuel, it was one of the most critical raw materials in the chemical industry. Hughes turned to look at the writhing solidified pollution in the pit. There was so much of it that it almost resembled liquid. This eerie substance looked quite similar to petroleum, if only it could be utilized. Hughes ignored the ocean full of pollution, but if the sea were full of petroleum, he would immediately turn into an environmentalist. Cleaning up marine pollution, Castle would take on the responsibility without hesitation. Lord, it does seem to be shrinking, but at an extremely slow rate, Ash reported after sensing the pollution in her grasp. Could it really burn? Unfortunately, this stuff was too difficult to control. A combustion chamber needed an air intake, but if they designed a cage to contain it, they would have to consider the materials of the cage and how to add fuel. A bit troublesome. Boss, I have an idea. Monica suddenly chimed in, looking excitedly at the stove. Shouldn't you be calling him Lord? Hughes thought blankly. Expressionless, he said, speak. These black worms are afraid of you, right? Why don't you just draw a circle with your blood around the stove's air vents? Hughes, Ash, take it out first. I'll give it a try. He cut his hand and smeared his blood around both air vents of the stove. Then he relit the fire and signaled for Ash to throw the solidified pollution back in. This time the pollution still twisted violently in the flames, but no matter what, it did not dare to approach the 2 air vents. It actually worked. Let's burn it for a while and see. Ash, find someone to record the fire's intensity and duration. Although this solidified pollution is hard to control, if it can be used as fuel, that's a different matter. Hughes thought for a moment and added, move it farther away for the next test. Give it to Ninny and let her experiment with it. If this stuff triggered cognitive interference, causing pollution to appear in midair and fall into the furnace to burn. Perpetual motion machine. Hughes covered his face. Tell Ninny to be careful. Understood, I'll call someone to move it now. Ash nodded, opened the Mind Link work group and tagged 2 idling clansmen. Hughes and Ash left. Monica stared at the continuously burning stove, deep in thought. Hard to control. She glanced at the wild wolf hanging in the air, and a new idea gradually took shape in her mind. Hughes and Ash arrived at the other side of the cave, where a sturdy iron cage stood. Inside, a withered, monstrous wolf lay sprawled. Ash had assigned tasks to the other sirens through the work group and had also tagged 2 sirens who were slacking off through the Mind Link. She had learned many new ways to use the Mind Link from Hughes. It was strange. The Mind Link was supposed to be a siren's innate magic, yet Hughes used it more skillfully than she did. It seemed she still had much to learn. She needed to work harder. Hughes approached the cage and was about to open it when Ash stopped him. Let me do it, Lord. These polluted creatures are extremely ferocious. We suffered losses in the abyss before, be careful. She opened the cage and lifted the wolf out with her hand. This polluted wolf wasn't small, almost as big as a large dog, much larger than the wolves Hughes remembered. It looked extremely weak, its spirit drained. Since Ash maintained her flesh magic, the pollution on the wolf remained unaffected. What does it eat? Ash froze. She had always treated this wolf as a monster and had never considered that question. All living things need a way to obtain energy, even creatures you see as monsters. It must have a method of feeding. It doesn't necessarily use its mouth. Hughes pondered. Even though it's controlled by solidified pollution, let's temporarily treat it as a living being. If it's alive, we should start by observing its habits. Ash's expression grew strange. To her, monsters were simply monsters, meant to be eliminated, not studied. She had always followed the Lord's orders as if they were divine will, never questioning them. She simply carried them out as a warrior, a sword in Hugh's hand, cutting a path forward for him. Today's task should have been the same. But this time she found herself staring at the feeble wild wolf in her hands, suddenly intrigued. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to explore, understood, Lord. She nodded as always, but this time she didn't tag anyone else in the group. She wanted to try it herself. Josh was the first to rush out of the factory after work today. As a result, he was also the first to see that the newly built shop had opened. This was big news. Castle was only so large. Although the islanders hadn't reached the point where everyone knew each other, they were quite familiar with the few shops on the island. This newly built roadside hut had attracted attention ever since its foundation was laid. After some inquiries, they learned a surprising piece of news. This was actually a store owned by the Lord. Lord, store. These two words together felt particularly odd. A lord should be associated with taxes and a town hall, not a shop for buying and selling goods. Due to Castel's distance from the mainland, even trade caravans rarely came here. The people's understanding of shops was still limited to selling self-made goods. For example, the Zorn family's pottery shop or Mitch's dried fruit business. Would the Lord also sell things here? But Josh had a different thought. He didn't particularly like working in the factory, but he did like the olive oil and soap produced there. Recently, the soap production line he worked on had given each worker a bar of soap and had thoroughly taught them how to use it, perhaps even too thoroughly, repeating the instructions many times. Unlike other islanders who carefully stored away their soap, Josh didn't hesitate to use his. After trying it, he was amazed to find that this soap was excellent for cleaning just about anything, whether it was washing hands, bathing, or even doing laundry. It was really good stuff, if only there was more of it. Seeing the shop with the sign department store, Josh immediately thought of the soap they had received. Speaking of which, department store makes sense, but why call it a building? Looking up at the wooden sign above, Josh muttered as he stepped inside. Ken, what are you doing here? As soon as he walked in, before he even had a chance to look at the merchandise, Josh was surprised to see a familiar face. The construction site has had no work lately. I saw this place was hiring, so I came over. Didn't expect to be a shop assistant. Ken shrugged. Looking to buy something, Josh? Shop assistant. The term was a bit awkward, but Josh quickly understood its meaning. So this really is a shop. What do you sell, Hwoa? Ken grinned, watching Josh's stunned expression. He knew he wouldn't have to explain further. He had felt the same way when he first arrived here. To be honest, the shop called department store wasn't that big, but inside, against the walls, rows of shelves were neatly stacked with goods covering an entire wall. One entire wall filled with goods. Next to it was another fully stocked wall. Shelves lined up, holding products stacked from floor to ceiling. It was like stepping into a treasure cave from a storybook, filled with enough items to last a lifetime, all laid out before them. For Ken, a fisherman's son, the sight was overwhelming. The neatly arranged, uniformly sized products gave him an almost unreal sense of beauty. It reminded him of a term the Lord had mentioned when visiting the school, industrial aesthetic. Ken didn't really understand what that meant, but looking at the colorful, neatly displayed goods, he felt he had a glimpse of it, even though he had personally stocked all these items on the shelves. What's all this? Ken snapped out of his thoughts. Josh had already walked up to the shelves. Soaps. These here are for washing clothes, 1 leo per bar. The wall to your right has scented ones, berry, grass, and floral scents, all 3 leo per bar. The shelves behind you hold olive oil. The soaps were cut into square shapes and wrapped in small sheets of wax paper. Even from a distance, their faint fragrance could be detected. The wax papers were colorful, each printed with different designs. Ken picked up a few from the shelf. Josh reached out to take one but stopped halfway, noticing his hands were dirty. He quickly wiped them on his pants. Hey, don't do that. Just wash your hands with the soap and try it out. Ken grinned, pointing to a basin of water behind him. Several unwrapped soaps were placed by the basin, along with a large bucket of fresh water. Josh hesitated at first, but the floral scent was too tempting. Before he knew it, his hands were covered in foam. Ken scooped water from the bucket and poured it over Josh's hands. The foam and dirt washed away, but the delicate floral scent lingered on his skin. Josh brought his hands to his nose, took a deep breath, and smiled foolishly. It smelled amazing. How much is this one? 3 Leo. There's more over there. I'll take one. Josh pulled out a handful of coins from his pocket. Today was payday, and he had plenty of money on hand, just a day or two's wages. However, Castle was only so big. Even with money, there wasn't much to buy, so life hadn't changed much despite everyone having more coins. So Josh barely thought about it before deciding to buy one. He had saved up plenty of Leo. His family had all perished in a storm when he was young, so he had no one to provide for but himself. Yawa, fine. Ken took Josh's 3 coins but handed 2 back. Isn't it 3 Leo? You work for the Lord. Employees can buy 3 scented soaps per month at a discount. Just need to register it later. Josh nodded but didn't take back the extra coins. I still want one. Ken's smile froze. He suddenly realized that all the sales techniques he had studied so hard last night might be useless. By now, more people had finished work and several heads peeked inside. What's being sold? Oh my God. Josh squeezed his way out of the shop, holding his newly purchased soap. He walked against the growing crowd, holding up the soap and carefully examining the print on the wax paper. It was a simple line drawing of an island. Josh recognized it as Castle. He recognized the towering volcano. The difference was that the volcano was covered in blooming flowers. Josh picked up 2 more bars. The patterns were mostly the same, except one had berry trees and another had a grassy field, likely representing different scents. Such exquisite packaging. Josh couldn't help but admire them. Flipping them over, he noticed something printed on the back of each bar, a small torch emblem and a line of text. Josh had learned to read in class, though he wasn't the best student. Still, he stumbled through the words Castle Manufacturing. Below it, the name Castle was written again. Probably not a name. Remembering his spelling lessons, Josh realized it was the meaning of the word. Fire and light in the storm. Please come in. Connor gently knocked on the door, and only after Hugh's voice sounded did he enter the room. He cleared his throat, and a rare smile appeared on his usually steady face. Young master, your shop opening was quite successful. On the very first day, we sold over 2,000 Leos worth of goods. Our entire stock was sold out in just a few hours. The soap sold best. The laundry soap also did quite well, but the olive oil had only average sales. Hughes nodded and smiled. There was only one reason, because their treasury was nearly empty. Castle City Hall had long since spent the last gold rum, and his private reserves were also nearly depleted, with only some hard-to-liquidate jewelry and antiques remaining. Only the gods knew how Connor, managing Hugh's finances, had endured these days. He had never heard of a lord who could spend every last coin in his vault. If it weren't for Hugh's firm stance, he would have already refused to let Alexei take any more money from them. Don't worry, Connor. As I said before, gold is something I can spend and earn back just as easily. Connor nodded in approval, though he still felt amazed. It wasn't that no lord had ever tried to make money from their own subjects, but it usually ended in failure. The poor valued their money too much and were unwilling to part with it no matter what. But Hughes had managed to do it so smoothly that even Connor found it unbelievable. He couldn't understand it at all. Hughes glanced at him and smiled even more cheerfully. I have always insisted on hiring my people for labor and never delaying their wages. What do you think about that? Connor remained silent for a moment before slowly replying, Young master, you have your own plans, but in my opinion it seems wasteful. Wasteful of money. The old butler nodded. But have you ever considered this? What exactly is money? Hughes took a gold coin from his pocket and held it in his hand. It was about twice the size of a fingernail, very thin, yet not light in weight. Money, or rather, all currency, is essentially a materialization of productivity. That might sound complicated, but you can understand it this way. It only has one truly effective purpose. Hughes flicked his finger, and the gold rum traced an arc through the air before landing in Connor's hand. Trade. Connor looked at the coin in his hand and frowned. The more trade occurs, the faster money circulates, and the more its meaning is realized. At first, I had money and the people had none. I gave them money. Now the money has returned to me, completing one cycle of circulation. It seems as if nothing has changed, doesn't it? Hughes turned around and pushed open the window. The bright sunlight poured in, filling the entire room. Connor focused his gaze outside. On the once empty land, factories had risen like silent behemoths. Workers, like ants, transported raw materials in and moved goods out. Children played and laughed, their faces full of joy. Near the distant volcano, countless harvesting teams were busy among the trees, and beneath their feet, a wide road was steadily being laid toward the factories. Further away in the school, Miss Zoe read the lesson aloud, and the voices of students, both young and old, echoed together in response. Somehow this barren island had changed. Castle. Connor felt his hair stand on end. He had been following Hughes every day, too busy to notice anything else, and now when he finally looked up, he realized just how much Castle had transformed. He stood there in a daze, something stirring deep within him. How beautiful, Hughes murmured. Connor looked outside, then lowered his head to stare at the coin in his hand. Gold coins, Connor had seen many of them. Duke Cohen's treasury was filled with chests upon chests of them, too many to count. They all looked the same, unchanged for thousands of years. But Castle was different. It changed every single day. Strange, isn't it? The amount of gold remains the same, yet everyone is richer and everything is improving. Connor thought of those other lords who desperately squeezed the last Leos from their subjects and then complained that the poor held onto their money too tightly. They had been wrong from the very beginning. It wasn't that Hughes could make money from his people, it was that he had been wealthy all along. His treasury was empty, yet he was the richest lord in the storm ocean. Money only has value when it circulates, otherwise it is just a pile of scrap metal. Connor suddenly recalled these words. Hughes had said them before, but he hadn't understood. There were many things Hughes said that he didn't understand, but now he had a vague realization. When he looked up, Hughes was smiling at him. So the money you've just collected is going to be spent again, to continue the next cycle of circulation, isn't it? Hughes was briefly stunned, then slowly applauded. Yes, my dear Connor, you are starting to think like a real finance minister. Have you considered becoming a government official? You are right, but a finance minister is a second-rank civil official, which is actually higher than your court advisor title. That wouldn't be proper. Hughes choked on his tea. Cough. Oh, right, I have something else for you. Chloe gave me an official document from the Candlelight Church, mentioning the accompanying secret keeper. I need you to look into her background. Connor took the document with some surprise. When he saw the name on it, he nodded in realization. Beatrice Joanne, you suspect something? Yes, that is a noble surname. She must be a member of the Joanne family. For a noble to become an extraordinary, there must be a story behind it. But that's not the reason I want you to investigate her. Hughes paused. She is a young noble lady, so she must have her own social circle in Rhine. I suspect she will be very interested in our soap. This is an opportunity for us. Even better, she won't be staying here for long. When she returns to Rhine, she will be our best advertisement. Connor's eyes lit up. The royal salons often host the Joanne family. I haven't heard of Miss Beatrice before, but among Rhine's noblewomen, she should have some influence. A noble butler often knew more about the upper circles than the nobles they served, as they were responsible for planning their master's travels and arranging guests for banquets. Connor had handled such matters frequently at the Duke's estate and had detailed records on Rhine's aristocracy. I will look into it immediately. Connor left quickly, only realizing after stepping out of the room that he was still holding the gold coin. He chuckled and slipped it into his pocket. Hughes paced excitedly in the study, occasionally glancing at the desk. On the table sat an ugly metal barrel. It was crooked, asymmetrical, and covered in messy fingerprints. This was the final product that Ninny had created using that iron plate. Ninny had spent several days experimenting before she finally succeeded in melting steel with fossil to mud. After anxiously waiting for a day, the sirens were overjoyed to find that this had not triggered cognitive interference. This meant that Hughes' hypothesis was correct. Fossil to mud indeed allowed substances to become fluid at room temperature. This spell had immense potential for development, but at the moment, Hughes was focused on something else. Success, success, we've finally reached this step. Being able to process metal at room temperature meant that he could use simple molds for casting. In other words, there were no longer any obstacles to manually crafting a steam engine. Steel, which was previously difficult to melt, was now as pliable as clay, completely at his disposal. After all these days of effort, I've finally created the most crucial element of industrial manufacturing. The steam engine was undoubtedly one of the most significant milestones in human industrial history. It was from this point onward that industry truly demonstrated its incredible power, completely surpassing small-scale workshops. Since his descent, Hughes had been thinking about how to create a steam engine. He had even tried approaching a blacksmith to see if he could manually craft each component. Theoretically, it was possible. In fact, Rhine's factory operated this way. However, it required the cooperation of a large number of skilled craftsmen and a great deal of luck. In a world without an industrial foundation, the defect rate of handmade components was absurdly high. This method might be feasible in the Empire's capital, but on Castle Island, it was nearly impossible. He had originally planned to give up and had even considered finding a way to order some key components from Rhine, then assembling the rest himself. As a result, Hughes had no choice but to establish factories that didn't rely as much on mechanical equipment, which consumed a lot of manpower. Now, as long as he could successfully build a steam engine, the olive oil factory could free up more than 80% of its labor force and operate around the clock. Quick, go find the island's blacksmith, as well as the potter and carpenter. Hughes called for Connor and instructed, I'll give you some blueprints. Have them make molds. The molds don't need to be extremely strong, but their precision must be as high as possible. The sirens' magic, as long as they made a simple mold out of wood or clay, they could cast the steam engine parts. Even if they failed, it would be easy and quick to try again. Moreover, the energy consumption was low. Melting 100 kilograms of material only cost 2 fried fish, making it quite environmentally friendly. Ninny deserved a raise. Hughes didn't have time to rest and repeatedly drew several copies of the blueprints so that multiple craftsmen could start work simultaneously. He wasn't worried about cognitive interference from the blueprints. Previously, he had ordered many odd components from the blacksmith shop, most of which were used in blast furnaces. As long as these parts weren't assembled into a functional machine, cognitive interference wouldn't occur. After handing the blueprints to Connor and emphasizing their importance, Connor took them and went to find the craftsman. Although the steam engine had many parts, creating the molds wasn't difficult. Soon they could be handed over to Ninny so she could use fossil to mud for the next step. Hughes flipped open his notebook. He needed to carefully consider the next phase. With the steam engine coming soon, something that was previously unimportant suddenly became a major issue. Castle Island had no coal mines. The island had rich mineral resources, but that was mainly due to volcanic activity. Volcanic eruptions often brought mineral deposits, and over the years, Castle had become a resource-rich island. But coal mines were different. Their formation required vast forests, which most islands didn't have. Most coal deposits were located inland. Due to tectonic movements, there might be coal or oil under the seabed, but extracting it was far too difficult. Even with the siren's fearless water pressure, it was impossible. Hughes needed coal mines that could be mined on a large scale, where workers could carry loads manually. Fortunately, coal wasn't a rare resource. If he had money, he could buy it. Castle Island also had some forests for now. Steam engines weren't picky, they just needed something that could boil water. Wood could work as a substitute. However, as industrialization progressed, fuel would become a bigger problem. If pollution could be burned as fuel, that would be a huge help. But Hughes couldn't pin all his hopes on Thaith, had to consider where to import coal from. Another issue was the training of engineers. On Earth, if engineers weren't well trained, it would just lead to more accidents and lower reliability. Even an underdeveloped country still managed to build up its industry despite its shortcomings. But here, his engineers needed to have an extremely precise understanding of their work. A single misinterpretation of a principle could trigger cognitive interference, causing pollution to descend from the sky. And that was with Hughes' ability to purify pollution. If he expanded his factories to the other side of the ocean, the standards for engineers and workers would have to be even stricter. He needed to start training engineers now. The literacy classes at the school had been running for a while. It was time to introduce more subjects. He planned to open courses in basic physics, chemistry, and mechanical principles. These were all aimed at training the engineers he would soon need. The steam engine would likely be built soon, and its use and maintenance would depend on these engineers. But there was one major problem with opening these courses. There's no one else to teach them. Hughes sighed. He had no choice but to teach the classes himself. There was simply no one else qualified. Rhine had factories, but since cognitive interference existed in this world, technical knowledge had to be highly protected. Finding someone to teach was nearly impossible. Besides, Hughes wouldn't feel safe relying on someone else. The knowledge in his mind had been repeatedly verified by generations of people from his past life. He stood on the shoulders of giants. If he let someone else teach and they taught the wrong concepts, the consequences would be disastrous. Come to think of it, Chloe once told me that the Candlelight Church was sending a group of workers. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but now I realize they might be exactly what I need right now. Factories must have ways to avoid cognitive pollution. In his past life, Hughes hadn't spent much time in a factory before he was killed. As a low-level apprentice, he had very little exposure to the industry. These workers had real experience in factories. They knew far more than he did about industrial operations and probably understood many of the taboos and safety rules. Even if their jobs weren't exactly the same, many principles were universal. More importantly, they were skilled workers who could start working immediately. For Castle, which was in desperate need of qualified labor, this was invaluable. Hughes thought expectantly, maybe I'll even see some familiar faces again. Taking in the workers exiled by the Candlelight Church was good, but he couldn't bet everything on that. The training of talent within the territory itself had to keep up. That was the most important thing, as those workers from Rhine could only serve as a temporary solution. The steam engine's component blueprints had already been handed over to the craftsmen in various places. Once they finished making the parts, they would have to be gathered and checked by Hughes again. There wouldn't be any problems with his drawings, but whether the craftsmen on the island could truly understand them was another matter. There was no helping it. Most of the craftsmen on the island were illiterate. Even when taking on custom work before, they mostly completed tasks by relying on verbal instructions and hand gestures. The spatial imagination required to translate blueprints into actual objects was enough to eliminate many craftsmen. He had encountered many such issues when trying to build things before, and in the end, he had to personally correct them bit by bit to get things done. Forget about science and engineering education, just basic literacy alone was a long road ahead. Moreover, he couldn't let these semi-literate craftsmen start production directly. If cognitive interference occurred, who knew what kind of bizarre creations they would end up making? A steam engine standing up to push a millstone wasn't entirely out of the question. Therefore, Hughes had long since decided that even if he had gathered all the necessary prerequisites for manufacturing a steam engine, he had to first train qualified personnel, and that was just for one or two factories. If he wanted to spread these new technologies into most people's lives in the future, he had to complete mass literacy efforts first. It was a long and difficult journey. Although development couldn't be rushed, he couldn't stand sitting around waiting either. After pacing around for a while, he decisively opened the hidden passage and headed to the cave where the sirens resided. The sirens' fossil-to-mud spell was incredibly effective. Encouraged by their entire tribe's effort to build a home, the cave was changing almost daily. Looking at the structure, now filled with rooms of various sizes and practically resembling an underground palace, Hughes' eye twitched. Why did it feel like construction here was faster than back on Earth? Even if he introduced cement, he might not be able to match this construction speed. However, the siren population was limited. Their upper limit was set. Once the cement factory started operating and was powered by his steam engine, they would be able to build far more than just one underground palace. "Lord, what brings you here?" A curious siren approached him. Hughes glanced at her. He didn't recognize her. To be honest, he was slightly face-blind when it came to the sirens. He mainly distinguished them by their hair and scale colors. O in height like Ash, who was a full size larger than the others, and Monica, who was 3 sizes smaller. "I'm just wandering around. If you have time, could you guide me? Honestly, the changes here are happening way faster than I can remember." Hughes spread his hands. The siren covered her mouth and chuckled. "It would be my honor, Lord. This is our workshop. Brewing and essential oil extraction are both done here." She pointed to the largest room nearby. Hughes peeked inside and saw many sirens busy at work. Hughes had moved some simpler low-labor tasks to the sirens, such as fine soap processing, adding scented essential oils, and making old paper. Making old paper wasn't complicated. Hughes referenced traditional old paper umbrellas, just brushing tung oil onto paper. Once dried, the waterproof old paper could then be printed with patterns. There were only 3 types of soap, so making a few different carving blocks would suffice. Hughes had designed a trademark for Castle, a burning torch in the darkness. Fire symbolized light and hope, which he liked very much. For dyes, he found some natural minerals, and the results were pretty good. As for essential oil extraction, it could be done in the brewing workshop. The brewing tools were already present on the island. When establishing the olive oil factory, Hughes had hired many brewers. Those workshops had since become idle, so Hughes had them transported to the shore, and then the sirens carried them inside. The sirens were significantly taller than humans, making them look somewhat awkward using tools designed for people, but it didn't hinder their efficiency. Sirens had 6 hands. Watching them expertly control each of their hands for different tasks, Hughes couldn't help but wonder if they were born with ambidextrous mastery. "The tools you provided are very interesting. The essential oil extraction techniques you taught us are also great. The perfume I made is very popular among the sirens." She took a small bottle from the shelf and handed it over. Essential oil extraction was an ancient industry with low barriers. Any brewing workshop could do it, in fact. Some distilleries on Earth even made perfumes on the side. It was an old tradition. Hughes dabbed a little on his wrist and sniffed. A very cool, crisp rose scent with a faint hint of alcohol. It conjured the image of dried flowers soaked in a glass of liquor, like a faded old photograph. Hughes nodded in appreciation. "This is wonderful. Does it have a name?" "Fading Yesterday." Sniffing his wrist again, Hughes was reluctant to put it down. "Can I have this bottle?" "Of course." The siren smiled lightly. 5 gold rums. That's too expensive. Besides, don't you use points to track earnings? Why would you want gold coins?" The sirens didn't interact with the islanders, so currency held little meaning for them. Ash and the tribe had discussed it and decided to abandon physical currency altogether, recording points directly through the mind link. When Hughes heard about this, he was utterly stunned. Digital currency, virtual payments. These sirens were 500 years ahead of the world. The key was that he hadn't even interfered. This was something the sirens had figured out themselves. All in all, Hughes highly praised the idea and planned to draft a table with Ash, correlating points with various goods and anchoring them to tangible resources. However, Castle currently had no particularly stable output, so he couldn't establish a gold or grain standard. He had considered using olive oil as a benchmark, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Olive oil was only a temporary product, and once industrialization took off, it might not be mass-produced. "I want to try selling this perfume outside, not just in Castle. Perhaps other mortals will be interested as well." Hughes stepped back, sizing up the siren and the bottle in his hand. "Fading Yesterday, Feniel." "Yes, my name is Feniel. Have you remembered it?" She smiled mischievously. "The essential oils in those soaps were all made by me. I remember." Hughes nodded seriously, reaching for his pocket, then froze. I didn't bring any money. Maybe next time." Feniel chuckled softly. No need, Lord. The materials for making this came from you. Your appreciation and fondness are the most precious rewards. Just as Hughes put the perfume into his pocket, ready to speak, an excited voice rang out in his mind link. Lord, the type I machine has been successfully built. Old Ivan had been troubled again lately. Yesterday, Chief Scribe had once again sent people to knock on doors, notifying every household. It was still about school. Apparently, they were introducing several new courses called Advanced Something. There were many names, but he hadn't remembered them all. The only thing he recalled was that these courses had to be attended during the day. The night school only offered literacy and general knowledge classes. If one wanted to advance, they had to attend school during the day as well. There was no doubt that Gaia wanted to take these courses. She excelled in literacy class, and even Miss Zoe had praised her for learning quickly. But if she took the advanced courses, she would have to attend school all day and still go to night school for general knowledge and literacy. That meant she would have no time to work. Moreover, the advanced courses required a fee. Although he had heard the fee wasn't high, they weren't free either. Ivan was just a fisherman, and the thought of spending money made him instinctively resistant. Besides, he had a son, Ken. Ken never mentioned it, but Ivan knew he was quite interested in these courses. However, since Gaia was even more passionate about them, he pretended not to care as much. Gaia was one thing, but if Ken also attended the advanced courses. Ivan sighed again. He could still work at the factory. He currently worked at the olive oil factory and occasionally got jobs harvesting olives. Those jobs paid extra and many people competed for them. At best, he could earn 3 leos a day, which was barely enough to feed the family. 1 leo could buy about 6 pounds of bread, which seemed decent, but this was a low-productivity medieval society. Boiling water for soup required expensive firewood, even though there was a forest on the island. Cutting trees, carrying them out, and transporting them to the distant residential areas was so difficult that most islanders couldn't afford to make fires. Fetching water also required time and labor. Gaia used to be occupied with endless chores at home. What, just eat the bread without cooking? Look at the black bread in your hands. It's hard to say whether chewing it or gnawing on wood is easier. They even taste similar because there's actually sawdust in the bread. This bread had to be soaked to be edible, and eating only black bread could kill a person. Not just from the taste, it could cause malnutrition and eventual death. Ivan was still too optimistic. Spending 2 or 3 leos a day would only make them grow thinner, eventually falling ill and dying. This worry stayed with him into the night as he held his torch and spear, carefully scanning the roadsides before returning his gaze to the night school students. He was a member of the night school's security team. The nights had been unsafe lately. Just a few days ago, they had caught several wild wolves. He had to stay vigilant. Gaia was chatting and laughing with her classmates on their way to night school, while Ken silently followed beside her, occasionally interjecting. Every time Ivan saw such a scene, he wavered. He remembered how before school, he and Ken would sit at the dinner table every night, telling Gaia interesting stories. She used to spend her days cleaning, cooking, fetching water, and drying food, only occasionally going out for a short walk after finishing all her chores. Ivan knew Gaia's nature. She loved the stories he and Ken told, always listening with curiosity and longing. She was still a child. No matter how much she tried to hide it, Ken could sense the sadness in her morning waves and the excitement when they returned at night. She truly wanted to see everything they talked about with her own eyes. Ivan knew, but there was nothing he could do. The poor knew everything yet could change nothing, so he could only rack his brain for stories to make Gaia happy. But everything changed when she started school. Gaia made more friends, learned to read, and even found Miss Zoe's lessons entertaining. Even though she still worked hard during the day, she would excitedly run to school at night. Gaia smiled more often. Ivan forced a smile as well. Things were better than before. That was enough, wasn't it? After night school ended, Ken and Gaia packed their things, preparing to go home. They had learned many new words and were happily discussing them. Please wait a moment. Zoe called out to them, then turned to Ivan, who was peeking in through the back door. Come along too. Let the patrol team know so you can return home with us a bit later. The three exchanged glances and, feeling uneasy, followed Zoe into a nearby office. The advanced courses start tomorrow. You've received the notice, right? Ivan's heart sank. Did he have to decide now? He hadn't made up his mind yet. We received it, Gaia answered honestly, nervously gripping her clothes and lowering her head. Here's the course list. Take a look and choose which subjects you want to take. Zoe handed them a sheet of paper. Gaia instinctively reached out, then hesitated and looked uncertainly at her father and brother. Ken, you're very meticulous. I recommend you take mechanical principles. Caution and precision are essential for engineers. As for Gaia, I know you love exploration, but I must warn you that chemistry is a dangerous subject. A small mistake in an experiment can lead to irreversible consequences. If you want to study it, you must overcome your weaknesses. Zoe finished speaking and looked at Ivan. Ivan quickly forced a smile and cautiously asked, Miss Zoe, how much do these courses cost? You're all Castle subjects and you're a worker under the Lord. Your tuition falls under the lowest bracket. Mechanical principles cost 2 leos per week. Chemistry requires many reagents, so it's more expensive, 4 Leos per week. All teaching materials, including textbooks, are provided by the school. I'll go get a course schedule. Wait here. Zoe quickly left the office. 2 Leos plus 4 Leos, a total of 6 Leos. That was enough to buy 2 pounds of butter, and it was just for 1 week's tuition. Ivan's heart was filled with bitterness. Honestly, the price wasn't high. In this era, paper was expensive, and books carrying knowledge were unimaginably costly. That didn't even include teachers' salaries. These courses were taught by the Lord himself. Where else could one hire a count as a teacher for 2 pounds of butter? Ivan was just a fisherman. Ken and Gaia were fishermen's children. Education was never meant for them. Ken should have taken up his father's fishing nets one day, and Gaia would have married another poor young man, starting a family with a meager dowry. This was a great opportunity. Ivan had good judgment, knew he might never see such a chance again, but he truly had no way to afford 6 Leos a week. Even if he spent all his savings and borrowed from neighbors, it wouldn't last long. He could only watch as this opportunity to change their fate slipped away. No, maybe there was another way. If only one child attended school, they could afford it. But was it really worth it? And if they had to choose, who would it be? Ken and Gaia realized this too. They exchanged glances and turned to look at Ivan. Gaia looked at the two of them hesitantly and said, I think I won't read anymore. I haven't even finished the literacy class yet, so it's better if. Gaia, too. Old Ivan and Ken spoke in unison, startling Gaia, who looked at them in confusion. Dad, I think I'm not ready for the advanced class yet. My literacy skills are still worse than Gaia's, and I learned spelling quite slowly. There's also the general knowledge class to consider. Old Ivan opened his mouth. He really wanted Ken to continue studying, but when he calculated the savings hidden in the clay pot in the corner of the wall, he just couldn't bring himself to say it. Not enough money was simply not enough. No matter how many beautiful dreams you have, reality will always drag you back to its cold embrace. In the end, he averted his gaze, trembling as he lowered his head, not daring to look at his son. Come, take a look at this. This is the class schedule. Zoe walked in from outside. It's a good opportunity to see how well you've learned in your literacy class. You recognize these words, right? Basic physics, basic chemistry, mechanical technology and principles, basic mathematics. Yes, these are the only ones available for now. Lord Hughes said he plans to offer geography and circuitry next, but that will probably take a long time. Physics and mathematics are compulsory subjects. Anyone joining the advanced class must take them. Mechanical technology and chemistry are 2 different paths. Of course, you can study both, but you can't take them at the same time. You must graduate from one before starting the other because their schedules conflict. Ken cleared his throat and spoke hesitantly. Miss Zoe, I don't plan to take the advanced class for now. I haven't finished my literacy lessons yet. Zoe's eyes widened. What did you say? You're not going. Do you know how rare this opportunity is? Lord Hughes may not have the time to open more classes in the future. How can you? She raised her eyebrows aggressively. These 2 children were her most promising students. She had placed high hopes on them and had spent the most time tutoring them. Hearing that they were quitting made her feel like all her effort had gone to waste. But when she saw old Ivan's timid expression, Gaia's slightly undersized dress, and Ken pretending not to care, she found herself unable to utter any words of reproach. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Zoe's mind, and she spoke thoughtfully. Lord Hughes is currently recruiting workers for a new factory, but applicants must be graduates of the advanced class. The 3 were stunned. Gaia instinctively blurted out, but we don't have money for the advanced class. Only after speaking did she realize what she had said. Embarrassed, she lowered her head. Poverty was like a sock with holes in it. Just mentioning it was enough to make her feel ashamed. The recruitment is urgent. As long as you enroll in the advanced class, even if you haven't graduated yet, you can work as an intern. The pay is only 1/5 of normal wages, 1 Leo per day, but tuition fees will be waived. 1 Leo a day wasn't much, just enough for food, but if tuition was free. The 3 of them beamed with joy. With the internship wages, Gaia and Ken could manage to get by. They wouldn't be able to save any money, but at least they had the chance to study. If they were frugal, they could make it work. If old Ivan joined the foraging team in the mountains a few more times, they might even have some extra money, better than during bad harvest years. Then, Gaia turned to look at old Ivan, who smiled and nodded at her. Then I want to study chemistry. I also want to learn mechanical principles. I want to study mathematics. I want to study physics. I want to learn everything. Gaia was so excited that she became incoherent. These past days she had lived in constant anxiety, not daring to hope yet secretly wishing for a miracle. Now that the miracle had come, her mind went blank for a moment before a surge of excitement welled up from the depths of her heart, making her vision blur. I really want to learn, she whispered, covering her face with trembling hands. Ken stood beside her, placing a steady hand on her shoulder, but he couldn't hide the grin on his face. He could study too. This is great, this is great, this is great. Old Ivan's face wrinkled into a smile. He looked at his 2 children, then at Miss Zoe. He had so many things he wanted to say, but something seemed to choke his throat. His limited vocabulary failed him, and in the end, he could only repeat himself. This is really great. Zoe smiled as she looked at the family of three, feeling warmth in her heart. Ever since Lord Hughes mentioned it, she had been thinking about trying to write a novel. She didn't know why she had this idea. Perhaps Lord Hughes only brought it up casually as an example in front of the Siren work group, but ever since then the thought had taken root in her mind. She had really tried to write, to construct a novel, but the stories she wrote always felt hollow. She had struggled with this for a long time. Now, looking at this family of three, a thought suddenly came to her. Perhaps deep emotions don't need to be exaggerated. Maybe they just need to be recorded. She just needed to find these genuine emotions and simply document them. But she was just a maid, destined to spend her life cleaning the manor. Where could she find such emotions? At this moment, this family of three gave her some inspiration. Maybe I should observe the poor, but will anyone actually read such a novel? There's no heroic knight, no beautiful princess, no wicked noblewoman. If I write about people struggling in hardship, will anyone care? People only admired polished armor, no one paid attention to the dirt on their shoes. Zoe shook her head. If she were a famous novelist, or even just an obscure struggling writer, she wouldn't even consider this idea. Such a book wouldn't sell. The sentimental ladies wouldn't shed tears for the suffering of the lower class. They were used to it. But Zoe was just a maid who liked to read novels. She was still curious about the world, unburdened by prejudice. So she made a simple decision. I'll give it a try. No one will read it anyway. Ken helped Guy up, and old Ivan thanked Zoe profusely before bidding farewell. This brought Zoe back to reality. The three of them bowed repeatedly. Zoe was momentarily stunned before reacting. Wait, don't go. The three of them stopped abruptly and looked back in confusion. You haven't said what you're signing up for. Ken and Gaia exchanged bewildered glances, but Zoe's eyes were fixed on someone else. Old Ivan, what are you planning to study in the advanced class? Above the fire, a kettle of water was steaming. The water is boiling. Hughes pointed at the spout. This white substance is steam, although that's not entirely accurate. Steam itself has no color, but the high-temperature steam quickly cools in the air, condensing into tiny water droplets which appear white. Do you have any thoughts? The students gathered around were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Their ages varied widely. Hughes had not paid much attention to age or background, simply allowing Zoe to select students with high literacy class scores for the advanced class. As a result, this batch of students even included a few middle-aged individuals, such as old Ivan. Looking at the eloquent lord before him, old Ivan still found the situation somewhat surreal. At the time, he had been flustered and wanted to refuse, but Zoe insisted on enrolling him in the advanced class, saying that the Lord greatly needed this batch of students. Old Ivan had little impression of the Lord, but Hugh's school had allowed his children to learn to read for free. Thinking of that, he found himself unable to refuse. He had never imagined he would attend the advanced class himself, though he was indeed interested in literacy. Not because he loved knowledge, but because he had suffered too much from being illiterate. So even when working in the poorly paid patrol team, he would attend night school classes, learning a few more words whenever he could. Although his daytime work was exhausting, seeing his children learning alongside him made it worthwhile. He wasn't particularly intelligent and relied on rote memorization to learn. So when the esteemed lord asked a question and others eagerly answered, his mind went completely blank. Can it be used to steam food? It can burn your hand. In winter, there will be long trails of mist, just like breath. That's correct. Any other thoughts? Hughes looked at the students one by one until he reached old Ivan. Old Ivan immediately tensed up, looking around nervously with no thoughts in his head. He stared blankly as the steam lifted the kettle's lid. Can lift the kettle lid, he mumbled softly. A few chuckles came from the crowd, but Hughes did not laugh. He nodded solemnly. Boiling water turns into steam, and that steam can lift the kettle lid. This is one of humanity's greatest inventions, and its power is beyond imagination. The students froze. They looked at the kettle lid being lifted and exchanged glances. Great power. Never ignore the phenomena around you. There are countless things in this world worth exploring. Of course, before you investigate, remember to report first. There are designated experiment areas. Do not conduct experiments in crowded places. It's extremely unsafe. Remember this well. It is very important. Now let's move to the next part. The steam from a kettle can lift the lid. What if we attach a transmission shaft to this lid? Hughes walked over to a machine not far away, patting the cold, hard steel beast. Then we get the Type I engine. This was a very simple steam engine, almost the most primitive form of a steam engine. After breaking through all the technical bottlenecks, Hughes had initially planned to build a more advanced steam engine, like a triple expansion engine. However, after careful consideration, he decided to start with the simplest model, not for any other reason but to teach these students. He needed them to fully understand every aspect of steam engine technology and principles. Partial understanding could easily lead to cognitive interference, so he dismantled each structure and had Ninny make separate molds to teach the principles rather than just how to use them. As for why, you are engineers, the soul of the factory. Workers may stop at proper operation, but you must understand the principles. Hughes looked at each person around him. These people had signed internship contracts. Once they completed their studies, they would become the first engineers in his factory. Given the salary he promised, everyone happily accepted, without any doubt that Hughes would keep his word. The Lord's reputation for never delaying wages had already spread. The money he spent on hiring workers had not been wasted. His credibility among the people was high. Maintaining public trust was costly, but Hughes believed it was worth it. A government without credibility had no organizational capacity, and organization was the foundation of his policies. The students of various ages and backgrounds all nodded in unison, their trust in the Lord aligned. The kettle lid being lifted represents a force, if we apply this force to the connecting rod. Hughes pointed to a crankshaft, which was connected to a flywheel. This structure resembled that of a steam locomotive wheel. A fixed point on the wheel connected to a linkage that converted the reciprocating motion of the cylinder and piston into rotational motion. In fact, steam locomotives were one of the most efficient applications of steam engines. Hughes pulled the crankshaft hard, making the flywheel turn slowly. Considering cognitive interference, he did not start the steam engine yet, but decided to explain the principles first. The students nodded in amazement. This mechanical structure was indeed ingenious, though they still didn't quite understand its true value. A rotating wheel, what was the use of that? And it turned so slowly. Could something like this really bring transformation to Castle? Watching Hughes pant from exertion, the people around exchanged confused looks. Only Gaia showed a thoughtful expression. Hughes noticed her. He knew this girl. Zoe had strongly recommended her, saying her innovative ideas sometimes even astonished the maid. Gaia, let me see your talent. Hughes led the students to an open area nearby, where a simple table held a pile of strange-looking components. He smiled. All right, now that you understand the basic principles of a steam engine, it's time for the practical exercise, assemble a steam engine. The students froze, looking at the densely packed components on the table with complicated expressions. Could this pile of parts really turn into a steam engine? And wasn't this one much larger and more complex than the teaching model Hughes had just used? He wanted them to assemble it. Hughes sighed. I'll assemble it with you. This steam engine is for our upcoming factory. I call it the Type II engine. I'm teaching classes every day now, so I don't have time to assemble it myself. This will be your internship work. Come on, let's do it together. I'll also explain the details, like how the cylinder and piston function. Not far away, a group of figures was secretly watching from a cave. You stepped on my tail. That's because you're too big and blocking my view. Monica, stop crawling around. Don't you like drawing in the sand? Why are you here for the Lord's mechanics class? Have you abandoned your artistic dreams? Shut up. Steam and machinery are art. Hey, what do you think that pipe is for? I guess it's for steam flow. Why don't we just ask the Lord? How he told us not to expose ourselves. Mind link, it's the Lord. Talking, teaching, assembling, and replying to messages all at once shouldn't be a problem, right? Makes sense. Let's try, he replied. What did the Lord say? He said. Let us assemble one too. The sirens looked at each other. We install a steam engine. I definitely can't. Just looking at those parts makes me dizzy. Dizzy, you're not experiencing knowledge pollution, are you? How is that possible? Sirens can't be polluted now. She's just plain dumb. Feeling the distant chatter of the sirens through the mind link, Hughes couldn't help but smile. He wasn't joking. He really intended to have these sirens learn about steam engine principles. Sirens had an inherent advantage in research. With the symbiotic contract, they didn't have to fear pollution. Even if an accident occurred, the contract would keep them alive. Moreover, seeing their curious expressions from afar, they were clearly interested in this. So while Hughes explained to the apprentices, he simultaneously shared the content with the nearby sirens through the mind link. After a while, he found it cumbersome, so he simply created a group chat within the mind link. Online Class Group 1. He added all the sirens, allowing them to listen in if they were interested. At that moment, all the sirens looked up, watching their lord explain the steam engine. In the underground factory, Ninny, who was continuously casting fossil to mud, showed a look of interest. She licked her lips as she examined the freshly cast component in her hands. In the oil paper workshop, several sirens were visibly excited. While listening to Hughes' explanation, they discussed the principles of the steam engine, their 6 hands swiftly printing patterns on the oil paper. Monica did not join the discussions of the surrounding sirens. She listened to Hughes' explanation of the steam engine's principles, then suddenly raised a hand to cast an ice spike spell. Watching the cold air swirling around the ice spike, she looked back at the steam engine, lost in thought. That evening, the apprentices stared wide-eyed at the massive steam engine before them. This steel behemoth, did they assemble it with their own hands? Old Ivan turned to look at the now empty table. It had once been covered with bizarre components so complex he could barely describe them in words, but now they had all come together to form this colossal steam engine. Every part fit seamlessly. The way each piece combined with another amazed him. and together they formed this towering machine. It was the most complex, the most precise, and the most massive metal creation he had ever seen. He had never thought such words could all describe a single thing. The apprentices exchanged glances and, almost in unison, took a step back. For some reason, a subconscious fear crept into their hearts. The Type I machine Hughes had introduced in the morning had been stripped down to the bare essentials. Its sole purpose was teaching. But this Type II machine was meant for real production. Compared to the Type I, it was like night and day. Forget complexity, just in terms of size alone, this steam engine completely dwarfed its predecessor. If Hughes hadn't personally led the assembly, they would never have finished it in a single day. Looking at the towering machine before him, Hughes wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit exhausted. He had worked the entire day, not only assembling the components, but also explaining them to the apprentices. If not for his excitement and anticipation, he would have collapsed from fatigue. Finally, it's assembled and all the parts fit perfectly. Now, as long as the test run goes smoothly, it can be put to use. Do you all understand now? The function of every component? Hughes looked around. The apprentices nodded one after another. Hughes had made them repeat each explanation, and at the end, each apprentice had to summarize the steam engine's general principles. Only after confirming everything did they complete the assembly. It took a lot of time, but it was necessary. Any deviation in understanding or practice could lead to a pollution event. Do any of you have questions, or did anyone miss anything and need clarification? Hughes asked again through the mind link. No, completely understood. The sirens had been paying close attention today. Hughes nodded in satisfaction. While the steam engine had many components, its structure wasn't overly complicated. A careful study was enough to grasp it, not to mention that he had explained it multiple times. After confirming everything, Hughes walked to the Type II machine, directing the apprentices to apply lubricating oil, add water and coal, and then light it with a torch. Coal below, water above. I wasn't lying, it really is just boiling water, Hughes said to the apprentices around him. A few chuckles sounded from the group before fading into silence. They watched the burning coal in deep thought. Not far away, the eavesdropping sirens huddled together, no longer messing around, focusing intently on the Type II machine's slow activation. In the cave beneath the manor, the sirens who had been working stopped what they were doing, sensing the information being transmitted through the mind link. Castell's evening was filled only with the whispers of the wind and the chirping of insects. The coal glowed red, flames licking the rough metal cylinder. The water boiled. The cold metal seemed to come alive. The piston moved slowly within the cylinder, pushing the crankshaft rod, and the massive metal flywheel began to spin. It was as if a slumbering beast was slowly opening its eyes. Clang, clang, like the heavy thudding of a heartbeat. A puff of white steam escaped the exhaust port, only to be followed by another, then another, each faster than the last. Clang, 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 clang. The piston moved frantically, the rod spun until it blurred, and the massive flywheel, so heavy it took several men to lift, spun as effortlessly as a porcelain dish. The once silent and cold steel behemoth let out a roaring cry. The scorching boiler radiated unbearable heat, white steam bursting out in rhythm. Clang, 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 a deafening sound, like a hymn sung by thousands of parts in unison. Many apprentices, shocked, stumbled backward, some even falling to the ground. They pointed trembling fingers at the blazing machine but couldn't utter a word. Their gazes turned to Hughes. Night had fallen, but the fiery combustion chamber illuminated Hughes' face, half bathed in firelight, the other half shrouded in darkness. The sirens also looked at their lord. Everyone turned toward Hughes. Such an enormous machine, such violent power, was this truly something mortals could control? Their lord. Was he really capable of commanding such unimaginable forces? Monica wasn't looking at Hughes. She stared fixedly at the steam engine, murmuring to herself. Still missing something, what is it? Watching the Type II machine spewing steam before him, Hughes smiled. The beauty of industry had its own charm, its rhythm, its strength also mesmerizing. But in the next instant his smile froze. Full alert, contamination is descending.